This is an era where everyone can choose a car. Some choose the godly Pagani Huayra as standard. Full carbon fiber. 0 to 100 acceleration in just 3 seconds. Some opt for the classic flagship Rolls-Royce Phantom. Starry sky roof and little golden man, oozing sophistication. There are also those who choose the powerful off-road Mercedes-Benz G-Class SUV, showcasing a tough and masculine style. But I choose to ignore countless luxury cars and supercars. Instead, I choose the most ordinary van. Simply because everyone has entered the world of survival on the road. Only by continuously driving can one search for more resources. And there will be various unknown dangers on the sides of the road. As for those who chose luxury cars, they are now lamenting in the system hall, saying they ran out of gas after just driving for a few minutes, having to get out of the car at the risk of finding fuel. Although my van has low power consumption, when faced with scorching heat, I still endure without turning on the car's air conditioning to save fuel. Suddenly spotted a resource crate ahead in the wilderness. I hurriedly stopped to check it out, only to find the crate incredibly sturdy. The small wooden hammer in the car couldn't even open it, just as I was worrying about how to solve it. Suddenly, a prompt tone sounded in my ear. Congratulations, host. The infinite amplification system has been activated. Regular wooden hammer can be amplified. Do you want to amplify? Seeing the situation, I knew the golden finger had arrived, so I chose to amplify without hesitation. As soon as the words fell, the wooden hammer turned into a bronze hammer. Then I smashed open the wooden supply box with one blow, and was pleasantly surprised to find water inside. However, the next second, I frowned because it turned out to be 100 milliliters of murky river water. Just as I was about to take a sip in an emergency, I noticed 3 words appearing on the bottle: can be amplified. Seeing this, I was instantly delighted, but I didn't choose to amplify immediately. Because the scorching sun was already baking, I felt dizzy and went back to the car. Without hesitation, I proceeded with the amplification, and the next second, the bottle in my arms disappeared. In its place was a large plastic bucket, filled with the familiar mineral water. Congratulations, the amplification was successful, turning 100 milliliters of murky river water, amplified to 10 liters of sweet mineral water. Looking at this large bucket of sweet mineral water in front of me, I knew that I wouldn't die of thirst in the next few days, so I had a sudden idea and decided to amplify the mineral water again. However, the results showed that the amplification failed. It seems there's no way to exploit the bug. At this time, everyone in the chat plaza was complaining about the lack of water, saying they were almost dying of thirst. Unexpectedly, someone in the plaza claimed to have opened a resource box. However, it was only a liter of low-quality gasoline. My Pagani couldn't use this type of fuel, so I chose to chat privately. He offered to exchange his gasoline for mineral water. Obviously, he was extremely thirsty and chose to trade with me directly. Soon, I exchanged a liter of water for a liter of low-quality gasoline, and to my surprise, I found that even low-quality gasoline could be amplified. As a result, a liter of low-quality gasoline instantly turned into 50 liters of refined gasoline. However, I didn't have time to rejoice because I realized that the car's space was quickly being filled with gasoline. With the gasoline, I could relax and turn on the air conditioning, starting to enjoy the hard-earned coolness. After a few minutes, I found another resource box and checked around for any abnormalities. I quickly got out of the car with a bronze hammer, but unexpectedly, at the moment I opened the wooden resource box, a dark shadow turned into a gust of wind and pounced directly at me. It turned out to be a rat larger than a cat. Fortunately, I had practiced martial arts for a few years, so my body reacted quickly. I quickly rolled to dodge, took the supplies, rushed into the car, and then hurriedly started the car to drive away. However, looking through the rearview mirror, I saw the big rat still chasing after me, which made me feel a chill in my heart. Thinking that I had neither weapons nor medicine, if I encountered other wild animals next time, it would be disastrous. Then I picked up the supplies I hadn't had a chance to look at, and as I took them out, my face darkened instantly. This turned out to be a moldy pancake that had been nibbled on by mice. At the sight of it, I instantly lost my appetite. Fortunately, I found out that this could be amplified. However, to my surprise, I discovered a thin piece of paper hidden underneath. It turned out to be a blueprint for a wooden knife design, but it could still be amplified. After amplification, it displayed as a design blueprint for a serrated fish-scale military knife. However, I couldn't be happy yet, because when I scanned the crafting materials, I suddenly gasped in shock. I saw several dozen pieces of various iron ores, and these materials would definitely be hard to obtain in the early stages of the game. So I had to set aside the weapon crafting for now, and proceeded with amplification, starting with the moldy pancake. Unexpectedly, it instantly turned into 100 baked flatbreads, filling the whole car with a charcoal-baked sesame aroma. I realized I hadn't taken a single bite since arriving in this world. I grabbed 3 flatbreads with both hands and started munching on them. After eating and drinking my fill, I went to the square to initiate a reward, exchanging a metal resource for a bottle of mineral water or a grilled sausage. As expected, there was no harvest at all. After all, it was still the early stages of the game, and everyone hadn't even solved the issue of food and shelter. At this moment, the chat square had already exploded, with everyone expressing their frustrations about avoiding the sun. Some had managed to collect a bottle of water, even if it was murky river water, while I found myself collecting metal resources. Suddenly, everyone sent messages of envy, but I chose not to join in their discussion. Instead, I continued to search for supplies and quickly found a bottle of mineral water, which turned into a 5-liter bottle of salt soda. This can replenish the lost electrolytes well. Now, my car already has 5 liters of mineral water, 5 liters of salt soda, 50 liters of refined gasoline, and over 90 roasted buns. So, I can be considered absolutely wealthy here. However, as my supplies increase, my worries also grow, particularly about the limited space in the car. By this time, night was approaching, and no one knew what would happen after dark. Therefore, I stopped the car to prepare to spend the night. I also started to contemplate future plans, unsure of what lies at the end of this road. Are my family members safe? When will I meet my other half? Thinking about this, I suddenly felt extremely lonely. However, unlike other players, at least I don't have to worry about supplies. As I thought about this, I drifted off to sleep. The next day, I was pleasantly surprised to find the materials I needed. Apparently, someone had already started collecting iron blocks, but at the moment, the most important metal was still missing. That would be the hardest to obtain, white bronze. Meanwhile, on the other side of the road, a brand new Great Snow was parked. Inside the car sat a long-haired girl in hot pants, refusing to remove her heavy makeup even in the scorching heat. She was a rising starlet who dabbled in controversial topics. He is holding the white bucket I need in his hand at the moment, but it was a gift from his boss. Instead of being grateful, he plans to extort me with this. Suddenly, a message appeared in the hall. How lucky, I actually got a piece of rare metal. To get the metal in my hand, you need to provide 5 liters of clean water, more than enough food for me for 10 days. Once this was said, the people in the hall all cursed him for asking too much. Seeing this, I furrowed my brows slightly. It's not that I can't provide these supplies, but once this precedent is set, it will be hard to control in the future. So I decided to ignore him directly. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the female anchor stopped pretending and said, by phone, I know you're peeking. If you want the white bronze in my hand, then immediately bring 5 liters of mineral water and food for 10 days, otherwise, you will never get the white bronze. As soon as this was said, the chat in the square exploded, with some supporting the female anchor and some supporting me. However, I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the chat square at all because I just received a direct message. And this person is none other than Fenchen Baiwan, who exchanged gasoline with me before. Brother, do you urgently need the rare metal white bronze? To my surprise, right after I replied, the other party sent a trade request directly. What shocked me was that the other party actually gave me the white bucket I needed. This gesture warmed my heart, but I chose to refuse the trade directly. Instead, he took out the supplies mentioned by the female anchor before and exchanged them with him. At this moment, Tang Bai Million looked at the 5 gold chain gasoline, a liter of mineral water, and 20 mantis in front of him, and he was shocked. But the next second, he was overjoyed because he and his sister were finally saved. And I finally gathered all the materials for the T1 fish scale military knife, so I took a deep breath and started crafting. In an instant, a flash of white light appeared before my eyes, and the next second, a cold military knife covered with fish scales appeared in my hand. After fighting for tens of minutes, I began searching for supplies again. Suddenly, I noticed a green box hidden in the distant weeds. If it weren't for the sufficient sleep last night, I wouldn't have noticed it, and I immediately recognized it as a bronze supply box. I knew that the bronze supply box contained much better items than the wooden one before, so I walked towards the box with the fish scale knife, armed with the experience from last time. This time, I became even more cautious, first looking around, observing for a while, and confirming safety. Then I vigorously pounded the bronze box 10 times, and it finally cracked open. I immediately took a step back with the fish scale knife in hand, but there was no movement inside the box, so I finally relaxed. Upon opening it, I found a first aid kit and a bulletproof vest, with the words "can be enhanced" written on them. So I planned to carefully study them after getting on the car, but unexpectedly, just as I turned around, suddenly, a sound like an earthquake came from behind. The Beifeng dared not look back to see what was rushing towards him, picked up the hammer on the ground at the first moment, and ran for his life. "Ah, wow!" Gurgle gurgle. The sound of breaking wind rang out, followed by the piercing gasps and heart-wrenching screams. "Damn it! Where did this jagged-toothed wild boar come from? It's too big, isn't it?" The Beifong took a glance back, and when he saw what was chasing him from behind, he almost cried. A wild boar the size of a calf, it didn't look like any species on Earth. Not to mention being directly hit, just a brush from this thing would take half a life. Seeing the huge wild boar with ferocious fangs, the Beifong instantly gave up on the idea of returning to the car. It's not that the Beifong wasn't running fast enough. It's that his small car had its limits. Although the Wuling was fuel efficient, it really couldn't withstand the force of a large wild boar. This Wuling can be said to be the Beifeng's life. Without the car, he could only travel under the scorching sun, and being sunburned to death was only a matter of time. Surveying the surrounding terrain, the Beifong decisively changed direction towards the uneven rocky pile ahead. "Damn, this isn't a survival game, it's a hunting game. Can my 9-inch fish-scale military knife really kill it?" As the Beifong rushed up the small hill built of rocks, narrowly avoiding a charge from the wild boar behind. The wild boar, huge and heavy, stumbled on the rocks, unable to use its advantages fully, but it didn't want to give up against the intruder. A stalemate ensued between the two sides. The Beifong's hand holding the knife was sweaty. Looking at the white fangs near the creature's mouth, the Beifong subconsciously swallowed, swearing it wasn't that the Beifong was craving pork, but the cold sweat of surviving a disaster. "I swear, I need to get a handy firearm quickly. A military knife seems insufficient against a wild boar of this size." As time passed, the Beifong grew anxious. He couldn't stay here too long, not to mention the scorching sun about to unleash its true heat. Encountering other players would also be troublesome. In the end, the Beifong chose to take the initiative, trying to provoke the wild boar below that kept trying to climb. 1 stone, 2 stones. Each stone hit the big wild boar. "Oh wow!" Indeed, when the last stone hit the wild boar's buttocks, the wild boar was completely enraged. Instantly, it recklessly charged towards the rocky pile. However, its huge size and heavy body made it lose balance completely. Just as it reached the top of the stone pile, the round stones under its feet were squeezed outwards, creating a deep pit in the entire stone pile. What? This is a rollover? Yes, the big wild boar rolled over in the rocky pile, a curved pit perfectly trapping its back, and its short legs were powerless to escape. Goodness, really, if this rocky pile were more solid, I would have been crushed to death. In this situation, for the Beifong, it was truly a matter of life and death. Strike while the iron is hot. The Beifong was a calm and decisive person. When he first discovered the wild boar with fangs, he chose to escape without hesitation. Joking aside, not to mention a fish-scale military knife, even a 9mm pistol might not kill this creature with one shot, maybe a 7.5mm rifle would do. But now, the Beifong had murderous intentions towards this wild boar. Pork contains rich protein, fats, carbohydrates, calcium, iron, phosphorus, and other nutrients needed by humans. The survival game had just begun, and many players wouldn't experience micronutrient deficiencies in the short term, but as time passed, the Beifong was sure these issues would soon surface. Born in the countryside, the Beifong was not a delicate flower in a greenhouse. He had seen adults in the village slaughter pigs when he was young, but he had never actually done it himself, so he was inevitably a bit nervous. Underfoot, stepping on gravel, the Beifong walked step by step towards the wild boar lying belly up in the pile of rocks. Sensing the approach of the Beifong, the belly-up boar kept kicking its hooves in an attempt to readjust and stand up again. However, the Beifong would not give the boar in front of it another chance to get up. The T1 fish scale machete did not reflect any light under the sunlight, and when held in the hand, the Beifong suddenly felt as if the machete had become an extension of its arm. The Beifong swung the machete in its hand fiercely, and a flash of black light fell on the boar's neck. Instantly, blood sprayed, accompanied by a piercing howl. The Beifong couldn't believe what it saw in its hand. "It's too sharp, isn't it? Even though it's pigskin, why does it feel like cutting cabbage?" While sighing, the distant cries of the boar gradually diminished, as cutting a 15-centimeter wound on a major artery was no joke. Watching the slowly dying boar, the Beifong licked its dry lips and smiled. "Get some charcoal, it seems like tonight's quality of life can be improved." A wide asphalt road separated the wilderness in half. The brand new Wuling Hongguang had not been turned off yet. On a small hill formed by the accumulation of gravel in the distance, a handsome young man with disheveled hair was holding a black fish scale machete, looking a bit clueless as he gestured towards the huge dead boar in front of him. Feeling the temperature of the sun slowly rising, the Beifong knew it had to quickly deal with the massive creature in front of it, or else the pork would spoil in a few hours under the scorching heat. Soon, the Beifong quickly returned to the car with a hammer and 2 items obtained from a bronze resource box. Bang, 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 the sound of the hammer hitting continuously came from the brand new Wuling car. Yes. In order to take away more fresh pork, the Beifong eventually started working on the rear seats. In no time, 2 adjacent seats were thrown out of the car. Few with 2 less space-occupying seats in the car, the interior space suddenly became much larger. This way, I can take away more pork. Without hesitation. Only holding the fish scale machete in hand. The wild boar that had attacked the Beifong before was estimated to weigh around 1,500 pounds. With such a huge boar, there was only one person, the Beifong, who could take away a limited amount. After all, this game world is full of crises everywhere. If one stays in one place for too long, even if they don't encounter unknown beasts attacking again, they will encounter other players. No matter who they encounter, it's not a good thing for the currently plump and oily Beifong. Rushing back to the pile of rocks, the Beifong went straight to work. Stab. Fortunately, the newly crafted T1 fish scale machete by the Beifong was super effective, otherwise just cutting it would be a huge task. The boar's head was cut off and thrown aside. 2 front legs and 2 hind legs were kept. The pork belly and 2 intact pork chops were preserved. To be honest, the Beifong was already quite fast, but doing all this took half an hour. Mainly because the head of the wild boar was too big. Carrying it back and forth into the car, the Beifong had to make 4 trips just for the 4 legs. After bringing back all the cut ingredients, the Beifong was almost exhausted. The weather was too hot, and climbing the rocky slope back and forth was extremely exhausting. The car's air conditioning had long been set to the lowest temperature, and the Beifong was chugging salt soda while tilting its head back. Ha! My goodness! Wiping the water stains from the corner of its mouth, the Beifong chuckled. It might sound unbelievable, but at this moment, I'm actually worried about having too many resources. Looking back at the full load of fresh pork, the Beifong suddenly thought of roasted pork. Swallowing hard, the Beifong knew it was not suitable to stay here for long. It had already been here for a long time. Wait! Looking through the car window at the remains of the boar being cut in the distance, the Beifong pondered. Seems like I forgot something? That's good stuff. Getting off the car, sprinting. In less than a minute, the Beifong returned swiftly. Only 2 brick-sized pig kidneys had been thrown on the pork belly. It's not a loss due to the Beifong. It's because pig kidneys contain nutrients such as zinc, iron, copper, phosphorus, vitamin A, B vitamins, vitamin C, protein, fat, carbohydrates, etc., and can also treat kidney deficiency, back pain, edema, deafness, and other symptoms. In short, this thing is good for both men and women. Why? For women, if it's good for him, it's good for me too. Moreover, this is a survival game, and the Beifong naturally wants to take away all the good things that can be taken away. It's just that the Beifong's space is not enough. Otherwise, not even a single hair can be left behind. Restarting the car, the Beifong clearly felt that the car was much heavier. The only regret is that there is no refrigerator or something, otherwise these ingredients could be stored longer. It's strange to say. Since the Beifong opened the bronze resource box and unexpectedly gained hundreds of pounds of pork, it seems that luck has run out. In the following hours, the Beifong did not encounter any other resource boxes again. Soon the sun set. Bang! May 5th, click. Vigilantly watching the wooden resource box shatter, and nothing dangerous jumped out from inside, the Beifong breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, it's 200 milliliters of water source. Back in the car, the newly obtained water resource was placed on the co-driver's seat. Watching the night gradually approaching, the Beifong knew it was time to find a sheltered place to park and rest. The Beifong's heart was in his throat all day. Through today's wild boar incident, the Beifong discovered that even with his awakened hundredfold amplification system, he could still die accidentally in the game. And wild boars are just low-intelligence creatures, if it were humans. After obtaining the system, the Beifong did not feel like a chosen one, acting ostentatiously, but instead became more cautious in his actions. He vaguely had a premonition that the people participating in this highway survival game would be a large number. Even ants can kill an elephant if there are enough of them, let alone the Beifong is just an ordinary person, with no high-profile cards in the early stages. Soon, the Beifong driving the Wuling Hongguang found a place suitable for overnight stay. Breathing a sigh of relief, the Beifong lazily leaned back in the seat to rest. Anyone who has driven all day without rest knows how it feels. Tired. Mentally tired, physically tired, eyes tired too. After doing eye exercises for 2 minutes, the soreness in the eyes eased a bit. Adjusting his spirits, the Beifong took out the 2 items obtained from the bronze resource box today for research. Medical first aid kit? I wonder what it will become after amplification. Detected that medical first aid kit meets the amplification requirements. Do you want to amplify? The system prompt sounded in his ear. Amplify. Congratulations, host, amplification successful, medical first aid kit amplified to military first aid kit. Hearing the system prompt, the Beifong smiled. Anything related to the military will greatly improve in quality, without exception. Pulling open the zipper of the military first aid kit, various first aid supplies came into view. 1 tourniquet, 1 fast-acting pain relief needle, 2 bags of concentrated white hemostatic powder, 2 strong antibacterial injections, 1 pack of adhesive hemostatic band, 1 adrenaline injection. After seeing the names of these items, the Beifong was stunned. He dared to guarantee that except for the tourniquet which can be bought at a pharmacy, the rest are not accessible to non-professionals, especially the strong antibacterial injections, adrenaline, and fast-acting pain relief needle. Wow, with these, even if I get bitten by a giant lizard, I'll be fine, right? Carefully storing these items away, feeling content. Getting sick, being attacked by creatures and getting injured, these are unpredictable and unavoidable in the future. But with these, his life safety will be greatly ensured. The Beifong was excited after the first item from the bronze resource box was amplified. So the second piece of the Beifong was also looking forward to it. A piece of camouflage, the size of a mobile phone, appeared in his hand, about 3 centimeters thick, heavy and of good quality. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Detected reactive armor fragments can be amplified. Do you want to amplify? What? Is the reactive armor that only main battle tanks equip? Developed. After the surprise, the Beifong directly said, amplify it immediately. Congratulations, the host has successfully amplified. The reactive armor fragment has been amplified to T3 level reactive armor /80 pieces. Hearing about the T3 level reactive armor, the Beifong was not disappointed. After all, he only paid for a piece of armor fragment. But after amplification, he could get 80 pieces of intact T3 reactive armor. Strictly speaking, this was already a big profit. Just as the system prompt fell, the Beifong heard the sound of rustling beside him. Turning his head, he saw a pile of reactive armor larger than the armor fragments before. Wow! He took one over, estimating it to weigh about a pound. The Beifong knew that these reactive armors were not metal, but some kind of rare synthetic material. If these reactive armors were made of metal, they would definitely crush a car. But how do I equip the car with them? Do I have to stick them on the outside of the car? Just then, the voice of the game console prompted in the Beifeng's ear. Player, the Beifong has obtained T3 level reactive armor. Do you want to announce it to the whole region? The Beifong frowned, not publicly. Immediately after. Congratulations to player number 123271, successfully crafting T3 vehicle equipment. At 1720 the vehicle equipment function will be activated. This time it was a public announcement to the whole region. The Beifong was also stunned. But the good thing was that the game console did not disclose his name, just the number, so there was no need to worry. Vehicle equipment function? The Beifong directly opened the game's free interface, and sure enough, there was a new function. Chat Square, Trade Square, Vehicle Equipment. Because he triggered the game function, the Beifong knew that the chat square must be buzzing again. But he was not interested in looking at the chat square now. When he opened Vehicle Equipment, the Beifong instantly understood how to use this function. In front of him was a brand new interface, different from Chat Square, Trade Square. This interface had clear player numbers and vehicle blueprint distribution information. User, Unbound, Beifong. Player number, 123271 Vehicle Model, Wuling Hongguang TS90 Automatic High-End Version. The Beifong found out the condition of the car, dismantling many parts such as car windows, tires, engine, main structure, etc. But the Beifeng's only option was the main structure. Does this mean that the main structure of the vehicle can be replaced by reactive armor? It's like dreaming, isn't it? It's too advanced, right? Although surprised, the Beifong did not hesitate. Since he had participated in this game in a daze, there was nothing he couldn't believe. Replace it? Replace. After saying that, the Beifong noticed that the main structure of the vehicle in front of him slowly changed. The size remained the same, but from the Beifeng's perspective, it was clear that there were pieces of reactive armor arranged around the Wuling main structure. Just a minute later. Is that it? The Beifong was stunned, and after counting carefully, there were indeed 80 pieces. However, it was still far from completely replacing the vehicle's main structure with reactive armor. In that case, at least 120 pieces of reactive armor are needed to fully protect the entire vehicle, right? Although somewhat disappointed, the Beifong knew that this was already good enough. Being able to protect the main driver was probably a dream compared to other players. T3 level reactive armor, if fully equipped, should be able to withstand a shot from a main battle tank, or at least a normal rifle shooting at it. It should be fine for a short time, right? In any case, at this moment, the Beifong was feeling happy. When 99.9% of players are still worrying about food, water, and energy, his vehicle already has a certain level of defense, and what makes him feel at ease is that this time he also received a military first aid kit. Looking outside, the sky hasn't completely darkened yet. He quickly glanced at the chat square. Sure enough, it had exploded. Oh my goodness, I had gathered quite a bit of resources today, thought I was the lucky one, but didn't expect some big shots to get reactive armor. Damn, people die for better people, goods get thrown for better goods. My damn convertible sports car. Hello everyone, I'm from Africa, because I'm as dark as the bottom of a pot now. I'm a military fan, I have the right to speak on this matter. Reactive armor, usually equipped on infantry fighting vehicles, but it's rare. This thing is usually equipped on main battle tanks, with extremely high defense. Hearing about reactive armor makes me drool with envy. I wonder which hidden big shot came up with this stuff again, indirectly activating the game console's functions. Guess, which country's person is the big shot who came up with reactive armor? It's best if it's from my great China. Outsiders have different hearts. If it's a big shot from another country, we'll be in trouble when we meet them in the future. It must be a player from my great China. After this incident came out, some were happy and some were worried. The Chinese bloodline is a group of people with a long-term vision. They clearly know that if someone has already developed reactive armor in the early stages of the game, what about the future? There are no rules here. If it's a compatriot from one country, it's fine, but if not, it will be a situation where people will be used as tools and I will be fish meat. Glancing at the chat square, seeing discussions about the commotion he caused, the Beifong shook his head. Then, he closed the chat square, got off the vehicle while the sky was not completely dark yet, and the Beifong wanted to quickly pick up some firewood. When unsure if other players had found charcoal and other items, perhaps picking up firewood in the wilderness was a good choice. A few minutes later, carrying back 20 or 30 pieces of wood, the Beifong took out his military knife and started cutting the fresh pork chops into pieces for later use. In order to keep the ingredients fresh, the Beifong had been running the air conditioner all day thanks to his sufficient gasoline resources, otherwise other players would have been heartbroken long ago. 6 pork chops, 2 large pieces of pork loin, the Beifong felt that these were enough, any more would be a waste. I wonder if I can offer a reward for charcoal or spices. Soon, 2 new rewards appeared in the trading square. The reward targets were charcoal, lighter, spices, barbecue grill, etc. Exchangeable for 100 milliliters of water or a piece of flatbread, with a maximum of 6 rewards. At this time, other players in the chat square were having a great time. Suddenly, a message was sent out, and many players quickly exited the chat square. Hey, go check it out, there's a new reward again, this time it's not for metal, don't miss this opportunity. The information was indeed sent by the Beifong. Not even 30 seconds later, the Beifong received notifications in his ear. Reward obtained, barbecue grill /1. Reward obtained, charcoal /3 pieces. Reward obtained, cumin chili powder /200 g. Reward obtained, white wine, Jiang Xiaobai /1 bottle. Listening to the notifications in his ear, the Beifong smiled. Wow, besides metal resources, these players really managed to get a lot of miscellaneous stuff. With so many rewards obtained, the Beifong was not in a hurry to start a fire. After all, after a day of hard work, either driving or searching for resource boxes, it was really boring. Watching other players chat was also good. It helped pass the time and dispel the instinctive fear of darkness. Wow, luckily I didn't throw away the charcoal I got. Now I've made a big profit, 100 milliliters of mineral water. These days I've been drinking muddy water to get by. I've forgotten what clean water tastes like. Ah, buddy, I admire you. Picking up charcoal during the dog days and still keeping it. Truly different strokes for different folks. I once found a pack of chili powder while scavenging for resources. At that time, I thought everyone was in a hurry to cool down. Who the heck would still eat chili, but Big Beifong? Sigh. Looking at this situation, is Big Beifong going to have a barbecue? Barbecue grill, cumin chili powder, white wine? Life is about to get better. Everyone, to be honest, the drool I'm shedding has already solved my thirst problem. +1+1. After reading various messages in the chat square for a while, Big Beifong noticed that most players were either crying poor or complaining. In fact, 2 days have passed. Big Beifong gradually realized that these players might not be living well, but it hasn't reached the end of the road. From numerous chat messages, he found that although these players couldn't find higher quality water and food resources, with effort, they could still manage basic survival. Gasoline resources might be scarce, Because the only means of transportation for all players is the car they chose at the beginning. A person can survive without water and food for a day or two, but without gasoline, the car won't move an inch. Soon, Big Beifong left the chat square. He went to the trading square to collect various barbecue items he had earned as rewards. Participating in this survival game, he hadn't had a decent meal in 2 days. It wouldn't be right not to treat himself well this time. Moreover, there was too much fresh wild boar meat in his car. Hundreds of pounds. These meats couldn't be stored for too long, so following the principle of not wasting, Big Beifong naturally ate as much as he could. Just under 2 minutes after leaving the chat square, suddenly, a heavy message appeared on the public screen of the chat square. Brothers and sisters, please help save my sister. I am Teng by Million. My sister didn't listen to advice, and she was bitten on the foot by a giant lizard hidden in the bushes while searching for supplies at night. The wound is close to infection. Brothers and sisters, who has disinfectant or first aid supplies? Please, save my sister. As soon as the message appeared, the chat square fell silent for a few breaths. His own sister bitten on the foot by a giant lizard full of bacteria? If taken to the hospital within the first half hour of the game, there might still be a chance of survival. But now, everyone was at a loss. Here, not to mention first aid supplies, even the most basic food, water sources, and gasoline were precious. Who would have such things? Soon, someone spoke up to comfort and offer advice. Hey, are you out of your mind? Even eating and drinking water have become a problem for us now. Who has first aid supplies? Exactly, if I had first aid supplies, I wouldn't have gone hungry for 3 meals. Bro, you just have to accept the situation. The notorious giant lizard's mouth full of bacteria, even an African buffalo wouldn't last 2 to 3 days after being bitten, let alone a person. Everyone present knew that Teng Bei Million's sister was doomed. Even Teng Bei Million himself knew that this time his sister was in grave danger. Right, you can try asking Big Beifong. He has such abundant resources, maybe he has first aid supplies. But whether he can give you such valuable things is uncertain, or maybe if you have the supplies he needs, Big Beifong might help you. Through 2 days of interaction, everyone in the chat square knew that Big Beifong was an extremely aloof and practical person. If you couldn't provide what he needed, he wouldn't give you anything. Of course, the person who said this also understands that even if they have more resources themselves, they will not easily give them to anyone under these conditions. Because here, every piece of resource represents a chance to live and hope. Tang Baiwan left silently. At this moment, Beifong sat next to Wuling Hongguan, and now he was happily setting up a barbecue stove to prepare for grilling because he had a lighter, a barbecue grill, charcoal, and seasonings. Because the sky outside the car had already plunged into darkness, with a visual distance of less than 10 m. For safety reasons, he still lit the wood he had picked up. The fire illuminated the surroundings, so some timid creatures dared not approach rashly, allowing Beifong to barbecue in peace. Looking at the Jiang Xiaobai placed next to him. Unexpectedly, this Jiang Xiaobai could not be amplified. If he could amplify a few more bottles, then in times of fatigue, he could also take a sip to invigorate the blood. What surprised Beifong was that 3 pieces of charcoal could be amplified. At this moment, a prompt from the system sounded in his ear. Detected that ordinary charcoal can be amplified. Do you want to amplify? Beifong did not hesitate and said, amplify. Congratulations, the amplification was successful, turning ordinary charcoal into 100 pieces of high-quality charcoal. As soon as the words fell, Beifong smiled. After all, amplifying 3 ordinary charcoals at once would yield 100 high-quality charcoals, which meant both quality and quantity were improved simultaneously. 100 pieces were actually quite a lot, and the charcoal next to the fire was quickly ignited. The ignited charcoal emitted a dark red light in the night. Beifong carefully placed the sliced pork belly and pork chops on the grill. Sizzle sizzle soon, the fresh wild boar meat emitted an enticing aroma. To be honest, if it weren't for the bonfire burning around, Beifong wouldn't dare to barbecue outside the car so recklessly. It would be very dangerous if a fierce beast approached from the darkness. Opening the Jiang Xiaobai next to him, the aroma of the wine filled the air, complementing the pork chops and pork belly on the grill that made one's mouth water. At this moment, Beifong felt extremely peaceful in his heart, even a bit content. After all, being able to enjoy such a life in this environment was indeed something to be grateful for. And just then, a private message reminded him. Beifong hesitated, as there had been too many people harassing him with private messages recently. 99% of them were women who thought they were good-looking, trying to take advantage of him and deplete his resources. Initially, he read every message, but over time, he became too lazy to bother. However, he was in a good mood now and had nothing else to do, so he decided to take a look at the private message. As soon as he opened the message and saw its contents, Beifong frowned. Bitten by a giant lizard? A giant lizard. That's a terrifying creature. Beifong brother, this may seem abrupt, but I really have no other choice. Please, save my sister, she's only 19 years old. Beifong hesitated. Although he had a good impression of Tang Baiwan, the resources he had given Tang Baiwan in 2 transactions were already sufficient. Moreover, the items in his military first aid kit were very precious. At this point, Beifong had no other choice. After all, being bitten by a giant lizard was no joke. A water buffalo could only last 2 to 3 days at most, and if it were a human, Beifong guaranteed they would not survive beyond 24 hours. He had to either take out his military first aid kit or tell him that he didn't have those items and let the person die. In the end, Beifong replied to Tang Baiwan. The private message did not directly refuse or agree, but simply asked, I have the items, but what can you give me? I don't like taking advantage of others, and I certainly don't like others taking advantage of me. Meanwhile, on a tar road thousands of miles away from Beifong, Tang Baiwan burst into tears of joy upon seeing Beifong's reply stating that he had first aid supplies. But after seeing the next message from the Beifong, he was stunned. Yeah, why would the Beifong give himself such precious first aid supplies? And now he didn't have any valuable items on him at all. Logically speaking, if the Beifong refused him directly, he would have nothing to say. But that was his own younger sister whom he had grown up with since childhood. How could a big brother watch his own younger sister, infected and dying, and not care? Tang Baimillion gritted his teeth, not asking the Beifong for those things immediately, because he wasn't qualified. Soon, he sent a private message to his sister. Chuchu, tell me what resources you have, give me anything valuable, I found someone who can save you. Tang Baimillion anxiously waited for his sister's reply. He really hoped that his sister had valuable resources so that he could ask the Beifong to exchange urgently needed first aid supplies. Soon, a message came back. Brother, I found a design blueprint, but I can't understand the name of this design. Can you see if you can exchange it for first aid supplies? Soon, a trade request appeared on Tang Baimillion's side. As Tang Baimillion opened the trading post and saw the name of the blueprint his sister had placed there, he exclaimed, Particle Space Ring. When he saw the name of this design blueprint, Tang Baimillion was first surprised, then overjoyed. Now there is hope, Chuchu, I will exchange first aid supplies for you. Find something to press on the wound to prevent bacteria from spreading through the blood to further areas. Tang Baimillion didn't want to know what the design blueprint was. He just wanted to use this design blueprint to exchange for first aid supplies with the Beifong to save his sister. The Beifong looked at the campfire in front of him, his expression somewhat absent-minded. Since entering this survival game, every player could maintain a tense nerve, worrying about resources and the future at all times. Even at night, one had to be careful if there were ferocious beasts lurking around ready to attack at any moment. In this lonely and fearful environment, everyone's hearts were filled with pressure. The reason why the chat plaza was so lively was precisely because it was difficult for players to meet on a tar road, so there was no guarded communication. But if everyone was together, it was hard to say. After all, this game world had no rules. He had had 2 pleasant trades with Tang Baimillion. Their relationship was not that of friends, but they were definitely not strangers. Now Tang Baimillion's sister was bitten by a giant lizard, her life hanging by a thread. And he happened to have a military first aid kit. The Beifong knew that the medicines in his military first aid kit could definitely save Tang Baimillion's sister. But this military first aid kit was also something he had obtained through life and death. And in this environment, medical supplies were too precious. To save or not to save? The Beifong found it difficult to decide. Emotion made him soft-hearted. But reason kept reminding him not to do anything foolish. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The first aid kit is very important to you. In the end, reason triumphed over emotion. The Beifong sighed, tilted his head back and took a sip of Jiang Xiaobai, the fiery liquor flowing down his throat. Looking at the campfire burning continuously beside him, the Beifong helplessly muttered, If you can offer me something that moves me even a little, I will give you this military first aid kit. But this is a survival game, a matter of life and death. I can't just give you the resources I've worked hard to obtain for nothing. In fact, saying this sentence proved that the Beifeng's reason, in the end, was defeated by emotion. At present, the Beifong didn't think Tang Baimillion could offer anything comparable to his military first aid kit. However, as another private message came in, the Beifong subconsciously looked at it. My sister has a design blueprint. I don't know the value of this thing, but this is the best resource my sister and I can offer. Please, Beifong, save my sister. There was a strong sense of pleading in the words. A penny can stump a hero, let alone one's own younger sister. Seeing the design drawing, Beifeng's eyes lit up, and his heart suddenly cleared. Beifong really wanted to help Tang Bailing, but he also had his principles. Design drawing. Is there a worse design drawing than the ordinary paratrooper knife? No? Okay, if it's really a design drawing, I'll give you the military first aid kit. Even Beifong didn't ask what the name of the design drawing was. This once again confirmed Beifeng's heart. Subconsciously, Beifong already considered Tang Beiling as an ordinary friend. It's just that he couldn't directly give away his resources due to the game rules. Of course, if he could get a good design drawing, it wouldn't be a loss for him. And he believed that if his military first aid kit saved Tang Beiling's sister, then maybe he and Tang Beiling could truly become friends in the future, or even allies. Soon, the trade request appeared. Beifong chose to accept it. Tang Beiling didn't hesitate at all and directly put up the particle space ring design drawing. When Beifong saw the name of the design drawing, he trembled and stood up suddenly. Particle space ring. After a brief glance at the ring's function, Beifong was pleasantly surprised. This thing was really needed for him. If one must introduce the function of this thing, Beifong could only say that in the fantasy novel world, this thing was a storage treasure. Beifong didn't hesitate to take out the military first aid kit from the car and placed it on the trade counter, then quickly confirmed the trade. After Beifong confirmed the trade, Tang Beiling also instantly confirmed the trade. As a design drawing fell into his hands, Beifong felt like he had found a treasure and carefully examined it. Particle space ring design drawing, quality, outstanding, belongs to personal equipment. After completion, the wearer can have a storage space of 120 square meters. Introduction. Except for living beings, anything with a volume not exceeding 120 square meters can be stored and retrieved by the wearer with a single thought. The particle space freezes in time, and items are not damaged by time interference. Oh my goodness, is it really a storage treasure? Seeing the introduction below the design drawing, Beifong felt like he was in a dream. For a moment, he even thought he had crossed into a fantasy world. For Beifong, a fantasy enthusiast, this thing was more like a storage treasure than a particle space ring. Can this thing really exist? I'm curious, which direction will this survival game ultimately evolve? Will all players eventually evolve towards the ultimate goal of life? Or, in the continuous game, will they search for things that can cultivate immortality? At this moment, Beifeng's thoughts were myriad. Inadvertently, he was full of expectations for this game. Soon, he threw out the jumbled thoughts in his mind and began to look at the materials needed to create this design. Not looking was fine, but when Beifong looked, he was stunned. The materials needed for this design were very simple. But for Beifong, the name of these materials was truly too futuristic. Particle dust, what is this? Isn't this something from a science fiction novel? Could it be that such materials can also be found in this game? Full of fantasies about the storage treasure. At this moment, if he could create the particle space ring, then the hundreds of pounds of fresh wild boar meat in the car could be perfectly preserved. But reality was very difficult. However, Beifong would not give up easily. Unexpectedly, this particle space ring design drawing could not be amplified. But Beifong also knew that if the materials needed for amplification were already so difficult to obtain without amplification, it would probably require even more and rarer materials if it could be amplified. The aroma of barbecue outside filled the air, but the Beifong sat quietly in the car, lost in thought. Soon, two new bounties appeared in the trading square. One bounty was for wild boar meat, particle dust, with no restrictions on rules. The other was for refined gasoline, particle dust, and materials never seen before, also with no restrictions on rules. With the release of these two heavy bounties, space inside the car was suddenly cleared. Currently, there are over 30 pieces of roasted flatbread, about 4 liters of mineral water, less than 5 liters of salt soda, 10 liters of refined gasoline, and approximately 20 pounds of wild boar meat in the Beifeng's car. After successfully posting the bounty tasks, the game console automatically collected the resources offered by the players and temporarily hung them in the trading square. Therefore, the Beifeng's car was rarely spacious for a while. This was also the reason why the Beifong was eager to create a particle space ring, mainly because it was too convenient. Just imagine, if the Beifong could create a particle space ring, in the face of siege or robbery, lifting out a rocket launcher when the opponent was defenseless. The scene was unimaginable. It would definitely be thrilling. With the heavy bounties posted, the Beifong knew that if a player obtained the material particle dust, facing resources like gasoline, food, and water, they would also be unable to resist. The only fear was that other players had never heard of this material. The Beifong sighed in relief and returned to the bonfire, picking up the almost fully cooked roasted pork ribs, sprinkling some seasoning and cumin chili powder, and started eating heartily. Chewing on a large piece of tender pork rib meat, the Beifong couldn't help but let out a moan. Mmm. It's so delicious. Eating charcoal-grilled wild boar meat and drinking Jiang Xiaobai in large gulps, the Beifong entered a mode of devouring food. Really? In less than 10 minutes, the Beifong had already devoured nearly 5 pounds of barbecue. I can't eat anymore. Burping from fullness, the Beifong couldn't eat anymore. Taking out the salt soda from the car, they gulped it down to relieve the greasiness. Looking at the remaining 4 to 5 pounds of barbecue on the grill, the Beifong was in a dilemma. While the fresh meat had no strong smell, once grilled, the aroma could easily attract other wild animals. The Beifong didn't want to be tracked by wild animals all the time. Just as the Beifong was considering whether to wait until they were full to finish off the barbecue, a private message from Tang Beiling came in again. Opening it, the Beifong smiled with relief. After handing over the military first aid kit to Tang Beiling, it had been over 10 minutes. Calculating the time, the crisis should have passed without incident. Brother Beifong, thank you so much, I'm grateful. Your military first aid kit is really useful. My sister, apart from being a bit weak now, is no longer in danger. No need to thank me, I also got valuable design blueprints. In short, you are my benefactor, Beifong. If you need anything in the future, just ask. As long as it's something I, Tang Beiling, can do, I will definitely not refuse. Seeing this, the Beifong was stunned. Thinking carefully, since knowing this guy, it seemed like they had never been at a loss. The first time, Tang Beiling risked his life to warn the Beifong about the danger of the resource box. The second time, the Beifong crafted the T1 fish scale military knife, and whether directly or indirectly, it was still Tang Beiling who helped him obtain the white bronze after being threatened by Meiyang Xiener. And this time, although the Beifong gave the military first aid kit to Tang Beiling, they also got their hands on the design blueprint for the particle space ring. After several pleasant trades, the Beifeng's impression of Tang Beiling was really good. In this world of survival games, one could face adversity at any time, yet Tang Beiling was still willing to give everything to save his sister. From their previous conversations, the Beifong knew that the design blueprint for the particle ring was given to him by his sister. In other words, after seeing the design blueprint, Tang Beiling did not show any possessiveness and chose without hesitation to exchange it for the military first aid kit. It had to be said. In this world where faith is severely lacking and morality is gradually declining, it is really rare for Feng Beiwang to do so. Glancing at the uneaten barbecue, Beifong finally decided to give it to Feng Beiwang. Beifong never wants to take advantage of others. Although military first aid kits are precious, they pale in comparison to the particle ring design. I may have something you need, don't refuse. I have always been clear about right and wrong. Your design is valuable, and this is what you deserve. The trade request was sent, and after a hesitant moment, the other party chose to accept. Beifong also did not hesitate and directly put the uneaten 4 or 5 pounds of barbecue and 800 milliliters of salt soda on it. Beifong, this is too precious, I can't accept it. Take it, your sister also needs this heat. The other party fell silent for a moment. Great kindness needs no thanks, I will definitely repay this favor. The trade was accepted, and Beifong's uneaten barbecue and 800 milliliters of salt soda disappeared into thin air. In this situation, being able to sincerely refuse. I'm really curious about Feng Beiwang's identity. In the survival game, not to mention barbecue and salt soda, 99% of players have never had a full meal. Upon seeing the barbecue and drinks, Feng Beiwang actually wanted to refuse, which indeed piqued Beifong's curiosity about this person's character. Watching the campfire flames gradually diminish, Beifong knew it was time to return to the car to rest. After enjoying a hearty meal of barbecue, with some oil stains on his hands, and still having a few liters of mineral water, Beifong couldn't resist pouring some to wash his hands and face. Water resources are too precious here, and perhaps only Beifong among countless players can afford to use a little clean water to wash his hands and face. As for taking a bath, Beifong doesn't even dare to think about it. In the hot daytime weather, even with ample gasoline resources, Beifong sweats profusely after being out of the car for more than half an hour. So being able to take a burden-free bath has become Beifong's fantasy. Hee, I never thought that in this world, even washing your face with clean water is considered a luxury. Couldn't help but sigh, thinking about how much clean water he wasted before the game. Perhaps this game is a punishment for humanity by some deity of the blue star. Washing his face only felt comfortable for a moment. Beifong packed up the remaining dozen or so charcoal pieces in the folding barbecue stove and put them in the back box. Beifong also got into the car and comfortably lay on the seat with his eyes closed to rest. Today's harvest for Beifong was quite rich. From the bronze resource box, he obtained a military first aid kit and reactive armor fragments. In the evening, he got 200 milliliters of water resources from the wooden resource box. Beifong exchanged the first aid kit with Feng Beiwang for the particle ring design, and after amplifying the reactive armor through the system, he used it all to replace the vehicle's main structure. Beifeng did not rush to amplify the last 200 milliliters of water resources because after amplification, there would be a quality and quantity improvement. At the moment, Beifeng did not urgently need water resources, so it was most suitable to amplify them when needed. Outside the car was an endless darkness, to the point that Beifeng couldn't even see the moon and the stars. This made Beifeng somewhat uncomfortable. What kind of world is this, and who is really in control of everything? Turning on the car's music for the first time, he chose a relaxing piano piece, FIR Dance. Ding dong! The crisp piano keys slowly emanated from the speakers. Beifeng slowly closed his eyes, enjoying this moment of tranquility. Feeling drowsy, he checked the car lock once more before slowly falling asleep. At the same time, on a tar road about 3,000 miles away from Beifeng. Bro, you're amazing, you actually got charcoal grilled meat. Tang Chuchu, without caring about her image as the former goddess of the magic city, held a salt soda in her left hand and a charcoal grilled pork chop in her right hand, eating openly. Her slender and fair legs were wrapped in white sticky bandages. Obviously, after receiving the military first aid kit from the Beifeng, her crisis was considered over. Eat more, rest early after eating your fill. You've been injected with adrenaline, so you'll definitely feel weak after the effects wear off. I know. By the way, brother, did we exchange this roasted meat with the Beifeng? Don't ask so many questions, just eat quickly. Remember, don't scavenge for supplies at night in the future. Even though you've studied for a few years, it's easy to lose your life under the ambush of beasts. Tang Chuchu's cold and stunning face showed some dissatisfaction, but she couldn't do anything against her older brother. If it weren't for the lack of handy weapons, how could that clumsy and disgusting giant lizard have hurt me? Feeling her sister's refusal to give up, Tang Bai Million replied with a wry smile. By the way, Chu, how about I introduce a boyfriend to you? This one is absolutely reliable. No! I can fight, earn money, have children, and do housework. Why do I need a boyfriend? Just to practice boxing when I'm free? I'm still worried that others won't agree, and you actually refuse. You should know that the boyfriend I've found for you is quite a remarkable person. Tisk, I'm the famous Chu baby, the flower of the Magic City Police Academy. Do I still need you, older brother, to introduce a boyfriend to me? By the way, Chu, I must warn you, never reveal that you are Chu baby or that you got into the police academy. If you encounter other participants who are criminals or murderers in the game, you'll be in trouble. Okay, I got it. I feel a bit dizzy. Does the adrenaline only last this long, older brother? Quickly check the car lock, then rest. Hopefully, you won't encounter any danger tonight. I am so sleepy. Let's talk more tomorrow. Take care of yourself. The author has something to say. Brothers, if you like it, don't forget to bookmark it. Time passes silently. As the dazzling sunlight shines through the windshield onto the Beifeng's face, the discomfort makes the Beifeng slowly wake up from the dream. Shivering. Because he was afraid the wild boar meat would spoil, he didn't turn off the air conditioning in the car at night. The Beifeng was dressed lightly, wearing a t-shirt on top, cropped pants on the bottom, and a pair of mesh sneakers, feeling a bit chilly. After checking the surroundings for any danger, the Beifeng opened the car door to stretch. Taking a deep breath and stretching his body, the Beifeng washed his face with a little water. After preparing some food and drinking water, he was about to get back in the car to continue the journey when he noticed a change in his Wuling minivan. He saw that the originally thin car body structure had been replaced with camouflage-colored reactive armor. Well, it's really high-tech to seamlessly integrate the reactive armor of the main battle tank onto the Wuling vehicle. Touching the textured reactive armor, the Beifeng sighed. Soon, the Wuling Hongguang set off again. Searching for supplies while driving did not prevent him from checking the information on the chat square. Chat square. Damn scared me, just opened my eyes early in the morning and found a python as thick as an arm wrapped around my car's tire. And then? +1 hee, it must have been crushed to death. Making fire from wood isn't difficult, now we can have 2 good meals. Boss, can you share some of your python meat with me? I'll trade you with a small whip. Boss, can you give me the organs? I'll trade you with a condom? Boss. The Beifeng looked at these messages, pondering. It seems that not only did I encounter a beast, but other players have also encountered them. Suddenly, a message on the chat square caught the Beifeng's attention. Damn it, I set out to search for resources at 5 o'clock today. Finally found a wooden resource box, but when I smashed it open, a big bird flew out, didn't catch the bird, and got scratched on the face. Ah, buddy, you're really unlucky. The cooked bird flew away. Although the bird flew away, I found a bird's nest next to the resource box with 2 eggs inside. Damn, so you can drink bird eggs now? Bullshit. At first, I thought the same, couldn't eat the meat but at least could drink an egg, but then, what happened? Tell us. +1 +1. Hey, you guys don't know, I just cracked open a bird egg, didn't even get the egg white and yolk in my mouth, damn it, I got an undeveloped chick, ugh. It made me sick, ugh. Stop, you're making me sick. Can you imagine that scene, buddy? My heart aches for you. Brothers, anyone interested in these bird eggs, water, food, anything will do, I don't like eating live birds. Damn, are you serious? How big are bird eggs that you want to exchange them for water and food? Exactly, a bird egg is not even big enough to fill a tooth gap. Just then, a message appeared on the public screen. I'm willing to exchange a pound of pork for your bird egg. I'm tired of eating pork, need to supplement with some protein from eggs. Silence, quiet. It's Big Brother Beifong, welcome Big Brother Beifong. Wah, seeing Big Brother Beifeng's words, I shed tears of envy, tired of eating pork? Can you believe it? Big Brother Beifong, if you have any leftover big bones to gnaw on, please give me one, I want to gnaw on it a bit. So, a pound of pork for your bird egg, deal? Deal, let's trade now. Amidst the envy of countless players, Beifong and the player holding the bird egg left the chat square. Trade request. Beifong chose to accept. Soon, a slightly larger blue egg appeared on the opposite trading column than a quail egg. Without hesitation, Beifong directly put 500 g of wild boar meat on it. Trade completed. An egg fell into Beifeng's hand. As soon as he held the egg, Beifong was shocked to find that this thing could be amplified. According to previous experience, most items that could be amplified were only those that appeared in the resource box, and there were hardly any hints of amplification for items outside the resource box system. Originally, Beifong really wanted to exchange the bird egg for wild boar meat to eat, never thought this thing could be amplified. You see, roasted bird eggs are very delicious and nutritious. Who would have thought it could be amplified? Curious, Beifong wondered what kind of species this ordinary bird egg would become after being amplified by the system. Detected that ordinary bird eggs can be amplified. Do you want to amplify? After hesitating for a moment, Beifong thought, amplify. Suddenly, a white light appeared, and Beifong could hardly open his eyes. He felt a weight in his hand, and with the system's prompt, Beifong was dumbfounded. Congratulations, host, amplification successful, ordinary bird eggs have been amplified to feathered legfish hot egg. What? Feathered legfish hot? Beifong gasped in disbelief. Through the system's amplification, the ordinary bird egg had directly turned into a feathered legfish hot egg. The feathered legfish hot is the largest owl in the world, with an adult size ranging from 67 to 77 centimeters. Note, this refers to body size, not wingspan. This is equivalent to the height of a 7 or 8-year-old child. An endangered raptor, and I actually got one of its eggs? Beifong laughed and cried, if I had roasted and eaten it before the game, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. Just as Beifong was laughing and crying, a string of text appeared on the feathered legfish hot egg. Beifong looked at it, his hand trembling, the egg almost falling to the ground. Blood can hatch it? What does that mean? A pet? No way? Can this raptor be tamed? Beifong was puzzled, but the next moment he was pleasantly surprised. Owls are known as night owls in some places, they feed on rodents, fish, rabbits, and other small mammals. Despite their cute appearance, they are classified as raptors. Moreover, this thing flaps its wings silently during flight, prefers to hunt at night, and is a real nocturnal killer. If it can really be tamed and become a pet, then I can have it stand guard at night, and I can sleep peacefully. Without hesitation, Beifong drew the fish scale dagger from his waist, lightly pricking his index finger with the sharp tip, causing fresh red blood to flow out. Drip drip drip, 3 drops of fresh red blood dripped onto the hairy legfish egg on his fingertip. Beifong was surprised to find that his blood seemed to be absorbed by this egg. He put his bleeding finger in his mouth to stop the bleeding. At this moment, a prompt from the game console sounded in his ear. Congratulations player Beifong, you have obtained an outstanding flying pet. Do you choose to make a server-wide announcement? Beifong smiled and said, no announcement. He found that whenever he obtained something good, the game console would prompt whether to make the information public. Although it was annoying, Beifong could also understand that the new thing he obtained was good and worth the game console's prompt. Congratulations to player with ID 123271, Beifong, for obtaining an outstanding pet egg, Hairy Legfish Hong. Hairy Legfish Hong has entered the incubation period, with an estimated hatching time of 10 hours. During the incubation period, try to keep the pet egg in a warm place. Upon hearing the prompt, Beifong took off his t-shirt, carefully wrapped the pet egg, and placed it on the front passenger seat. Looking back at the more than 20 kilograms of fresh pork, Beifong smiled. Now this is comfortable. In the long night, only birds for company. The author has something to say. Brothers, don't forget to leave a review, bookmark, and urge for more updates. After placing the pet egg in the incubation period, Beifong continued driving forward. He had been driving for over 200 kilometers since morning. During the journey, Beifong only encountered 3 wooden resource boxes, 2 of which were empty. The last one was decent, as he found a pack of sandwich cookies inside. After the system enhancement, Beifong received 10 packs of Oreos. Without fresh milk, Beifong twisted, licked, and soaked the Oreos before eating them. Eating them dry was a bit choking, but compared to dry flatbread, Oreos were much better. At this moment, a private message came in, sent by Ting by Million. Beifong, what are you up to? Are you busy right now? Just taking a break, is there something? He. Actually, nothing much, just wanted to ask. Tang by Million seemed hesitant, as he had introduced his own sister to Beifong, which made him feel a bit awkward. What's up? Facing a problem? Out of gas in your car? Since the incident yesterday, Beifong's opinion of Tang by Million had changed. It's not that I'm out of gas. By the way, brother, did you have a girlfriend before playing games? Beifong. Haven't had the chance to find one yet. Why? Oh, single. Being single is good, I am too. Beifong scratched his head, completely unaware of what Tang by Million was trying to say. Seeing Beifong's silence, Tang by Million quickly organized his words and sent them over. About this matter. As you know from yesterday, my sister's life was in danger due to the giant lizard attack. At that time, I told my sister that we don't have anything valuable, so if someone helps you out of kindness, you can consider them as your girlfriend. My sister agreed at the time, so he. Seeing these flawed words, Beifong was at a loss for words and replied, I think it's completely unnecessary. Yesterday, I also received your design drawings, so you can handle this matter without any burden. Beifong's message was already quite tactful. If it were someone else, Beifong would probably have directly retorted, are you crazy? Eating and surviving, who has the mind for mating? Seeing Beifong wanting to refuse, Tang by Million quickly listed the advantages of his sister and sent them over. Hey, I know this is quite sudden, don't worry, bro, let me introduce you to my sister first. My sister. TSK, that's the dream of 8 million young people. Do you know Choo Choo Bebe? Yes, that's my sister. Beifong was drinking salt soda, and when he saw this familiar username, he sprayed it out directly. Who? Choo Choo Bebe? Is it the popular funny video, Unicorn and Famous Anchor Choo Choo Bebe, with Choo Choo Bebe in it? Yes, that's her. No, not her, that's just an entertainment short video. At first the unicorn and Yangtze were just for fun. The girl in the ID photo and the one who appeared at the end is my sister. What is the ID photo? That is something called a demon mirror by the vast number of netizens, good looking in the ID photo. Without exception, in reality, it is definitely a beauty. Beifong had watched the funny video of the unicorn kidnapping the famous anchor Choo Choo Bebe more than once, and when he saw the real photo of Choo Choo Bebe and the moment she appeared, he was indeed amazed. To be honest, if he could get such a stunning girl, Beifong wouldn't mind. But, reality is, at this moment, everyone is participating in the survival game. Surviving is difficult, who still thinks about love? Thinking about it, exchanging resources for a good time is actually more cost-effective. The information willing to exchange body for resources with Beifong every day is not just 80, but over 100. Oh, so the girl who appeared at the end of the video is your sister. Hey, how about that? Not to brag, but for my sister, I can guarantee with my chest out, in terms of personality, appearance, figure, looks, and background, you won't find a second one in the magic capital of China. In fact, Tang by Million had an important piece of information that he didn't mention. Of course, he didn't dare to tell Beifong. That is, his sister Tung Choo Choo is actually a fresh graduate of the Magic Capital Police Academy. Her arrest and combat skills have won her the title of 3,000 lives by her classmates. Beifong had just turned 20. Before participating in the game, his parents had been urging him to go on blind dates and get married, but he just hadn't met the right one. In terms of Choo Choo Bebe's conditions, not only did she meet his aesthetic standards, but perhaps his parents would also like her. After a little contemplation, Beifong gave up on this idea. Whether he could return to the original world alive after participating in this game is uncertain. Love has no meaning for the current Beifong. Let's talk about this later. Alright, then I'll take that as your agreement. I'll have her add you as a friend later. You have to give me face as your brother-in-law. Beifong. What the heck is a brother-in-law? The two ended the chat, and Beifong began to focus on driving to search for resources. Just for fun, Beifong didn't take this matter to heart at all. Love. In a stable world, it's just an illusion, let alone here. Time flew by, and it was already evening. In the morning, Beifong only found 3 wooden resource boxes, 2 of which were empty, and the last one contained a pack of Oreos. In the afternoon, Beifeng's luck seemed to have improved. Not only did he find a loaf of bread and a little water source, but what made him happy was that the last resource box contained a pack of fever-reducing medicine. Medicine is something you should have just in case, so Beifeng naturally didn't mind having more. Congratulations, host, successful amplification, wheat bread amplification, shredded pork toast bread *20. Congratulations, host, successful amplification, 100 milliliters ordinary water source amplification to 10 liters of purified water. Congratulations, host, successful amplification, ordinary fever-reducing medicine amplification to military-grade rapid fever-reducing medicine *50 pills. Looking at today's harvest, Beifeng smiled and neatly put away the military-grade rapid fever-reducing medicine. The shredded pork toast bread and 10 liters of purified water were placed behind. After doing all this, Beifeng was actually looking forward to something. Because his pet, furry-legged fish Haio was about to hatch. The Beifeng slowed down the car, carefully unwrapped the pet egg wrapped in a t-shirt on the passenger seat, and brought it over. Oh, there's movement indeed. Full of fantasies, driving aimlessly during the day except for eating and resting. It was indeed boring and monotonous, and having a pet around might make it better. In terms of the supplies in his car, it wouldn't be a problem to raise one more owl, or even two more. Click, oh, it's about to hatch. Fine cracks gradually spread across the entire egg. The Beifeng had never seen such a bird hatching from an egg before, and couldn't help but be curious. Snap, a small piece of eggshell cracked and fell off. Before long, the Beifeng heard faint chirping sounds. With a wobble, an incredibly cute little head poked out of the eggshell, those big round eyes immediately fixed on the Beifeng. Chirp, chirp. The eggshell continued to crack and fall apart, and soon a chick the size of a quail fell into the Beifeng's palm. Covered in soft black and gray fur, with a triangular head wider than that of ordinary birds, it stared at the Beifeng with its big round eyes, tilting its head to carefully observe. After confirming multiple times, it recognized the Beifeng as its mother. The little one started to chirp pitifully, while continuously nudging the Beifeng's hand with its head, opening its small mouth as if saying, "Mom, I'm hungry." This series of actions left the Beifeng at a loss. What does this mean? They say that birds hatched from eggs will consider the first living being they see as their mother. Is this for real? The author has something to say. A new book is coming. Ratings are quite important. Brothers, give me some support. I'll be able to update regularly once I'm discharged. I have to say, at the moment the little one hatched, the Beifeng fell in love with this little thing. It's just too cute and adorable. Moreover, the little one hatched from its own blood, giving a sense of blood connection. The Beifeng brought the little one closer, carefully examining it, feeling a bit unsure as he had experience raising dogs and cats, but not endangered raptors like this chick. It must be hungry. Thinking of something, the Beifeng rewrapped the little one in the t-shirt, then took out a fish scale knife from the car and directly cut half a pound of wild boar meat into small pieces the size of a thumbnail. Little one, you can only enjoy such treatment by following me. If you follow someone else, you'll have to fend for yourself. Returning to the driver's seat, the Beifeng picked up the little one. As expected, feeling the presence of its mother, the little one opened its mouth again, asking for food. The Beifeng found it adorable and promptly pinched a piece of the cut meat and placed it in the little one's mouth. Initially worried that the meat pieces were too big for the little one to swallow in one go, the Beifeng's concerns were unfounded. The little one swallowed each piece in one go, without any hesitation. Wow, can your little belly really eat this much? This is half a pound of wild boar meat. The pieces of meat cut in his hand were all eaten up by the little one, and the Beifeng, not daring to be careless, stopped feeding. His experience raising dogs as a child told him that this little one might be similar to a puppy, not knowing when to stop eating, which could lead to overeating. Indeed, noticing that the mother had stopped feeding, the little one seemed unsatisfied and let out a couple of low chirps. Then, the little head slowly lowered to find a comfortable position, stretching its tender wings with soft feathers, and fell asleep. Seeing this, the Beifeng couldn't help but smile, then made a nest with the t-shirt for the little one to rest. Like human newborns, the chick's early life was very regular: sleep, eat, sleep, eat. The arrival of the little one unknowingly brought more smiles to the Beifeng's face. As the sun set in the west, dusk fell quickly. Soon, the dark red sun gradually disappeared below the horizon. The Beifeng carefully surveyed the surroundings and knew that it was not suitable for overnight stay because he heard the whistling whine through the gap in the car door. It seems that tonight is destined to be restless. The Beifeng was also surprised because although the nights of the previous 2 days were a bit noisy, they were still safe. However, today's weather was clearly not right, with signs of wind picking up. The Beifeng speculated that the climate in this world was not constant and could be accompanied by strong winds, heavy rain, or even hail. It would be nice if it rained, then I could take a bath too. Wooling raced on the asphalt road, while the Bayphone continued to search for a suitable shelter from the wind to camp overnight. The asphalt road, tens of meters wide, divided the small grove in half. A sedan's red flag trunk was severely deformed, with black smoke continuously coming out of the engine at the front. Similarly, the front of an SUV behind the red flag car was also severely deformed. It was clear that an accident had occurred. Wow, big brother, look at this girl. I swear I've never seen such a top-notch girl in my life. Hee. The three of us have been in prison for 10 years, and I've long forgotten what a girl tastes like. This time, we'll definitely have some fun. Two bald, fierce-looking men in prison uniforms were drooling as they stared at the unconscious girl in front of them. I never thought the three of US brothers would have a chance to see the light of day again. This game saved us, brothers. Second brother, hurry up and urged the third brother. He's so slow in searching for things, I can't wait any longer. The scar-faced eldest brother urged impatiently. The small-eyed second brother also became anxious and turned back to glance and smile. Big brother, the third brother is back. At this moment, another skinny bald man carrying a backpack and holding something in his hand returned with a somewhat unpleasant expression. The skinny bald man walked up to the eldest and second brothers and directly threw the two pieces of clothing in his hand on the ground, saying coldly, "Big brother, second brother, take a look at what this is." The two men looked down and their faces changed when they saw the Wheatear 5-star pattern on the white standard shirt. Shanghai Police Academy? Damn! I've always hated the police the most in my life. Let's kill her! The three brothers were once notorious drug lords in the Golden Triangle 10 years ago. After being captured by the Chinese Narcotics Special Police, they were sentenced to life imprisonment according to their crimes. In theory, the three brothers would never see the light of day again. However, with the arrival of this global road survival game, where all lives were equal, the three of them regained their freedom directly or indirectly. For some special reasons, the three of them quickly met after entering the game and began to rob some passing players, many of whom were killed by them, especially the women. Second brother, take her into the small grove first. Third brother and I will clean up the scene and follow. Hearing this, the small-eyed bald man showed a sly smile. He felt that it would be a waste not to take advantage of the opportunity to touch this top-notch girl. Got it! The second brother's heart was pounding as he excitedly approached the weak and helpless girl, reaching out to lift her up and take her into the grove. The bald second brother was completely defenseless against an injured girl, and all he could think about now was how to ruthlessly abuse the girl in front of him. However, just as his hand was about to touch the girl on the ground, the girl's previously unfocused eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing a fierce light in her pitch-black eyes. With a swift motion, she lifted a shiny golden hammer and viciously swung it. With a whoosh, the hammer struck the bald second brother's head firmly. Bang! The sound of the skull shattering sent chills down everyone's spine. The small-eyed bald second brother let out a scream, then collapsed to the ground, spitting blood, unable to withstand even 3 breaths before he breathed his last. This scene happened too suddenly. Who could have imagined that a seemingly harmless girl would have such sharp skills and actions? The other 2 bald men were completely caught off guard. When they reacted, they found that the second brother was already dead. Second brother. Damn it! Kill her! The skinny bald guy's eyes were full of coldness. At this moment she felt the girl in front of her was a threat. No! Killing her like this is too easy for her. The scar-faced bald leader's eyes were like a wild beast, staring at the girl. Third brother, cut her tendons and I will torture her to death. Hearing this, the skinny bald third brother took out a dagger from his pocket, expressionless, and walked step by step towards the fallen girl. At this moment, Tung Chu-Chu lying on the ground looked desperate. The blow just now was her last resort. Now she was full of regret, wishing she had listened to her older brother's advice to rest for a few days and fully recover before setting out to search for supplies. If she hadn't driven so far, maybe she wouldn't have encountered these 3 desperados, and she wouldn't have been. As a rookie at the Magic City police station, she knew very well what her fate would be if she fell into the hands of these people. It would be better to die than live. Although she was carefree, adventurous, and unafraid of danger, if she was humiliated and killed by 2 heinous prisoners, she was still filled with fear. After all, she was only 19 years old. Don't come near me. What do you want to do? The blow just now had drained all her strength, and now even if she wanted to pick up the hammer to commit suicide, she couldn't do it. What do we want to do? You should know better. The short bald guy with the dagger approached step by step, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Just then, the sound of a speeding car was heard. Hearing this, the 2 bald guys' faces changed slightly. Big brother? The scar-faced bald guy's face turned grim. Depending on the situation, if he doesn't know what's good for him, we can only kill him together. Anyway, no one will care if we kill someone here. Having made up their minds, the 2 began to divide the work. The fierce scar-faced leader pretended to be injured and lay on the ground, while the seemingly non-threatening skinny third brother slowly walked to the middle of the asphalt road, watching the approaching car slow down. Because the two men were focused on the car behind them, they inadvertently gave Tang Chuchu some time to catch her breath. Tang Chuchu understood that she had to seize this opportunity. With great difficulty, she turned her head and saw a Wuling Hongguangban stopped by the small bald guy. Tang Chuchu weakly shouted, "Go, they are murderers!" But she was already injured and weak, so this shout was almost like talking to herself. Even so, her mouth was still gagged with the uniform she had on. It was the scar-faced bald guy who did it. Night fell slowly, and the Beifong drove the car looking for a sheltered place from the wind. From a distance, he spotted this small grove of trees, where he could sleep peacefully at night with the trees providing shelter from the wind. But as he advanced into the grove, he noticed something was wrong, because two cars appeared suddenly ahead. Someone? The Beifeng's face changed slightly. He had expected to encounter other players, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Is this an accident? Or a scene left behind by a chase? There was only one way ahead, and the Beifong had no place to retreat, as these people would always be in front of him. In other words, he had to face them no matter what. He hid the fish-scale military knife by his side. The car slowed down. A bald guy? When a skinny bald guy appeared in the middle of the asphalt road, the Beifong was secretly puzzled, but he had a T1 military knife in hand. Relying on his years of practicing martial arts, the Beifong was quite confident. It was still early in the game, and the Beifong was confident that other players couldn't possibly have firearms. Even if they did, it would be a blueprint. If it came down to bare hands, he wasn't afraid except for wild animals. As he slowly passed between the two rear-end cars, the Beifong inadvertently glanced at the open door of the red flag car, and his pupils suddenly contracted. "Brother, please help us. Our car rear-ended and broke down, leaking all the gasoline." In order to lower his guard against Beifong, Xiaoguang didn't approach Beifeng's Wuling closely, but shouted from a distance. If he hadn't noticed something in the Hongqi car, Beifong might have been deceived by the friendly Xiaoguang. However, that something in the Hongqi car left a deep impression on Beifong. After careful consideration, Beifong finally decided to get off the car. Not because he liked taking risks, but given his current situation, using a trick might be the best choice. Although the Wuling Hongguang is fuel efficient and has a small displacement, its speed is really slow compared to other excellent cars. Even if he drove away, these people could catch up with him quickly. Instead of running for his life, it's better to face it directly at this moment. If it's really unfavorable for him, he can strike first. Oh, gasoline? Beifong frowned impatiently. "I also lack energy and have no extra." Hearing this, Xiaoguang smiled. "We won't let you go empty-handed. We'll exchange something with you. What do you want to exchange with me?" Soon, Xiaoguang took off his backpack and pulled out a bottle of 500 milliliters of purified water from it. "How about exchanging 100 milliliters of gasoline for 500 milliliters of purified water? Is that sincere enough?" At this point, Beifong was already sure that this person had ill intentions. In the trading square, 500 milliliters of purified water could definitely be exchanged for an equal weight of gasoline, but this person didn't hesitate to take out 500 milliliters of purified water in front of him. Beifong smiled and agreed. "That's sincere, I like it. But I need to check the quality of your water." Taking a deep breath, Beifong casually placed the fish-scale military knife behind his waist and got off the car. As soon as he got off, Beifong saw two people lying not far away. One had a fierce bald head, and the other was covered with a white shirt, probably a woman judging by the figure. Seeing that the person with the covered head was still alive, Beifong secretly breathed a sigh of relief and jokingly said to the small bald head, "Wow, your car accident is serious enough, one dead and one injured?" "Ah, don't mention it. The SUV I chose had faulty brakes from the start." Xiaoguang saw Beifong getting off the car with his bare arms and no weapons on him, which made his smile even brighter. "If you choose a Wuling from the start, there will be some supplies in the car. Kid, don't blame us, you're just unlucky to meet us." Xiaoguang thought to himself with a smile. The dagger hidden in his sleeve was ready to strike at any moment. Seeing the strange movements of the person in front of him, Beifong remained calm and naturally reached behind his back with his right hand as if scratching an itch. "Oh, it's really purified water. Okay, I'll exchange it. I'll get you the gasoline right away." Beifong slowly turned sideways, and at that moment, the fish-scale military knife behind his waist was already drawn out during the turn. Suddenly, a strong wind rose from the left. "No need, the supplies will be ours when you're dead." Swish in the dim light, a white light suddenly pierced towards Beifong, the dagger in Xiaoguang's hand. Beifong had been on guard since he got off the car. How could he be attacked successfully? A T1 grade fish-scale military knife,
in terms of design, material, sharpness, and characteristics, was not something an ordinary dagger could compare to. Facing someone trying to kill him, Beifong couldn't afford to be lenient because he wanted to survive and return to his parents in the game. In a move like a white crane spreading its wings, an invisible black light appeared.
Clang ding! A crisp clash sounded in an instant. Then there was a brief silence in the field. Sizzle! The knife broke, blood sprayed. Xiaoguang vaguely saw a black light passing by, then felt a chill on his neck. His whole body went weak, as if all his strength had been drained in an instant. Why? Unable to imagine, what kind of weapon could cleanly cut his dagger in half? Because your skills are not good enough. Beichen slowly sheathed his knife and murmured softly. He didn't want to kill, but he needed to survive because his parents were waiting for him at home. At this moment, the scar-faced bald leader lying not far away also climbed up and grumbled discontentedly. Second brother, your skills have deteriorated recently. Why are you so slow in killing a kid? Hearing this, Tung Chuchu, unable to move, turned pale, and his only hope was shattered. As dusk fell, within a visual range of no more than 20 meters, the scar-faced bald man stood up and saw a figure lying on the ground not far away. Instinctively, he thought it was the third brother who killed the person. But as Beichen, holding a fish-scale military knife, took a step forward, the scar-faced bald man was startled and quickly stepped back. Having lived together for over 30 years, the three brothers were extremely familiar with each other's walking postures. The scar-faced bald man immediately realized that the person in front of him was not the second brother as soon as the figure took a step. Who are you? Second brother. Second brother. No one responded, indicating that the second brother was also dead. Escape! The scar-faced bald man immediately thought of escaping. The third brother was the most skilled among them, and when he was killed just now, he didn't even let out a scream. What did that mean? It meant that the newcomer was a master. Making a decision, the scar-faced bald man began to retreat, trying to create distance from the newcomer. Go! With a low shout, the scar-faced bald man also ran towards the woods behind him without looking back. At that moment, a sharp whistling sound was heard. Beichen maintained his posture of swinging his knife. A black light almost instantly caught up with the scar-faced bald man who turned to escape. Swish! Ugh! The scar-faced bald man, who was desperately trying to escape, felt a coolness at the back of his head upon hearing the sharp whistle. His consciousness gradually blurred. A 9-inch-long fish-scale military knife almost pierced into the back of the scar-faced bald man's head. The three of them, notorious drug traffickers before the game, ultimately died in the game. Knowing that these people were brothers, Beichen had no intention of showing mercy. If the roots are not removed, the weeds will grow again. Based on their habits, Beichen could also guess that these people were probably fugitives or convicts, otherwise they wouldn't be so quick to kill. Although the night obscured his view, Beichen couldn't help but feel nauseous from the fear of killing and the smell of blood. Tang Chuchu felt someone passing by her, and her body instinctively tensed up. Fortunately, the ruthless person who passed by later did not harm her. After a brief rest to regain some strength, she tore off the sealed clothes, turned her head with a curious look. Tang Chuchu weakly said, "Hey, our teammate is down. Is it really appropriate for you to loot the bag?" Author's note: the author sincerely emphasizes the importance of early data for a new book. After reading the latest chapters, please help urge updates and leave a review. Good data will also inspire the author. Let's get started without further ado, let's go. Beichen remained vigilant around him. Step by step, he walked to the fallen scar-faced bald man, bent down to pull out the fish-scale military knife. Before he could even celebrate surviving the crisis, the out-of-place words behind him caught him off guard. Without a response, Beichen began to search the body of the deceased scar-faced bald man to see if he could find anything useful. To Beichen's disappointment, the man had nothing on him except for half a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Naturally, Beichen put the half pack of cigarettes and the lighter in his pocket, then turned and walked straight towards the skinny bald man. Beichen was certain that the belongings of these people should be in the skinny bald man's backpack. On his way back, Beichen passed by Tang Chuchu again, not sparing her a glance, and walked by as if he didn't see her. "Hey, miss, I'm injured. Can't you help me a little?" In the darkness, Tang Chuchu couldn't see Beichen's face clearly, but his calm and cold demeanor subconsciously labeled him as a ruthless man in her mind. Upon hearing the uncle's twitching corner of his eye due to the Bei phone, but now it is important to collect supplies. Women only affect his speed in drawing the knife. As the thin bald man opened his backpack, the Bei Feng's face also showed a hint of joy.
I want 5 Wang Zhong Wang ham sausages, amplifiable, 500 milliliters of Farmer's 3 punches a bit sweet, 300 milliliters of regular gasoline, amplifiable, 2 packs of Huazi, amplifiable, 1 hemp rope, amplifiable, pure water not amplifiable. Although the Beifong was puzzled and did not think much, maybe these people are exchanging rewards in the trading square.
The backpack was empty, and the Beifong intended to put these resources back in and carry them on his back. However, inadvertently, a small handful of something like silver dust caught the Beifeng's eye.
What is this? The Beifong carefully pinched the small handful of silver dust at the bottom of the backpack and examined it carefully.
Suddenly, detected rare material, particle dust, amplifiable. Do you want to amplify?
Upon hearing the name of this material, the Beifong was instantly excited and could hardly contain himself. Without worrying about the surroundings, he directly said, "Amplify. Congratulations, host, amplification successful. Particle dust amplified to 30 portions of pure particle dust." With 30 portions of pure particle dust appearing in the backpack, the Beifong heard the prompt from the game console.
Materials meet the crafting requirements. Do you want to craft an outstanding personal equipment, particle space ring?
Hearing this, the Beifong looked around and was not worried about being discovered.
Craft. Congratulations to player Beifong with ID 123271 for crafting an outstanding personal equipment, particle space ring. Do you want to announce it to the whole region? No announcement.
As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that most of the pure particle dust in the backpack had disappeared. At the same time, a highly mechanical and futuristic ring appeared in the backpack.
Oh my god, it's really a blessing in disguise.
I never expected to craft an outstanding particle ring under these unexpected circumstances.
Advantage, a great advantage. The Beifong joyfully picked up the ring and put it on his finger.
Up to now, the Beifong still couldn't believe the function of the particle space ring.
With just a thought, the wearer could retrieve or store resources not exceeding 120 cubic meters in volume? It's too fantastical.
However, since appearing in this unknown world by chance, the Beifeng's mindset has changed, accepting many unexplainable advanced technologies here. Looking at the ham, water, gasoline, and other supplies on the ground, the Beifong stared. Then he waved his hand at these things and thought, "Collect."
There was no dazzling light as expected, nor any movement.
The several items on the ground had disappeared.
This is amazing, isn't it? Retrieve.
Thinking of retrieving Huazi, he immediately saw a pack of unopened Huazi in his hand.
Wow, this is. Ha ha ha.
This laughter was almost shouted out by the Beifong, who didn't think there was anything wrong. But in the ears of Tung Chu Chu, who was lying on the ground in the distance, it was different. It scared her and made her shiver.
Crazy? Mentally ill?
Tung Chu Chu was almost in tears.
What's going on? Why can't I meet a normal person?
Sending a distress message to her brother now would be useless and would only worry him. At this moment, the Beifong was still immersed in the joy of collecting and retrieving. As if thinking of something, he stood up and ran back to his car with the backpack in hand.
Collect, collect, collect for me. In less than a few seconds, a large amount of supplies in the Beifeng's car were all collected into the particle space ring. The particle space-time was frozen, so the Beifong no longer had to worry about fresh ingredients spoiling. Then the Beifong opened the trading square, cancelled the wild boar meat reward, and suddenly over 300 pounds of wild boar meat appeared in the car. Hee, from now on, the little one and I can eat fresh meat every day. As for the other bounties, Beifong did not cancel them. He continued to collect metal and rare resources. Because he solved the problem of material storage, he could collect materials on a large scale. Design drawings, thermal weapon design drawings.
After being forced to kill 2 labor reform prisoners, Beifong knew the importance of thermal weapons. If he had thermal weapons in this battle, he wouldn't have to engage in close combat, as close combat was still somewhat dangerous. Reward for gasoline design drawings, all are welcome.
Everything is negotiable.
Besides the gasoline resources that cannot be amplified, Beifong also has over 30 liters of refined gasoline, so he can use gasoline as a reward for weapon design drawings. Congratulations to the host for successful amplification, 5 King Kongs, 50 refined meat hams. Congratulations to the host for successful amplification, 300 milliliters of regular gasoline, amplified to 30 liters of refined gasoline.
Congratulations to the host for successful amplification, 2 packs of Huazi, amplified to 2 Huazi ropes.
Congratulations to the host for successful amplification, hemp rope. This time's harvest, except for the inability to amplify 500 milliliters of purified water, all other amplifications were stored in the particle ring.
A wave of fat, refined meat ham, can't be compared to ham sausages made of starch, TSK. Huazi? Well, let's start with one to relax. Click, a flame appeared and ignited a huazi.
Rolling down the window, Beifong lazily leaned back in the seat, with his hand holding the huazi resting on the window.
It's been 3 days without smoking.
After taking a puff, Beifong felt a bit lightheaded.
Gotta admit, this feeling is really comfortable.
Turning his head to look at the little guy sleeping soundly with his wings spread out on the co-pilot seat, Beifong smiled. Well, it's time to find a place to roast something good to eat.
Honk honk. Vroom vroom.
As the sound of a car engine starting in the distance approached, Tung Chu-Chu, who was lying on the ground waiting for her teammates to help her up, was shocked.
What's going on? Are they just going to watch me die? Or did they forget about me completely? Hey, uncle, brother, sir, don't leave, there's still someone here.
However, her weak voice was drowned out by the sound of the car engine.
Honk honk. Without any hesitation, without any doubt, the Wuling Hongguan disappeared in a flash.
Hearing the rustling sound coming from the bushes behind her and the night sky being taken over by darkness in front of her, Tung Chu-Chu shed tears of grievance.
Brother, save me. Future husband, save me. Wah! I can't believe that I, Tung Chu-Chu, the goddess of the 8 million magic city youths, would end up like this? Am I not gentle enough? Or is it because of my nickname, Death to You 3000, too ruthless? I, Tung Chu-Chu, swear that whoever saves me this time, I will be his woman. Even if it's for free, I'll do it. Save me.
At this moment, Beifong was immersed in the joy of obtaining the particle space ring. As for the 2 murderers he had dealt with personally before, he had long forgotten about them. Being a Buddha-like figure, Beifong was almost at the master level, as he would only give himself more trouble by keeping unpleasant things in mind.
That's not right.
After driving for over 10 miles, Beifong seemed to remember something and quickly slowed down, then turned around.
Oh my, how could I forget Tang Bei Million's sister? That's right. Beifong was sure that the girl lying on the ground was Tung Bei Million's sister, Tung Chu-Chu. It was because he saw the military first aid kit handbag in the red flag sedan at the beginning. The author has something to say. The female lead is definitely not a tool. Feel free to pursue her, and leave some book reviews to urge more updates, brothers and sisters. The day before, Tung Chu-Chu was injured by a giant lizard. Although dangerous, she managed to get through the crisis with Beifeng's military first aid kit. People become particularly energetic after injecting adrenaline,
although they may feel dizzy after the effects wear off. If Tang Chu-Chu listens to Tang Bei Million and rests for a few days, the wound may heal without any problems. However, with her innate adventurous spirit, she set out to search for supplies the next day.
You can imagine.
Originally, she and Beifong were over 3,000 miles apart, but they unexpectedly met within less than 2 days.
The speed of the car was unbelievable. This could prove that Tung Chu-Chu not only liked adventurous exploration but also had very good luck. Even a Hongqi sedan would burn a lot of fuel over nearly 3,000 miles. Don't forget, Tung Chu-Chu obtained the design drawing of Beifeng's particle space ring.
So, Tung Chu-Chu's current condition is very dangerous, with old wounds not healed and new ones added. When she entered the game, she was wearing the standard uniform of the Magic City Police Academy. But after seeing the game rules, she knew that there were no rules here, and wearing a police uniform could bring a lot of trouble. Luckily, the first resource box she encountered contained a set of clothes, the one she was wearing now. So, she is now lying on the cold ground, feeling really cold.
Oh no, am I getting a fever? Why am I starting to shiver?
Her slender and long beautiful legs kept pushing against the ground, trying to climb to a relatively safe shelter to survive the night. But now her body was weak, possibly with a fever, and she had no strength left. Suddenly, a sound of an engine approaching was heard in the moonless and starless night sky, where darkness and silence were unimaginable. Soon, 2 beams of light entered her field of vision.
At that moment, Tung Chu-Chu's will to survive magnified instantly. Help!
I'll do anything, just save me. It seemed like even heaven was moved by her plea. The approaching car indeed stopped here. Because she couldn't lift her head, the uneven ground around her made it impossible for Tung Chu-Chu to see whether the person approaching was a man or a woman, handsome or ugly. At that moment, all she hoped for was that if it was a man, he would be handsome, or else it would be really uncomfortable. It would be even better if it was a woman, so she wouldn't have to keep her promise. As the steady footsteps approached from not far away, Tung Chu-Chu's heart leaped to her throat. Based on the strong footsteps, she could almost be certain that it was a man. Initially happy to be rescued, things were not as simple as they seemed. She started to feel scared, extremely scared, because she embarrassingly realized that her shorts and short sleeves were too cool. Moreover, her t-shirt had been damaged during the fight with the 3 murderers earlier, and the newcomer was approaching from directly behind her, so she couldn't see their face at all. In an instant, a familiar scene appeared in Tung Chu-Chu's mind. It was a shadow that couldn't be erased from a generation. Among the flowers at the foot of the ancient tomb Sex Mountain. And at this moment, coincidentally, a leaf fell and landed on Tung Chuchu's face, covering her eyes perfectly. What are you going to do? I'm not a little deaf girl. Tung Chuchu tensed all over, fists clenched, ready to resist whatever was about to happen. Honestly, not only could Ting Chuchu not see Beifeng's face, but even in this dark night sky, Beifeng couldn't see Ting Chuchu's face either. What appeared in Beifeng's view was a tall, slender, and fair-skinned body.
Of course, it was just an outline. What's your name?
The voice was extremely calm. There was no possessiveness in the voice despite facing a defenseless stunning woman. Finally, to confirm once more, if this person was not Tang Beimillion's sister, he would only give symbolic help and then leave.
But if she was indeed Tang Beimillion's sister, he had to help.
The reason he could possess the particle space ring, which was like a black technology, was mostly due to Tang Beimillion and his sister. Although he was not a saint or a savior, he believed in helping friends who deserved it.
In the quiet night sky, a magnetic young voice sounded. This made Tang Chuchu relax involuntarily. This person didn't make a move immediately, indicating that he was not that kind of person.
My name is Tung Chuchu, my family is very wealthy.
If you help me and wait for me to come out, I can give you a lot of money. Money has no meaning here. There is no such thing as a free lunch. I can help you, but you have to pay a price.
The reason why Beifeng suddenly said this was not without reason. And the biggest reason was that he discovered a golden hammer next to Tung Chuchu.
A golden hammer?
He had only upgraded his own hammer to bronze after system amplification, while this woman actually had a golden hammer. It was 2 levels higher than his own hammer. No wonder she could obtain the design drawing of the particle space ring, which was so against the heavens.
What do you want? Whatever I have, I will give it to you.
Feeling that she didn't need to hold back anymore, Tung Chuchu also relaxed a lot, as things outside of her body were just that.
What do you have?
I have water, yesterday's grilled meat, and a liter of refined gasoline.
What else?
Beifeng didn't believe that Tung Chuchu only had these few items, continuing to ask in a cold tone.
I also have a golden hammer. And what? Beifeng became interested. A design drawing.
Before even entering the Magic City Police Academy, Tung Chuchu wanted to have her own matching gun. Today, after driving more than 1,000 miles, she finally obtained a pistol design drawing in a silver resource box. This was something she treasured.
Oh, what design drawing? Beifeng continued to ask, his tone showing some impatience. It's a pistol design drawing.
As soon as Beifeng heard the pistol design drawing, he was immediately shocked. At this moment, he truly felt that Tung Chuchu was a chosen one, first the design drawing of the particle space ring, and now the pistol design drawing.
It was unbelievable that one person's luck could be so good. Where is it?
Beifeng's tone changed, making Tung Chuchu very worried.
Would this person kill her to silence her after obtaining the pistol design drawing? It's in my pocket.
As soon as Tung Chuchu said this, she regretted it.
Wasn't this causing trouble?
Originally, this person didn't have any desires towards her. Hot pants belonged to the category of fitted clothing.
Letting a man dig into her pocket, wasn't that the same as being touched directly? What if he had evil intentions?
Her well-proportioned figure would definitely drive this man crazy. A woman's inner thoughts were not something a normal man could guess. In fact, upon hearing about the pistol design drawing, Beifeng's mind was filled with amplified hot weapons.
What was a woman?
At least, at this moment, Beifeng didn't know what a woman was. Sensing the approaching wind, Tung Chuchu instinctively resisted and dodged, coincidentally turning her waist, which he had just grabbed, and the back pockets towards Beifeng. Without a doubt, he must have thought that Tung Chuchu was quite cooperative.
Actually, she wasn't. Don't you? Just as he touched a piece of paper, Beifeng realized something was wrong.
However, at this point, Beifeng decided to ignore it. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, then it would be embarrassing for others.
He dug all the way in.
When he pulled his hand out, he also brought out a design drawing. Although it was impossible to see clearly under the night sky what firearm was on the design drawing, Beifeng had already seen the words "can be amplified." To be honest, when this man dug into her pocket, Tung Chuchu was really afraid that he would tear it.
But fortunately, that didn't happen. I'll take this golden hammer too. Beifeng was also not polite, bending down to put the shiny golden hammer into the particle ring. Although Tung Chuchu was not happy, she had no choice.
If this person turned against her now, she would have no power to resist.
So, even if she was angry, she dared not say much. You've taken all my good things, can you save me now? Taken all? It seems like there's still one thing you haven't taken, right?
Beifeng was just making a final test. Who knew what good things this girl was still hiding?
You. Are you? Despicable. the worrying thing has come. Men are indeed all the same. Apart from water and some food, all the good things have been taken away by the Beifong. If there is anything left, and the most precious to her, it is herself. Seeing Ting Chuchu not speaking, the Beifong also knew that the pistol design and the golden hammer were probably her best things. So he didn't ask further. Since he had taken away her good things, and considering his relationship with Tang Bai Million, he would definitely have to save her. So the Beifong didn't say much, and just went forward and directly hugged Tung Chuchu horizontally. Light, tight, slender, a perfect delicate body in his arms. The Beifong made a nest for the little guy with his t-shirt. So this hug was almost zero distance contact. Suddenly being lifted by a strong body, those strong muscles, broad chest, and the thick breath unique to a strong man, made Ting Chuchu cry out in surprise. In hindsight, she also noticed that this person was bare-armed for convenience. Dirty old man, sleazy man, kept appearing in Tung Chuchu's mind. Wanting to struggle but her weak body had no strength. Can she only resign herself to fate? The situation is stronger than people. If she were at her peak, she could easily knock down this dirty old man, but now, imagining what would happen next, Tung Chuchu instinctively trembled. The first time. If this person is too rude, wouldn't it be very painful? And, do you dare to believe in jungle justice? In the dark night, at such a distance, Tung Chuchu could only see the blurry outline of the Beifeng's face, subconsciously praying that he wouldn't be too ugly, otherwise it would be uncomfortable. After killing 2 murderers with his own hands, the Beifeng's state of mind gradually changed. In the past, he would have been curious about Tang Chuchu's appearance, but now, let it be. Carrying a girl of over 90 pounds, the Beifong walked steadily towards the red flag sedan not far away. Can you still drive in your current condition? Hearing this, Tung Chuchu was shocked. What does that mean? So overbearing to me, and still want me to drive myself? Recalling the movies she had watched in the dormitory over the years, Tung Chuchu whispered, I'm not very good at manual transmission, but I'm okay with automatic. Seemingly resigned, Tung Chuchu just hoped that he would be gentler next. Can you shift gears yourself? Tung Chuchu. Shameful, shameless, predatory words. If you can't shift gears yourself, I can't help you. That's a lot of information. After a moment of contemplation, Tung Chuchu could only say in a low voice, full of shame and indignation, well, I can rest and regain some strength, but the range of motion may not be very large. The Beifong. The Beifong didn't know what she was talking about. At this moment, he had already carried Ting Chuchu to the side of the red flag sedan. Because he had to open the car door, and Tung Chuchu was injured again, the Beifong had to put her on the car hood first and then open the car door. You. Shameless. In the past, when watching movies with roommates, there were such scenes, and she even said she wanted some dignity. But now, in the blink of an eye, the Beifong had no idea what Tung Chuchu was muttering about, and after opening the car door, he picked her up and stuffed her inside. Being stuffed into the car, Tung Chuchu felt much better in her heart. At least it was better inside the car than on the hood, it wouldn't be so embarrassing. Even so, it seemed embarrassing to say it out loud. Closing her eyes and resigning herself, she quietly waited for what was to come next. Perhaps due to a change in mindset, the current Tung Chuchu was not as nervous as before. But, after waiting with her eyes closed for a while and seeing that no one had gotten into the car yet, she couldn't help but open her eyes. At this sight, she was shocked and muttered to herself, pervert, is this something a human would do? Tung Chuchu's scolding of the Beifong was completely justified. Because after coming out of the wooling car, the Beifong was holding something in his hand, and upon closer inspection, it was a steel wire rope. Even if he was going to tie someone up, he could have used a rope. Who would use cold, hard steel wire to tie up a normal person? Is that thing for tying up people, or is it too much even for tying up cows? But the next moment, something happened that made Ting Chuchu's face instantly turn red. I saw Beifong walk to the front of the red flag car, bend down to hang the steel wire stem on the car hook, and the other end was hooked on the wooling car lock. After doing all this, Beifong said to Tung Chuchu, hold the steering wheel well, I will tow your car away from here. Oh, is that so? It has to be said that without the stimulating event happening, there was a slight gap in her heart. But for Tung Chuchu, the biggest feeling was shame. It turned out that when people asked if she could drive, they were asking if she could drive a real car. When they asked if she could move on her own, it turned out to be about whether she could turn the steering wheel herself. My thoughts are too evil. Beep beep, vroom vroom. The car started, and the two cars quickly left. Holding the steering wheel with both hands, Tung Chuchu felt conflicted in her heart. Instead of worrying about her own future, she was now more curious about the man who saved her.
After all, she was very confident in her figure and appearance. It was not excessive to say that her pursuers should be crazy for her. But what kind of man would remain indifferent to her beauty and body in such an easily achievable situation? Recalling the blurry outline she saw when he held her, Tung Chuchu knew that he must be a man with a firm and distinct face. Driving at night is very dangerous, so Beifong paid attention to the surrounding environment while not daring to drive too fast. After finding a relatively suitable place to camp, he parked the car. Knowing that Tung Chuchu was injured, Beifong didn't bother her and went to collect firewood as soon as he got off the car. Soon, a pile of bonfires ignited between the two cars. In the reflection of the firelight, the mysterious man's face finally fell into Tung Chuchu's eyes. Resolute, cold, deep, mysterious, handsome. Watching the man walk to her car and open the door, Tung Chuchu's heart skipped a beat. No wonder this man didn't take advantage of her vulnerability, turns out. He's a handsome guy. Do you need help? When Beifong saw Tung Chuchu's face for the first time, he was also secretly surprised. She was even more beautiful and charismatic in person than in the video. I'm too weak to get off by myself. If Beifong was a creepy man, a pervert, Tung Chuchu wouldn't let him hold her again even if she had to climb out of the car herself. But now, it was more comfortable to be carried out. Without hesitation, Beifong bent down, revealing his neatly arranged 8-pack abs, and effortlessly lifted Tung Chuchu out again. Comfortable, safe, solid, and powerful. The change in mindset made Tung Chuchu start to enjoy Beifong's embrace. Beifong was just taking care of his friend's sister and didn't think much about it. Walking to the bonfire, he put her down and said, I took your good stuff, I won't treat you unfairly, I'll roast something for you later. Thank you. She smiled brightly. Even Tung Chuchu herself didn't realize that she, who had always been independent, would show a more feminine side. As Beifong got off the Wuling car, what caught her eye were 7 or 8 sesame flatbreads the size of wash basins, crispy and fragrant, which could be used as frisbees for dogs. The author has something to say. What have they forced the child into? Although Tung Chuchu didn't see the details of the man fighting the two murderers, but judging from his calmness when he went to get the package, Tung Chuchu knew that those two unforgivable people must be dead. With such skills, and choosing the Wuling with the lowest fuel consumption at the beginning. Considering all this, being able to produce 7 or 8 flatbreads at once, Tung Chuchu didn't find it surprising at all. Is this flatbread? Did you exchange it at the trading square? Tung Chuchu asked curiously. Although she didn't often go to chat squares and trading squares, she knew a big shot named Beifong. Yes, I did, exchanged it for a special medal. The Beifong took 7 or 8 pieces of roasted flatbread and walked to the bonfire, starting to bake with a very focused expression. Tung Chuchu watched the Beifong's profile like admiring a painting. Soon, the roasted flatbread emitted a fragrance. Here, you go first, the Beifong handed over the already baked flatbread. Thank you, Tung Chuchu took it and said. Seeing that the Beifong still had 6 or 7 pieces, she didn't hesitate and started eating. But slowly Tung Chuchu realized, this person was too good, not eating himself but baking one for himself. It felt a bit warm. You? Not eating. Oh, you are a guest, these are specially for you, I have already eaten before you arrived. Can you bring me the water from my car? This bread is a bit hard on the throat. The Beifong handed over the last piece of roasted flatbread, saying, this meal is on me, you can keep your water. Getting up and returning to the Wuling car, the Beifong soon came out. One hand holding a 300 milliliters bottle of purified water, and the other hand carefully holding a t-shirt wrapped up. It must be said that this woman looked thin, but when it came to eating, it was really scary. This time, the Beifong took out 7 pieces of roasted flatbread from the particle ring. How long had it been? Tung Chuchu actually finished 6 pieces alone. What concept was this? The Beifong could only eat 2 or 3 pieces in one meal. When handing over the purified water, the Beifong couldn't help but take another look at Tung Chuchu. Your appetite is not small at all. Hearing this, Tung Chuchu rolled her eyes at the Beifong and muttered, since entering this damn game, I have never had a full meal. As a result, Tung Chuchu finished the last piece of flatbread and drank the 300 milliliters of purified water in one go. Full now, feels great. The Beifong was stunned. What? This woman had never been full since entering the game? Who was she trying to fool? Yesterday, I gave your brother 4 or 5 caddies of roasted meat. Judging from Tung Chuchu's attitude of caring for her sister, the Beifong wouldn't suspect that she would keep the roasted meat for herself. Most of it probably ended up in Tung Chuchu's stomach. Eating 4 or 5 caddies of meat and still not feeling full. This was too scary. The Beifong decided that when this woman felt better, he would quickly separate the food for her. Do you want to sleep in the car or by the fire?
The Beifong didn't want to say much, anyway, she wasn't his girlfriend, and her large appetite was not his concern. Tang Chuchu's t-shirt neckline was torn quite a bit due to the fight, revealing a lot of fair and smooth skin, but she didn't mind because of her carefree nature. Having eaten and drunk enough, she was now lazily sitting by the bonfire, combing her somewhat messy hair. Hearing this, Tang Chuchu looked up at the handsome face of the Beifong and teased, "Do you want me to sleep there?" The Beifong. "Later, I will sleep in my own car. If you want to sleep here, I can't stop you." Rolling his eyes at Tang Chuchu, the Beifong said, "Then I'll go back to sleep in the car." Looking at the white t-shirt crumpled in the Beifeng's hand, Tang Chuchu curiously asked, "What is that?" Soon Tang Chuchu knew what was wrapped in the clothes. It was an explosively cute little thing. In this survival game, you actually raised a chick? The newly hatched little guy, at first glance, did look like a fluffy chick, but upon closer inspection, with its beak and a pair of large sharp claws, it was not comparable to the low-end chicken in the food chain. Chirp chirp. The fluffy leg fish Hao, who was sleeping soundly wrapped in clothes, was suddenly taken out and immediately made an unhappy sound. "A chicken? Which eye of yours saw this as a little chick?" Placing the little creature in a safe place, the Beifong walked up to Tang Chuchu with his t-shirt. "Can you walk by yourself, or should I help you back?" Tang Chuchu wanted to play with the cute little guy when she saw it, but she saw Baiming deliberately placing the little thing out of her reach, knowing that Baiming didn't want her to play. "I'm still a little feverish and can't get up or walk. How about you carry me back?" she said, opening her fair arms willingly. Baiming frowned, dodged her arms, and then picked up Tang Chuchu. He wondered, don't women usually resist intimate contact with strangers? Why is this so unusual? Tang Chuchu was once again lifted up, looking at Baiming's profile up close. "I don't even know your name yet." Baiming. Baiming? What a strange name. He then put Tang Chuchu back in the red flag sedan. "This t-shirt is intact, you can change into it first, and give me your damaged one." After saying this, Baiming turned and said, "I have some fever-reducing medicine in my car, I'll go get it for you." Watching Baiming leave, Tang Chuchu's mouth curved into a smirk. "Little brother, so you're into this, After changing into Baiming's t-shirt, Tang Chuchu waited quietly. 3 minutes later, Baiming knocked on the car window. "Here, these two are fever-reducing pills, take them." Tang Chuchu reached out to take them, but Baiming avoided her. "What's the meaning of this? Playing hard to get?" Tang Chuchu smiled. "Give me your t-shirt." Baiming was speechless. Why was this person trying to freeload off him? "Well, okay, so you're into clothes?" She handed over her own t-shirt, took the 2 pills, and Tang Chuchu was speechless. "You're the one into clothes, aren't you? The little guy's nest is gone, do I have to make a new one for it?" After saying this, Baiming turned and left, leaving Tang Chuchu in a daze. This stubborn blockhead, smelly straight man, actually using this lady's clothes as a bird's nest? She grumbled, looking at the white pills in her hand. "This can't be some kind of aphrodisiac. Well, never mind, I'll take them first." By the bonfire, Baiming used Tang Chuchu's t-shirt to make a nest for the little guy again, but because it had been awakened, the little guy was no longer sleepy. Instead, it opened its mouth and kept making chirping sounds. "Are you hungry again?" Gently holding the little guy in his hand, watching it affectionately nuzzle his hand, Baiming smiled. "Why are you as good an eater as that woman?" He glanced back at the red flag sedan, which was still quiet, and the little guy was hungry too. Then, Baiming had a thought and took out a barbecue stove, charcoal, a large piece of pork belly, some pork chops from the particle space. "It's been over 10 minutes, should you be asleep?" He lit the charcoal, placed the pork chops and pork belly on the grill. Then he took out a fish scale military knife and cut the remaining piece of fine meat into small pieces. Chirp chirp. Seeing the food, the little guy instantly perked up, nuzzling Baiming's hand while seemingly saying, "Hurry up and feed me, this bird has long been hungry and thirsty." Wow. The size was just right, 1 bite, 1 piece. However, as the aroma of the grilled meat wafted from the barbecue stove, clatter, the piece of meat that the little guy hadn't swallowed fell to the ground. Suddenly, the little guy felt that the meat in its mouth was no longer tasty. Instead, a pair of big round eyes stared fixedly at the grilled pork on the stove. Chirp chirp. "What? You also know that cooked meat is delicious?" The author has something to say. Urgent update, plus 500 more. Because wild boar meat is a bit troublesome to eat, Baiming did not eat the fine meat ham he had just obtained today. As the grilled meat turned yellow and oozed fat, Baiming also began to sprinkle cumin and chili powder for seasoning. The aroma of the meat was tantalizing. "I take a bite, you take a piece." Baiming ate while feeding the little guy. With a wave of his hand, a 500 milliliters salt soda appeared in front of him. "This particle ring is too useful.
Just took some fever-reducing medicine, and a wave of drowsiness hit Tung Chu-Chu, who was already in a half-dream state. Suddenly, a private message woke her up. Rubbing her eyes, she saw that it was from her older brother. Chu-Chu, what are you doing? Why haven't you replied all day? Sorry, brother, something unexpected happened today, and I was intercepted by 3 murderers.
What? How are you now? Are you okay? I'm fine, just got some minor injuries.
I thought I was a goner today, but unexpectedly someone saved me.
Message +1 message +1.
Chu-Chu looked at her brother's criticism and smiled bitterly.
Okay, brother, I won't act on my own in the future, isn't that fine?
Suddenly, a familiar smell drifted into the car with the wind. Chu-Chu looked up in confusion and saw a bonfire not far away, where Beifong was playing with the chickens he raised.
By the way, brother, you are quite familiar with the information on the chat square. Do you know someone named Baiming? Probably between 18 to 25 years old. Baiming?
I don't know, never heard of him. You, pay more attention to the information on the chat square even when nothing is happening. Don't just focus on searching for resources all day.
By the way, that Baiming person, did he do anything to you?
He did.
He did something very inappropriate to me.
Chu-Chu replied directly.
Really?
I even introduced you to Beifong, and now you are with another man.
Sigh. Chu-Chu blushed at this. Brother, I find that you men are
creatures who think with the lower half of your body.
Why do you always think in that direction when something happens? It's speechless.
Oh,
so, he didn't do that kind of thing to you?
No, he's very noble. I traded a design drawing with him for saving me. It was a mutually beneficial transaction.
How is that possible? Sister, I know your looks. If you needed someone else's help, it means you had no resistance. In that situation, you weren't taken advantage of?
Chu-Chu,
tell me about this Baiming in detail.
The conversation suddenly changed, and Chu-Chu was also stunned. Then she narrated the incidents from encountering 3 murderers to being saved by Baiming.
What? He took out 7 pieces of roasted flatbread at once, and even gave them all to you?
Yes, this person is quite nice. He keeps his word. He didn't hesitate to save me, and even shared his food with me.
He said the roasted flatbread was exchanged for rare metal?
Yes,
any problem with that?
Far away, Tang Baimillion sat in his car, looking at his sister's messages, then opened the trading square. With just one glance, he understood what was going on. He knew the number of times the reward for the roasted flatbread had been exchanged, and anyone who exchanged items in the trading square would show off in the chat square. Being able to take out 7 or 8 pieces of roasted flatbread and give them away without blinking
couldn't be from exchanging rewards.
The only possibility was that the person who saved his sister was most likely Beifong. With a bunch of messages sent to his sister, Tang Baimillion smiled.
Hey, my silly sister, you're so lucky to meet Beifong so early. Now, everything is falling into place.
On the other side, when Chu-Chu saw her brother's reply, she was also stunned.
What? There's a 95% chance that Baiming is Beifong? So, the barbecue from yesterday was also given by this person to my brother?
Seemingly realizing something, Chu-Chu said angrily, I wondered why there was a smell of barbecue just now. So this person was eating behind my back. It's really too much.
He promised to treat me to a meal, but only brought out roasted flatbreads. What's the meaning of that?
The handgun design drawing is my dream, such a precious thing. Can't it be exchanged for a piece of barbecue? Chu-Chu stealthily got out of the car and slowly approached Beifong, who had his back to her.
The crackling bonfire burned, and Beifong didn't hear a thing. However, the little thing that was full and alert saw Tang Chu-Chu approaching at a glance.
Chirp chirp. The sound was not the usual coquettish begging for food, but full of penetrating and warning. Beifong was startled and put the extinguished stove into the particle ring with his hand. Just as he turned around, he saw Tang Chu-Chu staring at his left hand with wide eyes.
Beifong was speechless when he turned around. How come his left hand was still holding an unfinished grilled pork chop?
The scene fell silent instantly.
Beifong felt embarrassed. Let me explain.
Beifong smiled awkwardly. I just sent you back to the car, and when I came back, I found a rabbit that I accidentally killed. Thinking that you had taken medicine and fallen asleep, I didn't want to disturb you, hee hee.
Oh, so it's rabbit meat, how interesting.
Looking at the long grilled rib in Beifong's hand, longer than an adult rabbit, Tung Chu-Chu smiled gently. Brother, what's next?
Beifong was taken aback by the question and scratched his head.
It seemed like he had promised to treat someone to a meal, and a man should keep his word, right? He could only say that he needed to think carefully before speaking in the future.
To be honest, if Beifong hadn't accidentally created the particle space ring today and stored hundreds of pounds of wild boar meat, it wouldn't be a joke.
If he couldn't finish off Tang Chu-Chu tonight, the hundreds of pounds of wild boar meat would go bad, which would be a waste.
Feeding it to Tung Chu would also earn him a big favor, considering the extraordinary luck of these siblings. Beifong returned from the car with 3 premium ham legs in hand, along with a 500 milliliters bottle of salt soda and a pack of Oreos. He had to save the wild boar meat for the little one and use the premium ham legs for now. Ahem, the grilled meat is gone, do you want a big sausage? Seeing the sumptuous food, Tung Chu smiled happily. Thank you, I owe you a big favor this time, I will definitely repay you in the future. Tung Chu said, her eyes constantly scanning the 3 ham legs wrapped in meat skin. Following the principle of saving good things for tomorrow, she only tore open the Oreos to taste. It seemed like she hadn't had sweets in a long time, as she finished the pack in no time. She drank half a bottle of salt soda, burped, and finally revealed a satisfied smile. On the other side, both the man and the bird were stunned. How long had she been hungry? Was she eating faster than the donkey in the production team? The most terrifying thing was that she was only a little over 90 pounds, and she was still so pretty, can you believe it? Beifong and the little one exchanged a glance, shivering all over. We should go back and rest first, you can do as you please, brother. I just had intense exercise, plus I ate something, I'm so tired. Tung Chu adjusted her hair gently and said softly, brother, can you carry me back to rest? Beifong, the little one, shocked. Seeing Tung Chu looking distressed, Beifong felt like he wanted to pick her up and throw her to death. Attacked by 3 murderers. So unlucky. Tung Chu said in a sad tone, I'm injured, finally met a handsome brother, but he's so cold. Alright, stop. Beifong rubbed his ear. Okay, just this once. With over 100 pounds, do you always need someone to carry you? Thank you, brother. After putting the little one back in the car, Beifong effortlessly carried Tung Chu horizontally. Oh, brother, be gentle, drive slowly, it's not good to be too bumpy. Beifong felt that something was off about her words. I feel like you're driving, but I have no evidence. Seeing Beifong's puzzled look, Tung Chu seemed to remember something and said, you carried me like this yesterday too. Yes. Beifong didn't want to provoke her, so he could only answer. Did you feel a little bit moved at that time? Fantasizing about doing something rude to me? Not at all. The voice was stiff and perfunctory. Upon hearing this response, Tung Chu immediately recalled a classic movie line and imitated it. Yesterday, if you had any evil thoughts towards me, you are a beast. If you didn't have any evil thoughts towards me yesterday, then you are worse than a beast. As soon as the words left her mouth, Tung Chu regretted it. How did she end up imitating so accurately? Was she going to get hit? Just as she was about to apologize, it was already too late. Before she could even cry out in surprise, she was pushed against the car. She felt a large hand pressing directly on her chest. Then a cold and masculine face instantly enlarged in her pupils, and a strong male scent hit her. You beast. I am a police officer when I graduate, and I will arrest you for indecent assault. Woo, what's going on? She was attacked, and her first kiss was taken away forcefully? At this moment, Tung Chu's mind went blank, and her mastery of combat and grappling techniques had long been forgotten. Their lips parted. Seeing Tung Chu's teary eyes, Beifong was also at a loss. He had only intended to teach her a lesson because he felt his dignity as a man was insulted. But how did things escalate to this? Nevertheless, it had come to this point, and apologizing would only make him lose face. Woman, you are playing with fire. Before Tung Chu could react, he forcefully opened the car door and pushed her inside. Watching Beifong rush back into the Wuling car as if escaping for his life, Tung Chu touched her moist eyes, not because she was scared. It wasn't about her first kiss, but mainly because she was scared. At that moment, she was truly afraid that Beifong would pick her up and throw her to her death. She opened a private message and sent a message to her older brother. Flirting progress 10%, bro, watch me conquer him in a month. Tang by million, 1 month? Useless. Seeing the reply, Tung Chu couldn't help but laugh and cry. Touching her lips, her mood was complicated. She then imitated a line from a movie, Thief, Uncle C loves fierce love? The former cold goddess of the magic city, disdainful of love, even repulsed by it. In order to break free from the predestined fate and against her family's opposition, she resolutely enrolled in the police academy to avoid ending up like her mother. A conglomerate marriage. For freedom, to avoid becoming a sacrificial pawn for the family's interests, she had sacrificed too much. Apart from her mother and older brother, she had no good feelings towards the Tang group. Beifong returned to his car, breathing a sigh of relief. That icy, firm touch kept echoing in his mind. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. He had never been in contact with a girl before, yet today he had made such an outrageous move. Unbelievable. He touched the sleeping little thing and took out the blueprint of a handgun.
This encounter with Tang Chuchu was indeed a big harvest for him. He had already created a particle space ring and now obtained the handgun blueprint.
Opening the blueprint.
G220 pistol, magazine capacity 6 rounds. Required materials for construction: stainless steel 0/6, stainless steel 0/3, brass 0/1.
G220 pistol? I've never heard of it.
Beifong recalled that he hadn't seen this pistol in the CSO game he played.
Detection of G220 pistol blueprint amplification. Do you want to amplify it?
Amplify, Beifong said. Congratulations, the host has successfully amplified the G220 pistol blueprint, amplified to the Viper pistol blueprint.
It's a Viper? Impressive.
Looking at the redesigned blueprint, Beifong rarely smiled. The Viper pistol in CSO was known for being a rather brutal handgun.
It was famous for its special bullet and unique structure, with a 7.26mm caliber bullet that had strong penetration power. With a magazine capacity of 18 rounds, it could easily handle any sudden situation and penetrate soft body armor within 50 meters. It had even made it to the top 10 of the international handgun rankings. 18-round magazine? I like it.
The famous pistol Beifong was also worried about the scarcity of the required materials. However, when he saw the materials needed for crafting, he smiled. 0/9 pieces of stainless steel, 0/5 pieces of stainless steel, 0/3 pieces of brass, 0/1 piece of carbon steel.
There is hope.
Beifong quickly entered the trading square and saw the various metals he had offered rewards for, and he took them all out without checking one by one. When he first crafted the T1 fish scale dagger, he offered various rare metals in exchange for mineral water, roasted bread, and other supplies. After a few days, he had received dozens of various metals as rewards, but Beifong had not taken them out because he did not have the design drawings.
Clang clang. Various metals of all sizes suddenly appeared in the carriage. Beifong classified and sorted them one by one. Detected ordinary steel resources *18, can they be amplified? Detected ordinary iron resources *16, can they be amplified? Detected ordinary brass *1, can it be amplified? Listening to the prompts in his ear, Beifong gritted his teeth. Amplify. Amplification successful. Obtain 23 pieces of stainless steel, 46 pieces of refined iron, 18 pieces of refined stainless steel, 3 pieces of carbon steel, 9 pieces of brass. Hearing the prompt and looking at the pile of various shiny metals that appeared out of thin air in the carriage, Beifong was amazed. Great miracles happen. More than 30 pieces of various metals amplified at once actually completed the materials for crafting the Viper. At the same time, the voice of the game console sounded in his ear. Detected that the spotted Viper pistol meets the crafting conditions. Indeed, when he looked at the design drawings again, he had all the materials needed for crafting. Without hesitation, he chose to craft it. Congratulations to player Beifong with ID 123271 for crafting the spotted Viper pistol. Do you want to announce it to the whole server? No announcement.
Beifong played with the Viper as if he had obtained a treasure. Suddenly, another prompt from the game console caught his attention. Congratulations to player with ID for crafting the first rare-grade hot weapon, activating the server-wide weapon ranking. Familiar with the weight of the Viper, he nervously took out the magazine. When he saw the full magazine, Beifong breathed a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about was having a gun but no bullets.
Weapon ranking? Sure enough, a new, hot weapon ranking appeared on the game interface. Beifong was curious about what weapons other players had now.
Weapon ranking: first place, rare grade, spotted Viper pistol, player with ID second place, common grade, 13-round automatic pistol, player with ID third place, damaged grade, turtle box, player with ID.
Well, more than a dozen people have obtained hot weapons?
Beifong was not surprised, as there were probably billions of participants in this game, so it was normal for some to obtain firearms from resource boxes.
What is reputation?
When Beifong saw a small line of text at the end of the hot weapon ranking, he was puzzled.
Top 3 weapon dominance for a week, owners can receive reputation rewards? First place, 1000 reputation. Second place, 500 reputation. Third place, 300 reputation. What is reputation used for?
Beifong carefully examined the role of reputation, but he did not find anything.
However, he was still curious about the equipment levels listed on the list.
Suddenly, various equipment grades from low to high were displayed before him.
Damaged, common, special 1, rare, outstanding, excellent, perfect.
My particle space ring is only of outstanding grade, the fish scale dagger is only of special 1 grade, and the Viper pistol is only of rare grade.
What power does equipment of perfect grade have? Beifong couldn't help but anticipate.
As for whether the rare-grade Viper pistol could dominate the rankings for a week and receive the 1000 reputation reward, Beifong was not confident. After all, there were too many players participating in this game. Although he has a system, searching for resource boxes is also a matter of luck. For example, Tung Chuchu does not have a system, but can continuously obtain the design drawings of particle rings, pistol design drawings, and even upgrade the hammer to a gold hammer.
It's really outrageous. He didn't go to the chat square to collect information for a day and a night.
Because he just touched a girl, the Beifong still couldn't sleep, so he wanted to pass the time.
Chat square. Damn, awesome, I just got a fruit knife today. I thought I would dominate the cold weapon era, but a hot weapon ranking list popped up in the blink of an eye? Exactly, I just found a Wang Matzi kitchen knife.
I'm thinking about how to chop from Dongxing Bait at Sim Sha Sui.
Is this it? Pistols are out too?
So everyone, be careful when you meet colleagues in the future, don't meet a big shot with a gun. +1+1 Speaking of which, it's been quite weird recently.
I've encountered several wrecked cars on the road.
Players don't know if they died in a car accident or were taken away and eaten by wild beasts, disappearing without a trace.
Yes, I feel like I'm encountering other players more and more recently.
Looking at this, Beifong frowned slightly. Today, he met 4 people at once, although 3 of them died, but in terms of the probability of meeting, it was already quite high.
Anyway, now that I have the Viper in my hand, even if 10 come, I'm not afraid.
Gripping the Viper in his hand, he aimed it out the car window. Beifong really wanted to try the feel, but due to the scarcity of bullets, he just symbolically aimed. A bullet used well is a life saved, he had to be careful in using it.
Otherwise, without bullets, this thing can only be used to show off.
As drowsiness set in, Beifong also left the chat square. The next day, the sun was shining, and the breeze was just right. Knock, knock, knock. The car window was knocked, and Beifong woke up suddenly, subconsciously gripping the Viper in his hand.
But when he saw it was Tung Chuchu, he breathed a sigh of relief. He put away the Viper, rubbed his eyes, and got out of the car. Why are you up so early? Why not sleep a little longer? Beifong seemed to have forgotten what happened yesterday.
Tung Chuchu couldn't be sure if the little brother was Beifong, sneakily glanced at the Wuling car. When she saw that Beifong's car was empty, she also felt guilty.
Did she really eat the little brother out of house and home by letting go of herself yesterday? At a glance.
Apart from a small thing sleeping with its wings spread out in the car, Beifong's car was simply described as having nothing.
Ha! There's really nothing left? Right, all the good stuff was given to you. Beifong was speechless. I see you're recovering well, so shall we part ways here? Each to their own search? Hearing this, Tung Chuchu pouted. Last night, you did that to me, and now you want to drive me away when you open your eyes. My former roommate said you were a scumbag. I didn't believe it, but it turns out it's true.
Ha!
What? Beifong was suddenly at a loss? Scumbag? Over already? It was my first kiss too, right? What do you want? Kissing won't get you pregnant.
Seeing Beifong at a loss, Tung Chuchu said angrily, wait here. Watching Tung Chuchu return to the red flag sedan, Beifong felt a headache coming on.
Hey, these are the 3 premium ham sausages you gave me yesterday. Now, I'll give you 2.
Looking at the 2 sausages handed over, Beifong was stunned and said, no need, we're not used to having breakfast.
Really? Tung Chuchu looked at Beifong with surprise. Beifong nodded. Hee, then I won't be polite. Just like that.
In Beifong's shock, he watched Tung Chuchu devour all 3 thick ham sausages. Seeing this scene, Beifong felt that if he wasn't around, this person could even eat the packaging paper.
Too scary.
Seemingly satisfied with the taste of the ham, Tung Chuchu burped and said, by the way, I found out this morning that my car broke down.
Can you fix cars? Really? No car? Are you doomed to die?
The Beifong tried to start the Hongqi sedan, but it wouldn't start, not because it was out of gas. It should have been damaged in a collision yesterday. This is troublesome. Because Tung Chuchu was wearing Beifong's t-shirt, it directly covered her hot pants, making it look like everything below her neck was legs.
I still have some water. Why don't you keep it? Walk and see how far you can go on Route 11. Walk? You want me to walk by myself?
Tung Chuchu touched her ear, suspecting that her ears were malfunctioning.
Brother, for the sake of my gun design and the face of the golden hammer, you have to help me find a car. How far can Route 11 go on such a hot day?
Wow, rather than being sunburned to death, dying of thirst, it's more comfortable to die under the gun of the little brother.
Come on, I'm ready. But cute, baby.
Since ancient times, everyone has to die, leaving a heroic spirit for history.
Seeing Beifong's face turn dark, he asked, are you sure you didn't attend the media university, but the police university? With your acting skills, you are completely wasted at the police station, naturally born to be a movie queen?
Of course, Beifong said this. In this situation, he couldn't just leave Tang Chuchu alone. Not to mention his relationship with Tang Baimillion, even for the sake of the Krite pistol, he had to lend her a hand. Moreover, he was able to create the particle space ring because he met Tang Chuchu. Without the particle ring, wouldn't hundreds of pounds of pork go bad? The way of heaven is good for reincarnation, there must be gains after losses. In the Wuling car, Tang Chuchu, as the rescued person, naturally had to drive herself. Beifong was tired of driving every day, so he rarely sat in the passenger seat and played with little things. Letting you get in the car is entirely because of the gun design and the face of the golden hammer. When we find a new car, we will go our separate ways.
Great! It's settled then. Beep beep.
The car suddenly started. With a puff of black smoke rising, the Wuling rushed out. Soon the car reached 120 miles per hour. Beifong looked worried as he held onto the handrail. At this point, he finally understood why Tang Chuchu could get such good supplies. She drove like she didn't care about her life.
Hey, be careful, we only have this one car. If it breaks down, we can only walk on Route 11.
Hey! Suddenly a sharp brake. Beifong reacted and looked at Tang Chuchu in confusion.
Why did you stop the car? Tang Chuchu gestured outside.
Turning his head, he saw a wooden resource box.
What? We encountered a resource box less than 50 miles after setting off? It seems like your luck is good with this girl following you. What? Do you think your luck has improved a lot with me following you? Just kidding.
Tang Chuchu smiled gently. Go ahead, little brother, take the supplies and let's continue.
Beifong looked at Tang Chuchu and thought to himself, who asked you to follow me? Dream on, you go down and get it. What if I get off and you drive away? I'll be doomed. You, a suspicious mind, hoof.
Tang Chuchu got off the car grumpily, but returned shortly after.
Golden hammer? Should I smash it with my hand? Beifong smiled and took out the golden hammer from an angle that Tang Chuchu couldn't see and handed it over. Good luck, go ahead. Hoof. Tang Chuchu snorted, turned her head unhappily and walked away.
Seeing the woman finally leave, Beifong quickly took over the driver's seat, not because he was well rested, but because the girl's driving speed was a mystery.
Bang! Just one hit, and the wooden resource box instantly shattered. Seeing the supplies in the resource box, Tang Chuchu was stunned. Oh? Seeing Tang Chuchu return somewhat unhappy, Beifong reached out his hand. Come on, bring it over, those things are not suitable for you. Then go ahead, boss.
2 unopened 7 Wolves men's clothing, a white t-shirt, and light blue cropped pants.
Taking the new clothes, Beifong was in a good mood. Let's continue. Compared to Tang Chuchu driving, Beifong's driving speed was much slower. Chirp chirp. The little thing woke up and opened its mouth, asking for food. Oh, the little brother is not raising chicks. Wow, it's an owl, so cute. Tang Chuchu seemed to have found a toy and brought the little thing over. Beifong's eyes warned. I just find it cute, just touching it, don't be so nervous, okay? By now, the little thing was already very angry, constantly pecking at Tang Chuchu's hand with its beak, as if saying, let go of me. Chirp chirp. Hey, you little thing, why are you like your owner? Don't understand romance. When you grow up, you'll be a straight steel man. Don't touch it, otherwise. Hearing this, Tang Chuchu became interested. Otherwise? What will happen? Otherwise, how you touch it? I'll touch you.
Beifong said lightly.
Seeing Beifong's eyes, Tang Chuchu shrank her neck.
Beifong, who had never had a girlfriend, at this moment truly felt.
Women are really troublesome. Hey, I'm driving now, no time to feed. Can you help me feed the little thing? At some point, a fist-sized meatball appeared next to Beifong.
Looking closely, the meatball was made up of small pieces of meat squeezed together. Tang Chuchu was stunned, not because she was surprised where the meatball came from,
but the meatball was twice as big as the little thing. Are you sure it won't overeat?
Beifong gave Tang Chuchu a blank look, indicating speechlessness. As Tang Chuchu stuffed the first piece of meat into the little thing's mouth, she found something interesting. Although the little thing resisted Tang Chuchu, the meat was really delicious, so it obediently ate.
Wow, this little thing is small but has a big appetite.
Tang Chuchu playfully touched the little thing.
Don't you think it looks like someone? Eating a lot but not gaining weight.
Hearing this, Tang Chuchu's face darkened, clearly feeling criticized for eating too much.
By the way, there's something I forgot to ask you. Beifong changed the subject. Go ahead. How come your hammer is a golden hammer? You've only been in this game for 3 or 4 days. How did you do it? It was an accident. Still upset by the previous words, Tang Chuchu couldn't possibly tell Beifong the truth. Silence along the way, Beifong drove while checking the surroundings. Hey, strange. We've traveled over 100 miles, how come we haven't seen a single resource box? Glancing at the somewhat sleepy Tang Chuchu, Beifong couldn't say anything. Was it because of this girl's bad luck? Beifong didn't say anything and continued driving.
As the car drove another 50 miles without seeing a resource box, Beifong finally became anxious. Refueled the car.
Beifong decided to let Tang Chuchu drive. Hey, I'm tired, you drive for a while, switch seats.
Hearing this, Tang Chuchu immediately perked up. She was tired of this slow pace.
Vroom vroom. The Wuling engine was under pressure it shouldn't bear at this moment.
Indeed, before the car had even traveled 30 miles, a green resource box came into view.
Hey, damn, this girl is so lucky? Beifong was also amazed.
Without hesitation, Tang Chuchu got out of the car with the golden hammer. Having eaten 2 full meals in a row, she was full of energy. In the end, Beifong also chose to get out of the car. Because he knew, there might be fierce beasts or poisonous snakes in the bronze resource box. If Tang Chuchu got hurt, he would be the one exhausted, and he would have to provide food resources.
Oh, you know how to appreciate beauty now, making progress?
Tang Chuchu looked back and smiled, teasing.
Thinking too much, I just don't want you to get hurt.
If you get hurt, I'll have to feed 3 mouths alone.
Humph, blockhead. The two walked to the bronze resource box, one in front and one behind.
Tang Chuchu was eager to try, while Beifong held the fish scale machete ready to strike at any time. Because it was a golden hammer, smashing a resource box below the same level only required 1 blow, so Tang Chuchu appeared very relaxed. Despite Tang Chuchu weighing over 90 pounds, with a tall and well-proportioned figure, she swung the hammer vigorously, causing onlookers to shudder.
Bang!
The heavy blow seemed to bring a gust of wind. The bronze resource box shattered in response.
Croak whoosh.
In an instant, a green lightning bolt shot out from the resource box, heading straight for Tang Chuchu's face. Tang Chuchu was agile, but the lightning bolt was too fast, making it impossible for her to dodge in time. Whoosh! At the critical moment, a black light flashed across, cutting the green lightning bolt in half in midair. Beifong still maintained the motion of swinging the knife, and seeing the danger averted, he breathed a sigh of relief.
Wow, impressive, brother. Tang Chuchu's heart was pounding, thinking she was done for in that split second. It's a green arrow frog. It's highly poisonous. If it had hit your face just now, you would have been disfigured even if you didn't die. Tang Chuchu's face changed slightly. For a young girl in her prime, nothing was more cruel than being disfigured. Thanks.
Apparently shocked, Tang Chuchu only glanced at the items in the box and quickly ran back to the car. Beifong also secretly rejoiced that he had followed along, otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Seeing the newly acquired items, Beifong couldn't help but swallow hard.
A fruit set? Seeing Tang Chuchu return to the car, he picked up an orange, an apple, and a banana.
At that moment, the system's voice sounded.
Detected a fruit set. Amplify it? Amplify.
Congratulations, host, amplification successful. Obtained 100 AG in honey oranges, 100 premium red Fuji apples, and 100 East Coast big bananas.
Although they didn't get the blueprint for important resources, the fruit set was also important to Beifong.
Eating meat every day could easily lead to stomach problems, and without vegetables to supplement the body's required vitamins, having fruits was also good for Beifong. Back in the car, seeing Tang Chuchu still looking pale, Beifong handed her a piece of fruit. After the amplification by the system, the fruit set had undergone significant improvements in variety and quality.
Here, you almost got hurt.
You eat first. Seeing Tang Chuchu carefully inspecting the fruit, Beifong was worried she would notice something suspicious, as there were still some changes after the amplification.
Humph,
so you're not a blockhead after all.
Quite a gentleman, knowing ladies first, Tang Chuchu said as she peeled the banana.
Thinking too much, I just want you to work well after eating.
Tang Chuchu.
I'm so angry, minus 10% progress in teasing men.
Truly, a single sentence can change one's mood.
Tang Chuchu tried to endure her increasing anger, but eventually chose to shut down. How did she end up with such a stubborn straight man who not only lacked care but was also so practical?
Oomph, let me eat first, I won't save any for you.
Peeling the banana to the end, Tang Chuchu opened her mouth and almost swallowed half of the thick, long, white banana in one gulp. Beifong had no idea what was happening and was shocked to witness this horrifying scene as soon as he turned around.
Honestly, it was terrifying. That was a banana as thick as a child's arm, and she swallowed almost half of it in one bite? Oof.
I won't save any for you, I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. With the banana still in her mouth, Tang Chuchu, in a fit of pique, stuffed the rest of it in her mouth.
Wow, so women's mouths can fit so much? The Island movie didn't lie to me.
Upon hearing this, Tang Chuchu's beautiful eyes glared angrily. She coughed and felt like spitting out the banana in her mouth. This person was so disgusting. But what happened next made her incredulous. You ate too much at once and couldn't swallow it, let me help you.
Conscience of the world.
Seeing her choking immediately, Beifong really wanted to help her. He turned sideways, reached out, covered her mouth with one hand, and pinched her face with the other. The mouthful was too much. Tung Chu-Chu was forced to swallow it down by having her face pinched, almost rolling her eyes, tears streaming down.
Cough, is this something a human would do? Tung Chu-Chu coughed violently, continuously hitting Beifong's hand.
Realizing she had exerted too much force, Beifong quickly sat back in her seat.
Are you trying to choke me? Completely out of good intentions. Pay attention next time. There won't be a next time. Next time I'll bring a lunchbox. Beifong took the Aegean honey tangerine and raised it.
I've seen you girls at Douyin before, eating a dragon fruit in one bite.
Your skills are obviously lacking. Why not try this?
Tung Chu-Chu was shocked, looking at the large tangerine. She would die trying to fit it in her mouth.
No need, you better peel it and eat it, I'm about to drive. Beifong nodded with a smile. Woo-woo.
Seeing Tung Chu-Chu's awkward expression before, and now her serious face,
Beifong suddenly understood. It was so fun to be with a girl.
Tung Chu-Chu skillfully shifted gears, her beautiful eyes scanning left and right.
Here it comes,
Tung Chu-Chu said, opening her cherry-like mouth directly.
Beifong, the whole thing? Or, stop talking nonsense, I'm driving and searching for supplies, so you have to feed me.
Beifong had 99 honey tangerines in her particle ring. It wouldn't matter if Tung Chu-Chu ate them all.
Meow meow. Wow, this tangerine is so sweet, give me more. When driving and searching for supplies, the items obtained should all go to oneself, and naturally, one should have some benefits, otherwise, wouldn't that make one a little man? Soon, one tangerine was eaten. Do you want more apples?
Tung Chu-Chu burped and shook her head. Just keep the apples for me, I'll eat them later in the afternoon. Tisk putting the Fuji apple in the car storage compartment, Beifong began to take out her own tangerines and bananas.
How come you still have some?
Tung Chu-Chu looked at the new tangerines and bananas in Beifong's hand, surprised. Oh, the fruits in the resource box actually have double portions.
Beifong ate tangerines while making a tisk-tisk sound with her mouth. What? Double portions? Hearing that there were double portions, Tung Chu-Chu immediately protested, this is unfair. Peel that banana for me.
Beifong smiled and confirmed, I can give it to you, but it has to be a whole banana. If you can't do it, forget it.
Pervert, beast. TSK, I don't want to give it to you.
Tung Chu-Chu watched Beifong enjoying herself, breaking off a piece of tangerine and making a TSK tisk-tisk sound in her mouth.
Although Tung Chu-Chu liked eating bananas, Beifong clearly had ill intentions, so she pouted in annoyance. Oh, there's another resource box. Beifong turned to see a wooden resource box in the field of vision. You've eaten so much, at least it's somewhat useful, you can go down and get the wooden one yourself. Beifong handed the fish-scale military knife to Tung Chu-Chu. Wow, what a unique military knife.
Tung Chu-Chu was about to get angry, but after seeing the T1 fish-scale military knife, her attitude immediately changed.
It's so light, fits perfectly in my hand. With a golden hammer in her right hand and a knife in her left, Tung Chu-Chu happily got out of the car. As Tung Chu-Chu got out of the car, Beifong quickly changed into the new Seven Wolves men's clothing she had just obtained. Although it was cool to be bare-armed, it was not very dignified. Just as Beifong finished changing clothes, Tung Chu-Chu returned with a gloomy expression. What supplies? Well, unlucky, just a food bag, nothing else. Beifong took the black food bag, also smiling bitterly. Having a food bag is not bad, but finding a timed bomb inside a resource box is terrifying. Setting off again, the Beifong fed the little thing again. Although Tung Chu-Chu was carefree, she knew that the Beifong was very mysterious, and there were some private matters she wouldn't ask about. The car maintained a speed of about 100 miles per hour, not considered speeding. Suddenly, Tung Chu-Chu's face changed, and she stepped on the gas pedal. The Wuling suddenly shot out like a sharp sword. Not good, hold on tight. The Beifong didn't know what was happening, but as soon as he looked in the rearview mirror, his face also changed. 3 Lamborghinis were gradually getting closer in the rearview mirror. The Wuling Hongguang and the Lamborghini sports car were not in the same league in terms of speed. Trouble is coming. Our speed is too slow, let's find a place to get off the car. If we get stuck in the car, we will be even more passive. The Beifong nodded slightly, with a cold look in his eyes. Ah woo, do. Ha ha. Woo woo, boss, look, there is a Wuling van ahead, another fat sheep. Hee hee, hopefully it's a young girl, hee hee. Then we can have fun again. Can't you have some standards? Can't it be a young model? Boys, surround them, the men take action, the women stay. Oh, what a wonderful world, this feeling is so great. Hey, they actually stopped the car voluntarily. Wow, boss, look, it's a girl, a top-notch girl. Get your weapons, get off the car.
To prevent the other party from having firearms, Tung Chu drifted the Wuling across the center of the asphalt road. Seeing 6 big guys getting off with machetes, Tung Chu's palms were sweating. Although she had practiced for a year or two and was skilled, facing 6 machetes and 6 burly men was daunting. When she saw the black food bag in the car, along with the banana, she decided to take a risk. The Beifong also saw the 6 big guys approaching with machetes. The leader among them was a big guy with a hedgehog head, his upper body covered in tattoos, and the other henchmen didn't look like good people either.
Wow boss, this time is going to be great. This girl is top-notch, probably less than 100 pounds. This time we can lift her high again, ha ha ha. When everyone saw Tang Chu's face up close, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva, their eyes filled with possessiveness and madness. Let me say something.
The hedgehog head leader's small eyes kept lecherously scanning Tung Chu, and said solemnly, "We mean no harm, just checking if you need help."
Little girl, do you need help? Stared at by several piles of disgusting fat, Tung Chu couldn't hold back anymore. Get lost. If you keep looking at me with those disgusting eyes, I'll gouge them out for you. Oh, she's a spicy girl, I like it. Seeing the Beifong silent, the hedgehog head understood something and mocked, "Is this your temporary companion? Look at him, he looks so pathetic. Can he protect you? Can he truly make you happy? Ha ha ha."
"Yes, little girl, follow us brothers. We guarantee you'll have fun every day, eating and drinking well." Just as the Beifong was about to speak, he saw Ting Chu pretending to be calm and secretly stuffing the banana into the black food bag, so he held back. If he could scare off these people with a bluff, he didn't want to waste precious bullets. The author has something to say. Any opinions or suggestions are welcome. The author will consider them. Happy May Day holiday to all, except me. Feeling the gaze, Tung Chu glared at the Beifong, indicating how could you do this? The Beifong raised his chin nonchalantly, indicating he was watching her performance. Oh, things are getting unpleasant? Come here, girl, join the embrace of our racing alliance. The 6 big men who carved dragons and painted phoenixes approached step by step. For these kind of good men and women in society, they were confident that they could take them down smoothly without the need for intimidation or threats. Stop! Don't move, or I'll shoot. Although Tung Chu had not graduated yet, she was at least a fresh graduate from the Magic City Police Academy, and she still had the posture and momentum of holding a gun. It seemed like there was a handgun hidden in the dark food bag. What? She has a gun. Boss, this girl is a bit tough. What should we do? Seeing the change in the situation, the leader's face changed. They were used to doing whatever they wanted in the game with their numbers and weapons, but they had never encountered a player with a handgun. Although fearful, the bloodthirsty man did not back down. A handgun? In this lawless zone, do we need to conceal guns? Big brother, my cousin is a big drug lord. His handgun barrel is definitely not this thick. This girl is bluffing us. Let's go together. If we get shot by a handgun, we'll accept it. If not for the some enjoyment. The bloodthirsty desperado's thoughts were so extreme, he was determined to go all out. Don't come any closer. I'll shoot. Tung Chu saw that she couldn't control the few people, and immediately showed fear and took a step back. Ha ha, it's indeed fake, go. The girl is also involved. Seeing the girl showing fear, the leader burst into laughter and waved his hand, laughing loudly. Hearing that everyone was involved, the other 5 strong men also picked up their weapons and rushed over. The Beifong watched all this and shook his head slightly. He took out a viper from his back. Click, click, the gun was loaded. He pulled Tung Chu behind him and aimed at the first thug in front of him and fired a shot. Bang! The viper was a 7.62mm bullet, with a strong recoil, but also extremely destructive. When this caliber of bullet hit a person, it would leave a fist-sized hole. Before the deafening gunshot subsided, the thug who was in the front had already fallen to the ground, with a fist-sized hole in his chest continuously oozing blood. It's a real gun. It's a real gun. Silence. Shock. Tang Chu was also stunned. She had no idea how the Beifong had a gun. Thud. Thump. The machete fell, and the 5 big men knelt down. Boss. It's a misunderstanding, We were just joking before, playing around with you. They were joking, although they were fierce, facing the dark gun barrel, they instantly became timid. Oh, a misunderstanding? The Beifeng's eyes were calm. After killing 2 murderers, his state of mind had already changed. Here, he did not represent justice, but if his life was threatened, then he had to act decisively. The 5 big men smiled apologetically, nodding like little chickens pecking at rice. So, my gun just went off by accident. Was that also a misunderstanding? Yes, absolutely a misunderstanding. He ran into the gun himself. A killing intent appeared in the Beifeng's eyes.
I'll give you a chance.
The Beifeng said coldly, run, within 10 counts, whether you can survive or not depends on yourselves. At his words, the 5 big men got up and started running for their lives. 10 counts were enough for them to run 50 meters. As long as they could escape the effective shooting range of the handgun, they would have a chance to survive. Tung Chu wanted to say something but stopped.
Start counting. The 5 big men had only run a dozen meters. 1. Bang, 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 bang. What's going on? Wasn't it supposed to count to 10? It's only reached 1. 4 thugs fell one after another. The leader of the thugs' legs went weak. Like a puddle of mud, he lay on the ground begging for mercy. The Beifeng looked at the pale-faced Tung Chu, raising the viper in his hand. In this lawless world, being kind-hearted will only lead to a dead end. I'll give you a chance.
Looking at the gun handed over by the Beifeng, Tung Chu hesitated.
If you dare not, forget it, I'll do it.
Saying that, the Beifeng walked step by step towards the leader of the thugs. They are criminals, they must have harmed many people in the game. I am not a vase.
I am not. Tung Chu gritted her teeth. She was actually very strong-willed. Being soft-hearted in this environment would only harm herself and her loved ones. Snatching the viper from Beifeng's hand, Tung Chu took 3 steps and walked directly to the hedgehog lying on the ground like mud. The dark muzzle was pointed at the back of his head. Speak! How many people have you harmed since entering the game? The hedgehog's face turned pale, remaining silent. Bang! A shot directly hit the hedgehog's thigh. Ah! You bitch! My leg! Last chance to tell me. Otherwise, I'll shatter your spine and let you die here under the sun. Tung Chu firmly believed in her righteousness, not indiscriminate killing.
Her conscience still needed comfort.
After all, her ambition was to be a rebel. Seemingly frightened by her words, the hedgehog trembled all over. Being shot and left to die was better than being tortured to death. I confess. 7. A total of 7 killed, 3 women and 4 men. The men had their limbs cut off and thrown away, the women were all killed. Previously intercepted players, the men were cruelly slaughtered, and the women, after playing for a few days, were naturally killed as well. After all, carrying them was a burden. Bang! Before the hedgehog could finish speaking, the viper spat out a fire snake, splattering blood. As the viper fell to the ground, Tung Chu, with a pale face, kept retreating until she sat on the ground. I killed someone. I killed someone. The fear and disgust of killing for the first time made Tung Chu feel intensely uneasy. Beifeng didn't have time to pity himself for his bullets. Picking up the viper, he helped the tearful Tung Chu up. You heard what they said just now. If we didn't have a gun, we would probably end up like those 7 people, or even worse. Woo-woo. Tung Chu suddenly threw herself into Beifeng's arms and burst into tears. She felt her whole body trembling, truly terrified. Beifeng also felt some self-blame. Was he too much? Why did he make her do it, when he could have done it himself? But Beifeng's intentions were good. As he said, they would encounter more of such situations in the future, and this step had to be taken sooner or later. Suddenly, Tung Chu pushed Beifeng away and vomited. Beifeng patted her back, not surprised at all. It was normal for a person to react like this for the first time. He didn't vomit because it was night and not too intense. Help me back, I don't want to stay here anymore. Even when they met that night, Beifeng had never seen Tung Chu look at him with such pleading eyes. Beifeng nodded, gently carrying Tung Chu and heading towards the Wuling car. As soon as she was lifted, Tung Chu felt dizzy and fainted. There was no choice but to put her back down. As for the cars of the several big men, without air conditioning in the car, if they left the unconscious Tung Chu inside, she would probably rot in a day. Although Beifeng and Tang Baimillion were not good friends, there was some human decency between them. After all, they had helped each other before. Beifeng took out the viper and held it in his hand. Although the Lamborghini could only seat 2 people, no one could guarantee that there wasn't a person hidden in the trunk. Car after car was searched. 500 milliliters of river water, 6 pieces of wheat bread, 2 liters of low-quality gasoline, an inflatable folding bed, 6 machetes. Apart from the inflatable bed, Beifeng's harvest this time was nothing surprising. However, the good thing was that, except for the 6 machetes, the other supplies could be useful. With a bed, we can. Beifeng neatly stored all the newly acquired items in the particle ring. Then he took out 5 pieces of meat floss toast bread, 2 bottles of salt soda, a pack of Oreos, and some fruits. Wrapping them all in the folding bed, he carried them back. Is it that serious? Just killing someone? The Beifeng put down things and got into the car.
Seeing Tung Chu in a coma, he also increased the folding bed in his hand.
Increase, the Bayphone thought.
Congratulations to the host for a successful increase. The ordinary folding bed has been upgraded to a portable automatic bed. Initially, because of the abundance of supplies, the Bayphone had to remove all the seats in the back of the car, which happened to make room for the portable automatic bed.
Oh, it can be filled with water too?
Then there's no need to worry about sweating on the back. After reading the instructions, it was found that the waterbed needed to be filled with at least 20 liters of water to be comfortable. He took out the 500 milliliters river water he had just obtained.
Increase.
Congratulations to the host for a successful increase. 500 milliliters of river water has been upgraded to 50 liters of purified water. The Bayphone smiled and started pouring water into the waterbed one bucket after another. Soon, a cool, soft, and temperature-controlled waterbed appeared in the car. The remaining water was all stored in the particle ring, and the Bayphone saw that Tung Chu had not yet woken up. So, he had to drive on by himself. In consideration of the snake pistol, I'll cut you some slack, he said as he placed Tung Chu on the waterbed, and soon the Bayphone drove away from the place again. Just half an hour after the car started, Tung Chu woke up.
Where am I sleeping?
Tung Chu rubbed his eyes and looked at the Bayphone driving. Of course, it's a bed, found in those people's cars. With no seats in the car, there was enough space for two people to lie down side by side. Tung Chu seemed to have not been so comfortable lying down for a long time, lazily turning over to show his comfort.
Hey, brother, there's still room here, do you want to come over and rest? A gentle voice sounded.
Forget it, I'll scavenge for supplies. You sleep first during the day, and I'll take the bed with the little one at night.
Oof. Tung Chu rolled his eyes at the Bayphone, finding him quite unromantic.
The Bayphone smiled bitterly. Throughout the journey, all the supplies were in his hands, and Tung Chu didn't even try to fight for them.
It was quite normal for the breadwinner to call the shots. This is our lunch, you eat first, and give it back after you finish. Clatter. A pile of food, snacks, drinks appeared in the car. 5 arm-length shredded pork toast bread, 2 bottles of salt soda, a pack of Oreos, and fruits. Tung Chu exclaimed in excitement.
Although Tung Chu tried to delay, he ended up eating too fast and took over the Bayphong's spot early.
Chirp chirp.
The Bayphone enjoyed lying on the waterbed, eating bread, and playing with the little one.
You call the bird little one? Why not give it a name? Tung Chu said while driving and looking around. After some thought, the Bayphone nodded, realizing that calling it little one was not appropriate. Although this guy is cute and adorable, it's also a raptor that likes to hunt at night. Its flying feature is silent. Well, let's call it Night Shadow. Chirp chirp.
The little one seemed quite satisfied with this name, constantly rubbing against the Bayphone with its small triangular head.
Night Shadow, can it handle such a high style? How about calling it Shower, which is more down to earth? Or Shower? The Bayphone directly rejected.
Night Shadow seemed to understand the conversation between the two, and stared at Tung Chu with hostility. Suddenly, the sound of a game console rang in their ears. The Bayphone and Tung Chu's expressions changed. Attention all players, the world barrier is being lifted, and the road junction is open. The world barrier has been lifted. All players, be aware that the probability of encountering other players will greatly increase. At the same time, the chances of encountering resource boxes and ambushes by wild beasts will also increase significantly. A solemn reminder to all players, the lifting of the world barrier means that the first beast tide will erupt in 3 days. Teaming up, forming alliances, or uniting may be a good choice. Of course, if you have enough resources and strong equipment, you can also go solo. 3 heavyweight news came out. Don't say the Bayphone is stupid. All the players participating in this highway survival game were stunned.
World barrier? Road junction? Beast tide?
The smell of death spread in the hearts of all players for a moment. The Bayphone and Tung Chu looked at each other, both seeing seriousness in each other's eyes. Quickly take out the food of Night Shadow, feed it, and then the Bayphone returned to the co-pilot.
Bayphone, there is a road junction ahead, should we? Tung Chu asked with some concern. You drive by intuition.
The Bayphone knew that Tung Chu was very lucky, and it would be unwise for him to intervene.
Of course, this luck does not mean following Tung Chu's intuition and not encountering other players.
It means finding useful supplies as much as possible at a safe time.
Guns, bullets, we need these.
The Bayphone did not hide it either, waving his hand, and suddenly 6 machetes appeared. After all, the design of the particle space ring was obtained by Tung Chu.
This scene shocked Tung Chu. Particle space ring? The Bayphone nodded. You drive, I'll go to the chat square and try my luck. Okay. Tung Chu wouldn't lag behind at a critical moment.
Chat square, oh my goodness, the beast tide will appear in 3 days. I only have a small whip, how can I resist the beast tide? The one above, be content. If you have a small whip and see that things are not right, you can still hang yourself. As for me, I only have a pack of condoms? I can't even commit suicide if I want to. Oh no, I'm done for. Any big shots want to team up? Please take me along. Big shot, please take me along. I don't want to die. Brothers, let's set a secret code. If we encounter each other outside, those who respond with the code will team up. Support! What's the code? The code is, when the rotten girl smiles, the three views explode. Got it. 1-1. The Beifong smiled bitterly, realizing that there were many players who were worse off than himself. I have 6 unused machetes here. Who has weapon design drawings, or bullet design drawings? NTN explosives can all be traded. Yes, I am the Beifong. As soon as this message came out, the entire chat square exploded. Big brother Beifong, want to team up? I'm willing to worship you as my father. Big brother Beifong, do you need any accessories? Big brother Beifong, lend me a machete, and I, little sister, will repay your kindness with my body. As the Beifong spoke, a large number of private messages suddenly arrived. The Beifong was not interested in these praises. Now, getting powerful weapons was the most important thing. Looking at the 999 plus private messages, the Beifong quickly selected some that he didn't have, keeping the private messages that might contain design drawings. The reward for the design drawings had long been posted by the Beifong, but unfortunately, after 2 days, no player was willing to exchange gasoline with him using the design drawings. But now, faced with the threat of the beast tide, even the players who held onto the design drawings couldn't resist. After all, the design drawings were just a piece of paper and had no practical use in combat. Compared to machetes, they were much more practical, and at worst, they could use them to commit suicide, right? Hello, big brother Beifong, I'm willing to offer a small ammunition reserve design drawing in exchange with you, but giving only one machete is too little. The Beifong was pleasantly surprised to see this private message. What do you want? There are only 4 machetes left. If you hesitate, they will be taken by other players immediately. The Beifong used cunning for once. I want 2 machetes, 3 days worth of food resources, and if possible, give me some medicine too? Seeing the other party's conditions, the Beifong was secretly delighted and replied, I only have antipyretic medicine, nothing else. Okay, that's it. Let's trade right away. After the two agreed, a trade request popped up quickly. Accept the request. The virtual trading column appeared. Soon, the Beifong saw a purple design drawing appear in the other party's trading column. Before, the design drawings that Beifong received were mostly blue, but this time it was a purple design drawing. After carefully scanning the functions of the small ammunition depot, it had to be said that Beifong's heart was clearly aching, indicating insufficient blood supply. Since the other party was so direct, Beifong would not be stingy. 2 machetes, 20 pieces of roasted flatbread, 3 liters of pure water, 10 apples, and 5 tablets of fast-acting fever-reducing medicine were placed directly on the trading post. Except for the machetes, other supplies were nothing in Beifong's eyes. Clearing the inventory could also get a purple design drawing, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When the other party saw the items Beifong put up, they were also surprised but chose to trade without hesitation. Beifong smiled and confirmed the trade. Upon obtaining a purple design drawing, Beifong didn't have time to carefully examine it because there were many private messages he needed to filter. Even if the ammunition for the Chris Vector pistol was sufficient, Beifong couldn't rest assured. Beifong, I'm Teng Bai Million, is my sister okay? Seeing Teng Bai Million's private message, Beifong replied, I had a little accident before, but everything is fine now. Before Beifong could ask where Teng Bai Million was, a trade request notification had already sounded. Seeing that it was from Teng Bai Million, Beifong frowned but still chose to accept. Chu Chu told me that you saved her. I won't say thank you. This is something I just got. I hope it helps you. Beifong was shocked when he saw the item that appeared on the trading post. Uzi submachine gun blueprint. Before Beifong could react, the confirm trade button had already lit up. Although this thing is precious, it's nothing compared to my sister. Beifong, this is a gift for you, but please take care of my sister under certain conditions. She has suffered a lot since childhood, and this is the least I can do for her. Beifong was slightly moved but ultimately chose to accept the trade. Tung Chu Chu saw Beifong receive 2 design drawings in a row and smiled. You're pretty lucky. These people usually hide the design drawings, but they all spit them out at critical moments, don't they? Beifong responded, feeling somewhat guilty. Upon careful calculation, Beifong realized that most of his current equipment was obtained from this brother and sister pair. And now, he had obtained a submachine gun blueprint for free. Under the threat of the beast tide, what did a micro Uzi represent? It represented hope for survival. Soon, a trade request was sent.
Tang Bai Million quickly accepted it.
I've already received good design drawings from your sister, so I don't need this micro-Uzi blueprint from you for free.
You might need these supplies.
Saying this, Beifong put up a machete, 20 pieces of roasted flatbread, some mineral water, and wild boar meat. Initially, Tang Bai Million refused because he was afraid that if he took Beifeng's supplies, there would be no one to take care of his sister.
Take it. Your sister is very lucky.
The supplies she gets on the road are with me, so I will take care of her food and drink.
As you said, I will keep my promise as long as I have the ability.
Okay, then I'll accept it first.
Thank you, Beifong.
By the way, Beifong, if Chuchu misbehaves, feel free to discipline her. Beifong smiled. As I said before, if you have something good, remember to let me know.
Okay. You too, take care. Two pleasant trades made Beifong completely relieved. In this environment, nothing was more reassuring than weapons and ammunition.
Beifong focused on the two new design drawings he had just obtained. Suddenly, Beifong felt a coolness on his cheek and turned to see Tung Chuchu blushing and looking straight ahead.
My brother told me to thank you, Beifong.
Beifong touched his cheek and didn't mind. You drive first, and I'll carefully study whether I can make these two pieces of equipment.
Tung Chuchu responded and didn't look back again.
Touching the night shadow of eating and sleeping, the Beifong began to produce a large amount of metal resources.
The first thing to be crafted was the Uzi submachine gun. However, the pre-crafting amplification was an essential step. Detected that the Uzi submachine gun can be amplified. Do you want to amplify it? Amplify, thought the Beifong.
Congratulations, the host has successfully amplified. The Uzi submachine gun has been amplified to the improved version of the light machine gun. Big Pineapple me.
Wow, Big Pineapple?
Because he was too surprised, the Beifong blurted out this sentence, causing Tung Chuchu to look at him in confusion.
Do you want to eat a big pineapple? Let me search for it later and see if I can find one for you. The Beifong smiled awkwardly and quickly looked down at the introduction of the big pineapple. Looking at this big pineapple, is it the same big pineapple? 5. 56mm bullets, magazine capacity 100. That's right. Quickly check the required crafting materials. After carefully scanning the list, the Beifong felt relieved. After several amplifications, he had accumulated a lot of metal resources. Fine iron 12/12, stainless steel 16/16, carbon steel 13/13, white copper 0/3, bronze 3/4. Just 3 pieces of white copper and 1 piece of bronze left? The Beifong laughed because with 3 pieces of bronze, there was a high chance of amplifying them into white copper. Amplify.
Congratulations, the host has successfully amplified. 3 pieces of bronze have been amplified to 7 pieces of white copper and 26 pieces of bronze. At the same time, a notification sounded in his ear.
Craft. Announcement.
Congratulations to player number 123271, Beifong, for crafting an outstanding hot weapon, the improved version of the light machine gun, Big Pineapple. The design drawing and a large amount of metal materials disappeared into thin air, replaced by a powerful and visually striking light machine gun. It had dual supports, dual gun stocks, a basic scope, and a square ammunition box. From its design to its terrifying ammunition capacity and powerful firepower suppression, it could showcase its status among infantry. Congratulations to the owner, Beifong, your hot weapon, the Big Pineapple, has topped the hot weapon rankings. In reality, Beifong had rarely seen a light machine gun, let alone held one. Faced with such a big guy, he was a bit at a loss for a moment. He picked it up to study it slowly. The good thing was, except for high-precision sniper rifles, other firearms were generally easy to operate. Just release the safety, pull the bolt, ensure sufficient ammunition, and pull the trigger to shoot at the enemy. Just now, there were continuous sounds of metal impact in the carriage, but now it was silent. Tung Chuchu also curiously turned back to look. At a glance, Beifong was holding a light machine gun in his arms. Having lived in the Magic City for more than 10 years, Tung Chuchu had visited various war memorials and seen various firearms, so she immediately recognized it as a light machine gun.
Oh my, where did you get that big guy from? A light machine gun? Beifong was in a good mood and nodded with a smile. Have you played PUBG? Yes, I have. Airdrop gun, Big Pineapple. Ha! This is the vehicle sweeping artifact, Big Pineapple?
Tung Chuchu's eyes lit up with the dream from the game. Just as both of their attention was drawn to the Big Pineapple light machine gun, suddenly, moo! Bang! Just as they heard this strange roar, Tung Chuchu and Beifong had not reacted yet. The entire car suddenly shook violently, as if it had been hit by a strong force. If Tung Chuchu hadn't been skilled in driving and quickly adjusted the direction, the Wuling would have overturned. Ah, Beifong, what is that thing? Tung Chuchu looked shocked in the rearview mirror. Beifong had just stabilized himself and turned around, only to gasp in shock. This is definitely not a creature from Earth. They saw three creatures covered in spikes, with sharp teeth and a sharp horn on their heads. At first glance, they looked like Earth's yaks, but a closer look would reveal that even a child would know these were monsters, because yaks definitely didn't have sharp teeth. What's even scarier is that, at speeds above 100 miles per hour, this thing easily caught up. Bang! Bang! Each impact made the Wuling car body shake violently, with a risk of tipping over at any moment. Click click, the big pineapple was loaded, and Beifeng's eyes were cold. You drive, I'll deal with these three monsters. The author has something to say. If you have any suggestions or opinions on the plot, you can leave a message, and also recruiting extras, names, features, character intentions. Tung Chuchu gripped the steering wheel with both hands, her face pale, but after seeing Beifeng's resolute and confident eyes, she felt much calmer. Be careful, here they come again. Just as Tung Chuchu exclaimed in shock, there was a moo, followed by another violent shake of the entire Wuling car body. The Wuling's main body structure was not completely covered by reactive armor, as when Beifong chose to install it, he only protected 80 pieces of reactive armor around the main driver's seat, leaving the rear of the car very vulnerable. A sharp horn formed by a large amount of keratin, almost without any resistance, pierced through the iron sheet of the trunk in one go. Except for a few designs, a standard pistol weighs 5 to 6 pounds when loaded, a rifle weighs 10 to 18 pounds, and even the lightest machine gun weighs 30 to 40 pounds. Beifeng's physical fitness was good, otherwise, in this situation, lifting the big pineapple would be difficult to even stand up. Clatter after a collision, the car stabilized for a moment, and Beifeng took advantage of this moment to crush the glass at the back with the steel gun barrel of the big pineapple. With no glass barrier, Beifeng's heart trembled at the sight of the three monstrous beasts in front of him. These things looked too ferocious. Where was the slightest docility of a cow? Beifeng! Tung Chuchu exclaimed in shock. Humph! Click click, locked, cocked the gun bolt in almost a second. They say the big pineapple is powerful. Today I will see it in action. With the double gun stock against his shoulder, the dark gun barrel aimed at the approaching yak monster again, Beifeng did not hesitate to pull the trigger with both fingers. The firing pin struck the bullet to produce a primer, and due to the high-pressure propulsion, the bullet would rotate rapidly upon exiting the barrel, and the larger the caliber of the bullet, the faster the firing rate and the greater the recoil. Da 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 da. At that moment, the 5.56 bullets turned into fire snakes, pouring out rapidly from the big pineapple's gun barrel, the friction between the bullets and the air creating a whooshing sound. Just a foot away. If Beifeng hadn't reacted quickly, the Wuling would have been overturned. Fortunately, although the three monsters in front of him looked ferocious and tough, they couldn't withstand the crazy barrage of the light machine gun big pineapple. In less than 30 seconds, the battle was over. The Wuling slowed down gradually, Beifeng's forehead covered in cold sweat, holding the light machine gun big pineapple in his arms, looking like he had survived a disaster. That was really dangerous. If I had been 3 seconds slower, this car would have been wrecked. Taking out the magazine, Beifeng's heart was bleeding, as that barrage just now had consumed 51 bullets. Tung Chuchu, the main driver, was so scared that she didn't dare to speak. The scene just now was too crazy. It turns out, the firepower of a light machine gun is so fierce. After experiencing a life-and-death battle, the two were filled with emotions. Neither of them spoke. Suddenly, Tung Chuchu exclaimed, Beifeng, look behind you. Beifeng, still lamenting the bullets, was shocked and turned his head abruptly to look. When he saw the scene in front of him, even his composure was taken aback. What? Disappeared. The bodies of the three monsters, almost riddled with bullets, which were lying on the ground. Now this scene was inexplicable. If you insist. The bodies of the three monsters seemed to have been eroded by sulfuric acid, slowly melting away. In the shock of the two, in less than a minute, the bodies of the three monstrous yak monsters, larger than the Wuling car, disappeared without a trace, completely melted away. What happened? This scene is like before playing a game, playing an online game where killing monsters in the game automatically clears their bodies. Go back. The Beifeng's words brooked no argument. Tung Chuchu also nodded in agreement. The Beifeng once again picked up the big pineapple, his dark eyes scanning left and right. Soon, Wuling fell to the place where the bodies of the three monsters had disappeared before. What's that? In sight was a bright red crystal, crimson red, very pure. Seeing the Beifeng about to get off the car, Tung Chuchu looked worried and said, It's dangerous outside, we should leave here as soon as possible, right? Wait here, I'll be right back. Because of the weight of the big pineapple, it was inconvenient for one person to get off the car, so he put away the light machine gun into the particle ring and took out the Viper pistol. You, sigh. Seeing the Beifeng so stubborn, Tung Chu reluctantly picked up the fish-scale military knife next to him and got off the car. Vigilant around, it was surprisingly quiet, not even a hint of breeze, everywhere revealing an eerie atmosphere. The Beifong turned back to look at Tung Chu, raising his hand to stop. "Watch out around you." After that, the Beifong, holding the viper, rushed towards the crimson crystal on the ground not far away. The crystal was the size of a pebble, warm to the touch, like a crystal-clear blood diamond. But at this moment, the Beifong didn't have time to examine it carefully because the eerie atmosphere here was too oppressive. Just as he was about to get up, he inadvertently caught sight of something the size of a fingernail, like a piece of glass, lying quietly not far away. Due to curiosity, the Beifong picked it up. As soon as he picked up the piece of glass, the Beifong was delighted and immediately put the two newly acquired items into the particle ring. Seeing the Beifeng's good complexion, Tung Chu asked with her eyes what it was. "Let's go, leave this place." Oh. Although Tung Chu was curious, she didn't dare to ask further when she saw that the Beifong didn't want to talk about it, so she put away the fish-scale military knife and got back into the car. This time, Wuling sped up to 125 miles per hour, and the Beifong didn't say anything more because he also wanted to leave this eerie place quickly. The car shook violently, and the fur-covered night shadow, who had not yet shed its fur, was awakened, but upon seeing the Beifong return, it only let out two symbolic dissatisfied chirps before falling back asleep. Sitting on the waterbed in the car, the Beifong first took out the last piece of glass he had obtained. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. "Detected ordinary bulletproof glass shards can be amplified. Do you want to amplify?" The Beifong thought directly, "Amplify. Congratulations, the host has successfully amplified the ordinary bulletproof glass shards, amplifying them into 8 pieces of explosion-proof glass." Tung Chu looked ahead, driving while searching for supplies, completely unaware of the 8 explosion-proof glass pieces that had already appeared in the car. The Beifong directly opened the Vehicle Equipment function. Sure enough, in the Wuling blueprint structure, the 8 pieces of car glass became replaceable options. Selected to replace the newly acquired 8 pieces of explosion-proof glass. Unconsciously, the 8 pieces of glass around Wuling had thickened by 5 mm, and the transparency had become clearer. As the replacer, the Beifong could subtly detect the changes in the car glass, but Tung Chu's attention was focused ahead, so she naturally couldn't notice. Explosion-proof glass? It's really good stuff. The Beifong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The glass shards picked up at random are so useful. What about that crimson crystal? Turning his hand, a blood crystal the size of a pebble appeared in his palm. When he heard the reminder prompt, the Beifong suddenly sat up from the waterbed. "Detected, special material, soul crystal stone, can be amplified. Do you want to amplify?" Hearing the system prompt, the Beifong suddenly stood up. Special material? Recognized by the system as a special material, entering the game binding system from the Beifong, this is the first time. Before, when making those messy white bronze items, the system never gave such a prompt. Moreover, this crimson crystal was dropped by a musk ox monster. Soul crystal? Just by the name, the Beifong could already guess its uniqueness. Detected, special material, soul crystal can be amplified. Do you want to amplify? The system's prompt echoed in the ear. Amplify, with great anticipation in the heart. Congratulations, host, amplification successful, special material soul crystal, amplified to soul essence. At the moment the system prompt sounded, the entire car was filled with bloodlight, even the Beifong couldn't look directly. "Don't look back!" The Beifong hurriedly shouted. Tung Chu trembled, just about to look back but held back. The current speed was 120 miles per hour. If the driver went blind, there would be a risk of overturning. At this speed, overturning meant disintegration, and both would die. The Beifong knew that he had obtained something incredible, but for now, he didn't know the purpose of this thing, so he could only store it in the particle space ring. However, from another angle, a pair of eyes suddenly opened at the moment the soul essence appeared. Yes, it was the little guy Night Shadow who was still sleeping. Although the small body was weak, it showed an incomparable desire for what was in its mother's hand. But what made it unhappy was that the thing disappeared in an instant. Chirp chirp. Night Shadow made an extremely desolate chirp, a very sad and sorrowful sound. Just after surviving a disaster, and getting such a precious special material, the Beifong completely ignored the longing look of the little guy. After all, their perspectives were different, and the little guy was too short. "What's that?" Tung Chu couldn't help but ask. "The same material, not sure what it's for yet," the Beifong replied directly. "Oh, by the way, Beifong, have you noticed?" Her tone was somewhat uncertain. "What?" The Beifong was puzzled. "The environment around us seems to have changed, but I can't pinpoint where." The Beifong was also puzzled. The oppressive feeling that dissipated in the air just now was too strong. Well, I'll go check the chat square, you drive first. Okay. Chat square. As soon as the Beifong entered the chat square, he noticed that the atmosphere was not right, very oppressive and dull. It seems that I wasn't the only one attacked just now. Luckily I only encountered a black kiss crocodile, drove away, otherwise I would be dead too. Damn, it's ridiculous, how could a goat grow fangs, and damn it, it's so fast, in an instant, my tires burst. All the creatures here have mutated. Have you ever seen an ostrich that can fly? I swear by my ancestors, that was definitely an ostrich. 2 of my 3 teammates died, and I barely escaped. It's not just that, I conclude that there has been a huge change in our environment, I have to say. The map has been shrunk. With this statement, many players began to ask questions. Don't worry, I'll explain slowly. Just now, I was peeing, suddenly my head spun, and when I regained consciousness, I found that the urine I had just peed was already 10 meters away. Damn, buddy, you must have drunk too much, it's impossible. Yeah, this is too surreal, right? Damn, I don't believe it either, but when I returned and touched the urine on the ground with my hand, I found it was warm, very yellow, very fresh. What the hell is this? The Beifong was also shocked by what he saw. The battle just now was very sudden, as if it appeared out of thin air. The car was suddenly attacked for no reason. Seeing this, the Beifong, filled with many doubts and incomprehension, chose to exit the chat square. Beifong carefully looked at the design of the small ammunition reserve obtained earlier with 2 mountain knives. Detected, outstanding level weapon equipment. Small ammunition reserve design blueprint can be amplified. Do you want to amplify? Amplify. Beifong decided that this weapon equipment must be created. Although he didn't know why this design was purple, in terms of practicality, it was incredible. If this thing could be successfully created and with sufficient ammunition, it could basically achieve the concept of infinite bullets for pistols. Why basically? Small ammunition reserve, grade, outstanding. Belongs to, weapon equipment. Introduction, can store and load any caliber ammunition for reserve, suitable for light thermal weapons below outstanding level. With sufficient reserve ammunition, infinite bullets can be achieved. Good stuff. I wonder what surprises it will bring me after amplification. Beifong felt uneasy because he was unsure if he could create the design after amplification with his current strength, but he had to try since it could be amplified. The system prompt in his ear kept repeating. Beifong thought to himself, amplify. Congratulations, host, successful amplification. Small ammunition reserve, amplify to form particle ammunition storage. The system's voice arrived as expected, but Beifeng's heart sank halfway. Nothing else, mainly because the name was too sci-fi, even more so than the particle space ring. Beifong could understand the particle space ring from a scientific perspective, as it temporarily decomposed matter into particles for storage. Although very sci-fi, even before the game, famous scientists pointed out that everything in the world is actually formed by the combination of tiny particles. But particle form. What the hell is that? When he unfolded the design after amplification and saw the name of this thing, Beifeng's heart sank by a large margin. Seeing the required materials for crafting, Beifong was initially happy, but then his mood dampened. To be honest, if Beifeng's mood wasn't good, he might have had a heart attack. Taking a deep breath, Beifong continued to read the introduction of the equipment. Particle ammunition storage, grade, excellent. Belongs to, weapon equipment. Required crafting materials, particle dust 9/8 portions, form metal 0/1 piece, stainless steel 52/56 pieces, carbon steel 16/32 pieces. Introduction, crafted from form metal and particle dust, it can encompass any caliber ammunition below excellent level, can reconfigure any form, suitable for any firearm magazine. Unique feature of excellent level, any lead-based metal material can be actively absorbed, allowing for the selection of firearm caliber ammunition, lead-based metals, carbon steel, charcoal, lead-free phosphorus, nitrate or. Gah! He lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Beifong stared at the equipment introduction 3 times in total. It had to be said that if this thing could be created, Beifeng's confidence in clearing this survival game would increase by at least 99%. With this thing, he would never have to worry about ammunition again, and this thing could also reconfigure forms, suitable for any firearm magazine. This meant that he could basically hang an ammunition depot on the gun at any time. Advanced technology. But what the hell is form metal? He had never heard of it before. Just as Beifong was worrying, suddenly, the prompt from the game console kept ringing. Congratulations to player number 383-8438 for obtaining the outstanding level cold weapon, Aurora Blade, 1430, cold weapon ranking activated. 1430, less than a week since the start of the survival game, 3 mainframe functions have been activated, opening the World Channel, National Channel, Team Channel, and Team Channel. Upon hearing the last host message, Beifong suddenly became clear. It turned out that the previous chat plaza was only for players in the area, but now the World Channel was open, as well as the National Channel, which meant that all players entering Huaxia could communicate normally. I have to say, it's just in time. Beifong was extremely hopeful. If the regional players could obtain the form medal, he believed, but if tens of billions of players worldwide couldn't, then it would be absurd. But when Beifong entered the game interface again, he was dumbfounded. What? It takes 10 liters of gasoline or equivalent goods to send a message in the World Channel? There are restrictions on speaking in the National Channel too? 10 messages per person per day? Indeed, the previous chat plaza had become the regional chat plaza. As the saying goes, without watching TV or reading newspapers, one would be ignorant of world events. Beifong now had no time to see how other players in the world were doing. His goal was clear now: to build a repository of form particle ammunition. Choose to enter the National Channel. To be honest, Beifong frowned as soon as he entered the Huaxia Channel. The scene before him could be described as chaotic. Hello, everyone, I am Han Lulu. Yes, your little cutie. Lulu fans, hurry up and click on my avatar to join the team channel. From now on, Lulu will advance and retreat with you. Brother, I have finally found you after all the hardships, sob. Lulu brother, where are you? Are you doing well now? Do you have food? I have a piece of biscuit here. I haven't been able to eat it. Come, I'll trade it to you. Hello, everyone, I am my fan club, click me. Hello, everyone, I am all the rational players in Huaxia who saw the scene shook their heads and sighed. Useless. When the survival game opened the World Channel, these people's first instinct was not to find their own family members but those popular celebrities. Damn it! You sissies, go gather your fans elsewhere. Damn idiots, this is a survival game, not your large-scale fan meeting. Useless. I thought that after experiencing the survival game on the road, people would be more rational, but it turns out the brain damage is even worse. Who else can give 100 times without expecting anything in return for another person? Besides parents to their children, it's the fans to their idols. When they saw their idols being criticized, countless true fans immediately started to fight back, vigorously defending their idols. A war of words erupted instantly. Beifong shook his head. Individual power was too small, even he couldn't stand out in the midst of thousands of people arguing. Instead of wasting speaking opportunities, it was better to wait for these people to exhaust their 10 chances to speak while he searched for suitable materials to build. Just as Beifong left the National Channel, various prompts sounded in his ears. Reward, obtain a piece of wrought iron. Reward, obtain a piece of silver. Reward, obtain a piece of raw steel. Continuous reward prompts sounded in his ears, and Beifong didn't react for a moment. What's going on? Did the scope of rewards expand? It was only regional rewards before, but now it's nationwide? In that case, now that Beifong had plenty of resources, he could offer things like roasted flatbread, purified water, gasoline, fruits, without hesitation. With the opening of various channels, Beifong concluded that all kinds of metals would quickly rise in price. He continued to offer various unused materials for tasks. 50 plus roasted flatbreads, 15 liters of purified water, 100 pounds of wild boar meat, 15 liters of refined gasoline. Indeed, even though the game had only started its 4th day, players across the country were in need of food, water, and fuel resources. Not even 10 minutes had passed, and 1/3 of the materials Beifong had offered as rewards were already gone. The amount of rare metals was very small, mostly common metal resources. Of course, to prepare the morphological particle ammunition depot, self-select the production of ammunition, Beifong this time rewards all materials. Beifong also breathed a sigh of relief after completing these tasks. Opportunities are always for those who are prepared. Ah, the National Channel is really. Tang Chuchu also paid attention to the frequent speeches of major channels. There's no way, it's the era of traffic. Beifong didn't mind. These things are what the big leaders should worry about. Let's continue. With outstanding design drawings that amplify the harvest, plus a reward of many metal resources, Beifong is in a good mood now. Soon, Wuling turned at a fork in the road. A new fork often means new opportunities, but also new crises. Beifong rolled down the car window and lit a cigarette. Vaguely, Beifong felt something was wrong. It seemed that after the encounter with the barbarian bull monster, this girl seemed to have changed, becoming more silent. What's wrong? After spending a few days together, although not particularly pleasant, as a friend's sister, Beifong symbolically asked. I miss my brother. He hasn't replied to my messages all day. I don't know how he is now. Beifong fell silent. He also hoped to meet Teng Baibai soon so he could set off alone. The attack just now seemed like a level set by the game console. It seems all players will encounter it. Beifong nodded slightly. The game is full of dangers. One misstep and you could die. Not to mention Tang Bai, he himself had experienced life and death struggles to barely survive.
Time flies, 4 hours have passed in the blink of an eye.
It must be said that with Tang Chuchu by his side, Beifeng's chances of encountering high-level resource boxes are getting higher. By evening, Beifeng had obtained many precious resources.
Among them, the most valuable are probably 3 pounds of TNT explosives and a first aid kit.
As for other water and food resources, Beifeng was not in a hurry to amplify them because he still had plenty in his particle ring.
To reward Tung Chuchu, Beifeng specially took out roasted pork. However, this time Tung Chuchu did not eat as eagerly as usual. "What's wrong? Not hungry?" Beifeng asked, holding the roasted pork ribs.
Tung Chuchu, with a heavy heart, only took a few bites of the roasted pork before getting up and walking towards Wuling.
When she reached the car door, she paused and said lightly,
"Beifeng, let's part ways tomorrow when we find the car. My brother's old injury has recurred, and without anyone to take care of him, he probably won't last long."
Hearing this, Beifeng was stunned. The old injury recurred? Can't the first aid kit help?
Tung Chuchu shook her head slightly. The struggle for the heir of the major conglomerate is cruel and dark to a degree you can't imagine. Although born into a wealthy family, the hardships of the wealthy are also there. It's just that few people actually experience this kind of hardship.
Beifeng nodded slightly.
Everyone is an independent individual with their own life values, and he didn't want to know too much about these things.
Okay, Beifeng agreed. Suddenly, the air became heavy.
Tung Chuchu turned her back to Beifeng, while Beifeng's gaze kept on the burning campfire.
"Beifeng, do you like me?"
Her voice was calm.
Beifeng was taken aback.
The entanglements of the wealthy are as deep as a quagmire. His parents were just ordinary people who got involved, causing more harm than good. And, in such a short time together, he couldn't say he liked her.
Silence was the best answer. Tung Chuchu remained calm. "What's your ideal type? Can you tell me?"
Beifeng didn't want to evade the question and said directly, "If I were to marry, it would be Peng Yin Yen, and if I were to take a wife, it would be Muzi Qi."
"Muzi Qi, she's too perfect."
Compared to the abyss of the wealthy, that kind of earthly paradise, secluded from the world, farming, and flower-raising life is truly desirable. After saying this, Tung Chuchu opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, even voluntarily giving up the waterbed. Beifeng sighed inwardly. "My mother often says every family has its own troubles. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. It turns out that rich people also have their own worries."
Family is too important to Beifeng.
He would not put his parents in danger for his own feelings. Besides, he has always treated Tung Chuchu as a friend and younger sister, without any long-term plans. After drinking some alcohol, smoking a cigarette, and eating some meat, Beifeng fed the remaining meat to the little creature Night Shadow. As he was about to return to the train car to rest, suddenly, the distant sound of a car broke the moment of tranquility.
Beifeng's face darkened. He put away the barbecue grill and took out a viper.
Tung Chuchu had just opened the car door to get out but was stopped by Beifeng.
"Stay up there and don't move. Let's see what the newcomers want."
Tung Chuchu's appearance could attract unnecessary trouble, so Beifeng was prepared with a viper pistol and a particle ring containing a light machine gun pineapple, ready to use at any moment. To put it bluntly, even if there were 20 or 30 people, Beifeng was not afraid, as 49 rounds of
5.56 bullets were enough to deal with them.
Unless the other party also had firearms, which was highly unlikely given the small number of players with such weapons.
With billions of players in the game, Beifeng was confident and calmly waited for the visitors.
However, even with firearms, Beifeng would not blatantly wait by the bonfire.
His Wuling van was equipped with bulletproof glass and reactive armor around the driver's seat. Beifeng hid behind the bonfire to conceal his figure perfectly.
Tung Chuchu looked at Beifeng through the glass, feeling a mix of emotions, and whispered softly, "If you like me, I'm willing to give up everything to be with you." The sound of the engine grew louder, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind.
In less than 2 minutes, a bullet-riddled BMW 9 Series appeared in sight.
Through the windshield, Beifeng saw a man with short hair driving the car, his face unclear due to the lighting, wearing a dirty white shirt. Due to the angle, Beifeng did not notice the gruesome gunshot wounds on the man's abdomen and thighs. The BMW 9 Series drove directly to the bonfire. Contrary to expectations, no one got out of the car with a gun, nor did a group of people emerge.
As the BMW door opened, a man spat out blood, followed by another man rolling out of the driver's seat. "Fujoshi smile."
The voice was weak, but in a last attempt, he uttered the code phrase.
3 views exploded. Seeing the man's condition, Beifeng knew he didn't have long to live. With 3 gunshot wounds to the abdomen, it seemed to be from a 9mm firearm, which meant he wouldn't survive if it was a rifle. "Brother, help me, I'm one of you." The code phrase. Tung Chuchu rolled down the car window and cautioned Beifeng, Be careful. Beifong nodded and emerged from the darkness behind the car. When he saw the man's face, Beifong was shocked. The man's face was severely beaten, almost unrecognizable, even to his own mother. Seeing Beifong wearing the Seven Wolves brand, the man, relieved, asked in a weak voice, "Brother, can you save me?" Beifong carefully examined the gunshot wounds and remained silent for a moment. "How about trying a few quick-acting fever-reducing pills?" he joked. Given the severity of the injuries, even using the military first aid kit he had wouldn't make much of a difference. Hearing this, the man's face turned ashen, but he also seemed resigned. "Brother, where are you from?" "Southern Yellow River Basin." A good place with vast plains." "I'm from northern Sichuan." "The dead are the greatest." As compatriots, Beifong didn't do much for him. Being able to speak as a fellow Chinese was already good enough for a dying man. In this game, who knows how many people died in the dark despair. "What happened to you? Robbery? But why did they beat you like this?" The atmosphere was heavy, Beifong asked casually. But the man's story that followed ignited anger in Beifong's heart. It turned out that this man had driven crazily from 1,400 miles away to escape here. Originally, this man was lucky. He chose a fuel-efficient family car at the beginning, and although he encountered dangers along the way, he managed to get through them. Unexpectedly, he encountered a team from the Sakura country on the way. The key point was that they had firearms. He had given up at first, shot in the abdomen several times, and because he was fiercely defending the dignity of the country, the Sakura country players kicked and beat him madly, causing him to go into shock and pass out. When he woke up, while the Sakura country players were grilling by the campfire, he stole their car and escaped. Hearing this, Beifong was slightly moved and hesitated for a moment before saying, "I have painkillers here, do you need them? Maybe they can reduce some of your pain." "No need, my lower body has been numb for half an hour." Beifong nodded. "Ah, if only I had a cigarette." After saying this, the man smiled bitterly. Who would have cigarettes in a place like this? If they did, they would have traded them at the market long ago. But when a cigarette was handed to him, his eyes lit up instantly. Click! The flame was lit and passed to him. He eagerly took a puff. Beifong also lit his own cigarette. The two sat in half-lying, puffing smoke, seemingly in a relaxed atmosphere, but actually heavy and oppressive. The dark night sky was silent. "Before I die, I can smoke another cigarette, no regrets." Beifong took out the remaining half-pack of cigarettes from his pocket and gestured if he wanted to smoke. "It's a waste to smoke another one." His voice grew weaker. "Brother, I didn't smoke your cigarette for nothing. There's a military bag in the car, belonging to those Sakura country players, with good stuff inside. I'll give it to you." Beifong got up and took out the green military bag from the BMW. Opening it, Beifong was stunned when he saw the barely conscious man lying on the ground. Empty, no bullets left. There were two items in the military bag, a standard Mauser pistol, and 1,000 milliliters of gasoline. Although there are no bullets, holding it to show off is more effective than a machete. Beifong was surprised that the pistol without bullets could be amplified. At that moment, the man on the ground took out a rectangular delicate box from his jacket pocket. "Those are just small items, this is my real asset, brother, please fulfill my last wish." Looking at it, Okamoto 001, Surprise Edition. Beifong took a look and found it was a condom, also smiling bitterly. "Brother, give me one more cigarette, let's use the trading window. Before I die, I want to sell this thing in exchange, otherwise, I won't rest in peace." Soon, Beifong knew who this man was. At the beginning of the game, he had privately messaged him to sell condoms, and he had blocked him at that time. After some negotiation, the two reached a trade agreement. Beifong got a box of Okamoto Surprise Edition condoms, and the man got his wish for another cigarette. As the cigarette was lit, Beifong realized that the man's time was running out, and he could no longer smoke. Playing with the Okamoto condom in his hand, Beifong asked subconsciously, "Brother, what is the Surprise Edition?" But now the man had no strength to speak. Due to excessive blood loss and insufficient blood supply, even his eyes had gone blind. Deaf. Dragon. It seemed like he wanted to tell Beifong that the Okamoto Surprise Edition had a small hole on the head. "Draw it or write it down," Beifong said helplessly. A donut drawn in blood appeared quickly, with a red dot in the center. Then the person became motionless. The Beifong, puzzled, said, "Brother, write in Chinese, I don't understand." After a sigh, the Beifong whispered, "Infinite Heavenly Lord, Amitba. Amen. I don't know your beliefs, so I'll say them all, hoping you have a peaceful journey." After covering the body with some weeds, the Beifong got on a BMW. Ignition, stepping on the gas. V-room. Everything was normal. And all this was seen by Wuling Zhongting Chu-Chu. Wiping away tears, she knew that once she got on the car, she would be parting ways with him.
It seemed like a significant decision had been made. Inside the Wuling car, Choo-Choo placed the sleeping little one, Ying, on the passenger seat. A loose t-shirt and a pair of hot pants were quickly thrown into a corner of the car. At the same time, a well-proportioned and delicate body, like Jade, appeared in the dimly lit car. She rolled down the window but did not show her face.
Beifeng, come back, I need to talk to you. Oh, coming.
As the Beifeng returned and opened the car door, suddenly, two fair arms reached out from the darkness inside the car and hugged his neck. Before the Beifeng could react, two cold and delicate things covered his mouth. The Beifeng stiffened, motionless. The lips briefly parted. A firm voice sounded softly in his ear.
Don't ask anything, just kiss me. The author has something to say. So tired, even the dog is asleep at this hour, right? Since then, there's been no end.
Unable to see the future, a game full of death threats begins.
All players are constantly on edge, driving aimlessly every day, not knowing what awaits them the next moment.
In such a repressive environment, many people have had mental breakdowns. Venting has become the primary way to relieve stress.
Inside the Wuling car, a smooth and well-proportioned body was embraced.
With the faint voice in his ear, Beifeng, who had never been in love, felt his mind go blank. Instinct and primal desire kept stimulating his central nervous system. Just as he was about to say something, his lips were once again covered by the coldness. This moment marked the beginning of a closer relationship. About 5 hours later, a strong arm opened the tightly closed car door slightly. As a latex-like thin film was thrown out of the car, it meant that the battlefield had been cleaned up. Lying lazily on the waterbed as if on a cloud, Tung Choo-Choo had clear tear marks in her eyes.
Cough. Why? Beifeng's voice sounded confused.
It's nothing, just don't want to give it to him, or easily let others take it away. Beifeng was puzzled, not understanding the meaning of the words, and just made a symbolic O sound. Both were young people of the 21st century, so it was normal to get passionate when meeting someone they liked.
Beifeng, will we meet again in the future?
Perhaps. Beifeng lit a cigarette, looked at the dying bonfire outside the window, hesitated, and then reminded, when do you plan to leave?
Players from Sakura Country are likely to come after you. Tonight will be a sleepless night. Players from Sakura Country?
Beifeng nodded and recounted the encounter with the murdered guy earlier.
Aren't you leaving? Tung Choo-Choo asked worriedly.
Beifeng exhaled smoke, shook his head slightly with a hint of hostility in his eyes. My grandfather had 9 brothers.
After the defense battle, only my grandfather survived from the battlefield. China was guarded by my ancestors with blood and life. I won't allow people from Sakura Country to insult or trample on it. Beifeng, don't be impulsive. The Beifeng waved his hand. I know what's going on. Your brother's life is hanging by a thread. Now that you have the car, you should leave under the cover of night. Looking at the determined look in the Beifeng's eyes, Tung Choo-Choo wanted to say something but held back. Well, then I'll go. By the way, there are some supplies left for you in the BMW. I wish you success in finding your brother. Watching the BMW speeding away, the Beifeng gazed into the distance, then got out of the car and stoked the fire. Putting out the cigarette, the Beifeng took out the newly acquired Mauser pistol. At that moment, the system prompt sounded in his ear. Detected standard Mauser pistol for enhancement. Do you want to enhance it?
Enhance, the Beifeng said directly. Congratulations, host, enhancement successful.
Standard Mauser pistol enhanced to Desert Eagle Collector's Edition.
The Desert Eagle was of a similar grade to the Viper, so the Beifeng didn't show much surprise. However, after removing the magazine, a hint of a smile appeared on the Beifeng's face.
16 bullets, not bad.
Click, click, the sound of the pistol chambering around rang out, piercing the silent night.
No rules? No constraints. Sakura Country. 1 kill for 1.
Watching the campfire in the rearview mirror getting smaller and smaller until she couldn't see Tung Choo-Choo, she calmed her mind and focused on driving. Although she was reluctant to leave the Beifeng, her brother's life was at stake, and she had to hurry over.
A private message was sent. Brother, I'm on my way. By the way, how could you send me location coordinates?
Soon, a message popped up. It was from Tang by Million. I hit a wild beast and after it disappeared, it dropped something.
I can't explain it. Oh, by the way, did Beifeng come with you?
No, I came by myself. His ideal type is Muziki, and I'm far inferior to her.
Oh, okay. By the way, do you have any weapons on you? It's likely to encounter danger when driving at night.
Seeing the message from her brother, Tung Choo-Choo casually brought the military backpack from the passenger seat. Swoosh! The moment the military backpack was opened, Tung Choo-Choo was stunned. Incredulous, her eyes started to turn red. Viper, he actually left the Viper for me, Beifeng. Wiping away her tears, Tung Chuchu's emotions surged, a mix of feelings.
I will try to become an outstanding woman like Muziki. Not only that, I want to surpass her. Beifong, I hope we can meet again.
Although their time together was short, the Beifong knew that Tung Chuchu had always dreamed of having a matching gun.
Previously, the Beifong only had a Viper, which he couldn't trade or give to anyone. However, with the opening of the World Channel and the fact that the brother of Beichuan was killed by players from Sakura country tonight, the Beifong knew that in the future, countries would still need to band together or establish cities, teams, groups. In short, national power and team strength would quickly dominate the game mainstream. Initially entering the game, the Beifong just wanted to use the system's abilities to survive the game and return to the original world to take care of his parents. However, as the world players mingled, the Beifong realized that the whole thing was far from simple. An individual's abilities were always limited, and in order to survive and leave here, he had to take action. That action was to secretly support the top forces of the Xia players group, and the Tang siblings were undoubtedly the best choice, because their luck was really too good. After who knows how long, the blazing campfire was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, the buzzing of engines broke the silence of the night. The Beifeng's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened wide, and he turned his head coldly. Hunting time. The pitch-black night had no starlight, and in the distance, two beams of car headlights appeared exceptionally bright. As a precaution, the Beifong hid the Wuling and concealed himself in the darkness around the campfire. Not far away, a pile of campfires, a dead body, remained still. Vroom vroom. For cars, full of arrogance, quickly approached the campfire. What came into view were 10 burly men in black suits. 5 of them were holding various weapons. The leader was a young man with a pale face, cold eyes, and a goatee. Zhang Benjun, that Huaxiao person from before is already dead, the car, and the gun, all gone. Damn it! Asterisk smack. Asterisk asterisk smack. Asterisk hey. Asterisk clang. Asterisk furiously slapping his subordinates as if unsatisfied, the young man with a cold demeanor drew a long knife from his waist and ruthlessly hacked at the already dead bodies on the ground. In the early game, a handgun. How precious a handgun is, and this Huaxia pig actually played dead, taking advantage to steal my most precious possession. Damn it! The 9 men in suits dared not speak, only bowing their heads in shame. Beifong, hidden where the firelight couldn't reach, watched quietly. When he realized that these people didn't have firearms, his killing intent began to stir. This scene was unbearable for any Huaxia person. Beifong was not a murderer, but when he saw the Yingshan players slaughtering their compatriots, he would rather become a butcher than spare them. In the blink of an eye, a bundle of yellow tape wrapped around something black appeared in Beifeng's hand. That's right, this is half a kilogram of TNT explosive after enhancement. Without hesitation, Beifong lit the fuse. Sizzle the sparks from the burning fuse faintly illuminated Beifeng's cold profile. Although curious about how these 10 people had gathered, for safety reasons, Beifong decided to use explosives. At the moment, bullets were more precious than explosives. Adults could throw at most 20 to 30 meters, while the effective range of a handgun was 50 meters, and handguns were more convenient. As for using a grenade, Beifong was even more reluctant. The remaining 49 bullets were not many for a light machine gun, that was his last resort, and he wouldn't use it easily without facing a life-threatening situation. Watching the Yingshan players still whipping the bodies, Beifeng's heart shuddered. He raised his hand and threw the TNT explosive that was about to burn to the end. How conspicuous would a cluster of sparks be in the dark night? It was just not suitable for the occasion. Otherwise, before throwing, Beifong would have to shout, Fan Ruin Deho. Watch out for the grenade. Those who have played PUBG, CSG, and other shooting games understand how satisfying it is to throw a grenade into a group of players. However, for safety, Beifong held back. In case he couldn't wipe them out, he would waste precious bullets. The sparks ignited by the high explosive flew in an arc in the air. Suddenly, several vigilant men in black noticed something was amiss. Not good, get down. But it was too late. Beifong wasn't foolish enough to just light and throw the explosives. He controlled the burning progress of the fuse, timing the throw. This way, with a calculated move, the success rate would greatly increase. Asterisk boom. Asterisk even Beifong didn't know the power of the high explosive. The moment he threw it, he quickly retreated, but the explosion's shockwave still knocked him over. This power, TSK TSK. Beifong shook his head as he got up, turned around, and looked bewildered. Wiped out? This. Walking to the center of the explosion, Beifong felt nauseous. Shattered, scattered all over the place. Suddenly, Beifong stepped back abruptly, and a desert eagle appeared in his hand. You're not dead? Beifong looked shocked at the cold young man 5 or 6 meters away, his mouth full of blood. Damn! You have explosives. Fear filled Zhang Ben's eyes as he subconsciously reached for his coat pocket. Asterisk swish. Asterisk a black shadow flashed by, and Zhang Ben's eyes widened, his face full of unwillingness as he said, You will regret this. Asterisk drip drip. Asterisk click. Asterisk a flash similar to a camera suddenly lit up, capturing Beifeng's face directly. What is this? Asterisk woo woo. Asterisk the fish scale military knife was too sharp. After a slash, the head stayed on the neck for a second before falling. Picking up a delicate device resembling an MP3 player, Beifeng examined it carefully, feeling uneasy. Detected image transmission locator can be amplified. Do you want to amplify it? Although Beifeng was puzzled, he still replied, Amplify. Congratulations, the host has successfully amplified. The image transmission locator is amplified, sharing a set of beautiful pupils. A deep blue metal box appeared in his hand, and Beifeng had no time to study it. Empathy. With a severely injured enemy in front of him, and in a survival environment where bullets were extremely scarce, anyone would think about saving a bullet. As for being photographed, Beifeng didn't care anymore. The game world is vast, not something a single force can easily find. Quickly clean up the remnants of the battlefield. Beifeng obtained 5 various cold weapons. Among them, the most handy was the tachi he used before hiding. Although its grade was not as good as the fish-scale military knife, it was still a long weapon. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger, an inch shorter is an inch riskier. Other items such as gasoline, water sources, food, and various miscellaneous things were all stored in the particle ring by Beifeng. He now had no shortage of food or fuel, the only thing lacking was bullets. After Wuling Hongguan left, all that remained was a scene of ruins. The sky was turning light. Beifeng rubbed his eyes and yawned. Not sleeping all night, claiming not to be tired would be a lie. However, for safety reasons, Beifeng decided to drive another 100 kilometers before resting. Taking out the beautiful pupil-sharing vision set box that was just amplified, Beifeng smiled bitterly. Beautiful pupils? Feels like playing around. But when he saw a line of small words in the introduction, Beifeng was directly shocked, exclaiming, Wow, this is high-tech. This is like the sharing ability of the Rinnegan, sharing vision? Beifeng brought the sleeping little creature Night Shadow over. Chirp chirp. Good, come here, let daddy put on a beautiful pupil for you. When Beifeng carefully placed the 2 beautiful pupils on Night Shadow's shiny eyes, an amazing scene unfolded. The beautiful pupils that could have been used as a hat for Night Shadow gradually shrank, soon fitting perfectly for the little creature to wear. This is amazing. After putting the shared vision beautiful pupils on Night Shadow, Beifeng quickly put on his own pair of beautiful pupils, which were black and almost indistinguishable from his natural eye color. As soon as he put on the shared vision beautiful pupils, Beifeng discovered a new world. He could see his own face in his eyes. Can you believe it? Yes, what Beifeng saw through the shared vision was the little creature Night Shadow. Beifeng was instantly excited. He then rolled down the car window and extended the little creature outside. Oh my goodness. Shocked. Through the feedback of the shared vision beautiful pupils, Beifeng could clearly see everything Night Shadow saw outside the car window. Incredibly clear, just like sticking his head out the window to look around. The little creature, held by Beifeng outside the car, was flustered by the wind messing up its fur, making chirping sounds of dissatisfaction and grievance. Beifeng gently stroked Night Shadow's head. Little one, when will you grow up? When you grow up and can fly, won't it be like I have grown a pair of eyes with a 360-degree view? Chirp chirp. Night Shadow flapped its furry wings as if expressing grievance, saying, If you give me that thing to eat, I can grow up quickly. Unfortunately, the languages of humans and animals do not communicate. However, as Beifeng took out the soul essence for further research, the little creature suddenly pounced, grabbed the soul essence in its mouth, and swallowed it hard. Although the soul essence had been greatly reduced in size after system amplification, it was still too much for a newly hatched Night Shadow to swallow directly. As a result, it got stuck in its throat. Unable to swallow or spit it out, it seemed like it was about to pass out. Beifeng was shocked. You silly bird, I haven't taken any of your meat, why are you eating stones? Immediately dug up. Because it was stuck tightly, Beifeng was worried about getting stuck, so he used a little force. Now it's good. Not only was the soul essence stuck in Yi Ying's mouth dug out, but also a transparent hard shell-like thing that looked like a bird's tongue was also dug out. Fog grass. How did I pull out the tongue? Wasted. But, what happened next? Beifeng only felt his scalp numb. Little Ying finally got something that could help him grow and evolve quickly, but it was forcibly taken away by his mother. Suddenly, he didn't care anymore. Flapping his wings, he lay down on the co-pilot seat, continuously making sad chirping sounds, kicking his legs, just like throwing a tantrum. Angrily. Suddenly, Little Ying actually spoke human words,
repeating what Tung Chuchu had said to Beifong not long ago.
Kiss me, kiss me.
A chill ran from the back of Beifeng's head to his heels. After confirming that it wasn't a ghost, Beifong stared at Yi Ying and shouted, "Bold monster.
I can tell at a glance that you are not human."
The author has something to say. Hurry up and update. The small video at the end is very appetizing. You can watch it when you have time. It is said that watching it is beneficial to the author.
Give some support. See you soon.
Hiss. On a tens of meters wide asphalt road, a Wuling Hongguang suddenly slammed on the brakes. When Beifong discovered that it was actually little Ying imitating human speech, his soul was scared away.
What is this? A monster. Click. The dark barrel of the Desert Eagle was directly pointed at Yi Ying's head. Tell me, what kind of ghost are you? Beifong was not joking, he was very serious now.
Since entering this game, he has personally seen too many things that science cannot explain.
As for lonely souls, wild ghosts, demons, it seems, it's not that hard to accept. It's just that, the fact that his own blood-hatched little thing is actually a monster, makes Beifong somewhat difficult to accept. At this moment, Beifeng's heart was in his throat. Now, as long as the little thing shows ferocity and surpasses normal attacks, he will not hesitate to pull the trigger. But, what happened next left Beifong completely confused. Feeling the terrifying gaze of his mother, the little guy immediately behaved, his big round eyes full of confusion, even pecking at the Desert Eagle's barrel to please Beifong. Chirp chirp. The sound was full of grievances and confusion.
Seeing that Beifeng's expression was still unpleasant, the little one had no choice but to start imitating human speech again.
As soon as its beak opened, its neck muscles bulged. Bold monster, what kind of ghost are you? Surprisingly, the sound coming from Yi Ying's small body was so penetrating.
Although the imitated voice was a bit stiff and sharp, in a crowd, it would definitely have a confusing effect.
Seeing Yi Ying's neck move to imitate human speech, Beifong was stunned. Can owls also mimic parrots and mynas? Wow! Beifong took Yi Ying in his hand and carefully examined it.
Soon, Beifong discovered that the little one's tongue seemed different.
If it was a very hard tongue before, now it seemed flexible. Could it be the transparent hard shell that was just removed?
After observing the little one, Beifong tried to say, "A rotten girl smile shatters one's values."
Indeed.
Before the words fell, Yi Ying started imitating again. "A rotten girl smile shatters one's values. A rotten girl smile shatters one's values." After confirming the little one's ability, Beifong was all smiles.
Chirp chirp. Beifong looked at the soul essence in his hand and asked in confusion, "Do you want to eat this?" Chirp chirp. The little thing Night Shadow showed an extreme eagerness. It's not that the Beifong is unwilling to give the essence of the soul to the little thing. It's just that it can't swallow it, almost choked just now. Chirp chirp. Seeing Mom hesitating to give good things to itself, Night Shadow immediately used all its tricks to please the Beifong. First, it whimpered, then rubbed the Beifeng's hand hard. Seeing this, the Beifong felt puzzled. Logically, the little thing has never eaten a vegetarian meal since birth, it has always been fresh wild boar meat. But why is it showing such a strong desire for a piece of material? Could it be that this thing is very special to Night Shadow, so it makes it so eager? Because it is not needed for the time being, the Beifong is extremely fond of the little guy. It decided to feed it. A shiny golden hammer appeared in its hand. The crystal stones, due to their density and precision, are usually very fragile, just like jade that can be shattered in an instant. Snap! Holding the soul crystal in hand, it knocked it on the golden hammer. A crisp sound rang out. A complete essence of the soul shattered into dozens of independent entities the size of soybeans. This scene caught Night Shadow's eyes, its dark eyes suddenly lit up. Chirp chirp, its mouth opened wide, like a small ladle. Damn, don't cool down after eating this thing, otherwise, I'll be at a loss.
Trying to throw one into Night Shadow's mouth, and Night Shadow, giving face, swallowed it down.
Waited for 2 minutes.
The Beifong did not notice any abnormalities in Night Shadow. It did not turn into a golden-winged peng bird as imagined, nor did it roll its eyes. Since the soul essence had shattered, the Beifong decided to feed it all to Night Shadow. The entire special material was fed to Night Shadow, and its performance was unexpectedly satisfying, as if it had taken half a caddy of Mongolian sweat medicine, its little head drooping.
Hey, don't die, or I'll be in trouble. The Beifong was really anxious. What's going on?
Feeding his special material was one thing, but feeding the only pet to death was another.
Gotta say, it's really blue and thin.
However, the next moment, the system prompt unexpectedly appeared in the Beifeng's mind.
Detected, juvenile, the common gene of the hairy-legged fish can be amplified. Do you want to amplify it? What? Say that again. The Beifong was stunned, the first time encountering this. Previous amplification experiences told him that after one amplification, the system would not usually prompt for amplification or indicate it, but this time the system actively prompted that the little one's genes were suitable for amplification? Could it be because of the soul essence? Common genes? Could there be more advanced ones? Detected, juvenile hairy-legged fish common level gene can be amplified. Do you want to amplify it? To be honest, since creating the particle ring, apart from the temporarily unavailable form particle ammunition depot, the Bayfoam had not been so nervous and excited. After all, this was a pet that he had raised with his own hands. Saying that he didn't care or wasn't nervous was false. Amplify. In the end, the Bayfoam chose to amplify it. Congratulations, host, successful amplification, juvenile hairy-legged fish common gene amplified to, first level growth gene, second level agility gene. Host prompt, gene amplification transformation requires 8 hours, try to maintain sleep during this period. Being interrupted during the amplification process will cause irreversible permanent damage to the amplifier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully meeting the system conditions, triggering the new system function, adornment. The continuous system prompts rang directly in the Beifeng's mind. Without time to check the new system function or inquire about the details of the first level gene and second level agility gene, it quickly looked at Night Shadow, who had curled up into a ball and fallen into a deep sleep. Seeing that the little thing had no changes for the time being, just sleeping, the Beifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing could be done. In order to ensure the smooth amplification of Night Shadow's genes, the Beifeng had to take off his t-shirt and make a nest for Night Shadow again. After doing all this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he asked the system about the issue of gene levels. System, what is a first-level gene? And what is a second-level swift gene? The system did not hide anything and briefly introduced the classification of gene levels to the Beifeng. What? After gene amplification to level 6, there is a probability of triggering the special atavistic ability of organisms? That's right. Taking the example of the hairy-legged fish Hong, if its genes are amplified to level 6, there is a high probability of triggering various latent abilities within the body. Host, please remember, the generally common abilities among humans are roughly divided into 5 categories: physique, strength, agility, creativity, and insight. Animals have one more ability than humans, which is their innate talent. Taking the hairy-legged fish Hong as an example again, the additional ability it has compared to humans is the weakening of darkness. It was unbelievable how considerate the system was, explaining the examples so clearly. The Beifeng understood it all at once. In other words, it enhances the innate abilities of various animals several times over. Perhaps the greatest innate ability of humans is their natural brain power, in simple terms, natural intelligence. System, so after Night Shadow's gene amplification to obtain a second-level gene, it only possesses the gene for agility and has not fully triggered the agility ability? That's correct. After hesitating, the Beifeng couldn't help but ask, can humans also amplify genes? The system replied, currently, it is not possible. This function needs to be activated actively or passively by the game console. Upon hearing this answer, the Beifeng was truly relieved. If this function were activated early in the game, it is very likely that powerful players would appear in the newbie village. In an environment without rules, apart from those powerful players, the rest would probably be like fish meat. After all, miracles happen, and no one can guarantee what kind of chosen one will appear among billions of people. With his doubts resolved, the Beifeng began to study the new function embellishment that appeared in the system. System, activate the new function embellishment. Congratulations, host. The new function embellishment has been activated. Please follow the system's instructions for details. As soon as the system's voice fell, the Beifeng saw a new world in his eyes. The moment the embellishment function was activated, the objects in the Beifeng's field of vision changed. First, there was a Wuling car. At that moment, the system's voice came as expected. Detected that the Wuling Hongguang is suitable for embellishment. Would you like to consume a day's worth of resources for embellishment? The Beifeng was stunned. A day's worth of resources, meaning the supplies needed for one person in a day? That's correct. Would you like to consume a day's worth of resources to embellish the Wuling Hongguang? With a clatter, the Beifeng suddenly saw resources in the carriage that he didn't need at the moment, with food, water, and miscellaneous items occupying most of the space. Fruits, wild boar meat, shredded pork toast, premium ham, and other high-calorie items were not taken out. Looking at the abundance of resources appearing in the carriage, the Beifeng said, embellish. Congratulations, host. By consuming 3 baked flatbreads, 5 liters of pure water, and apple, the Wuling Hongguang has been successfully embellished. Although the system did not explain in detail,
the Beifong had already seen the basic information about the Wuling Hongguang. Wuling Hongguang Deluxe Edition, successfully embellished, biological gene binder, Beifong. Below the embellishment was a question mark. The Beifong curiously clicked on it, and a piece of information appeared before his eyes. When he saw the effect of the vehicle after embellishment, the Beifong almost shouted out loud. Without hesitation, he took out the improved Pineapple Light Machine Gun, Desert Eagle, and T1 Fish Scale Machete. Detected that the improved version of the light machine gun, Pineapple Me, is suitable for embellishment. Would you like to consume a day's worth of resources for embellishment? Detected that the Collector's Edition Desert Eagle meets the embellishment requirements. Do you want to consume an equivalent amount of resources for embellishment? Detected that the T1 Fish Scale Dagger meets the embellishment requirements. Do you want to consume an equivalent amount of resources for embellishment? Embellish. Embellish. The excited face of Beifong turned red. Congratulations, the host has successfully embellished. The 3 pieces of equipment in front of Beifong can be said to be his hidden treasures. Hearing the system prompt of successful embellishment, Beifong hesitated and picked up the Collector's Edition Desert Eagle, asking in his heart, "System, let me confirm one last time, is the introduction of the embellishment function real? If it's fake, I'm in trouble, right?" "It's real," the system responded without hesitation. "Alright, then I'll test it with my own brain." Click. The Desert Eagle loaded. Beifong seemed foolishly to point the dark muzzle at his own head. Seeing this scene, everyone probably thought Beifong was joking. However, with a thunderous bang, it was real. A strange scene unfolded. A 7.62 bullet directly shot out from Beifong's left temple, the bullet head instantly hitting the left bulletproof glass, then the impact was blocked with a ding sound. Beifong was completely stunned. There was no expected burst. No expected explosion. Beifong's current situation was completely shocked by this incredible function. What the hell? The function after successful embellishment is a biological gene lock? Or some black technology? Or am I already dead? M-___M? Mechanical, he put down the Collector's Edition Desert Eagle. Slap. A slap with full force directly landed on his right face. From the crisp sound, it was easy to tell that Beifong was not holding back. Almost being slapped to vomit blood by himself. The fiery pain rose in waves. Beifong knew this was not a dream, he really didn't die. I took a shot from the Desert Eagle, and nothing happened. Beifong burst into laughter like a madman. Damn, if I don't embellish the equipment of a few infantry divisions, this function would be wasted. Beifong's delusions were easy to understand. If he embellished the hot weapons of other countries and then sold them back. TSK. One could imagine that scene. Alone, facing the well-equipped million-strong army of various countries, Beifong strolled through the ocean of bullets and artillery like a god, not to mention fear. Beifong even felt like laughing. TSK. Beifong laughed, then asked, "System, does this mean that if I embellish all the hot weapons and cold weapons in the world, I will be invincible? No one can hurt me except with fists?" However, when he heard the system's chuckle, Beifong knew he was thinking too much. Reminder to the host, only after system amplification does it meet the primary condition for embellishment? Beifong nodded upon hearing this. After personally trying the embellishment function, he knew that the embellishment condition was indeed strict, otherwise, he would truly be invincible. Sure enough, as Beifong took out several cold weapons he had obtained before, as expected, none of them could be amplified. Do I have to be amplified by the system before embellishment? But the Wuling Hongguang didn't go through amplification either? Why? The selected vehicle at the beginning belongs to the host's initial equipment and is naturally defaulted by the system. Upon hearing this, Beifong understood. To use the system's embellishment function, one needed to be amplified by the system, which was the primary condition, and secondly, it had to be personally crafted. Perhaps annoyed by the question, the system didn't say much more about it. The meaning was clear. Do I have to figure it out myself? Beifong pondered while collecting a large amount of supplies in the carriage. Playing with the T1 fish scale dagger in his hand, Beifong lowered his head to look at his sturdy chest. Let's try again. Poof, the black knife went in and the black knife came out, but the chest of Beifong was pierced by the fish scale dagger, yet no injury was left. This damn, not to mention pain, it even feels a bit cool. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Beifong had a simple breakfast. Then he left again in the car. Due to the system, Beifong knew the genetic level division in advance. With the special nature of embellishment function, he had to seize this information gap and establish his own advantage as early as possible. Soul Crystal. Soul Essence? Beifong now had two clear goals. 1. To collect materials for building the particle ammunition depot and try to build it before the beast tide, so that he could mass-produce bullets for his own use or for sale.
In any case, as long as he built the particle ammunition depot, Beifeng's speed of accumulating strength would definitely skyrocket.
2. To collect soul crystals on a large scale, amplify and accumulate soul essence for future use.
Where to find soul crystals?
Beifeng set his sights on this beast tide. Although uncertain, Beifeng could only give it a try. He opened the game page and selected to enter the national channel. The national channel, after yesterday's quarrel, appeared much more normal today. Indeed, Beifeng found that many people had started to buy and hoard supplies in large quantities. Whether it was big financial conglomerates, group forces, or resellers, they were everywhere in both reality and the game. However, compared to the base price they offered for purchases, Beifeng just smiled. Wang Group, large-scale purchase of metal materials, recruiting talents from all walks of life, veterans preferred, security personnel preferred, graduates from martial arts schools preferred, those with various special skills preferred. This group promises that once employed, as long as you obey the management, you will receive excellent treatment, with priority in weapon equipment. Ma Group, large-scale purchase of metal materials, strategic materials, recruiting talents from all walks of life, veterans preferred, security personnel preferred, graduates from martial arts schools preferred, those with various special skills preferred.
Tang Group, Zhou Group, Zhou Dafu Trading Company, Ma Store Department Store. Seeing these recruitment messages, Beifeng was not surprised. Probably the chat channels of other countries were the same, quickly gathering strength, hoarding supplies, and being prepared to deal with the first beast tide of the game host. And the various flowery fresh meats who were jumping and celebrating yesterday, upon seeing the real tycoons speak, dared not say anything. Capital is the father of flowery stars, it's not an exaggeration to say so.
Although the recruitment information of various big financial conglomerates and groups dominated the screen, the willingness to join was actually very limited. No one was foolish. Joining the forces of major financial conglomerates at this time meant being their shield from the beginning, considering that the beast tide was less than 20 hours away. At this moment, a piece of news suddenly popped up, which seemed somewhat out of place compared to the recruitment information of the major financial conglomerates. Heavy reward for shape-shifting metal. Regardless of size, volume, as long as it's shape-shifting metal, food, water source, energy, cold weapons, snacks, fruits, everything can be exchanged. That's right.
I am Beifeng.
As soon as the message appeared on the national channel public screen, it immediately attracted countless players to watch.
Wow, Beifeng is showing up again, thumbs up. What is shape-shifting metal? I've never heard of it.
Envious, so Beifeng is so wealthy, he even has spare cold weapons for exchange.
Who is Beifeng? Is he very famous? Why don't I know him?
Cough, probably another flowery fresh meat. It's unreasonable, a small fresh meat actually owns so many resources. Damn, I want to take him down. +1, when the person above acts, take me with you.
+1. All the players who knew Beifeng were from the same region as Beifeng before.
There were tens of billions of Chinese players, divided into hundreds of regional channels by the system. So, in fact, most people didn't know who Beifeng was. However, no matter who the Beifeng is, being able to offer such high-quality resources as a reward all at once, must be a person with extraordinary luck. Immediately, the major groups recruiting powerful players and wealthy tycoons began to privately message the Beifeng. The private messages kept ringing non-stop for 3 minutes, making the Beifeng's scalp tingle. The Beifeng dove into the ocean of private messages. Looking at each private message, the Beifeng furrowed his brows. Some of the private messages were trying to recruit or entice him, even offering to give him a publicly traded company for free. Most were pleading poverty and misery, hoping for relief from the Beifeng, even offering to exchange with their bodies.
The Beifeng deleted each private message one by one.
Suddenly, a message caught his eye. Upon seeing this message, the Beifeng immediately perked up.
Boss Beifeng, I have the morph metal. The Beifeng replied directly, can I see it? If it's real, I'm willing to pay a high price for it. Soon, a trade request notification sounded in the Beifeng's ear. Player Pang Zhenjie has sent you a trade request. Do you accept? Accept. After the virtual trade interface appeared, the other party didn't hesitate and placed a piece of blue metal in the trade column. Morph metal, rare material. The introduction was simple and didn't mention what it could be used to craft. Is this what you need? Exactly. What do you want? Besides firearms, I have almost everything here. Wow, boss, you're amazing, but I don't want anything. I just want to follow you.
Seeing this, the Beifeng frowned and immediately replied, no need, I only want to exchange resources. Then, the Beifeng placed 6 and used various weapons in the trade column. 2 machetes, 2 daggers, 1 curved knife, and 1 paratrooper knife.
Compared to food, water, and gasoline, weapons are more practical. What do you want?
Seeing this array of weapons, the other party was obviously surprised. This time, the Beifong appeared calm on the surface, but was actually quite anxious. However, he had made it clear that he didn't have firearms.
Pang Zhenjie either had to accept the trade or choose tradable goods.
Apart from 2 machetes, 2 daggers, 1 curved knife, 1 paratrooper knife, and 10 days worth of food and fuel resources, if you can provide these, I'll give you the morph medal. This asking price was ruthless. The Beifong looked at the list of goods in the private message, took out a cigarette and lit it without haste. It's not that the Beifong didn't urgently need the morph medal, on the contrary, he needed it desperately. However, he couldn't agree too readily, he had to hesitate, create a sense of difficulty for the other party. Even if both parties reached an agreement in the trade, they could back out at any time. If the Beifong agreed too readily, the other party would realize the value of the morph medal and raise the price exorbitantly, taking advantage of the situation. Unfortunately, the morph medal was too rare, and only this one player out of over 999 private messages knew about it and possessed it.
The Beifong had to be cautious. So, what do you say? Boss, can't provide it? Pang Zhenjie seemed unsure and took the initiative to ask.
Seeing this, the Beifong smiled and replied, I can provide it, but I need to gather 10 days worth of goods at once.
My dozens of subordinates will have to go hungry to search for supplies in 11 different directions. Your asking price is a bit too harsh.
Before waiting for a reply, the Beifong sent another message. Let's do this, I'll provide the weapons as you said, but for the goods, I can only offer 5 days worth.
If you find it unacceptable, then we'll have to call off this trade.
After sending the message, the Beifong took a deep drag of his cigarette, nervously waiting for a reply. Success or failure hinged on this moment. If successful, everyone would be happy, and even if it failed, at least the price of the morph medal would be fixed around 10 days worth of goods, preventing a surge. He could simply send a private message to Tang Baiwan or ask Ting Chuchu to help take down the metallic form in the person's hand.
It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
The game is a test of who can remain calm and composed.
The air fell silent for 2 minutes. As expected, Pang Zhenjie couldn't help but reply.
In fact, it was within Beifeng's expectations. His design for the form particle ammunition depot had been systematically amplified and was an outstanding level design. At the current stage, players being able to create special and rare-grade weapon equipment was already impressive, but outstanding and excellent level design blueprints were scarce. Well, let's each take a step back, for cold weapons, plus 6 days of supplies. Seeing this, Beifong burst into laughter.
Deal, this is the limit I can offer.
An agreement was reached between the two parties, and the trade interface was reopened after being cancelled. Looking at the metallic form repositioned on the other party's trade column, Beifong unhesitatingly placed 6 days worth of supplies, food, water, fuel, in exchange for 2 daggers, a curved knife, and a paratrooper knife.
Beifong clicked on the trade. Boss, happy trading.
The trade was successful, and Beifeng's substantial supplies disappeared. In return, he received a dense blue metal. Breathing a sigh of relief, Beifong felt comfortable. Currently, the only thing missing to create the form particle ammunition depot was this main material, as the other refined iron, carbon steel, and stainless steel had long been prepared.
As expected, it's another material that can't be amplified.
However, being able to obtain this before the beast tide made Beifong very happy, and whether it could be amplified was no longer important. Entering the trading square, he took out all the various metal materials he had received as rewards over the past few days. Sure enough, with the materials ready, the game console prompted again.
Detected outstanding level, form particle ammunition depot, design blueprint, meets crafting requirements. Would you like to craft? Craft. Do not disclose.
Congratulations to player Beifong with ID 123271, successfully crafting the first outstanding grade weapon equipment in Survival Road, form particle ammunition depot.
Congratulations to player Beifong for crafting outstanding grade weapon equipment, receiving a reward of 10,000 reputation points.
Despite receiving additional reputation rewards, Beifong felt nothing. His attention was now fully focused on the new cube-like object in front of him. Yes, the object made up of small particle blocks was the form particle ammunition depot that Beifong had been eagerly anticipating.
Form particle ammunition depot, grade, outstanding. Category, weapon equipment.
Introduction: crafted from form metal and particle dust, it can encompass any caliber ammunition of outstanding grade and below, can reshape into any form, and is suitable for any firearm magazine. Unique feature of outstanding grade: any lead-based material can be actively absorbed, allowing for the creation of ammunition. Lead-based materials: carbon steel, charcoal, phosphorus-free lead, nitrate ore.
Stable.
He took a few pieces of nitrate or carbon steel and 2 pounds of TNT high explosive after amplification. Received. Strictly speaking, the formed particle ammunition depot was much more functional than the particle space ring. While the particle space ring could only store items, the formed particle ammunition depot could not only store but also process specific materials to create optional ammunition. Indeed, after the nitrate or carbon steel and 2 pounds of TNT high explosive were stored, a virtual list appeared above the formed particle ammunition depot, capable of crafting 9mm pistol, micro submachine gun bullets *1200 rounds, capable of crafting 5mm sniper rifle, submachine gun, pistol bullets *700 rounds, capable of crafting 56mm multi-purpose firearm bullets 500 rounds, capable of crafting 62mm sniper rifle, submachine gun, pistol bullets 500 rounds, capable of crafting 300mm Magnum special sniper rifle bullets 100 rounds. The list continued to scroll down all grayed out, which meant that it was currently impossible to select for crafting. However, what the hell was this rocket launcher? After calm consideration, Beifong selected 450 rounds of 5.56 bullets and 50 rounds of 7.62 bullets. The M249 light machine gun required 5.56 bullets, while the Desert Eagle required 7.62. Manufacturing successful, obtained 450 rounds of 5.56 bullets, 50 rounds of 7.62 bullets. After the successful manufacturing, Beifong found that the other caliber ammunitions that could be crafted from the previous list had turned gray. This meant that there were no suitable crafting materials left. Beifong happily picked up the Desert Eagle next to him, removed the magazine, and stored it in the particle ring. Due to the reconfigurable nature of the particle ammunition storage, Beifong no longer needed to use the original Desert Eagle magazine. The Desert Eagle had a full magazine capacity of 12 rounds, requiring a reload after firing, but as the introduction to the superior weapon equipment was clear, as long as the particle ammunition storage had sufficient bullets, it could basically achieve unlimited ammunition. The initial form of the newly crafted ammunition storage was similar to a Rubik's Cube. However, once used, it could reconfigure into any magazine for a weapon not exceeding the superior level. Beifong watched as the Rubik's Cube-like miniature ammunition storage transformed into a Desert Eagle magazine. Click, loading the pistol. Beifong felt delighted. Let's understand the 50-round Collector's Edition Desert Eagle. With sufficient ammunition support, I now have enough confidence to deal with this beast tide. Restarting the vehicle, he continued driving forward. The sun was shining brightly, and the temperature was gradually rising. But Beifeng's Wuling was fully equipped, not only with in-car music but also with air conditioning, so he was not worried about sweating due to high temperatures. He glanced at the sleeping little thing, Night Shadow, curious about the abilities of the owl he had raised after genetic amplification by the system. However, the system prompt was clear. The genetic amplification process would take up to 8 hours, so Beifong could only wait patiently. The Wuling was not fast, maintaining a speed of around 100 miles per hour. An hour later. A silver resource box? Beifong rubbed his eyes, finding it hard to believe, encountering a silver-level resource box for the first time. Beifong was feeling confident with a Desert Eagle with 50 rounds and an M249 Pineapple with nearly 500 rounds. Not to mention 50 people, he wouldn't even fear 100. After a brief look around the surroundings, Beifong got out of the car with a shiny golden hammer in hand. With the particle space ring, grabbing the gun was just a thought away. Curiously examining the silver resource box in front of him, Beifong couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Based on his past experiences of rewarding rare metals, he knew that this silver resource box would not be left for him. Otherwise, he should have been able to reward himself with a lot of silver or even gold. With one strike of the golden hammer, the silver resource box was smashed. Despite having ample ammunition and powerful firearms, when facing a silver-level resource box, Beifong remained cautious. Human strength is sometimes limited, and in case a fast-acting poison appeared from the box, even a gun would be useless. Better safe than sorry. Beifong was prepared for any sudden situation. Bang! As the golden hammer swung vigorously, it turned into a curved golden light, fiercely hitting the silver resource box. The moment the hammer touched the box, Beifong quickly retreated 2 to 3 meters, put away the hammer, and the Desert Eagle appeared in his hand. Fortunately, there was no unexpected attack. This made Beifong breathe a sigh of relief. Ever since he learned that various biological attacks could be hidden in resource boxes, Beifong had developed an inexplicable fear of smashing them. Poisonous snakes, poison dart frogs, and so on. Afraid that a hammer will smash out a bomb. When the flesh meets the bomb, it can only ascend in place. However, after the silver resource box shattered and disappeared, what came into view was indeed beyond the expectations of the Beifong. It was a round, shiny new thing. My luck. TSK, it's really good. 4-wheel rims were actually smashed out of the silver resource box. With a wry smile, the Beifong carefully examined it. Galaxy Vacuum Tire *4, Introduction, designed by the 21st Century Billy Space Research Institute, a super futuristic concept tire that maximizes wear resistance and skid resistance from the outset. Putting the 4-wheel rims into the particle space ring, seeing that there was no material, the Beifong simply left. Detected Galaxy Vacuum Tire *4, can amplify. Do you want to amplify? Amplify. Congratulations on successful amplification. Galaxy Vacuum Tire *4, amplify to 3 Defense Vacuum Tire *4, 3 Defense, explosion-proof, fireproof, puncture-proof. This was truly a surprise. Originally, the Beifong thought that this silver resource box was a pitfall, but unexpectedly, someone brought a pillow just as he was about to doze off. As for his Wuling Hongwang, now apart from the body protection being incomplete, the rest was the tires. As for the bulletproof glass, the Beifong had already tested it, blocking a shot from the Desert Eagle as if playing. Open the vehicle equipment function. Sure enough, on the blue distribution map of the Wuling vehicle, there appeared a replaceable option for the 4-wheel rims. Without hesitation, he replaced them. In no time, the 4 brand new 3 Defense vacuum tires had all been installed on the Wuling vehicle. With the tires guaranteed, the Beifong had more confidence in driving forward. After all, the 3 defenses were not just talk: explosion-proof, fireproof, puncture-proof. The fears of the tires were all compensated for. Vroom vroom. The car quickly departed. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was midnight. At this time, there was 1 hour left until the beast-tide attack. The Beifong had long been looking for easy-to-defend and hard-to-attack high ground, and then spent nearly 2 hours collecting wood from the surroundings. In the dark night without starlight or moonlight, the firelight might be the only thing that could give humans a sense of security. Just then, on the left side, the Wuling car parked as a cover, there were 2 sudden chirps heard. Oh, the little one is awake. Putting away the well-maintained big pineapple, the Beifong, full of anticipation, went straight into the carriage. What the heck is this? Mom? P.S. I want to write up to 100,000 words tomorrow, my debut. A life and death debut, hoping that all my brothers will urge me on, write some book reviews, make the data better, and give me enough confidence to continue writing. I will continue to update tomorrow. At this moment, there are 40 minutes left until the first beast-tide in highway survival game. That's right. Rather than say that the Beifong entered the carriage for 10 minutes, it's more like he was dumbfounded for 10 minutes after seeing the amplified genes. For a full 10 minutes, the Beifong did not recover from the shock. The scene before him was indescribable, and even more incomprehensible. What kind of force could turn a fluffy unfeathered owlet into a 7 or 8-year-old girl in a pink feather dress, with big, bright eyes, and braided hair within 8 hours? This has already crossed racial boundaries, hasn't it? To be honest, if he hadn't just heard the word mom when he got on the car, the Beifeng's Desert Eagle with 50 consecutive shots would have spit out fire snakes already. This is a genetic monster. Ah woo. Mama woo, hungry. The little girl's patience seemed to have reached a certain critical point. She no longer cared about her mother's terrifying gaze, immediately raised her little head, closed those cute big eyes, opened her mouth awoo, asking for food. The Beifeng's heart skipped a beat. Seeing this familiar scene, he could basically confirm that this was the little thing. Baby, where did you come from? Why are you calling me mom? The Beifong had tried to control his emotions as much as possible, but his voice still trembled. Mommy, I'm hungry. A soft, delicate little girl, as small as a delicate jade, threw herself into his arms. The Beifeng's mind short-circuited for a moment. They say love before marriage is nonsense, but damn it, having a 7 or 8-year-old daughter before marriage. Isn't that pushing it a bit too far? The moment the Beifong made contact with the little girl in front of him, that inexplicable connection from his blood made him realize that this suddenly appearing little girl was definitely related to him in some way. But, on the other hand, this little thing is really cute. Soft and chubby, with baby fat that hasn't completely disappeared, her round, shiny eyes contain a pair of deep blue pupils. The Beifong swore that as long as this little girl stayed still, she would definitely be a doll from a 2-dimensional anime. Baby, you can't call me mommy or recognize me randomly. The Beifeng's tone was comforting as he took out a stick of jerky. Eat this first when you're hungry, and I'll figure out the whole story before we talk about recognizing each other. Wow, okay mommy. The little girl's eyes lit up when she saw the jerky, a smile that could turn a demon into a believer in amen. Originally, the Beifong wanted to help the little one unwrap the jerky. However, the scene before him completely shattered the Beifeng's understanding of the destructive power of a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Without much effort, the jerky was torn open, exposing the entire stick to the little girl. Meow, meow. Obviously, the jerky tasted really good. The Beifong wiped the sweat from his forehead and angrily said, "System, get your ass out here, now." Ding, the 100-fold amplification system is at your service. What questions do you have, host? Hearing this, the Beifong subconsciously scratched his head and muttered, "Is this an official opening line? Cut the crap. Explain to me what the relationship is between this little girl and me, and where is Night Shadow?" Friendly reminder, host, stay calm, don't panic. The Beifong. Are you trying to post on social media or something? Genetic amplification is inherently uncertain, and while the probability is very small, almost negligible, you are very lucky. In fact, this girl is originally a hairy-legged houndfish, but during the amplification process, influenced by the host's blood, the hairy-legged houndfish underwent some subtle changes in form. What? Subtle changes in form? The Beifong looked down at the little girl in his arms, who was happily munching on the jerky, her cheeks puffed out. You call this just subtle changes in form? Yes, indeed they are subtle. This human form of the hairy-legged houndfish in its juvenile stage can only be maintained for a very short time each day, with the rest of the time mostly in its original owl form. The Beifong. Are you kidding me? Isn't this a monster in disguise? No, this system is very scientific and never resorts to supernatural means. The host can think of the Hulk or Ultraman. At that moment, the Beifong suddenly realized that the system was a bit unreliable. The Hulk is still a human being, Banner was human before transforming. As for Ultraman, the Beifong was speechless. Yes, you're right. The Beifong sighed. So, you mean we have a blood relationship directly or indirectly? Correct answer. Alright, go to sleep. I don't want to see you for now. Sending away this unreliable system, the Beifeng's headache had only just begun. Because the first person Night Shadow saw was a relative, and since Night Shadow was hatched through the Beifeng's blood, whether in human or bird form, Night Shadow had a strong dependency on the Beifong. Chewing on the fine meat ham with big bites, while the other hand still holding onto the arm of Beifong, as if afraid she would run away. To a young man who has never been a boyfriend, directly becoming a dad. This is really a different style of play. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Looking at the time, there were still 35 minutes left on the game interface for the countdown of the Beast Tide. After hesitating for a long time, I finally managed to say a sentence. Baby, are you full? Do you want some water? Reaching back, I took out a bottle of mineral water and shook it in front of the little girl. Wow, baby is thirsty. Glug glug. Baby, drink slowly. Brother has some here. Hearing Beifong calling himself brother instead of mom, the little girl pouted immediately, not happy. It's mom, not brother. Hearing this word, Beifong felt a headache instinctively. If others heard it, how should he look at him? Baby, actually mom prefers you to call me dad. Can you call me dad from now on? Beifong was out of ideas and could only try to persuade in a gentle way. Dad? The little girl tilted her head, looking at Beifong with her big eyes and repeated. As long as she didn't call him mom, Beifong didn't care if she called him dad or daddy. Yes, call me dad from now on. Daddy. Beifong. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his right sciatic nerve, causing cerebral congestion. In the pitch-black night without any light, even when the carriage lights were on, it was still not bright. Nevertheless, Beifong wanted to carefully examine the human form of the Night Shadow. When he picked her up, Beifong felt that the layer of clothing on the Night Shadow's body felt like fur, something he couldn't explain. Night Shadow, what kind of clothes are you wearing? Why is it so soft? Beifong said as he tried to pull a strand off. Ouch daddy, it hurts. Beifong suddenly realized that these were feathers attached to the Night Shadow's human form. I won't pull your feathers anymore, Night Shadow. Don't call me Night Shadow, call me baby. With tears still in her big eyes, the little girl looked pitifully at Beifong. Who could resist such cuteness? Okay, I'll call you baby from now on. By the way, baby, can you still fly? Beifong was really worried that the baby wouldn't be able to fly anymore, rendering his shared vision contact lenses useless. He had hoped that after the Night Shadow's genetic enhancement, she would be able to fly, allowing him to have a pair of highly clear eyes with long-distance vision through her shared vision. But now, Beifong had no certainty. Of course, baby not only can fly, but also very fast. The baby seemed very confident in her abilities, eager to demonstrate. Before Beifong could move to open the carriage door, a sudden flash of white light appeared. The next moment, a loud tearing sound of metal being ripped apart echoed,
followed by a bang. When Beifong reacted, everyone was dumbfounded. Mechanically, he extended his head out of the car door. Beifeng's eyes almost popped out as he stared at a large hole in the left side of the car body, clearly torn by claws and then hit, a hole that seemed to be made by the seemingly harmless little girl. However, Beifong didn't have time to mourn his wuling. The next second, he exclaimed, "Baby's innate ability weakening darkness." Well, at this moment, the pitch-black night where nothing could be seen turned into a black and white TV image in Beifeng's eyes, and he could no longer be blocked by his vision. When Beifong came back to his senses from the surprise, he immediately exclaimed, "This girl, King, acknowledge her." The scenes in his vision were changing rapidly, clearly a rapid feedback of images. Suddenly, the images in his vision stopped. Beifong knew that the angle of this vision should be from 100 meters high in the sky. What's that? Through the baby's shared perspective, Beifong saw the distant land begin to shake, and many indescribable monsters crawled out of the cracking fissures. Is the beast tide starting? Beifeng's heart sank, seeing hundreds of them in scale. Due to the high-altitude perspective from top to bottom, Beifong couldn't see clearly what kind of monsters were approaching, but he could confirm that those monsters were not moving at an astonishing speed. In other words, they were not very agile, a bit sluggish. "Baby, come back, it's dangerous there." Beifong silently prayed in his heart, hoping the baby could hear him. But the next second, he suddenly exclaimed, "Baby, what are you doing? Come back quickly, don't go." In the shared perspective, the scene below kept enlarging. Obviously, the baby rushed down alone. This made Beifong extremely anxious, disregarding the large pile of firewood he had just collected. He quickly jumped into the wuling car. Roar! Swoosh! The wuling shot out like a sharp sword, disappearing in an instant. However, just after the wuling Hongguan rushed out less than 10 miles, its speed decreased. Watching the feedback from the perspective, Beifong swallowed hard and took a deep breath. "It's too brutal, my dear daughter." "Is it so ruthless?" To be honest, Beifeng's temperament and composure were already quite high. But when he saw the scene of corpses strewn all over, he inexplicably felt a sense of fear. At this moment, he finally heard the baby boasting in his ear. "Hee, Daddy, those things full of malice trying to rush towards you have been taken care of by the baby. What reward does Daddy give to the baby?" Of course, it's a reward of 5.56 and 7.62 bullets. It's a reward for the baby to twist and lick an Oreo. Oreo for the win, asterisk. Oh, upon hearing that Daddy would reward him with an Oreo, the baby was instantly filled with anticipation. "Thank you, Daddy. I'll come to you right away, baby, don't act alone during this time," Beifong instructed. "But, baby is really bored here alone." "Ahem, if you really have nothing to do, first check if those dead monsters have dropped anything, and if they have, collect them first." After hearing the task assigned by his father, the baby became spirited. "Okay, Daddy, hurry up and come over." Beifong, speeding in the car, felt the mutation of the night shadow gene at that moment. When it was still a small creature with hairy legs and scales, it could only make chirping sounds, either hungry or thirsty. But now, it could have someone to talk to. Flew more than 50 miles in just a few minutes, this flying ability is really strong. In fact, at this time, the countdown to the beast tide set by the game console had not ended, there were still 21 minutes left. Because Beifong had the high-altitude shared perspective of the baby, he could be considered to have witnessed the scene of the beast tide appearing with his own eyes. The subterranean creatures, not moving fast, were easily slaughtered by the baby in its juvenile stage. It seems that the game console doesn't want to kill players on a large scale. But why are there so many subterranean creatures attacking me? Even if there are hundreds of them, they could still kill me, right? At this moment, a private message appeared in Beifeng's ear. "Your friend Tang Chu has sent you a private message. Beifong, the beast tide is starting soon, how is it on your side? I got 15 bullets from my brother, do you want to trade with me? Friend Tang Chu has sent you a trade request, do you accept?" Beifong hesitated for a moment but ultimately refused. "I'm fine here, the beast tide has passed. How is your brother's injury?" Tang Chu knew that Beifong had a light machine gun, so she wasn't surprised that Beifong had already passed the beast tide. "He's much better now. By the way, Beifong, my brother has formed a team, almost all of them are ex-soldiers or people working in security-related professions, do you want to join us?" "Not for now." The Beifong, being alone is very dangerous, take care of yourself. If you need any materials or supplies, I will help you get them. Seeing this message, the Beifong was stunned. In less than 2 days, this girl had changed so much. However, upon further thought, he did lack some materials, such as various lead metals for making bullets or explosives.
The Beifong was not pretentious, he had always had the idea of secretly supporting a certain force in Huaxia. Compared to other players, perhaps Tang Bailing and his sister were a good choice. After all, they were familiar and had deep and meaningful exchanges with Tung Chuchu. The Beifong then sent a list, including lead metals, carbon steel, charcoal, phosphorus-free lead, nitrate or gunpowder, explosives, and other materials for making bullets. After sending the list of materials, the Beifong replied, "I need as much of these materials as possible, I will pay you a deposit in advance." The two opened the trading interface, and the Beifong put the remaining 2 machetes on it. Previously, when exchanging shapeshifting metal with Pang Zhenjie, he did not choose the machete because it was too heavy and unwieldy. However, no matter what, it was still a sharp weapon, better than a burning stick. "Okay, I understand. Once I get these materials, I will give them to you immediately." Tung Chuchu did not hesitate and chose to accept. At this moment, on a low hill 2,000 miles away from the Beifong, Tung Chuchu held the 2 new machetes she had just obtained, feeling uneasy. She wanted to ask the Beifong if he missed her, but she was afraid of his reaction. Muziki was a gentle and kind woman, not only skilled but also understanding. According to her character, she would not ask such questions proactively. "Chuchu, where did you get these 2 machetes?" Her sportswear was torn in many places, and her back was covered in mud, but her demeanor still couldn't hide her grace. Tang Bailing, one of the candidates to lead the Tang group in the Magic City, had been heavily groomed by the family since childhood. His character, knowledge, vision, and abilities were no less than those of well-known entrepreneurs. Of course, this was the image of Tang Bailing in the eyes of outsiders. "Brother, this is the deposit paid in advance by the Beifong. Take a look at this." Tung Chuchu forwarded the material list sent by the Beifong to Tang Bailing. Tang Bailing looked at the various materials needed by the Beifong and felt puzzled. These are not particularly valuable materials, why did he collect so many? Tung Chuchu shook her head and handed over the 2 brand new machetes she was holding. "I didn't ask." Tung Chuchu was always a bit worried about the newly formed team. "Brother, how about these new recruits? Can we trust them?" Tang Bailing turned to look at the team members holding weapons and whispered, "It's not a matter of trust. If we are strong enough and have more weapons, even firearms, then they can be trusted. Otherwise." Hearing this, Tung Chuchu nodded. She suddenly realized that she felt more comfortable being with the Beifong. At least she didn't have to be on edge all the time, which was exhausting. Tang Bailing knew that his sister didn't like this atmosphere, but he currently had no solution. Before leaving, Tang Bailing stopped and asked, "Chuchu, you've been together for a few days and nothing happened." It was one thing for others to ask, but when her older brother asked, Tung Chuchu blushed. "It happened. Did you use protection?" "It felt like it, but I didn't feel it." Tung Chuchu glared at her brother. Was this something he should be asking? "Ah, silly little sister. You are too innocent." Watching her brother leave, Tung Chuchu carefully took out the viper left to her by the Beifong. Gently stroking the viper, Tung Chuchu looked into the endless darkness and whispered, "Someday we will meet again." Vroom vroom vroom. The Wuling slammed on the brakes and stopped in a desolate wilderness. As soon as Beifong got out of the car, he felt something rushing towards him. "Wow, Dad, you're so fast, I just finished collecting 2. The baby happily jumped into Beifeng's arms, wrapped his arms around Beifeng's neck, and affectionately rubbed his head against Beifeng's face. Beifeng could only hold the baby like this and went to check to see what monsters had dropped this time in the lair. "Baby, did you collect the soul crystals you like to eat?" "No, I searched carefully several times, but didn't find any." Beifeng nodded silently. It seemed that soul crystals were not easy to come by. However, when Beifeng walked to where the baby stored the collected loot, he was stunned. Weren't there a few soul crystals? Why did the baby say there were none? There were a total of 7 or 8 items of loot, including 4 soul crystals. Beifeng took one out and carefully examined it in his hand. Absolutely correct, the system had already indicated that this was a soul crystal. "Baby, don't you like to eat this?" The baby turned to look at the crystal in Beifeng's hand, shaking his head like a rattle drum. "Not this one, Dad fed me something very fragrant before, this one is very fishy." Beifeng nodded and without hesitation, stored all the collected loot in the particle ring. That's right, the crystal the baby longs for is the essence of the soul. Due to the time difference, there were still 13 minutes before the monster tide started. Beifeng was thinking whether to rely on the baby's high-altitude search ability to kill more monsters in the lair and collect more soul crystals. After all, the price of these things would definitely rise in the future. Beifeng concluded that with each monster tide attack, the strength of the underground monsters would definitely increase, making it difficult to hoard soul crystals in the future. "Baby, come, Dad will assign you a task." "Wow, another task, what is it?"
Children are naturally active, especially those who can fly. Fly along this main road, and Dad will follow behind you. Just tell me if you find any underground monsters.
The baby thought it sounded fun, like playing hide and seek.
Okay, I'm off, Dad. Hurry up and catch up. I'll wait for you when I find something.
Just as Beifong put the baby on the ground, he saw it. The fur that was attached to the baby's body suddenly grew wildly. In the blink of an eye, the fur that was less than 3 centimeters long had grown to 10 centimeters. With a loud chirp echoing through the night sky, the baby's almost mature body, the legfish Hong, was exposed to Beifong for the first time.
Wow, the main body is also 70 to 80 centimeters tall? The system enhancement is awesome.
Quickly get in the car, start the engine, shift gears, and step on the gas.
Vroom vroom. That's right.
While players all over the world were nervously digging trenches, building fortifications, and gathering strength, Beifong had already taken the initiative to drive and search for the monsters in the lair of the monster tide.
Vehicle equipment function. Oh, repairing the damaged area of the vehicle body only requires 3 pieces of refined iron? Beifong hesitated and directly selected the repair option.
Consuming 3 pieces of refined iron, the damaged area of the Wuling Hongguang main structure has been repaired. At this moment, the baby's excited report came again. Dad, look, there are not only underground monsters here, but also many 2-legged people.
Shared vision activated. The Wuling Hongguang sped through the night.
With the baby's information in his ear, Beifong decisively activated their shared vision. When the shared vision link was established, Beifong knew that the baby was still in the air 100 meters high.
He looked down. At the angle between the 2 cliff ridges, 3 large bonfires were burning fiercely, with a dozen players, mostly girls, huddled in the most advantageous position.
In front of these sheltered players, there was a gourd-shaped location where, through the bonfire's reflection, Beifong could vaguely see 3 men in camouflage military uniforms. The 3 soldiers only had a pickaxe as a weapon, while the other 2 were armed with thick tree branches.
Despite this, their expressions remained calm, their eyes sharp. As they were overlooking from a high altitude, this group of players did not notice the group of shadows 150 meters away from them. Beifong, with baby's talent to weaken darkness, could see them, but even from such a high altitude, he couldn't discern what kind of creatures they were. Dad, they are about to encounter danger soon, should I go down?
Baby's voice echoed in Beifeng's ears.
Don't act recklessly.
Beifong calculated the distance and time, decisively instructing baby not to act impulsively. If baby's extraordinary existence was discovered, he would never have peace again, as major tycoons, powerful forces, and even top foreign combat forces would all be on the lookout for him. It's easy to understand that unknown powers can arouse deep curiosity in humans, especially in this lawless world.
Oh, okay.
Sensing the unmistakable tone in Beifeng's voice, baby knew she couldn't be willful this time, or else Dad would definitely spank her. Helplessly, baby could only land on a treetop, taking the opportunity to groom her feathers.
Squad leader, I'm very anxious.
This time, with the equipment we have, it's going to be difficult to survive the beast tide. The youngest soldier, with a crew cut and a resolute face, looked worriedly at the squad leader. The squad leader patted his brother reassuringly. Comrade Xia, I understand your feelings, but we are soldiers.
What is the duty of a soldier when facing disaster-stricken civilians? Defend the country, protect the people. Fulfill duties, bear hardships, never abandon, never give up.
The squad leader nodded in satisfaction, looking at his 2 brothers.
Later, you 2 guard behind me, not letting a single fish slip through the net. Yes, squad leader.
Upon hearing this, a group of young men and women hiding behind the bonfire, many of whom looked towards the handsome young man in the center of the crowd.
Brother Xiaolu, why don't we support the 3 soldiers with the weapons from our team first? Nonsense.
Wang Shahan, if you speak out of turn again, I'll kick you out of the Lulu team in the name of deputy squad leader.
But the 3 soldiers are clearly protecting us, right?
Many female fans looked towards Xiaolu, whom they had longed to see today, listening to his opinion.
What should an idol maintain? Of course, aloofness and absolute mystery.
From the establishment of the Lulu team to the gathering of a dozen members, he had hardly spoken.
Used to a life where everything was handed to him on a silver platter, he was now treated the same way in this survival game.
There was no choice, as he was a popular celebrity, adored by countless female fans.
The more aloof he was towards them, the more they would fawn over him. But in this situation, Honolulu was already angry. The few cold weapons in the team were precious. How could they be easily lent to others? Lending weapons to others meant putting oneself in danger. Get lost. Get out of here.
Honolulu knew she had to consolidate her absolute authority by losing her temper. As soon as the leader spoke, other corps members immediately knelt and flattered, taking the opportunity to get closer to their beloved idol. Wang Xiahan, you're just a despicable freeloader. They are soldiers, protecting us is their duty. It's none of your business, trying to get Xiaolu's attention, aren't you? I have to say, this trick is really despicable. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the women in the group lit up. Exactly, whether the weapons in the group should support them or not is decided by little Lu Gij. When is it your turn to talk? Wang Xiahan listened to the malicious words of her group sisters and suddenly cried in grievance. Get lost, disappear from my sight immediately. Han Lulu was already impatient and shouted directly. Seeing this, the deputy team leader said, push her towards those 3 soldiers, and when she comes back, beat her. Wang Xiahan was continuously pushed back, and being treated so unreasonably, she could only endure it, otherwise she would be beaten, because the core members of the group were all rich girls, while she was just an ordinary high school student. This scene fell into the eyes of the 3 soldiers, making their faces look unpleasant. Ah, is this how young people think nowadays? They sighed. Xiaoxia, go and bring that girl over and protect her well. Yes, squad leader. However, this scene was all seen by the baby squatting on the treetops, and through the shared vision, Beifeng could also see clearly. Selfish, short-sighted, hopeless. Beifeng said coldly and increased the throttle again. Honestly, it's not that Beifeng wanted to save those brainwashed fans and little fresh meats. It was the quality, character, and awareness of the 3 soldiers that caught his attention. He didn't want them to die protecting this group of useless people. Wow, Dad, when are you coming? Those cave creatures have already rushed over. What? The cave creatures on this side are moving so fast? Beifeng was surprised and quickly thought. Baby, I need 3 more minutes to get there. You go ahead and help those 3 soldiers. Okay, baby's claws have been itching for a long time. Remember, don't use all your strength, it's best to not attack and temporarily deter them until I arrive. Upon hearing Beifeng's words, the baby pouted unhappily. Oh, okay then. From a high altitude, on the left cliff, the triangular mountain ridge is where the players and 3 soldiers standing at the forefront take refuge, while on the open ground on the right, there are dense black shadows, looking like a school of fish passing by, a large dark mass. Ah woo! Roar ah woo! Squad leader, it's a wolf pack, a pack of cave-dwelling wolves. Oh my god, squad leader, we're done for this time. I estimate there are hundreds of them. Even if we have entrenching tools and branches, let alone each of us having a Type 76 rifle, we'll still die. When the squad leader with a stern face saw the flashes of fire at the end, and the rushing black shadows, his heart also skipped a beat. Xiaoxia, big guy, listen to my command. Take this female comrade and retreat. The 3 quickly pulled the already limp and powerless Wang Xiahan, and retreated rapidly, stopping only when they reached a narrow passage. The 3 stood in a triangular formation. The squad leader, with the best physical fitness and the strongest combat skills, held the entrenching tool at the forefront, while Xiaoxia and the big guy stood behind. This way, they could rely on the terrain, cover each other, and not be surrounded by enemies, avoiding being overwhelmed by the wolf pack in an instant. Wolves in the game fear fire, and at night, when people accidentally enter the jungle where wolves roam, as long as a bonfire is lit and not extinguished, the wolf pack will not dare to attack recklessly. However, the cave-dwelling wolf pack in this game clearly did not fear the blazing flames. On the contrary, upon seeing the flames, their eyes became even more crimson, as if they were full of hatred towards the fire. A wolf howl pierced through the night sky. The sound was so clean and clear, with a strong penetrating power. Squad leader, the Wolf King has launched a full attack. Humph, a few wolf pups want to eat us, let's see whose bones are harder. The squad leader wanted to find the Wolf King hidden in the wolf pack, but he failed, as dozens of cave-dwelling wolves in the front had already charged straight towards them. Ah, it's a wolf pack. We're finished. So many wolf packs, howling. Are we going to die? Mom, I want to go home. When the wolf pack appeared within the range of the campfire's light, more than a dozen female players hiding on the innermost ridge, including the top influencer Honolulu, saw dozens of bloodthirsty-eyed, salty-mouthed cave wolves. These pampered girls, who only watched dramas, strolled the streets, chased after fans, and couldn't even be bothered to visit the zoo once, were instantly frightened by the sight of so many cave wolves. Go, block them. We advance or retreat together. Bang! Honolulu pushed the outermost female fans forward forcefully. Yes, you student fans, without money or power, if you want the attention of Xiao Lugij, you have to prove your loyalty. Go, your time to prove it has come. Immediately, several core members began to clear out the young and inexperienced Lulu fans. While they were on high alert, ready to face the enemy at any moment, the group being protected at the back unexpectedly caused chaos and the squad leader's face turned ugly as he sternly shouted, "Shut up! His voice was loud, confident, and unquestionable, instantly silencing the chaos in front of him.
"Oomph, what's with the arrogance? Aren't you just smelly soldiers?"
Those rich girls were not afraid of the three people in front of them. In their eyes, soldiers should help them for free and protect them.
"Squad leader, they're here."
The other two soldier brothers shouted anxiously, gripping thick branches tightly. At this moment, the female players huddled in the innermost part also fell silent because dozens of wolves had already rushed to the mouth of the ridge, almost within reach. Now, except for the three soldiers, everyone else, one by one, had pale faces and trembling bodies. However, just as the two sides were about to make direct contact, suddenly, a white figure appeared abruptly in the open space between them. It was a cute and adorable 7 or 8-year-old girl, wearing a light yellow fluffy outfit. The three soldiers were shocked at the sight, and the squad leader, disregarding formation, rushed towards the little girl in front. As he ran, he shouted, "Little sister, quickly run towards your brothers."
But the next moment, the little girl's words shocked everyone present, dropping their jaws in amazement.
As the baby landed elegantly, she first glanced disdainfully at the group behind her, then pouted and looked at the dozens of cave wolves charging towards them. The chubby little hand of the baby waved, her expression serious, and in a childish voice, she shouted loudly,
Let me say a few words first. Listen up, you group of cave wolves, you have already been surrounded by me."
The wind stopped, the rain stopped. The squad leader, who had rushed over in a hurry, was dumbfounded. He vaguely saw the bright campfire and laughed at the Beifong. The Lulu fan group, who were still vying for advantageous positions to hide, were even more stunned. Just as the baby's authoritative words were spoken, her collagen-filled hand also gestured like a hawk in the northern desert.
"Stop, don't move, raise your hands, or I'll shoot." This tone, this momentum,
seemed familiar. Yes, it was the same as when the Beifong and Teng Chuchu were surrounded by the Flying Car Alliance, and Teng Chuchu used a large banana and a black food bag to pretend it was a firearm. However, compared to the two, it had to be said that the baby was too much. At least Teng Chuchu used a banana and a food bag for disguise, not to mention that it looked 90% like a gun, at least 70 to 80%. The baby just gestured her hand as a gun without any disguise. It couldn't be said to be similar, it could be said to have no relation to a gun at all.
To be honest, if the occasion and environment allowed, the squad leader and the other two soldier brothers would probably burst out laughing. Who could resist this?
While worrying about the little girl, the three men were more concerned about how the little girl had arrived.
Wasn't the game rules clearly stated that the elderly and children were not to participate in this survival game?
Okay, even if a pregnant woman gives birth on the scene after entering the game, it's only been a few days since the game started, so there's no reason for it to grow so big, right? Doubts aside, what made everyone unbelievable was that just a harmless and innocent little girl, with a tender and chubby appearance, scared hundreds of cave-dwelling wolves on the opposite side with just a few words. "Squad leader, come back quickly, don't go over there, this little girl is not simple."
"Squad leader, the wolf pack is not moving, you must not move,"
the other two soldier brothers urgently whispered. Immediately, the squad leader dared not move either, and now both sides were at a standstill, waiting to see whose aura was stronger. The baby gestured with one hand as if holding a gun, but after a while, she felt bored. However, to obey her father's orders, she still did not make a move, but intimidated them.
Suddenly, "Awah!" the Wolf King roared again. Sure enough, with the Wolf King's command, the current wolf pack began to stir again. Animals have a keen sense of perception and do not underestimate any creature because of its size. The aura emanating from the small creature in front of them made them feel uneasy and a little fearful. However, there was no choice, the king had given the order, they had to move forward. "Awah!" Swish swish swish, 6 pairs of eyes were crimson, and the fangs of the cave wolves lunged towards the baby first.
Damn it! The squad leader was about to throw the entrenching tool in his hand to stop the 6 cave wolves.
But as soon as he raised the entrenching tool, he froze.
The bonfire in the empty night sky flickered wildly. Vaguely, everyone saw 6 black shadows leaping in the air, but with a whimper, followed by a white figure in the air in chaos.
Almost in the blink of an eye,
the white figure and the 6 black shadows landed at the same time.
This scene happened too quickly, even the squad leader, who was closest to the baby, did not see what had happened. However, when the squad leader and the other 2 soldiers came to their senses, they first heard a weak wail, and then saw 6 cave wolves almost torn in half on the ground. Ruthless, direct, clean, a fatal blow. Not to mention that the baby's genes had been amplified by the system. Even without amplification, the adult furry-legged fisher could still launch aerial attacks on adult wolves.
After all, even without wings, the adult furry-legged fisher's height alone could reach 66 to 77 centimeters, equivalent to a 7 or 8-year-old human child. In other words, wolves were already on the menu for adult furry-legged fishers, so they were quite familiar with the attacking methods and routes of wolves. Not to mention that now the baby's genes had been mutated and amplified, with human replaceable forms, intelligence, and destructive power far surpassing that of ordinary furry-legged fishers by 10 times. Therefore, she could tear apart the 6 cave wolves with lightning speed, relying on speed and sharp claws. The scene fell silent, and everyone swallowed hard. Only the baby, the instigator, pouted impatiently, saying, "Hey, I told you not to move, I really will shoot." Although everyone was horrified by what happened before their eyes, they all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, killing 6 wolves in the blink of an eye was definitely intimidating enough. Wolves are very intelligent animals, they have many ways of hunting, and direct attacks like this are rare. Most of the time, they chase their prey, and only when the prey is exhausted do they finally attack as a team. However, the cave wolves in this world were obviously not to be treated with common sense. Blood would drive the wolves into a frenzy, making them lose their minds. Wu was seeing their 6 companions killed, the other hundreds of cave wolves suddenly turned red-eyed, crouching slightly and growling. Seeing this, the squad leader and the 2 soldier brothers behind the baby turned pale. The squad leader, disregarding everything, rushed towards the baby. "Awah!" The wolf howl was filled with anger and bloodthirstiness. The Wolf King gave the order again, and this time, hundreds of cave wolves rushed towards the human shelter like madmen. Seeing this scene, the baby's face turned ugly, and the deep blue eyes of her Kazilan eyes flashed with a fierce light. And hiding in the mouth of the gourd, more than a dozen Lulu Powder members, one by one, all collapsed on the ground. Hundreds of ground wolves, with their mouths wide open, rushed together, too scary. Many people also have not much left, otherwise they would all lose control. The baby was alone, facing hundreds of ground wolves, with a look of indecision on his face, not fear, but his father's instructions still ringing in his ears. Just then, a familiar voice came from his ear. "Baby, stand there and don't move, Dad is here." The squad leader had just rushed behind the baby, about to bend down and pick up this lovely little sister to escape. Suddenly, there was a roar like a wild beast from behind the right hillside. In the instant when 2 dazzling beams of light lit up, a Wuling Hongguan drove directly down from the low hill and stopped in front of the wolf pack. Seeing the familiar Wuling car, the baby jumped up and raised her little hand, with a cute smile on her face, saying, "Heaven did not give birth to me, good baby, summoned for eternity, Dad is here." As the Wuling red light touched the ground, the driver's window had already been rolled down, with a dark muzzle sticking out. Instantly, the bullets turned into beams of light like a meteor shower in the dark, pouring down on the charging pack of ground wolves. Da-day-day, da-day-day, da-day-day-day. Bio 3 Red Hard. One can imagine the terrifying sight of a light machine gun with a magazine capacity of 500 rounds, firing at full force. Because of the baby's shared vision ability, under the conditions of weakened darkness, every bullet fired by the Bayfoam almost hit accurately, even a white wolf hidden in the far rear could not escape. M249 light machine gun? The squad leader, along with 2 soldier brothers, only heard the sound of the gun and immediately judged that this was a firearm only equipped by regular army infantry. The 3 looked at each other, with surprise in their eyes. The squad leader quickly took out a military water bottle from the big guy's backpack. "Big guy, Xiaoyu, you guys stay here and guard. I'll go cool down the M249. "Yes, squad leader." "Why is the barrel of the Gatling gun rotating?" "That's right, to cool down. When the bullets are fired out of the barrel at high speed, they generate heat, and the big pineapple has a magazine capacity of 100 rounds, so logically, it needs to cool down after firing a full round in order to continue using it, otherwise the barrel temperature will become too high and there is a risk of barrel explosion." So the squad leader hurriedly took out the water bottle to cool down the M249 of the Bayfoam. In fact, the Bayfoam was also worried about this issue, because his big pineapple was not loaded with just 100 rounds, but had ample ammunition, it was unlimited. After firing continuously for a minute, seeing that the M249 of the newcomer had not stopped firing, the squad leader and the other 2 were directly dumbfounded. What happened? Firing continuously for a minute, 100 rounds of bullets should have been used up long ago, right? How come it's still buzzing with joy? The squad leader didn't care and rushed to the side of the Wuling car, lifting the water bottle in his hand directly. Instantly, a stream of clear spring water flowed down, dripping onto the still spitting fire snake of the big pineapple barrel. Instantly, white smoke rose from the barrel of the big pineapple, making a sizzling sound. Seeing this, the Bayfoam did not forget to express his gratitude. "Timely rain, squad leader." However, this scene also fell into the eyes of Honolulu and others hiding in the rear. Strong desire for firearms. Only with a gun can one better survive in this highway survival game. Everyone listen, after the battle is over, rush over to pick up the resources and equipment dropped by the beast tide. Hearing this, the nearby members of the group were stunned, immediately entering into flattery mode.
Xiaolu was right, this beast tide is originally ours, the dropped equipment should belong to us. Yes, that's what we should do.
If they dare not give it, we'll focus fire on them. We should stand on the moral high ground and harshly condemn them. Upon hearing this, Honolulu's delicate face revealed a smile like a flower. Hearing all the team members look up to her with admiration. At this moment, Honolulu felt great being a popular star. No, this was a symbol of power. The members of Lulu's team seemed obedient on the surface but were secretly making preparations. Many key members had quietly taken out weapons like knives and daggers from their backpacks. 3 soldiers were cooling the barrel of a gun for the Beifong, while 2 others were guarding the entrance with vigilance. Meanwhile, the Beifong was enduring the recoil of the gun as he kept pulling the trigger. Only the baby, with sleepy eyes, found a rock to sit on, looking tired as he rubbed his eyes and fanned himself. The wolf pack kept coming like waves, and the 5.56 bullets kept hitting their targets. In less than 5 minutes, out of hundreds of tunnel wolves, only less than 30 remained. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that even if the big gun ran out of bullets, they could still handle it. However, just as everyone was starting to relax, thinking the beast tide was passing, an unexpected event occurred. Howl! A sudden wolf howl rang out, even startling the Beifong. In that instant, the Beifong gasped in shock as he handed a desert eagle to the squad leader without hesitation, trusting the professional soldier and the system's enhanced features. Quick! Take him down! The squad leader also saw the dangerous scene. The Wolf King, this is the real Wolf King. He has been hiding in the shadows. The previous one we killed was a fake. Big guy. As the real White Wolf King appeared, with a single leap, he was already behind the big guy. His pale yellow eyes were full of killing intent, and his sharp white wolf teeth gleamed in the firelight, emitting a chilling light. The big guy, with his back to the low ridge on the left, did not notice the Wolf King immediately. If he had noticed in time, even without a suitable weapon, he could have dealt with the Wolf King with his years of training. However, there were too many ifs. Almost in a flash, the Wolf King had already opened his bloodthirsty mouth and his sharp claws were reaching for the big guy's head. If this attack succeeded, the next one would surely break the big guy's neck. Slow in words, but in reality, it happened in an instant. From the appearance of the real Wolf King, leaping down the low ridge, to swiping his claws towards the big guy, it took less than 3 seconds. At that moment, almost everyone thought the big guy was doomed. However, what happened next left even the Beifong astonished. Big guy, move back. Xiaoxia noticed the Wolf King the moment he appeared, but he was still some distance away from the big guy. He could only rush towards them while shouting for his longtime comrades to retreat. However, he was still a step too slow. In his urgency, he forgot to be afraid, forgot that this was a bloodthirsty White Wolf King. Subconsciously, he pushed the big guy down and became the target of the White Wolf King's attack. Roar! Rip! Splat! A claw swiped, blood splattered, and Xiaoxia's right back instantly showed a gruesome wound deep enough to see the bone. Blood gushed out like a breached dam, as Xiaoxia rolled, flew, and landed heavily on the ground. Ah! I'll fight you! Seeing his comrade severely injured while trying to save him, the big guy's eyes turned red as he grabbed a wooden stick from the ground and charged straight at the White Wolf King. After lurking for so long, waiting for the perfect strike, it was disrupted at a critical moment. The White Wolf King was clearly very angry, roaring with rage, leaping high and biting towards the big guy's head. Despite the anger and reluctance, the reality was right in front of them. Regardless of size or hunting experience, humans are no match for a Wolf King. If they were to fight, the big guy's neck would be bitten off in just one round. At this critical moment, a deafening gunshot rang out. 6 consecutive shots hit the White Wolf King accurately in the head and neck as it leaped through the air. With a mournful howl, the Wolf King fell heavily to the ground. Despite his red eyes, the big guy did not lose his composure and instead ran towards his fallen comrade Xia directly. Xia! The squad leader also rushed over. The two ran to Xia's side, and the squad leader urgently placed his desert eagle on the ground, pressing his hands on Xia's grim wound on his back. The Beifong had no time to deal with what was happening behind him because no one was watering down the big pineapple to cool it off, so he could only fire shots, and it seemed like the big pineapple was running out of bullets. As for getting help from the baby, when he turned around, he saw the baby curled up and sleeping on a big rock. What? Is the human form about to end? Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. After the last 10 bullets were fired, the Beifong saw 2 more burrow wolves and immediately put away the big pineapple to take out the fish-scale military knife, rushing out of the Wuling Hongguang. Using the form of the white crane spreads its wings and the coiling snake spits its tongue.
3 black shadows crossed paths in the night sky. The 2 burrow wolves hit the ground dead.
The Bayphone landed with a lingering fear because the fish-scale military knife had encountered resistance when cutting through the burrow wolf's skin. In other words, the TI-grade fish-scale military knife's blade could not cut through the burrow wolf's flesh and blood like cutting through tofu, which left the Bayphone incredulous. After putting away the fish-scale military knife, the Bayphone walked straight towards the baby on the rock. He gently picked up the baby. "Baby, go sleep in the car if you're tired." "Dad, I want to kill someone." The baby rubbed his eyes and looked towards Lulu, saying, "While Dad and Brother June weren't paying attention, they stole our desert eagle." Hearing this, the Bayfeng's eyes turned cold, but he didn't say much, just gave a cold glance at the dozen or so people over there, then carried the sleeping baby back to the Wuling Hongguang. "Interesting, I didn't have enough reason to act against you before, but now you've brought this upon yourselves. Who has a hemostatic agent? Who has bandages? Bring them out quickly." Seeing that Xia's back injury did not affect his internal organs, the squad leader shouted at everyone. As long as they stopped the bleeding, disinfected, and sutured Xia, their comrade would definitely survive. But as soon as the squad leader saw what Han Lulu had in her hand, he immediately became angry, saying, "Are you still human? That's the gun of our savior, and at this time, you guys actually did this." At that moment, the 2 professional soldiers showed their killing intent. I've been patient with you for a long time. How about it? Now that the gun is in my hands, let's see who dares to yell at me again." With the Desert Eagle in hand, Han Lulu became tough and domineering, not putting the 2 professional soldiers in her eyes at all. Interesting. Slowly getting out of the car with the military first aid kit in hand, the Bayphone looked at the arrogant Han Lulu and the others. "By the way, those burrow wolves from the beast tide should have dropped a lot of things. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pick them up, right?" Hearing this, the squad leader and the big guy were stunned, but Han Lulu and her fans laughed. "Yes, don't mind these few people for now. All members go pick up the equipment dropped by the beast tide, assemble in 5 minutes. Han Lulu, holding a gun in one hand, waved triumphantly. "Wow, Lulu brother is so charming, I admit I'm smitten. Truly the man I admire, a real man. I always said my Lulu was a real man, this time let's see who dares to say Lulu was a fake woman." A group of women holding torches, muttering while licking their idols, rushed towards the distant battlefield to pick up the exploded materials. The Bayfeng ignored the crowd passing by and went straight to the 3 squad leaders, handing over a military first aid kit. "You must be more proficient with this." Seeing the military first aid kit, the squad leader and the big guy were extremely grateful. The Bayfeng gestured to save people first, then glanced at Han Lulu, who was holding the Desert Eagle with a smug look. Turning back to see Lulu, who was busy picking things up, the Bayfeng smiled knowingly, calmly took out a cigarette. Click. After lighting it and taking a big puff, he exhaled smoke and murmured softly, "What's the rush?" Bending down to pick it up one by one, "Isn't it effortless?" As for the Desert Eagle being acquired by Han Lulu in the deluxe edition, the Bayfeng remained unfazed, because the Desert Eagle had already been embellished by the system's embellishment function. The embellishment function can be introduced as follows: all weapons or equipment embellished by the system cannot cause any physical harm to the host. When seeing this mysterious man showing no respect towards himself, Han Lulu felt a sense of frustration. Since the light machine gun stopped firing earlier, he concluded that the bullets had run out. But there were still 9 bullets in his Desert Eagle magazine. Why? Why wasn't this person afraid of him? Did he think that because she was a woman, she wouldn't dare to kill? Get up! Who allowed you to smoke? Han Lulu's face turned red with anger. The Bayfeng, still not looking up, smoked and rubbed his right shoulder. Firing 500 rounds continuously would generate significant recoil. Only the Bayfeng, with his good physical condition from years of martial arts practice, could withstand it. "Why is a young girl like you speaking so aggressively? Are you tired of living?" The Bayfeng tilted his head and glanced at Han Lulu. This remark made Han Lulu pale, and her fair hands trembled slightly. "Believe me, I'll shoot you. If you don't want to die, behave yourself and bring the light machine gun and that little girl over." Yes, he had to get the light machine gun, even without bullets, it could still intimidate people. As for that delicate little girl, he had vaguely seen what happened earlier, her background was definitely extraordinary, and she was physically well developed at a young age. Hearing this, the Bayfeng sighed, extinguished the cigarette, and slowly stood up. At this moment, a group of chattering Lulu fans also returned. It seemed like they had a fruitful harvest. "Little Lulu, look what I found. It's a military dagger. I also found something good. This might be a blood diamond, very precious, worth billions. I found a shadow blade, brother, do you think it's cool?" Each fan acted like they were presenting treasures, offering the items they found to their idols, hoping to impress them. The resources obtained from this beast-tide outbreak included weapons, rare materials, water sources, food, and energy, which made Honolulu very happy. The reason Honolulu didn't shoot the Beifong directly was due to fear, as this man was too mysterious. First, there was a strange little girl, then the big pineapple light machine gun, and now facing his desert eagle without fear. However, now that the cannon fodder had returned, he was no longer afraid. Even if this man had weapons, he could hide behind the fans and counterattack.
Do you not understand human language, you grass mud horse?
I said, bring that light machine gun and that little girl over here. Otherwise, I will shoot, and blow your head off, believe me. Before, Honolulu could still suppress his voice, but as the cannon fodder returned, he became unrestrained. The squad leader and the big guy had just finished stitching up and bandaging Xia's wound when they heard this. Their faces turned extremely ugly.
Are you still Chinese? Is there any humanity in what you're doing?
The squad leader's hands trembled with anger as he roared. He saved all of us at the most critical moment, he is our benefactor.
Repay kindness with gratitude. How were you raised by your parents?
The big guy rarely spoke standard Mandarin, which proved how angry he was.
He.
Beifong stood up, turned his neck, and raised his hand to stop the two. No, to be precise, this time he only saved the three of you. With a sardonic smile on his lips, Beifong walked towards Honolulu and a dozen others. At the same time, a 9-inch black blade appeared in his hand. Seeing this, the squad leader and the big guy were extremely anxious.
A military knife against a desert eagle? How could they win? Brother, don't be impulsive, that's a desert eagle. Beifong paid no attention, just strolling along.
Ha, this idiot really dares to come over. I bet he'll kneel down and apologize as soon as he approaches. Exactly, using a knife to confront little Lou's pistol, this person is either crazy or insane. Looking forward to seeing the show, can't help but feel a bit excited to see him get shot in the head. Honolulu also had a cruel smile on her face. The shooting speed of the gun was something a human could never dodge. As long as she pulled the trigger, the person would immediately have their brain burst. Kid, kneel in front of me now, crawl through my crotch, and I might consider taking you as a lackey.
Otherwise, face the consequences.
Honolulu looked at Beifong, who remained calm, and added harsh words to increase their side's intimidation.
Oh, are you planning to advance and retreat together? Beifong looked at the girl blocking the front. Nonsense, we are all flesh on brother Lou's body. Advance and retreat together? Who do you think you are looking down on?
Very well, then let's die together. Before the words fell, a ghostly figure darted through the crowd. Where the black light passed, blood gushed out.
Ah,
you. Bloodlines gradually appeared on the necks of 7 or 8 Lulu fans, their eyes widened in disbelief that they were about to die.
Thump, thump.
7 or 8 people collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide open, unblinking.
Ah,
murderer, shoot him dead. The crimson blood quickly dyed the land red, everywhere was a deep red. Honolulu, the backbone holding the desert eagle, was so scared that he was trembling all over, he didn't even have the strength to pull the trigger. Beifong held the fish scale knife with a sardonic smile, his figure flickered and disappeared again.
Ah, spare me, I was wrong. Don't kill me, I'll do anything you want, please. Ah, silence, a deathly silence.
Honolulu looked in horror at the bodies of a dozen or so members next to him, some of whom were still struggling for breath, their eyes wide open. I'll give you 3 wishes, maybe they can be fulfilled. Beifong wiped the fish scale knife and said softly, as if he hadn't killed a person, but an animal. Demon, you're a demon who kills without blinking. Honolulu was so scared that he peed himself, his spirit was on the verge of collapse.
Die, I want you to die. Bang! The desert eagle finally spat out a fire snake, aiming at Beifong.
But what happened next made the squad leader and others gasp in shock.
A direct shot to the head, and nothing happened. A 7.62 bullet should at least cause some blood, if not explode, right? Why did this happen? Die, just die. Bang bang bang. Another 3 shots in a row. The Beifong still entered with a sly smile. This scene cannot be said to be scary, it can be said to be inhuman. Looking at this yin and yang person who was poisoning the younger generation, the Beifong does not want to liberate him so easily. With a sudden leap, he instantly appeared in front of Honolulu, and before he could react in shock, he fired again. The Beifong grabbed Honolulu by the neck and slammed him hard against the stone wall behind. Puff, puff, puff.
6 knives stabbed out in succession, all avoiding Honolulu's vital points, so he wouldn't die in the short term, but he would be in immense pain. Leaning close to Honolulu's ear, the Beifong asked in a low voice, the first 2 wishes cannot be fulfilled, for the last one, think carefully.
Woo! Brother, father, grandfather, ancestors, please spare me. After I go out, I will give you all the money I've saved over the years, not a penny left. Oh, it seems you want to keep the last wish, very well. The fish scale knife tip slowly pierced into the spleen position, and immediately Honolulu's eyes widened, emitting a scream like a slaughtered pig. Kill me, my last wish is to die painlessly. Swish, a black blade flashed by, the Beifong sheathed his knife and turned to leave. Smooth and clean. Seeing the Beifong turning to leave, Honolulu, who realized it too late, was suddenly delighted, thinking he had fooled this idiot. But before he could open his mouth wide enough, his head suddenly spun, and when he opened his eyes again in a daze, a horrifying scene appeared. He actually saw his body lying quietly not far away, intact, but his neck was empty. Where is my head? Why can I see my own buttocks? It seemed that Honolulu suddenly realized something, his face contorted in pain, his features squeezed together due to the pain, like a chrysanthemum battered by a storm. However, no matter how Honolulu shouted and screamed, trying to open his mouth, he couldn't make a sound, only waiting for his brain cells to die in endless fear and despair. Jokingly, how could the Beifong let him die painlessly, daring to insult his family? After crisis, the Beifong felt that he had changed, becoming more ruthless. But he had no choice. If he didn't eliminate them today, they might become a potential threat in the future, especially since these people had no bottom line. Family was the Beifong's sore spot, an absolute sore spot. Honolulu didn't have to end up like this, but unfortunately, he had no bottom line, even setting his sights on the baby. The baby was raised by the Beifong, more like a family member than a pet. Bending down to pick up more than 20 items on the ground, the Beifong didn't look back, took out the Desert Eagle, and turned around to fire a shot. Bang! The squad leader and the last girl next to the big guy also fell to the ground with wide eyes. Practicing martial arts all year round, strong perception. Feeling the chill behind him, the Beifong knew people's intentions. The Beifong knew that this last girl couldn't be spared either. Although the resentment she had just hidden deep inside her eyes, his intuition wouldn't be wrong. This girl saw herself kill Honolulu, her eyes full of resentment and hatred towards him. So, no time to hesitate. Kill them all. I said, this time only 3 people will be saved, and you are not among them. Watching the Beifong calmly approaching, the squad leader and the big guy subconsciously swallowed hard, their faces turning slightly pale. This man unknowingly sent a chill down their spines. Decisive, ruthless, merciless. Without any hesitation, the two looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Squad leader, how is Xia's injury? The Beifong felt a bit embarrassed being watched, subconsciously scratching his head and asking. The whole incident was witnessed from beginning to end by the 3 soldiers. The Beifong appeared, fearless of the beast tide, almost exhausting his resources to save everyone. Not to mention the gratitude and appreciation, they even stole his gun and handed over their daughter. This was no longer ingratitude. This was being a beast. No, even a beast wouldn't do such a thing. So it was understandable that a dozen members of the Lulu team were killed. Ahem. The squad leader stepped forward, extending his right hand with a smile. If it weren't for you, brother, lending a hand during this beast-tide crisis, I'm afraid we would all have perished here. Beifong admired the qualities of the 3 individuals, truly representing the regular forces of Huaxia. The 2 shook hands, and then the squad leader saluted Beifong. At that moment, a tall figure approached, looking at Beifong in disbelief. Brother, you are amazing. Our best equipment is just a combat engineer shovel, yet you managed to carry an M249 light machine gun. The 3 conversed, finding a connection. Of course, no one mentioned the fact that Beifong had wiped out the group, as it was pointless since everyone was already dead. Upon hearing that Xiaoxia's injuries were not severe, just excessive bleeding, Beifong breathed a sigh of relief. Influenced by his grandfather since childhood, he had a special sentiment towards the dignified military uniform. However, he was the black sheep of the family. He couldn't enlist in the army, which led to his inexplicable fondness for regular military personnel. Turning around with a frown, Beifong said to the squad leader, let's move to a different place and light a fire again, have a good meal. The smell here is too strong, affecting our appetite. The squad leader and the tall figure were surprised at his words. Who was this person? He had just killed so many people, and now he had an appetite for food? Barbecue, if you don't want to come, I'll leave on my own. Beifong got into the Wuling car first, addressing the 2 who were still stunned. Upon hearing the word barbecue, not only the squad leader and the tall figure widened their eyes, but even Xiaoxia, who was unconscious due to excessive bleeding, swallowed hard. It had been so long since they last had barbecue. Uncertain if Beifong was being polite, the squad leader hesitated, as it was a matter of survival, and food was precious. The strict military regulations of Huaxia did not allow any violation. Gurgle, Gurgle.
Squad leader, take a look. Ignoring the strange sounds coming from their stomachs, the tall figure spoke solemnly. Xiaoxia is seriously injured, losing too much blood. If we don't get something good to eat and replenish some blood, she might not make it. The squad leader, initially hesitant, became more concerned about the safety of his comrade upon hearing this. He was about to agree when, the next moment, Xiaoxia weakly opened her eyes and said, "Squad leader, I can still hold on, I'm not hungry." Hearing this, the tall figure felt distressed.
All right, we'll make an exception this time. The squad leader looked at the tall figure with a heavy tone. You carry Xiaoxia back to the car first, I'll clean up quickly and come over. Yes, squad leader. ******. Witnessing this scene, Beifong couldn't help but feel respect for the three individuals. Suddenly, Beifong looked towards the body of the White Wolf King not far away. The Wolf King's body hasn't disappeared? Could it be?
Beifong got out of the car and carefully examined the Wolf King's body.
Oh, it's similar to that big wild boar from before. The body doesn't disappear after death.
Beifong smiled and hesitated, then effortlessly lifted the huge body of the White Wolf King over his shoulder and headed towards the Wuling car.
What does wolf meat taste like? Beifong really didn't know.
He estimated it would be similar to dog meat. After all, wolves and dogs shared genetic traits. Careful not to disturb the sleeping baby, Beifong cautiously stuffed the Wolf King's body into the Wuling car.
At that moment, the three soldiers had all gotten into the car, waiting for Beifong.
Before dawn, in the darkness mixed with a hint of desolation, they preferred the dawn before the darkness without starlight or moonlight.
Crackling.
The roaring bonfire burned brightly. Beifong looked puzzled as the tall figure skillfully cut the fur of the Wolf King with his fish-scale military knife. The skilled techniques and methods made the Beifong's scalp numb.
Hey, now we can have a good meal. Each of the 4 wolf legs weighs 20 pounds.
The big guy muttered as he divided the meat, possibly thirsty as he kept swallowing something.
Are you all from the cooking team? Beifong asked the squad leader.
Hearing this, the squad leader glanced at the big guy and then smiled. Yes, we are from the 4621st cooking team of the Gannan military region. As the conversation opened up, Beifong immediately asked the question that was on his mind.
After the national channel opened, have you been able to contact the Huaxia main force? This was what Beifong urgently wanted to know.
If all 3 of them could contact the Huaxia main force, it would prove that what the game console said was true, that young people from all over the world had entered the game. On the contrary, it could also infer other important information. The squad leader shook his head solemnly. No, we almost shout on the world channel every day, looking for the main force. However, through shouting, I found a strange phenomenon.
Beifong immediately became interested. What phenomenon?
The big guy, busy but not forgetting to answer, said, it seems that besides the National Active Armed Forces, those who have entered the game are all from the cooking team and retired soldiers.
Beifong was stunned and fell into contemplation.
He wanted to deduce the purpose of this survival game through the phenomenon, but with too many people and factors, it was simply impossible to deduce. As the conversation deepened, Beifong learned that among the 3, the squad leader was named Chuan Jiangwo, the big guy was named Zheng Jingrun, and Xiaoxia was named Xia Depeng. All of them had served as regular soldiers for more than 5 years. Since entering this survival game, everyone had been on their own, except for chatting in the square without any guard. Face-to-face conversations like this were theoretically a luxury.
40 minutes later, the 4 roasted wolf legs had already emitted a tempting fragrance. Beifong took out various seasonings from the Wuling, and the squad leader and the big guy widened their eyes. Why don't chefs want to cook at home? Not because they are lazy, really. It's because the kitchen utensils and seasonings at home simply do not meet their requirements. Even if they cook, it would be mediocre and disappointing, causing more harm than good. So when Beifong took out various seasonings in this environment, it really surprised them. Impressive, little brother, you even have seasonings. The big guy reached out with trembling hands, not sure if he was hungry or excited. Beifong smiled and didn't mind, then quickly changed the subject to the final topic. According to the current trend and evolution of the game, Beifong could almost conclude that players would definitely go for the Legion route in the future. With abundant resources and sufficient supplies, he naturally didn't want to lag behind. However, along the way, it was difficult to encounter trustworthy team members, so he had not taken action yet. But now Beifong had made up his mind. Whether it was secretly supporting or directly forming a legion, he wanted to bring these 3 regular soldiers under his command. Because he didn't want these pure, faithful, honor-upholding soldiers to fall into the hands of the major capitalists who were only interested in profit and selfish gains. A pile of campfires, 4 men. After receiving the seasonings, the big guy focused and quickly started working. He evenly sprinkled cumin and chili powder on the 4 roasted wolf legs.
After high-temperature roasting, the cumin slowly emitted a rich and unique flavor. Even Beifong, who was deep in thought, couldn't help but swallow. It was too fragrant. Thinking about the charcoal grilled pork he had made before. TSK. How do they say it? Never use your amateur hobbies to challenge someone's professional livelihood.
Not to mention Beifong, even the squad leader Chuan Jiangwo couldn't help but glance at the big guy in admiration. Come on, everyone, don't be polite, let's eat together while it's hot. The big guy, full of confidence, handed the cooked meat to Beifong first. Thank you. Beifong smiled and took a big bite. The moment the wolf meat entered his mouth, Beifong rolled his eyes directly. Oh my goodness, this thing is really delicious. Maybe it's the dining habits of the army. The squad leader, a big guy, eats without saying a word, while the corporal next to him eats heartily. At this moment, Xia, who was lying on the side, protested. Squad leader, I wasn't hungry just now. What flavor is this, and why is it so tender and fragrant? Hearing this, the squad leader, the big guy, and Xia were all stunned, showing a hint of embarrassment. Then the two of them took turns feeding Xia the grilled meat. The Beifong could tell that these three people probably hadn't had a decent meal in a long time. Remembering how he had used a large pineapple to fend off a wolf pack before, the squad leader even took out a water bottle to help cool down the large pineapple. The Beifong knew that the three of them probably didn't have a source of water. Pretending to search his pockets, the Beifong produced 3 bottles of Jiang Xiaobai liquor and a bottle of purified water. Squad leader, the water you used to cool the gun barrel earlier must be your last supply, right? Here, have this first. The Beifong handed over 2 bottles of Jiang Xiaobai and a bottle of purified water. After hesitating for a moment, the squad leader accepted it. They already owed each other a favor, so accepting one more wouldn't hurt, and he silently made a mental note to repay it in the future. Thank you, Beifong. Acknowledging person, the Beifong wouldn't hide his true identity, which was the most basic form of trust. Therefore, when the squad leader saw the Jiang Xiaobai and purified water in the Beifeng's hands, the big guy didn't show any surprise. After all, a person's reputation precedes them. And among the billions of players in China, the Beifong was also quite well known. Not to say everyone knew him, but mentioning his name would ring a bell for most people. After surviving a beast tide and overcoming hardships with comrades, everyone, including the Beifong, was enjoying this moment of peace and relaxation. By the way, squad leader, do you have any plans for the future? The Beifong brought up his own topic. Hearing this, the squad leader, the big guy, and the weak Xia fell silent. They didn't know what to do next. Although they could contact other army comrades through the world channel, without coordinates, the chances of blindly driving on an endless road and encountering each other were too low. The squad leader shook his head and remained silent. The Beifong shifted the topic directly to the point, asking, Squad leader, as the most senior member in the army, using your strategic vision, where do you think the game is likely to develop next? Strategic vision was a basic quality for military officers and a must-have. Considering their experiences in the game, the complex environment, encounters, and the subsequent opening of the World Channel, National Channel, there are 2 possibilities. One is to form a corps to huddle together, resist the continuous beast tides in this world, survive, and wait for the game to end. The second is to establish the country's city after forming a corps, either to confront unknown monsters, or to fight against players from other countries. The squad leader's voice was heavy. Although none of this had happened yet, based on various factors, he believed the game would eventually develop in these 2 directions. Of course, nothing was absolute, just a speculation. The Beifong nodded slightly, admiring the squad leader's strategic vision. However, in his view, all this was far from enough. If, and I say if, the Beifong raised his head, took a sip of Jiang Xiaobai, and then said lightly, if 90% of the players from China who entered the game were killed by the beast tide or by players from other countries, what impact would this have on our country? From that moment on, the Beifong indirectly elevated the conversation to the national strategic level. If a country lacked the continuous output of young blood, it would soon enter extreme aging, almost becoming a certainty that the country would completely decline in 20 to 50 years. By then, the streets would no longer see attractive girls or handsome guys. It would be either the elderly or children everywhere. Of course, in the survival environment, natural selection, survival of the fittest, some deaths during growth were unavoidable. For example, the dozen or so members of the Lulu fan club, those scumbags living are equivalent to wasting air. If they don't provoke the Beifong, it's fine, but if they do, they will definitely be wiped out. Looking at the 2 people whose faces changed drastically, the Beifong no longer said much, because the thoughts in his heart had already been conveyed, and they were 3 regular soldiers. Even if they disagreed with the formation of a corps with regular soldiers, the Beifeng's goal was considered achieved.
At this moment, squad leader Chuan Jiangwo, Taljung Jingren, and Weik Xia, when they looked at the Beifeng, their eyes were full of awe.
Yes, without a country, where is home? It's unimaginable.
A young man in his early 20s, whose ancestors had been soldiers, was actually several years younger than them. Without having entered the army or received a high level of ideological education, he could still have such a high level of strategic vision.
It's really incredible. May I ask, what battles did your grandfather participate in before?
What were they called? The squad leader had already made a decision in his heart.
Korean War, defense battle. Speaking of his grandfather, the Beifeng was also full of pride.
Unexpectedly, the grandfather who had raised him since childhood turned out to be a first-class war hero from the anti-Japanese war, and if it weren't for the screening by the National Military Department, that old box hiding medals and military commendations would never have been made public. Hearing about these two difficult battles, the squad leader and the tall man were suddenly filled with respect. But the next moment, when the Beifeng mentioned his grandfather's name, the squad leader and the tall man stood up suddenly.
My grandfather's name is Bei Jingqing. What did you say? Could it be that the old squad leader Bei Jingqing, who received a first-class merit during the anti-Japanese war but kept it hidden for nearly 40 years after the war? The Beifeng smiled and nodded slightly.
Suddenly, everything became clear. Now, all doubts were explained. 99% of the martyrs who received the title of first-class merit during the anti-Japanese war are buried in the martyrs' cemetery. Those who were alive and awarded the first-class merit during the war period had definitely, with their own strength, turned the tide of a certain battle. And the descendants educated by these war heroes naturally had a long-term strategic vision. At this moment, the squad leader and the tall man exchanged glances, as if they had made a decision.
Beifeng, now I can suggest gathering other scattered regular soldiers.
The squad leader breathed a sigh of relief and continued, let you establish the Huaxia Legion. It can be said to be in line with the will of heaven, and it can also make other troops and veterans convinced.
In line with the will of heaven. Normally, most people would think this is just a meaningless phrase.
But in the eyes of the Beifeng, this matter had to be carefully considered.
Why?
Because he was not gathering ordinary players, but the regular army of the Huaxia Empire. Zhu Di of the Ming dynasty, who spent half his life on the battlefield and devoted all his achievements, could not erase the fact that he killed his nephew and usurped the throne.
Did he want to usurp the throne?
No, he was forced by the circumstances. However, future generations were not interested in knowing that Zhu Di was forced. They only knew that he killed his nephew and usurped the throne to seize power. Therefore, the Beifeng's desire to establish a regular army must be well known. Of course, his actions were not for the sake of becoming a king or seeking wealth and power. After the game's process of natural selection, he would lead the remaining elite forces of Huaxia back to reality.
The Beifeng looked at the squad leader and nodded slightly.
Squad leader, I entrust the strategic gathering task to you. After all, I have not truly enlisted. The Beifeng added, there is no need to worry about close combat weapons and food for now.
This was not an exaggeration by the Beifeng. After forming the legion, resources would be unified under the Beifeng.
After being enhanced in quality or quantity by the system, there was no pressure to maintain a regiment for the time being. Upon hearing that the Beifeng would unify and gather the troops, the squad leader and the other two showed surprise. However, thinking about the heavy difficulties they would face, the squad leader and the others couldn't help but look serious. However, our troops are scattered everywhere without coordinates. It's too difficult to gather them together. The Beifeng nodded slightly, acknowledging that it was indeed an urgent issue to be resolved. Suddenly, the Beifeng seemed to have an idea and quickly sent a private message to Tung Chuchu.
Tung Chuchu replied almost instantly.
Seeing Tung Chuchu's response, the Beifeng smiled and then said to the three squad leaders, you guys go ahead and eat, I'll be right back.
The positioning issue can be solved tonight.
P.S. Special thanks to the fans list brothers, from highest to lowest. Due to the word limit, only so many names can be written. Other fans' names are also remembered. By long is unforgettable.
First, Alai. Second, Manjasaka. Third, Great Power 2. 0 plus leaks.
Top 10, Sun Roasting Board, Xiao Tianzuan, 6162, Emochien, Kuan de Igua Dunbuxia, Yun Shanying, Big Brother Awesome. Top 20, Planning, Lonely, Manhwa, Qingfeng.
Shaosei, Dong by Shui, Xingshan. Lingyu. 0057, Sword of Domination, Planet Godzilla.
Top 30, Chasing Dreams Under the Moon, Second Egg Talent, Chemical Defense Deployment, Sure ***, Can't Type, Silence, Menghao, Grandpa for the Gods, 1995, Killer Gardner, Explosive Sky Gang Lonely.
Let's stop here for now. I'm afraid of being chopped by the review with a $40 knife.
Oh, the earliest guy who rewarded with a dragon set before, one was screenshot, the other can't remember, reply when you see it, gather the army, the dragon set can be arranged, male and female soldiers understand. Hearing the Beifong say that the positioning issue can be solved tonight, the 3 squad leaders were shocked. The Beifong carried his roasted wolf leg back to the car, saw the baby sleeping lazily, and decided not to wake her up. He took out more than 20 items obtained from hunting the beast tide today. Very good. We obtained 8 soul crystal stones in total from the 2 beast tides. The Beifong didn't rush to amplify the soul crystal stones, but instead put them back into the particle ring. Looking at a sharp, slender, and triangular-bladed military dagger, the Beifong smiled. Although this thing had a bad reputation, the modernized team had long stopped using it due to its single combat nature. However, anyone who underestimated its power would surely regret it. Detection of standard Mitsubishi military dagger for amplification. Do you want to amplify? Detection of ink hidden knife for amplification. Do you want to amplify? Amplify. Congratulations, host, successful amplification of the standard Mitsubishi military dagger, now 50 modern multi-purpose military daggers. Congratulations, host, successful amplification of the standard ink hidden knife, now 50 fine iron-wrapped steel ink hidden knives. Just as the prompt sounded, the Beifeng's eyes widened in surprise, swiftly and skillfully collecting the pile of weapons into the particle ring before they fell into the car. With 50 long and short-range melee weapons in hand, the Beifong was already very happy. With weapons, the team members had basic combat power, not to mention other things. When facing beast attacks or attacks from other national players like Sakura, they wouldn't die in vain without a weapon. Next, the Beifong began to amplify various supplies, among which food, water, and energy were essential to amplify because they would be needed immediately. Amplification successful, 600 milliliters mud water amplified to 60 liters of pure water. Amplification successful, 1 pack of expired biscuits amplified to 100 packs of compressed biscuits. Amplification successful, 500 milliliters diluted water gasoline amplified to 50 liters of regular gasoline. The Beifong continuously stored the newly appeared supplies into the particle ring, not daring to be careless. With such a large amount of supplies coming down, even if they didn't die, they would be skinned alive. After about 3 minutes, the Beifong finally wiped off a thin layer of sweat because all the supplies had been collected. At that moment, a notification for a private message suddenly sounded. Your friend Teng Chu Chu has sent a private message. Beifong, are you coming over? If you are, I'll send you our location. After Teng Chu Chu separated from himself, he was able to find Teng Bai Million in 1 day. Beifong concluded that Teng Bai Million must have obtained something good, otherwise how could the two of them meet in such a short time? Beifong hesitated and replied, bring the Krite pistol over for me to study. Beifong calmly looked at the private message screen, feeling uncertain, this probe was necessary. What surprised Beifong was that as soon as he made his request, a trade request came in. Your friend Teng Chu Chu has initiated a trade request with you, do you accept? Accept. The virtual trade window appeared, and without hesitation, the other party placed a Krite pistol on it and then confirmed the trade. With the Krite in hand, loaded with a dozen bullets in the magazine, Beifong felt complex emotions but a smile appeared on his face. Detected that the Krite pistol can be embellished. Do you want to consume an equivalent amount of resources for embellishment? Embellish. Congratulations, host, the Krite pistol has been successfully embellished. At this time, Teng Chu Chu also sent a message, slightly worried, Beifong, if something happens on your end, keep the Krite. My brother has 2 particularly powerful ex-soldiers among a dozen retired soldiers, so I am very safe here, even without a pistol. Beifong smiled, took out 62 bullets from the morphological particle ammunition depot, and placed them in the trade window along with the embellished Krite. I'm fine here, you take these 10 bullets, maybe I'll need your help in the future. Teng Chu Chu hesitated visibly, but knowing Beifeng's character, he eventually clicked the trade button. What help do you need? Just tell me, I will definitely help you if I can. Beifong was surprised that Teng Chu Chu agreed so readily. Helping in such a survival environment was very laborious, yet she didn't even ask what help was needed, just agreed outright. Beifong was not sentimental, immediately explaining his plans and deployments to Teng Chu Chu. Just after sending the message, Beifong waited for 10 seconds before seeing Teng Chu Chu's reply. Beifong, are you crazy? How dare you recruit regular soldiers directly? How will you explain this when the game ends and we return to reality? Indeed, on the day when the World Channel and national channels were opened one after another, all ambitious and thoughtful tycoons and major forces prioritized recruiting retired soldiers, security personnel, and graduates of martial arts schools. Initially, no one dared to recruit regular soldiers directly. Why? Because they didn't know how long this game would last, and if they returned to reality after clearing the game, they would have no way to explain this. After all, this was not the end of the world, it was a game, and there was hope to return to the original harmonious and stable society. In China, business does not involve politics, and politics does not involve business, no one dares to. However, Beifong was different. His father was a first-class hero of the anti-Japanese war, belonging to a strong red lineage. In ancient times, with such achievements, he could easily be promoted to a general without any issues. But there were boundaries to be broken. Although it was said so, if this game lasted long enough, those tycoons and major forces would also reach out to regular soldiers. I have a plan, I have considered all of this. Beifong didn't want to reveal the details, his words directly asking whether the help would be given or not. After 3 seconds, Tung Chuchu replied again. Okay, I'll help you, but Beifong, it's best to disband the organization before the game ends, it will be easier to explain. Beifong was surprised, he didn't expect this girl to have such a long-term perspective. Thanks, once I have everything arranged on my end, I'll send you the coordinates. Okay, I got it. Breathing a sigh of relief, Beifong was about to close the private message when another question came in. The tone was awkward, completely unlike the carefree Tung Chuchu. Beifong, since we parted ways, do you miss me even a tiny bit? It was easy to see from miss me. Tung Chuchu was uncertain in her heart, so she decided to ask directly if he missed her, as it was easy to make Beifong misunderstand. Instead, she chose to ask in a more official manner, at least, your shadow is in my heart at this moment. After closing the private message, Beifong did not immediately leave the car, but rolled down the window, took out a cigarette, and lit it. Quickly organizing his thoughts, Beifong knew that taking this step would lead to a struggle for resources and disputes with major domestic tycoons and players from other countries in the future. On the other hand, when Tung Chuchu saw the last sentence Beifong said, she immediately revealed a serene smile. Walking back to the campfire with 3 steps and 2 steps, she nodded to the 2 strongest members of the team and then looked at her older brother and said softly, "Brother, come here, I have something to ask you." Tang Bai Million turned around in confusion and said, "You, always asking about love matters, are you bored from being full?" "Brother, don't talk nonsense, I really have something important to discuss." Helpless, Tang Bai Million looked at a man and a woman sitting across the campfire and said, "Brother Ichen, Sister Rehan, please watch over the camp, I'll be right back." Sitting across from Tang Bai Million were a man with messy hair and a cold demeanor, and a woman dressed in black casual clothes exuding a capable and cold aura. She had shoulder-length hair that was unforgettable, not because of her beautiful face, but because of her sharp and frosty eyes. Zhang Yichen and Shui Han just nodded as they watched the Tang siblings leave. Suddenly, Shui Han frowned slightly and said to Zhang Yichen next to her in a cold tone, "Yichen, take a look at the information Trump posted in the group." Zhang Yichen glanced coldly at Shui Han and said, "Oh? Chuang Jiangwo is actually sending out troop mobilization information? What is this kid up to?" Soon, Zhang Yichen sent the doubtful private message to Chuang Jiangwo in the group. However, as he received replies one after another, Zhang Yichen's usually stoic face showed a look of shock. Shui Han, who was beside him, was also surprised by Zhang Yichen's changing expression. Because he was usually aloof and even arrogant, but he had the qualifications to be so. He was a former reconnaissance soldier who was later selected into the South China Sea Guard but chose to retire due to an injury. As for herself, just a rookie female combatant, she was not on the same level as him at all. "What's happening?" Shui Han asked in confusion. "See for yourself." Zhang Yichen directly analyzed his chat with Chuang Jiangwo and showed it to Shui Han. Shui Han glanced at the chat content and trembled slightly. "It's the grandson of that old man. Well, he does have the qualifications to temporarily mobilize the troops." The two looked at each other and nodded slightly. P.S. In the end, I had to compromise and ask the editor for permission to modify the previous plot. Oh, the helplessness of being an adult. Brothers, let's leave some book reviews, urge for updates, watch some short videos, and the author wants to eat pork stewed with Chinese cabbage. After finishing the cigarette, Beifong received a private message. Beifong, are you serious? Gathering a regular army? Beifong smiled and replied after throwing away the burnt cigarette, "So, are you willing to join? If you want to join, this is an opportunity." Beifong actually wanted the Tang siblings to join the team. Not to mention their relationship, their luck alone was worth bringing in. Moreover, the military is a relatively closed environment, and most of the recruits he was looking for were likely active duty soldiers. They also needed intelligent and capable individuals to constantly observe the overall situation. After gaining a deeper understanding, Beifong learned from Tung Chuchu that Tang Bai Million was one of the candidates to helm the Tang group in the Magic City.
Those who can be designated as family candidates are all talented and capable.
After hesitating for a moment, Teng Bai Million replied, "Okay, my sister and I have decided to join. I am not ambitious, I just want to clear the game with my sister and return to the real world." Seeing this, Beifong smiled, finally finding the team members he was looking for.
A gentleman's word. It's hard to chase a horse. The two immediately agreed.
After 10 minutes, you should send me a list of your team members, their previous occupations, and all current resources. Even a regular army must have its regulations.
Okay, I'll do it right away.
After ending the private message, Beifong did not hesitate and took out 3 sets of military supplies from the particle ring.
They included 3 Mitsubishi military daggers, 3 MOE knives, water, food, and some gasoline.
Detected 3 triangular military daggers and 3 MOE knives to meet the embellishment conditions.
Do you want to consume 6 days' worth of equivalent resources for embellishment? Beifong had already tried the powerful embellishment function, which was amazing.
Therefore, any weapon enhanced by the system must be embellished. If enough embellished weapons were circulated in the future, it might save his life at a critical moment.
By then, Beifong could also imitate Yan Xuanying. I bet there are no bullets in your gun. After embellishment, the hot weapons in front of Beifong seemed to have no bullets. Embellish.
Congratulations, the host has consumed 6 days' worth of equivalent resources, and the embellishment of 3 Mitsubishi military daggers and 3 MOE knives was successful. Through several embellishments, Beifong learned that the system would automatically deduct the lowest heat material in the particle ring, such as water or gasoline. Therefore, Beifong didn't need to take out the materials like the first time. After completing everything, Beifong directly carried the prepared military supplies off the vehicle.
A bucket of 10 liters of regular gasoline, 5 liters of clean water, 11 packs of compressed biscuits, 3 military daggers, 3 MOE knives.
Only Beifong could carry them all at once. It would take several trips for others.
The big guy by the bonfire, gnawing on a wolf leg bone, dropped it when he saw this scene. Wow, little brother, impressive, so many supplies?
The squad leader's face turned red, feeling that his decision just now was right. This is your 3's weapon equipment, 4 days worth of food, water, and fuel supplies. Beifong put down the items and said, with these, you can meet up with the main force without risking getting off the vehicle to search for resources.
Main force?
The squad leader and the big guy were puzzled. At this moment, both the squad leader and the big guy received a friend request notification.
Player Teng Bai Million sent a friend request. Do you accept?
They looked at Beifong in confusion. Accept it, he will send you the location coordinates, so you can quickly meet up with the main force. Hearing this, they were delighted.
Beifong, what about you?
The squad leader asked. Don't worry, I won't return to the group for a short time. After you meet up, Teng Bai Million will lead temporarily, and I will inform Teng Bai Million of any instructions first.
Yes, Captain.
At that moment, all 3 of them truly acknowledged Beifong as their leader.
From nothing to something, a simple system gradually took shape. Though it seemed simple, every detail was a challenge in practice.
However, Beifong had the ability to build this system in a short time.
As the squad leader and the others accepted Teng Bai Million's friend request, they smoothly entered Teng Bai Million's team channel.
At the same time, the location coordinates from Teng Bai Million appeared in the squad leader's private messages.
Upon entering a new team channel and seeing familiar faces, the squad leader exclaimed, "Wow, the king of soldiers Zhang Yichen and the new female combatant champion Shui Han are both in this team?"
Excited heart, trembling hands, the squad leader almost shouted out,
"King of soldiers? Queen of soldiers?"
The Beifong was also surprised, never expected Teng Bailing's luck to be so good, recruiting 2 kings of soldiers ahead of time.
Very good, squad leader, big guy, Xiaoxia, you set off now, travel day and night, quickly join the team.
Yes, Captain. Swish swish swish. The squad leader, the big guy, raised their heads high and chest out, saluting the Beifong with a standard military salute. Although Xiaoxia was weak on the ground, the gesture of the military salute did not falter.
Go! The Beifong nodded.
Watching a red flag quickly disappear at the end of the road, the Beifong finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the saying goes, the beginning of all things is difficult. As long as the system and regulations gradually improve, he will be completely relaxed. The first 3 steps are difficult, indeed. The reason why the Beifong did not want to act with the main force, of course, was for the sake of the concealment system. If this thing leaked out, he might be hunted down by players from all over the world. After this busy period, his roasted wolf leg had long gone cold. With no one around, the Beifong no longer concealed his particle ring, taking out the barbecue grill and charcoal. At this time, a private message from Teng Bailing came, sounding a bit urgent.
Beifong, I feel you need to prove your identity in the team.
There is a first-class military man in our team who has worked in the military registration office and is very familiar with military honors.
So you need to prove your identity so that they can fully trust you. The Beifong nodded, confirming his identity was necessary.
Otherwise, any player could impersonate and that would be disastrous, as military personnel are indeed smart.
Then a prompt sounded. Friend Teng Bailing invites you to join a private team. Do you accept? Accept. After entering the team channel, the Beifong looked at the number of people, 21.
Because the private team channel is more personal, members' real names are no longer hidden.
As the Beifong joined the channel, all conversations stopped instantly. Yes, I am the Beifong. My grandfather is named Beijingqing, aged XXX, native of XXX, currently living in XXX, retired in XXX, doing farm work at home, learned about my grandfather's military information under investigation by the military in XXX. The Beifong went straight to the point from the beginning. For a leader, dignity is needed. The first impression is very important, so he can better manage the team in the future. Because the deeds of Grandpa Beijingqing were too shocking, those in charge of managing military registration in the army could recite his information. Of course, due to the nature of their profession, except for them, even company-level cadres could not access Grandpa's identity information, current address, let alone the date of retirement and the date when the military discovered his military merits. When these confidential information came out, the entire team channel fell completely silent. Tang Bailing and Tung Chuchu were dumbfounded. What's going on? The grandfather who marched through the main gate as a war hero is the Beifeng's grandfather?
Comrades, fellow soldiers, I, Duangu Xan, can guarantee with military honor that Grandpa's information is correct. Retired in 17 years, former reconnaissance soldier of the Xanadu military region, then the squad leader of the Nanhai Guard Regiment, Zhang Yichen, hello, Captain. Currently serving in the Shangbei military region, deputy captain of the Women's Regiment, Shui Han, hello, Captain. Retired in 12 years, former head of the security department of the Lantian military region, Duangu Xan, hello, Captain. Currently serving in the Gannan military region, head of the cooking team, Chuan Jiangwo, hello, Captain. Apart from Tang Bailing and Tung Chuchu, the other 21 people did not speak, each one stating their retirement time, former military region, and position.
The first meeting must be formal.
It is also the last screening to see if there are any imposters among the team claiming to be retired soldiers. If they are not truly active or retired military personnel, they would not be able to provide accurate information about the military unit.
Comrades, you have worked hard. Due to special circumstances, I cannot join everyone temporarily.
Zhang Yichen and Shui Han will be in charge of the team. The Beifong organization continued. The game is taking a new direction and becoming more popular.
The collection of supplies, summarization, dealing with local and foreign forces will be temporarily handled by Teng Bai Million. Yes, Captain. Yes, Captain. With a brief explanation, the Beifong did not hesitate and directly exited the team channel.
Breathing a sigh of relief, they quickly devoured the roasted wolf leg. After eating, they returned to Wuling.
The Beifong was busy tonight. The weapons of more than 20 people needed embellishment, the supplies traded by Teng Bai Million needed enhancement, and distribution needed to be unified. As the saying goes, the first 3 steps are the hardest, but once you get past the beginning, it gets easier.
Back in the carriage, the Beifong carefully picked up the baby, pinched her chubby face. Gradually, the Beifong felt like treating the baby as his own daughter. He was surprised at himself, as he had just bid farewell to his childhood. How could he feel like a father so quickly? It made him feel guilty that he only had time to take care of the baby after finishing important tasks. Tonight, the baby had made great contributions.
Baby, are you awake and hungry? Daddy has something delicious for you.
The Beifeng's tone was gentle, filled with love in his eyes. The baby's long eyelashes moved, opening her sleepy eyes.
Oh, something delicious. Does Daddy have the red candy beans?
The Beifong knew the baby was referring to the soul essence, so he took out a soul crystal from the particle ring.
Enhance. Congratulations, the host has successfully enhanced the soul crystal into soul essence.
Since the baby was now equivalent to a 7 or 8-year-old child, there was no need to crush the soul essence into small particles for feeding.
Hey, baby, look at this.
When the baby saw the soul essence in the Beifeng's hand, she became excited, instinctively opening her mouth, waiting to be fed.
The Beifong smiled and directly placed the enhanced soul essence in the baby's mouth. Crunch, crunch,
like the crisp sound of chewing hard candy. The Beifong was surprised that the soul essence, being a crystalline substance, could be bitten and swallowed like that.
Eat slowly, don't choke.
But before he could finish his sentence, the baby swallowed it down in one gulp.
Daddy, it's so delicious, you're so good to me.
Saying that, she reached out her tender arms and hugged the Beifeng's neck, kissing him on the cheek. "Good night, Daddy, the baby is going to sleep, you should sleep early too." "Okay, baby, sleep first. Daddy will come find you in your dreams later." "Okay." Perhaps due to eating the soul essence, the baby quickly fell asleep, deeply. Not hearing the system prompt, the Beifeng speculated that after the first genetic enhancement, the baby's internal body had a secondary swift gene, requiring more soul essence to trigger the system's enhancement prompt again. Placing the baby in a comfortable position in the carriage, the Beifeng gently closed the door. The supplies he enhanced this time were accumulated by Teng Bei Million's team, and working on them in the carriage might disturb the baby. In the deep eastern sky, a hint of golden light began to seep through. The Beifeng increased speed. With a wave of his hand, various supplies appeared in front of him. 1,000 milliliters of underground water. Enhanceable, 3 sour mantou. Enhanceable, 1 hamburger gnawed by a rat. Enhanceable, 2 liters of refined gasoline. 4 Shuli pills. Enhanceable, 1 bottle of Yunxiao white medicine. Enhanceable. The Beifeng saw that everything could be enhanced except for the refined gasoline. Since the team currently needed food and energy the most, and didn't need metal resources for the time being, the Beifeng decided not to enhance them. Detected. Many resources can be amplified. Do you want to amplify? A sentence with many resources that can be amplified directly overwhelmed Beifeng. How humanized, it also knows there are many varieties, too lazy to list them one by one. Amplify. Congratulations, host, amplification successful, obtained 10 boxes of soda water, obtained 300 soft ferment buns, obtained 100 deluxe chicken burgers, obtained 1 bottle of special antidiarrheal medicine, 50 tablets, obtained 10 caddies of black jade continuation ointment. With the system prompt, Beifeng quickly put away a pile of resources and brought out another pile. However, when he heard about the black jade continuation ointment, he almost stumbled. System, is this black jade continuation ointment the same as the other one? Yes, it is the same black jade continuation ointment. Beifeng laughed, squatting down to look at the black, tar-like substance wrapped in a large piece of oil paper on the ground. This appearance. TSK. Curious, he unwrapped the sealed oil paper, and a refreshing medicinal fragrance immediately entered his body through his nose. Oh my, this thing is even more unique than the smell of barbecue? Although amazed, with his arms and legs feeling fine, he couldn't test the effect of this medicine for the time being. It's better to be safe than sorry. If this were a TV drama, then this thing would be a holy medicine for treating muscle, bone, internal injuries, and bruises. As Beifeng stored all the items in the particle ring, the sun in the east was slowly rising at that moment. Everything was coming back to life, and a new day was beginning. Back in the car, Beifeng closed his eyes and did eye exercises for 2 minutes. Not only had he not slept for a day and a night, but he had also experienced 2 waves of beast attacks. Although Beifeng had a good physique, he felt quite tired at this rate. However, he hadn't finished what he needed to do, so he gritted his teeth and persisted. Equipped with the Mitsubishi military dagger and the MOE knife, things became much simpler. Beifeng had divided a total of 18 sets of military weapons and supplies for 5 days, excluding the squad leader, De Gezi, and Xiao Xia. Since Beifeng had decided to form a team, he naturally wanted to equip the team with the best weapons. Train soldiers for 1,000 days for use in a single battle. If there were no issues during the game, that would be fine. However, if players from other countries dared to invade and kill Chinese players on a large scale, then his team of regular soldiers would be like a drawn sword. While killing, they would also deter others. Beifeng handed over the carefully equipped weapons to the team leader, Zhang Yichen. The daily supplies were traded to Teng Bei Million. After giving a few rest orders in the team channel, he locked the car windows and doors, then lay down and fell into a deep sleep while holding the baby. He was too tired. Especially when one is using their brain and thinking, it can be particularly exhausting. Since the Wuling vehicle had been modified by the system and was locked with a biological gene lock, no one could sneak in without Beifeng's permission. Of course, except for turning the Wuling into ashes with a cannonball. Currently, his Wuling vehicle, except for the relatively weak body, had high defense in terms of glass and tires. Because all players had been resisting the beast attacks last night, even if they didn't die, they had all suffered injuries. After a night of turmoil, Beifeng couldn't take it anymore, let alone the other players who were eating and resting alternately. Therefore, at this time, almost all players were sound asleep. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, Beifeng had been sleeping in the car with the baby for 6 hours. Thud! Suddenly, the Wuling vehicle was hit hard by something, making a dull sound. Beifeng, who was in a deep sleep, shook, and abruptly opened his eyes. He quickly pulled out the Desert Eagle. After coming to his senses, he quickly checked the surroundings and found nothing unusual, leaving Beifong puzzled. Bang! Another impact. This time Beifong felt it very clearly. The impact was not strong. Compared to the original yak monster, it was many times weaker. I secretly leaned forward to look at the glass. The moment the Beifong saw this thing, he suddenly felt a surge of anger. Click, the gun was loaded. Damn it, this time I will settle all scores at once. Being bullied by a dog when I'm a tiger, how dare you provoke me repeatedly? At this moment, the baby also woke up from sleep and saw something outside the car rubbing his eyes. Yes, the baby immediately drooled. In a hurry, he shouted at the Beifong, "Hey, let go of that mouse, let me handle it." P.S. I'm happy to see everyone enjoying this book. After finishing this chapter, I looked at the time. It was 2:41. Yes, I have to get up at 5:30 to work. Brick movers, brick moving souls, those who move bricks can't wake up. It's true, early in the morning. The bright moon sets in the west, and the sun rises in the east. It should have been a pleasant morning. But the deeply sleeping Beifong was awakened by a big black rat. Remembering the encounter with a mouse when smashing a resource box, he ran away. It's not about long-standing grudges, it's about yesterday's enmity turning into today's resentment. At this moment, the Beifong, a famous general, how could he endure such humiliation? The gun was loaded. Just as the Desert Eagle's dark muzzle was extended out of the window, a storm of bullets was unleashed. Suddenly, "Hey, let go of that mouse, let me handle it." Is the baby awake? It seemed that the Beifong realized something, just about to say, "Don't," but it was too late. There was a loud bang. Yes, the baby broke out of the car again. Without time to feel sorry for the vehicle, just as he stuck his head out, the Beifong's eyes bulged out as he shouted, "Baby, shut up." At this moment, the baby, with a look of surprise, squinted his big eyes due to joy, his small mouth opened wide, and at the same time, he kept drooling with happiness. With both hands raised, he was holding a big black rat similar in size to a corgi. This scene. Yes, he was about to put it in his mouth. Although the hairy leg fish how often hunts wolves and goats, fish and mice are still its main food. After being amplified by the system and undergoing genetic mutations, the baby acquired a human form, although he had never seen a mouse from childhood to adulthood, let alone eaten one. But the memories in his blood, the instinct of survival reminded him. He knew that this thing was very delicious. Ah, woo! Everything felt so natural, so logical. Suddenly, his father's angry shout rang in his ears. The baby turned his head in confusion, also surprised because his father's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Stared at by his father, the baby felt embarrassed and could only retract the disobedient drool with a gulp and swallow it. So, gritting his teeth, stomping his feet, he handed his good stuff to his father. "Baby is wrong. Good things should be offered to parents first. Come, Dad, you eat first while it's hot?" The big black rat was completely unharmed, not a scratch on it. With one eye red, full of aggression, it was shaking in the baby's hand like mud, not daring to struggle. To outsiders, this scene was quite amusing. But the Beifong couldn't be happy. Just as he was about to scold the baby, suddenly he shook. He seemed to have forgotten the baby's background. Yes, why should he criticize the baby? She did nothing wrong, it was his fault. Since the baby had a human form, he had never taught her what to eat and what not to eat. While blaming himself inwardly, the Beifong revealed a very official smile and took out a hot, soft, and luxurious chicken burger to eat. "Baby, if you want Dad to continue pampering you in the future, throw that thing away and eat this. If you don't want to, then you eat it, and Dad won't care about you anymore." Before the words fell, Beifong's gaze was drawn to a dark parabola in the sky, 20 meters high. That's right, the big black rat was thrown by the baby to a height of 20 meters, then plummeted rapidly. Bang! On a nearby rock, the big black rat kicked its legs, its brain bursting open, dead and unavenged. If the rat's ancestors were here, they would definitely grab Beifong by the collar and demand loudly, "It just wanted to survive." What crime did it commit? Speak up, speak up. Oh, things happened quickly, and just as Beifong reacted, the baby had already pounced into his arms. Of course, Dad will pamper the baby. A pair of big eyes stared at the hamburger emitting a chicken cutlet fragrance in Beifong's hand, and tears fell from the baby's mouth. Oh. Seeing this, Beifong felt relieved. Holding the baby back to the car, he took out all the delicious food as if emptying his brain. From premium ham, Oreos, apples, oranges to big bananas. In short, as long as the baby hadn't eaten it, Beifong took it all out. Wow, great, asterisk carrot carrot asterisk. The baby's big eyes curved into crescents and dove into the mountain of snacks. "Eat slowly, you can eat all of these, but not that big rat in the future, okay? Okay, got it." Beifong smiled bitterly and chose to activate the vehicle equipment function. Both times he got off the car, it was a broken car, and Beifong had to repair the body again. However, when he looked at the materials needed for repair, Beifong was dumbfounded. To repair the damaged area of the vehicle, you need 4 pieces of refined iron and 2 pieces of T3 reactive armor. Since the vehicle breach couldn't be repaired, it meant they could only set off with this big hole.
But what else could Beifong do? The baby was family, he couldn't just beat him up for this. Children need to be educated. If he misbehaves again, then he can practice Xingyi Quan. Fine, let's consider it as having a skylight now. As if thinking of something, Beifong got off the car and picked up the dead rat. It weighed about 5 or 6 caddies, and Beifong definitely wouldn't eat rat meat, but some players in Huaxia did. It would be a waste to leave it to rot. Carrying the dead rat back to the car, Beifong directly opened the area chat plaza. With just one sentence. "Yes, I am Beifong." Instantly, all the players in the area fell silent. When a big shot appeared again, there must be something needed, and if they didn't seize the opportunity, they could only blame themselves. Yes, just hunted a 6-caddy big rat, freshly dead, not poisoned, hot. Wow, Beifong is amazing. I've set traps for that big rat before, but it's too cunning, never caught it once. I'll trade, Beifong. What do you need? I just got an inflatable doll. If you want it, PM me, it can be heated. Beifong, I got a cup, soft though it can't hold water, but it can definitely help you with physiological needs. I'll trade. 1. Suddenly, all sorts of nonsense, names Beifong had never heard of, appeared on the public screen one by one. Beifong frowned, he didn't need any of these. Suddenly, a conspicuous message appeared, catching Beifong's attention immediately. Beifong, it's me, Lei Ho, I've got a pot. Want to trade for a children's tutoring machine, interested? Beifong smiled, this was exactly what he needed. Okay, let's trade for the children's tutoring machine, let's go out for the exchange. With that sentence, the area chat plaza fell silent. Crackling sounds continued to explode. Countless girls' hearts shattered. Big shot, don't go. One last question. Why do you need a children's tutoring machine? Tell me, let me die in peace. Who is it? Who dared to play the flute of the Northern Wind boss before me? Show yourself. I will have a showdown with it. If the boss doesn't speak, I will die with regrets. Information plus 9,999. The Northern Wind was also stunned to see this scene. Is he really this popular to have such a big reaction? As the saying goes, killing someone is one thing, but hitting them where it hurts is another. For the sake of keeping a low profile, before leaving, he replied uniformly, exchanging a children's tutoring machine, to educate my daughter, yes, my own daughter. The Northern Wind left gracefully. Turning around, he left a mess of feathers behind. Exiting the area chat square, the transaction with Brother Guangdong went smoothly. Acquiring a tutoring machine, the Northern Wind revealed a fatherly smile. Trading a dead mouse for a tutoring machine? Following Teacher Ma's words, you may make a profit, but I will never lose. Oh, there's still power, let's try turning it on. The cartoon-like tutoring machine just started. Upon hearing the opening remarks of the tutoring machine, the Northern Wind's face turned dark. Bang bang bang. Bad Kid brand tutoring chicken, will smash wherever you don't understand. One hit, I'll beat you to death. From now on, Dad won't have to worry about my studies. Oh my. If it weren't for the amplification, the Northern Wind would have almost thrown away this cursed thing. Speechless, he closed the tutoring chicken, when another voice message started playing. Mom Sakura is starting classes. If your child is not studying or eating well, they probably need a beating. Recommend using a guillotine, a strong knee strike. From now on Mom won't have to worry about my studies. The Northern Wind? Oh, was speechless. Is this a proper tutoring machine? Yes, the Northern Wind is not a teacher who leads by example, nor does he have experience in marriage and raising children, so he can only educate his baby in this clumsy way. As long as children lay a good foundation in the early stages, they will all grow up to be talented individuals. If girls are well educated, they will be like a bank attracting investments, with quick capital turnover and high interest on principal. However, if they are not well educated, not only will they fail to attract investments, but they may even lose both the principal and interest. If boys are well educated, they will be able to make a fortune when they grow up. Of course, if they are not well educated, their ancestral graves will also emit smoke. Asterisk caret asterisk. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Detected, Bad Kid brand tutoring chicken can be amplified. Do you want to amplify it? Amplify. The Northern Wind was not afraid of wasting, as amplification did not consume anything from him. I want to see what kind of cursed thing you will become after amplification. P.S. This chapter has over 2,700 words. Bai Long is not stingy. Also, although Bai Long loves his country, he will not impose this patriotic sentiment on any reader.
As the saying goes, having a gun and not using it is one thing, but not having it at all is another. All the preparations made by the protagonist in advance are for prevention. Furthermore, this book will take a light, humorous, and occasionally decisive tone. So, I really hope no one will try to set the tone. Also, starting from next weekend, new chapters will be released publicly. Thanks to the fans for their support and ranking. Thanks, Omega, thank you, love you, 3, Red Heart. As the northern wind confirmed the amplification, the system's voice came as expected. Congratulations, host, amplification successful, Bad Kid brand tutoring machine amplified to, Wank infrared intelligent tutoring machine *1 unit. Praying internally, hoping that this tutoring machine will be more proper after amplification. What caught his eye was a pink, very cute little notebook. Wank infrared intelligent tutoring machine, introduction. In front of it, an encyclopedia is like a little brother, because this product is called Wank. Advantages of the same product, easy to use, as long as the sun in the sky hasn't exploded, it doesn't need to be charged. Design patent, unique line design, smooth, no sharp corners, greatly reducing the probability of children bumping and getting hurt, eye protecting and warm colors. Once the baby touches it, you won't want to let go, hee, that's a dream. After reading this introduction and boasting advertisement, Beifeng's face was all blurred. This doesn't feel very serious. With a try-it-out attitude, Beifeng opened the Wank tutoring machine. Oh my, the introduction is not great, but the functions are quite comprehensive. As Beifeng carefully studied, he was slightly shocked. Because this tutoring machine actually contains all teaching courses from kindergarten to doctoral students. In addition, there are various professional knowledge, terms, and skills in 360 industries. It's simply all-encompassing. Wank tutoring machine. Quite awesome. After getting a bit familiar, Beifeng found courses from kindergarten to elementary school, randomly selected a comprehensive idiom and a few types that the baby might like. Turning back, he saw the baby already lying on the waterbed, full and satisfied. Hey, baby, look at this tutoring machine. Wherever you don't know, just touch it. Beifeng tried a letter, and the tutoring machine indeed made a serious sound, saw EC. Amazing. Seeing the baby's interest piqued, Beifeng showed a fatherly smile. Indeed, the exquisite and compact appearance, coupled with the irresistible pink color for girls, the baby got hooked. At this point, Beifeng started the car to prepare for departure. The baby was immersed in the joy of learning. Now, Beifeng's Wuling, from the outside, looks quite miserable. With a big hole in the body that cannot be repaired, Beifeng had to control the speed between 80 to 90 km per hour, as the existence of the hole could cause wind problems and easily lead to skidding and overturning at speeds over 100. Unconsciously, Beifeng had already driven over 100 miles. During the journey, Beifeng only encountered a wooden resource box, but after smashing it open, there was nothing inside. If you must say, there was a hair. However, Beifeng had abundant resources, so this little resource didn't bother him. One hair is just one hair. Suddenly, the baby spoke. Dad, I've finished the second grade course, isn't that great? He. Hearing this, Beifeng's hands trembled. What? Finished the courses from kindergarten, first grade, and second grade in just an hour? Ah, are you sure? The baby said confidently. Oh, then, can you recite the multiplication table once? Hearing the punishment, the baby smirked. 1 times 1 is 1, 1 times 2 is 2. The baby effortlessly recited the multiplication table. No mistakes, right? I'm starting to learn the third grade course now. Beifeng wiped the cold sweat off his head and then waved his hand to stop. Classmates, we'll stop here today, the rest is physical education. Beifeng could trick the baby a bit, it's all self-learning, what's it to you? How can you imitate the teacher's tone and say we'll stop here today? Need to save face? Physical education? The baby seemed uninterested in physical education, pouted, and shook his head. Dad, can I look at ancient idioms instead, okay? Hearing this, Beifeng waved his hand generously. Alright, I'll satisfy this unreasonable request of yours, but this won't happen again. Thank you, Dad. The baby looked like he had taken advantage, as if saying, Dad spoils me too much. Beifeng's words carried a strong sense of trap, subconsciously guiding the baby that learning ancient idioms is a game, very fun. Holding the steering wheel with one hand, Beifeng smiled and thought, so, tutoring children is this easy? But, the next moment, when Beifeng heard the parent task released by the Wank tutoring machine, to be honest, Beifeng was dumbfounded. Sure enough, the baby looked at Beifeng with a pleading expression and said, Dad, it says you have to personally demonstrate the interpretation of these idioms. Beifeng chuckled bitterly, the way of heaven is good for reincarnation, one should not be too arrogant. Well, you read me all the idioms, and Dad will demonstrate and explain them to you. Beifeng was confident, thinking,
What difficult idioms could a child's upbringing device have? Dad, I'm ready to read them out loud. Beifong made an okay gesture. Today's homework consists of 7 idioms.
Hearing that there were 7 idioms, Beifong felt even more confident, thinking it would be a piece of cake. The baby admired Beifong's confident demeanor and recited the 7 idioms loudly: rivers of blood, whales of grief, corpses strewn across the land, calling a deer a horse, turning the tables, there is a way to steal, seizing opportunities.
Beifong's scalp tingled and his vision darkened upon hearing these idioms. This tutoring device was no joke.
It's not that Beifong didn't understand these idioms, but the question was how to demonstrate them.
And how much knowledge did the baby lack? What's wrong, Dad? Don't you know either? The baby questioned with a pout. Beifong had to maintain his composure as an elder. Well, show me your interpretation. What do you think there is a way to steal means? Beifong tried to divert the conversation to let the baby express their thoughts.
The baby's knowledge only extended to the 2nd grade of elementary school, so while they understood the concept of a thief, the phrase, there is a way to steal, puzzled them.
I know.
It means I take your things and then rent them back to you at a high price to save your life.
The baby eagerly awaited Beifong's response.
Beifong was stunned by the answer, as it had no relation to the actual meaning of the idiom.
Well, that's not quite right. Beifong tried to correct the baby indirectly.
The baby's self-esteem was strong, so even if they were wrong, it was better to correct them subtly. Beifong looked around for a way to explain, but found none. Baby, you need to take off immediately. Dad senses danger within 100 miles ahead. Beifong stalled, seeking help from the public. With a serious expression on his face, Beifong managed to divert the baby's attention, who had to investigate the potential danger. When I come back, Dad will explain the idioms to me.
Beifong nodded slightly, trying to remain composed. Whoosh!
The baby's body was covered in yellow fur, transforming into its true form and flying out of the car in a matter of seconds. Beifong couldn't let the baby know he was seeking help, so he hurriedly organized his words to ask for assistance in the chat square, hoping to find someone capable.
Suddenly, with a swoosh, the Beifong turned around to look. Baby, how did you come back? Dad, you're amazing.
There were indeed robbers ahead, 3 of them. Hearing this, the Beifong shed tears of emotion.
This is like a timely rain from Son Jung. Robbing is good. It's best to be ruthless and fierce.
The Beifong laughed heartily, then turned confidently. Baby, watch as Dad demonstrates and explains what it means: rivers of blood, whales of sorrow, corpses strewn about, calling a deer a horse, turning the tables, the art of theft, seizing by strategy.
In the eyes of the eager-to-learn Katsilan, the Beifong was a cool dad at that moment. Great! P.S. An extra chapter tonight. I have a small wish, hoping those who haven't left a review will give a 5-star review quickly. Those who are setting the tone have already lowered the rating of this book. Brothers and sisters, let's cheer up and urge for more updates. I will create a group chat to notify everyone in a few days. Joking aside, we shouldn't joke about a child's education.
Although aware of the robbers ahead, the Beifong felt it necessary to prepare for a vivid demonstration of 7 idioms.
After all, rivers of blood, whales of sorrow, and corpses strewn about go hand in hand.
Calling a deer a horse, turning the tables, the art of theft, and seizing by strategy have different meanings. However, the Beifong is not a murderer and cannot kill for the sake of educating a child. Of course, if those robbers blocking the road intend to harm lives, that's another story. Baby, come on, let's get ready. The Beifong slowly stopped the car, bent down to rub some dust on the asphalt road, and without waiting for the baby's reaction, touched his face. Suddenly, the fair baby turned into a dirty one. The Beifong also wiped his own face. Instantly, the domineering CEO and the little princess turned into a ragpicker big brother and a match-selling little girl. Afterwards, the Beifong put away the inflatable mattress in the car compartment into the particle ring. After doing all this, the Beifong sighed in relief and thought to himself, is it easy to raise a child? Almost simultaneously, a pitiful scene unfolded. The car had a big hole, and inside was a scruffy handsome man with a scruffy and cute little girl. One can understand the Beifong's intention. Think about it. A well-dressed man with a rosy complexion, accompanied by a chubby and cute daughter? Just by looking at them, one would think they eat well and sleep soundly. Who would dare to rob them? If they just passed by without preparing, the robbers would come up to salute them, offering delicious food and drinks. Could you then teach by example and resort to violence? No way. The baby didn't know what the Beifong was up to, but found it amusing. Baby, when we meet the robbers later, do it like this. Listen, okay? The baby nodded in confusion. You only have one chance, cherish it. Let's practice once, using the tone I just taught you. It's not that the Beifong is overly cautious, but opportunities for teaching by example are rare.
He really feared that later the baby would just fly out of the car and shout at the robbers, I've surrounded you. You're done for.
The baby looked pitifully at the payphone, with a tone of hunger, fear, and pleading. Uncle, have mercy on my dad, give us some food, follow my dad for 3 days, hungry for 9 meals. The look, the tone, the voice, the expression.
Tears welled up. That was truly an old man's trick, unbeatable. Impressive, baby.
The payphone praised directly.
Hee, all thanks to Dad's good teaching. Well, that's a very official answer. The payphone ruffled the baby's head, then returned to the driver's seat.
The car was moving fast because of the baby's directions, and payphone was not afraid of encountering a few bandits.
Dad, turn at the next fork. Okay.
After the car turned into the fork, it traveled more than 30 miles.
Gradually, low mountains appeared around,
but payphone didn't pay much attention because they were all barren mountains. As the car made another turn, a scene caught payphone's eye.
Payphone had a feeling as if he had returned to reality.
No, the scene was too harmonious. 2 men, dressed in black police jackets, were saluting a car in a formal manner. To outsiders, this might seem normal, but payphone was brought up by an old man and knew the correct way to salute. Saluting with the left hand was a sign of being fake. However, payphone was puzzled by the situation.
Why were both sides so harmonious in this survival game?
Soon, the car left, and payphone approached slowly. Upon closer inspection, payphone found the problem. There were spikes on the road specifically designed to puncture tires.
Are there guns? Or are there other ambushes nearby? Payphone was unsure and decided to proceed cautiously. After Payphone's van appeared, the 2 men showed professional smiles.
They straightened their black police jackets and one of them, a slightly shorter man, gestured for payphone to pull over. Payphone was not foolish, and while smiling coldly, he asked the baby to pay attention to the surroundings for any hidden individuals. The baby, with sharp eyes and strong perception, quickly confirmed, no one around.
Payphone then slowly stopped the van and asked through a crack in the window, Officers, is this the road to Tibet? The 2 fake police officers were taken aback by the question. They didn't immediately approach Payphone, perhaps because they had been through robberies before.
Instead, they stood behind the road spikes and saluted Payphone with their left hands, saying sternly, please step out of the car for inspection.
Payphone's sharp eyes scrutinized the 2 men.
Initially hesitant to get out of the car, Payphone noticed something in the shorter man's hand and decided to step out. Seeing that Payphone was unarmed, the 2 men realized he was an easy target and rushed towards the van. However, upon seeing a large hole in the van's body, the taller bandit frowned.
Surrounded, Payphone remained calm and asked, what are you 2 up to?
The 2 bandits began a dialogue, and the taller one introduced themselves as Wang Daolong and the shorter one as Director Dao, Secretary Mei.
Payphone was puzzled and asked, why did you pretend to be injured?
The shorter bandit burped and explained that they were there to rob him.
Payphone remained composed.
The taller bandit reassured Payphone that they were reasonable robbers and not out to harm anyone. Without waiting for a response, he also leaned into the van. In their view, this kind of good men and women were easily frightened and dared not resist. The Payphone smiled, shook his head slightly, and thought to himself, all right, just guide them after seeing it.
Otherwise, how can I take action?
He took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. Sure enough, with the familiar tone and dialogue in the carriage, the 2 bandits returned looking confused.
Bro, you're playing a survival game, why bring a kid along, is that okay?
I say, young man, although we are forced to turn to banditry, we still have our principles and bottom line, no robbing the 3. The short one echoed, right, no robbing children, no robbing the sick or disabled, no robbing the government.
Hearing this, the Payphone raised the cigarette in his hand and asked, rob or not? Who would have thought that the 2 didn't smoke? So, can we leave now?
The Payphone frowned. At this moment, the baby pitifully stuck his head out of the window and whimpered, Uncle, I'm hungry, following Dad for 3 days, I've missed 9 meals. The Payphone also cooperated and showed a difficult expression, the car is out of gas, haven't eaten for days, how can my daughter and I survive like this? Hearing this, the 2 bandits were dumbfounded.
They glanced at each other. What's going on? Are you suggesting we should give you some money? Isn't that too much? How about this, gentlemen, let's team up. It's better to rob with more people.
The Payphone said seriously.
Uncle, we're hungry. Oh man, this is too tragic.
From the beginning until now, the 2 bandits never showed any intention to harm the Payphone and his daughter, which is why the Payphone tolerated their existence. Since it was temporarily impossible to teach through bloodshed, with cries of agony and bodies strewn everywhere, might as well guide them towards deception, turning the tables, and the art of stealing, seizing opportunities.
After all, it's all for educating the children, what else can a parent say? Sigh. The 2 sighed,
and the short one gritted his teeth, reached into the black food bag in his right pocket. Although the Beifong wasn't sure what was inside, he was certain it wasn't a gun, because the burp just now smelled like bananas, and who would talk so much if they had a gun? Here, little girl, I won't let you call me uncle in vain, have half a banana with your dad. Seeing this, the tall one nodded, then looked at the Beifong and said, you can join us, but it's a 3-day trial period, during which you can only eat, no sharing of resources. The Beifong smiled and nodded, that's a good relationship. On a tar road, the Beifong and the baby hid in the shade on the side, eating bananas, of course, from their own stash. The two bandits kept observing, and whenever a new vehicle passed by, they would use their previous lines to deceive. Surprisingly, they managed to scare quite a few players. It must be said that the two had principles, as they only took one item from each car they stopped. Dad, is this the art of stealing? The baby asked while holding an educational device. Yes, it is the art of stealing. But there are 6 other idioms, right? The baby looked at the Beifong. At this moment, the Beifong had all his attention on the road, realizing that the Toyota Land Cruiser they stopped this time was not simple. Indeed, as the Toyota was stopped by the two, 6 men armed with weapons got out of the car. Damn it! Chinese weaklings, you're looking for death. Kill them! Seeing that they had kicked the iron plate, the two bandits immediately ran towards the Beifong. The Beifong smiled, picked up the baby, and said calmly, baby, watch closely next, Dad will show you how blood flows like a river, cries of agony, and bodies strewn everywhere. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. The baby hugged the Beifong tightly from behind. Hey, buddy, quickly take your daughter and run, we've kicked the iron plate this time, damn it's the Japanese, they have knives, run. 2 temporary companions, in the midst of danger, did not forget to remind Beifong to escape. Beifong remained unmoved, watching as 5 or 6 men armed with weapons surrounded them. Look, it's a little girl, a young girl. So Desi, can a girl from Huaxia look so tender? The man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks leered at the baby behind Beifong. Go ahead, kill the men, bring the little girl to me. Be careful, don't hurt her. Hey, sir. The bandits who had already run far away saw this scene, shaking their heads in sigh, but they had already fulfilled their duty as companions. Baby, remember, this is called a river of blood. Beifeng's dark eyes were like an abyss, and the fish-scale military knife appeared in his hand instantly, dodging a knife that came towards him. Swish! The two passed each other, the warrior's body stiffened, the hand holding the knife slowly drooped, and then fell to the ground. Baga! Swish! Sizzle! Another knife came from behind, but Beifong calmly dodged it and retaliated with a slash. The fish-scale knife turned into a black shadow and instantly swept across the neck of another warrior. With a shared field of view, Beifong had eyes in front and back, making close combat seem like a tiger with wings. To achieve the desired effect, Beifong increased his speed. Dealing with the 6 men took only 40 seconds. The knives were very sharp, so sharp that the warrior whose throat was cut only felt a chill on his neck, slowly realizing his breath was restricted, until he noticed the gushing blood from his neck. Then panic-stricken, he made a whimpering sound. Beifong stood in the center of the crowd with the baby on his back, his eyes showing no ripples. Wailing everywhere, a river of blood, corpses strewn across the field. Beifeng's voice was cold. Wow, Dad is amazing, coincidentally echoing 3 idioms. The guys who were still desperately fleeing in the distance, upon seeing this scene, stopped in confusion. Food poisoning? Let's go back and see, it seems like they're all dead. Damn, really? They were all lively just now. P.S. I have to go out. I originally wanted a chapter of 4,000 words, just 300 plus short, so I decided to split it up, 1 chapter of 2,200 plus, 1 chapter of 1,300 plus. Hee hee, that's 4 updates today. Beifong remained calm, carrying the baby on his back, standing amidst the corpses. He kept talking to the baby, explaining the origins of 3 idioms, and through words and actions, immediately resonated with the baby's strong desire to learn. The educational effect was significant, but it was a bit life-threatening. Wow, first a river of blood, then wailing everywhere, and finally corpses strewn across the field. The baby listened to the wailing, looked around at the bodies lying around, and then at the surrounding wilderness. Oh my, it's really too realistic. Dad, I want to study at Tsinghua in the future, and let our family's ancestral grave also emit smoke. How about that? In just a short time, the baby didn't forget to hold the Vank brand tutoring device, practicing and learning at the same time. Hearing this, Beifong laughed, feeling instantly that all his efforts were worthwhile. At least the child wasn't saying they wanted to be a big star. Suddenly, Beifong realized a truth. Why is it so difficult to do the first 3 steps? The two did not deliberately lower their voices during the conversation. This caused the 2 fallen guys who returned to be completely confused. What's going on?
Chopping vegetables and killing 6 people just to educate a child on learning idioms? Instantly, tears of envy and jealousy flowed from the two. If their elders had nurtured them like this in the past, why did they drop out of 5th grade and idle at home, still hand in hand at 30? Upon hearing the two crying, Beifong turned around. "Oh, back already?"
Beifong smiled and said, "Hurry up and tidy things up here, and take them to our car." At these words, the two were stunned, looking at each other.
"Our car? Oh my god. This is simply turning the tables, seizing the opportunity. What? Feeling a bit hot, want to lie down for a while?"
The Beifong sneered at the two with a smile that didn't reach his eyes.
"Ah, it's not hot, not hot, I was sweating cold just now."
The two shivered, not daring to lie down on the ground horizontally, as there were already 5 or 6 lying there.
Watching the two helplessly clean up the weapons left on the ground, the Beifong said to the baby, "What is this?" The baby shook his head. "This is turning the tables, seizing by strategy. At first, we followed their lead, listened to them, but now that we've stood up, they have to listen to us," patiently explained the Beifong. "When I said to send all the supplies to our car, it meant not sharing with them, that's seizing by strategy, of course, this is based on having strength." The baby suddenly understood. "Then, what about calling a deer a horse? By the way, was that Qin Shi Huang tasty?" "Put." The Beifong almost spat blood, thinking, "I don't know if the current Qin Shi Huang is tasty, but what I know is that eating him will definitely be poisonous." Without saying much more, the Beifong shouted to the two guys, "Hey, you there. Go check the Boeing 747 flown by those 6 people, see if there are any good supplies on board." Hearing this, the two were dumbfounded. "Damn your Boeing 747, even though we haven't flown on a plane, we know what a Boeing 747 is. It's clearly a Toyota Land Cruiser." The Beifong chuckled, shaking the fish scale knife in his hand. "Why do you always want to stir up trouble?" The two immediately cried, "Big brother, you really have good taste. This is indeed a Boeing 747 jumbo jet, please forgive our ignorance." The Beifong laughed and waved his hand. The two swore that this was the lowest point in their lives. "What is this, baby?" "Oh, I know, calling a car a chicken." The Beifong. "It's calling a deer a horse." "Hee hee, I know, just teasing you," the baby said playfully, poking the Beifong's sullen face. "Dad, why are you so good to me?" The Beifong smiled, "Because in this life, you are my creditor." "Creditor? What's that?" "Well, the baby called me dad, what else can I say?" The Beifong clearly couldn't express himself, as the baby was supposed to be the one he exchanged a pound of pork with to eat, but it turned out to be profitable, so he became a creditor? While the Beifong was busy educating the baby and improving the father-daughter relationship, the two bandits were not idle. In order to please the Beifong as much as possible, wherever they went, not a blade of grass grew. Everything lying haphazardly on the ground, even their underwear was taken off. Unable to do anything, the Beifong took the baby back to the Wuling car to wait, as some things were not suitable for children. In no time, the two men came over carrying bags of stuff. The 2 military bags were bulging with unknown items. The first thing that caught the eye was 7 left-handed swords, of good quality, with sandalwood handles and stainless steel blades, clearly crafted by a master. "Hey, big brother, don't say these little devils don't have much stuff, they even have secret weapons," the short bandit said with a smile, opening the military bag. "What? Rice? Here is wheat, and sweet potatoes too?" The tall bandit also opened his side of the loot with a flattering look. The Beifong glanced at the two, his eyes sharp. "Is that all? Just this? Really nothing else?" Smack! The short bandit slapped the back of the tall bandit's head, scolding, "Nonsense, there's more." The tall bandit was stunned and quickly slapped himself, explaining, "Misunderstanding, I forgot. As he reached into his chest, the Beifong directly said, "No need, we don't need these things. I'll take these supplies, do you have any objections?" The Beifong said with a smile that wasn't a smile. No, it's all yours, you killed them, we're lucky to get the leftovers." The Beifong smiled and threw a left guandao. "Even thieves have principles, keep it for self-defense. The reason I didn't plunder your resources is solely because you can still uphold your bottom line in this environment." After speaking, the Beifong stepped on the gas pedal and quickly disappeared from the sight of the two. Watching the ruthless person leave, the two immediately relaxed. "Oh my god, who is this ruthless person? 6 devils with left guandao in hand, and they were taken care of in no time? This is unbelievable. Hey, forget it, we were lucky this time, let's go." The short one urged, "There's still a box of gasoline in the Boeing 747 that we haven't taken out." "Damn, you're pretty smart, but we still have to hand it over." In fact, it's not that the Beifong forgot, it's just a waste of time to take it out and carry it away. Although the two resorted to banditry, they still managed things commendably. The Beifong is the kind of person who sets boundaries. If you have a bottom line with me, then I have a bottom line with you too.
And so, the Beifong traveled west with the baby, hammering down whenever they encountered resource boxes.
But there's one thing to say.
Since parting ways with Tung Chu-Chu, the Beifeng's luck has been like Liu Bei's father, always on the losing end. Today was particularly absurd, driving all day and encountering two wooden boxes, one with a hair and the other with a piece of paper. Initially, the Beifong thought it was a stroke of luck and got a blueprint, but upon unfolding it, there were only two words written on it: conspiracy. If it weren't for the system and the abundance of supplies, they would probably have to go hungry tonight.
Crackling. By the bonfire.
The baby's eyes were fixed on the roasting meat, while the Beifong focused on the newly acquired rice, wheat, and sweet potatoes. At that moment, the voice of the game console sounded in their ears.
Player Zhang Yichen requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept, Zhang Yichen?
The Beifong was puzzled, as Zhang Yichen was mainly responsible for training the soldiers in the team and managing the weapons, while Tang Baimillion was the main contact person. Worried that there might be something urgent, the Beifong agreed without much thought.
Yichen, do you need something from me? The Beifong inquired.
Captain, sorry to disturb you late at night, but I must seek your approval for this matter.
The Beifong was taken aback and replied directly, go ahead. Is there something that you and Tang Baimillion cannot decide on?
The other side was clearly organizing their words, but soon a message came through. The Beifong smiled upon seeing the message from this war hero, and after a moment of serious consideration, replied, you're right, the team needs a resounding code name or title. Both being understanding individuals, only formal authorization could grant a military unit designation.
So the Beifong and Zhang Yichen were discussing code names.
Tang Baimillion and I have thought of several. Take a look. Soon, several code names were sent over. The Beifong shook his head slightly upon seeing them, as these names were all good, but they went against the original intention of establishing the team. He replied, our team was born out of necessity, in accordance with the will of heaven, and the East is symbolized by the dragon, while our country's military is based on the core principle of defending the homeland.
Exactly, so. Zhang Yichen clearly didn't understand these roundabout explanations and could only wait for the Beifeng's response. From now on, the team will be called Great Xia Dragon Guard. Seeing this name, even someone as aloof as the war hero was filled with enthusiasm, as it perfectly suited the current situation. Following the will of heaven, the East is symbolized by the dragon, defending the homeland. Dragon Guard.
Impressive, Captain, truly a remarkable individual educated by the old man.
The Beifong chuckled. Didn't want to say anything. Zhang Yichen immediately replied, yes, Captain, I will convey it. I will not allow any idle people to enter the Dragon Guard. A pile of bonfires, over 20 people. With the arrival of squad leader Chuan Jiangwo, Tuljung Jingrun, and Xiaoxia, Captain Zhang Yichen officially announced the team's code name. As expected, after learning the meaningful code name Dasha Ying Longwei, all team members were amazed. Even Tung Chu-Chu and Tang Baimillion, who were not military personnel, felt that Beifeng's literary talent was quite high. At the same time, all team members were even more curious and puzzled about Beifeng. Why? After all, this is a survival game, where normally you might not even see two identical steamed buns, let alone 21 ink-concealed knives and 21 Mitsubishi military daggers. Moreover, the food and water supplies provided were the same. This was too outrageous. Almost everyone looked at the newly arrived squad leader, the three big guys. After all, the three of them had come all the way west under the leadership of the regimental commander, presumably having witnessed the commander's style firsthand. So, Jiangwo, tell everyone about the deeds of the commander, no need to embellish, just tell the truth. Zhang Yichen usually spoke in a way that could be resolved with a single glance, never wasting a word. But now he spoke so much in one breath, clearly Beifeng had aroused his strong curiosity. Yes, Trump, tell everyone, I'm also curious about what kind of person the commander who fell to the ground is, handsome or not. Deputy Squad Leader Shui Han echoed while glancing at Zhang Yichen, with a hint of hidden joy in his eyes, a feeling of you being defeated. Tung Chu-Chu felt sweet in her heart, looking at everyone's eager eyes for knowledge. Others may not know, but she herself was as clear as a mirror in her heart. Beifeng was the one she had personally dealt with, although it was the first time, but as long as Tung Chu-Chu thought so, she felt comfortable in her heart. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the three squad leaders were triumphant. The three of them nodded slightly at each other. Ahem. Well, let me say a few words first. The squad leader cleared his throat, straightened his sturdy chest, trying to make his posture more imposing. Where should I start? Because Beifeng's appearance and display of strength were too incredible, the squad leader had to carefully organize his words to interpret the whole thing perfectly. The bonfire was burning, and the 20 members of the Yinglongwei were all looking at Guan Zhangwo with eyes full of curiosity. Soon, the squad leader's deep and confident voice rang out. At first, the squad leader was a bit nervous. After all, such opportunities to speak in front of two military kings were rare. But he saw the whole thing most clearly and directly, and no one challenged his speech. Well, on that day. From being unfamiliar to proficient, from excited to impassioned. Actually, what the squad leader said was really true, without any embellishment. However, as the M249 light machine gun with 500 rounds of ammunition came out, except for Tang Baimillion and his sister, everyone else had a black face. It's not that Dabolo couldn't fire 500 rounds of ammunition, but the squad leader also said that he didn't change the magazine, just fired 500 rounds like that. As for the appearance of the baby, the squad leader did not mention it, because Beifong had already strictly instructed before they arrived not to disclose any information about the baby. Zhang Yichen frowned when he heard about the 500-round M249, but he managed to hold back from losing his temper on the spot. However, when Guan Zhangwo mentioned how Beifong had dodged 4 Desert Eagle bullets at close range, everyone was amazed. Captain Zhang Yichen, Deputy Captain Shui Han, and possibly Tang Baimillion, the two non-combatants. Other more familiar members stood up one after another, eager and ready to approach the squad leader Guan Zhangwo. The big guy in Xiaoxia looked puzzled, not knowing what was happening. That's right, what the squad leader said was right, without any lies. The squad leader turned pale at the sight, quickly straightened up, his face solemn. I, Guan Zhangwo, on my personal honor, military honor, and national honor, I swear that every word I said before was true. A commotion broke out. Then there was a deathly silence. What is most important for soldiers? That's right, it's honor. Moreover, Chuan Zhangwo also brings personal honor, military honor, and national honor together. For a professional soldier, this oath is already the highest standard. What did you say? Say it again? Zhang Yichen's eyes showed horror. Dodge 4 bullets from the Desert Eagle at close range? Without waiting for the squad leader to reply, Deputy Squad Leader Shui Han sternly shouted, Comrade Chuan Zhangwo, immediately report the bullet velocity of the Desert Eagle. Yes. The squad leader replied loudly, the Desert Eagle pistol with steel core bullets has an initial velocity of about 430 meters per second under standard atmospheric pressure and no wind conditions. Report complete. What is the normal human nerve transmission speed? Zhang Yichen also questioned. Report. 100 meters per second. The squad leader's voice was loud and his face remained calm. The human limit reaction speed is about 100 meters per second. How did you dodge bullets at 430 meters per second at close range? Captain, I also want to know. Although I don't know why, but me and 2 comrades all saw it with our own eyes. The squad leader remained composed. Swish. The tall guy in Xia also stood up. Report, Comrade Chuan Zhangwo was right, it's all true. Hearing this, Zhang Yichen and Shui Han exchanged a glance, both showing shock in each other's eyes. Dodging bullets? It's not a legend, nor an impossible feat. In the army, a 9-level Special Forces officer with 15 years of experience, at the peak of physical fitness, facing an ordinary armed criminal from a sufficient distance, in a state of deep concentration, has a 60% chance of predicting when the criminal will shoot and evading in advance. Strictly speaking, it's about anticipating the time the criminal will shoot, avoiding the position where the gun is aimed, rather than dodging where the bullet is coming from. If the bullet is fired, it's basically a death sentence, considering the speed of 430 meters per second approaching the speed of sound. For 2 war kings who have undergone rigorous training and practical advancement, it's hard to accept that a 20-year-old who has never been in the army can achieve this and even dodge 4 shots in a row. In fact, Beifong didn't really dodge 62 bullets. Strictly speaking, they passed through his body directly. Insufficient strength compensated by the system. The Desert Eagle has been embellished by the system, perhaps it would be fatal to others, but not to Beifong. All 3 teammates solemnly affirmed, proving that Zhang Yichen and the others had to admit this fact. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Yichen and Shui Han both developed a strong interest in Beifong, with eyes full of eagerness for learning and a belief in becoming stronger. You, go. Zhang Yichen glanced subtly at Shui Han, then looked at Tung Chuchu, who was excited. Shui Han understood instantly and nodded slightly. With this matter settled, Zhang Yichen had the team sit down again. Baiwan, these are the supplies our team received today, some of which are good materials, hand them over to the regimental commander. Zhang Yichen handed over the supplies obtained today to Tang Baiwan. Okay. Taking a look, Tang Baiwan saw several unknown armor plates and a black, very hard vest. When he unfolded the vest, Tang Baiwan gasped, bulletproof vest?
At this point, Zhang Yichen issued the upcoming tasks and designated this place as the temporary residence of the Yinglong Guard. The two teams, totaling more than 20 people, consisted of one team of 10 people rotating during the day to search for supplies. The other team was training while waiting for other comrades to be summoned. After some discussion, those on night duty took their posts, and those resting went to rest. At the same time, on Beifeng's side, they had already roasted the wild boar meat and were eating and drinking. Beifeng didn't eat much due to something on his mind, and he began to take out 3 new types of grains, not because Beifeng had never seen rice, wheat, or sweet potatoes, but because the system's hints were too abnormal. Detected that rice seeds, wheat seeds, and sweet potato seeds can be amplified, but the system does not recommend amplification at this time. On one occasion, the Beifeng couldn't help but ask, why is amplification not recommended now? Because even after amplification, they cannot be eaten. If the host wants to eat food, it is best to plant them and then amplify them after they mature. The Beifeng. By the time the food grows, the grass on my grave will be waist-high. What's the point of eating then? If that's the case, the system won't tell you that food needs to be grown before amplification to be edible. Oh, is there important information? The Beifeng suddenly became interested. P.S. There it is, no one added me and disbanded, so I won't do this anymore in the future. Update more, the end of the chapter has a short video that's very appetizing. Update to 2000 and add one more chapter, Bai Long keeps his word. Hearing the system say, if that's the case, the system won't tell you that food needs to be grown before amplification to be edible. The Beifeng shivered and quickly showed a studious look. Oh, what process should I follow then? The system didn't hide anything and directly said, grow them first and then amplify. If successful, you and your team may no longer worry about food. The Beifeng showed an official smile. You make it sound like planting seeds and burying them will grow food. System, isn't that the case? The Beifeng was speechless. When he was young, his parents went out to work, and he was raised by his grandfather. Working in the fields, cutting grass, threshing, and harvesting crops were all tasks he excelled at in the village. Farming may seem simple with just hands, but it is actually the wisdom passed down from the 5,000 years of Chinese civilization. In the current environment, without fertilizer or water, how can food be grown? Suddenly, the Beifeng slapped himself. With a grin, he asked, System, theoretically, can we dig a well here to get water? If so, I have 20 warriors who can try. If there's no water, then it's all talk. The Beifeng couldn't afford to use the system to amplify pure water for irrigation. That would be like turning dumplings into rice balls, completely different. The system hesitated visibly, but still gave the Beifeng the answer. Theoretically, yes, but the underground water here is not drinkable. Not drinkable? Why? Contamination, drinking it will give you diarrhea, can't hold your pants. So, does that mean it can be used for irrigation? Yes. Okay, goodbye. After seeing off the system, the Beifeng fell into contemplation. With more and more members of the Dragon Guard, relying solely on self-amplification for supplies was not feasible. If the Dragon Guard could be self-sufficient and create a virtuous cycle, then he could achieve personal freedom immediately. The Beifeng slapped his thigh and made a decision. Having seeds and knowing how to dig wells for water, what was this? A great advantage. Although the future looked promising, past experiences told the Beifeng that the first 3 steps of any endeavor are the hardest. And this time, wanting the Dragon Guard to achieve self-sufficiency. The difficulty was no less than turning a Toyota on the spot into a Boeing 747. Just then, a trade request notification appeared. Your friend Tang Bailing has initiated a trade request with you, do you accept? The Beifeng knew the Dragon Guard had collected supplies, so he accepted the trade directly. Captain, today's luck is good, several members found some good stuff. After receiving energy from the Beifeng, Tang Bailing's tone and attitude changed significantly. As if offering treasures, he placed a piece of armor fragment, a black vest, and several pieces of metal ore. Oh my, miracles do happen. The Beifeng laughed happily. He had long wanted to get the armor fragments and bulletproof vest, but due to insufficient luck, he had never succeeded. Now, he had them all. Both sides made the trade, and soon the Northern Wind side appeared with fragments of reactive armor and materials such as bulletproof vests. By the way, Baiwan, there is a difficult and arduous task. Can you consider the possibilities? The Northern Wind's geographical knowledge had almost been handed over to the physical education teacher, so he needed to consult for stability. After all, giving the order for more than 20 people to act was no small matter. What's the matter? Just tell me. Tang Baiwan's tone was sincere, while also greatly admiring the Northern Wind's calm character. You say. How about the Dragon Guards choosing a low-lying area and digging a well? The northern wind replied continuously, during this time, the team doesn't need to search for food, I will cover all food and drinks. Sure enough, there was silence from the other side, and the northern wind waited quietly, taking out a cigarette to light up in his spare time. After about half a cigarette's time, Tang Baiwan sent another message. Northern wind, I consulted with a geologist. If there is enough food security, perhaps we can give it a try. Seeing this, the northern wind smiled, thinking that Tang Baiwan was quite reliable. Well, I'll temporarily assign this task to you and Zhang Yichen. Later, I will trade the military supplies from these past few days to you. Okay, rest assured, I will ensure the task is completed. As the saying goes, one becomes like those close to. Spending time with immortals for a long time, one could also absorb some immortal aura. Tang Baiwan's way of speaking was becoming more military-like. Soon, the northern wind traded 80% of the increased military supplies from the morning. 60 deluxe KFC hamburgers, 100 soft fermented flatbreads, 5 sodas, 60 apples, bananas, and oranges each, 21 pounds of fresh wild boar meat. Digging a well without proper tools was very labor-intensive, even more so than training, so maintaining nutrition was essential. Except for fruits and wild boar meat, all other supplies were traded by Tang Baiwan. After completing the trade, the northern wind added, on the day we strike water from the well, I will remember the contributions of all members. Yes, Captain. Tang Baiwan saluted respectfully, feeling that the military supplies provided this time were really good. After ending the private message, the northern wind turned to see his child, who was covered in oil stains while gnawing on roasted wild boar meat. Today, to lead by example, the northern wind even smeared a lot of dust on the child's face. The child looked dirty and greasy overall. Baby, have an apple. Eating only meat will cause constipation. Oh, thank you, Dad. The child took it and, while eating the apple, remembered to say thank you. Take your time eating. We may not have much, but we have plenty to eat. The child looked up with admiration, nodding heavily, I will work hard to lighten Dad's burden. The northern wind. Somehow, he felt that something was off about that statement. Since entering the game, the northern wind hadn't bathed for almost a week. He only kept the air conditioning on every day, otherwise, the smell of sweat would have killed him long ago. He had been reluctant to use purified water for bathing before, but today, for the sake of the child's education, he had to lead by example and apply dust to his own face. Finally, the northern wind had a good reason to take a bath. Waving his hand, he stored the fragments of reactive armor and bulletproof vests into the particle ring. These things wouldn't run away, and it was never too late to study them. But bathing was the urgent matter now. The itching all over his body had become unbearable. Baby, eat here first. Dad will prepare bathwater for you later. The northern wind got up and walked towards the car. Great. Dad will accompany me. The northern wind's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said, Baby, you are a big kid now, you can't be with Dad. You have to be independent. The unhappy child pouted, oh, okay then. Chat Plaza. At this moment in the Chat Plaza, messages were flying fast. Suddenly. That's right, I am the northern wind. Almost before the northern wind could say a second sentence, several quick-witted players replied. Wow, Big Brother Beifong, do you need anything? I have kitchen knives, scissors, wash basins, MSG, chicken essence, and pepper. Big Brother Beifong, I have beer, drinks, mineral water, peanuts, melon seeds, a treasure porridge. Please slow down, don't rush. Beifong. So fast. I want to take a bath, but I don't have the tools. Does anyone have shower gel, a large basin, towels, a scraper, and a headband? I'll exchange a day's worth of supplies. As soon as the message came out, Beifong could smell the pungent smell. Oh my god, I was just suffering from heatstroke, and Big Brother Beifong is happily taking a bath with water? Can I have a sip of Beifong's bathwater to save my life? Are you guys still human? Trying to get something for nothing? I'll trade a roll of toilet paper for Beifong's bathwater. I'll use a small whip. Damn! Are you forcing me to bring out a family heirloom? I've decided, I'll bring out half a steamed bun passed down from my uncle to exchange for Beifong's bathwater. Upstairs idiot. Upstairs idiot +1. Information plus 99,999. Seeing this information, Beifong sneered, thinking they could exchange my bathwater with these things. They must be kidding. Beifong estimates that it would take at least 20 liters of water for one bath. 20 liters is equivalent to a full bucket of water from a water dispenser at home. How could these people think they could exchange 20 liters of water with some random stuff? Ahem, I only want various bath tools. You better gather your things and trade with me. If you bring a basin, I won't exchange it, ahem. Big Brother Beifong is mighty, a real man. Big Brother, take care, come again next time. Big brother, we'll prepare everything immediately and have a representative exchange with you. Beifong smiled and left the area chat square, lighting a cigarette. Should I exchange the bathwater in 100 milliliters portions too? Thinking about this, Beifong shuddered. Forget it, it's too annoying. P.S. Click here for surprises, your family is waiting. Dear friends, Tomato is running an activity now. If you haven't watched the short video at the end, take a look. When the white dragon is happy, I will write faster. Coming back from the chat square, Beifong didn't idle. Besides taking a bath, there were other things to do. First, the reaction armor fragments and bulletproof vests needed to be enhanced. Also, the 5.56 bullets for the big pineapple were gone and needed to be rebuilt. Beifong looked at the baby not far away eating a big apple. Beifong took out the reaction armor fragments and bulletproof vests traded from Teng by million. Detected, reaction armor fragments can be enhanced. Do you want to enhance? Detected, ordinary bulletproof vests can be enhanced. Do you want to enhance? Enhance. Beifong didn't hesitate. With a complete reaction armor, not only could the vehicle's major damage be repaired, but also the weak points of the wooling could be covered with reaction armor. Congratulations, host, successful enhancement of reaction armor fragments to T3 level reaction armor *80 pieces. Congratulations, host, successful enhancement of ordinary bulletproof vests to SI Dragon Scale Bulletproof Vest *1 piece. Beifong was familiar with T3 reaction armor, but this SI Dragon Scale Bulletproof Vest was unfamiliar. At first glance, it looked like a black, compact, slim-fit vest, but upon closer inspection, it was not simple at all. The SI Dragon Scale armor's surface was covered with neatly arranged thin ceramic scales, layer by layer. Beifong was puzzled and pulled it in the opposite direction with his hand, revealing a surprise. Ceramic armor plates? Impressive. Looking at the information again. SI Dragon Scale Bulletproof Vest Introduction, made of small pieces of ceramic bulletproof tiles and a new type of bulletproof fiber woven into a scale-like protective armor, similar to medieval chainmail, hence the name Dragon Scale Armor. Advantages: the Dragon Scale Armor can withstand being hit 40 times by a 7.62mm standard military bullet at a distance of 6 meters without being penetrated, and it can also block 7.62mm steel core armor-piercing bullets, with 9mm submachine guns having no effect on it at all. Its protective power is 3 to 4 times that of regular bulletproof vests. Although Beifong doesn't understand bulletproof vests, seeing the description stating that this thing's protective power is 3 to 4 times that of a regular bulletproof vest couldn't help but make him smile. Being able to withstand 40 shots from a 7.62mm rifle at close range. That's just awesome. Beifong first put away the enhanced Dragon Scale armor. He hadn't even taken a bath yet and still smelled of sweat. If he put it on and it caught the smell, that luxurious bath would have been in vain. Looking at a small pile of T3 reactive armor, Beifong chuckled and directly entered the game interface to select the vehicle equipment function. Select to repair damaged areas of the vehicle. Repair. The player's materials have been automatically deducted, and the damaged area has been repaired. Just as the game console's voice fell, Beifong hurriedly turned to see how it was repaired, but he was still a step too slow. When he looked back, the previously damaged area of the vehicle body was as good as new. Well, this is some high-tech stuff. Looking at the vehicle blueprint and the replaceable items in front of him, Beifong directly chose to replace the main structure cover with T3 reactive armor. Yes. Replacing, please wait. Beifong patiently waited as this replacement process took some time. About a minute later, with the prompt from the game console, Beifong was startled. A surprise? Congratulations to player Beifong with ID 123271 for successfully upgrading the vehicle Wuling Hongguang to a level 2 vehicle. Should this be announced to the entire region? Congratulations to player Beifong, your vehicle Wuling Hongguang has been upgraded to a level 2 vehicle, and you can choose the direction of the upgrade function. Beifong almost instinctively said, "Do not announce." Looking at the two indicative images in front of him, Beifong instantly understood what this upgrade function direction was about. Beifong inwardly exclaimed, "Wow!" There were two functional options presented, meaning he had to choose one. A level 2 vehicle can choose to upgrade its function. 1. Increase space, upgrade space, restore all vehicle functions, such as in-car music, in-car air conditioning, etc. 2. Rapid power, boost the vehicle's speed to 500 km per hour within 5 seconds, lasting for 10 seconds. Beifong almost immediately understood these two upgrades, representing two extremes. The first one is practical, upgrading the interior space of the vehicle while restoring various functions. The second one is utilitarian, boosting the car's speed to 500 km per hour within 5 seconds, lasting for 10 seconds? Beifong looked back at the spacious cabin, where two people could sleep comfortably and still have room to move around.
Did he even need to choose?
Besides, the Wuling already had in-car functions from the start, so no matter how you look at it, choosing the first option would be a loss.
On the other hand, rapid acceleration over short distances, a speed of 500 km per hour, do you know what that means?
The fastest car in the world is the Bugatti Veyron with a 16-cylinder engine, reaching a top speed of 406 km per hour on the salt flats.
So as long as Beifong wasn't stupid, he would definitely choose the utilitarian function. Beifong decisively selected the vehicle upgrade function too.
Congratulations to player Beifong, your vehicle has obtained the short-distance rapid power function, which can be used once a day, with fuel consumption 5 times higher than usual.
Beifong nodded.
Power always has a source, and simply accelerating the car without increasing fuel consumption is just not scientific.
There's one key point I'd like to ask about. If the car suddenly accelerates, will the people inside the vehicle be okay?
If the physical body runs ahead and the soul chases from behind, then it's troublesome.
Players, rest assured, rapid acceleration will not create anti-gravity, so people will be fine. Okay.
After understanding, Beifong completely relaxed, and when he lowered his head, a green button appeared in the middle of the steering wheel, with 4 prominent words on it: rapid power.
What if we encounter a strong enemy? Just press lightly, and then happiness knows no bounds. Beifong couldn't help but get excited.
At this moment, a private message notification sounded, and Beifong knew that the guy who wanted to take a bath had arrived. Opening the private message, looking at a list sent by a player named Wang Dachui, Beifong nodded in satisfaction and replied, "Okay, the day's supplies are yours.
Player Wang Dachui has sent you a trade request. Do you accept?"
Accept. Both sides remained silent. After all, Beifong was seen as very aloof by the general players. A wrong word might derail this trade, so everyone remained aloof. The trade went smoothly. Beifong paid a total of 3 packs of pure water, 1,500 milliliters each, 6 pieces of Dogfetch Frisbee brand roasted naan, 3 Aegean honey tangerines, plus 3 huazi. Why did Beifong give 3 extra tangerines and 3 huazi? Because in the actual trade, Beifong received an extra bottle of baby gold water and a box of tissues. What made Beifong even more satisfied was that the previously requested large basin was replaced with a wooden barrel.
People are like this: you give me an inch, I'll give you a foot.
Beifong took out everything from the wooden barrel, including towels, bath towels, baby gold water, Pantene, razors, and children's hair ties. Beifong then placed the wooden barrel on the other side of the vehicle, facing the bonfire, to maintain privacy. Because the wooden barrel was much larger than the large basin, Beifong had to pour in an extra 20 liters of water for a comfortable bath. After setting everything up, Beifong poked his head out and said to the baby who was diligently studying with the Vank brand educational machine, "Baby, come take a bath." Upon hearing this, the baby excitedly got up, hugged the educational machine, and ran over. Along the way, the baby lightly pressed a button on the educational machine, and instantly, a familiar melody played.
Ahem. That's how it goes. Wash, wash, take a bath. Baby gold water is indispensable. Salute and shake hands. You are my good friend? Omega. Beifong, is this song always like this? Why do I feel like I've drunk expired ergwotu? Damn, it's really getting to me. Beifong, I'll only say one blessing below.
After 7 years of marriage, in Chinese traditional customs, it is called copper wedding, symbolizing a stronger and less fragile marriage. Last night, he, member of the Dragon Guard, shyly approached Beifong and said, "On our 7th wedding anniversary, I want Beifong to do me a favor. As follows, Zheng Hanfang, the naive Zhou family sword loves you."
Beifong returned the blessing.
The wooden barrel was filled with clean and clear bathwater, and although the temperature was a bit cold, fortunately, the weather in the survival world was relatively warm, so there was no need to worry about the baby catching a cold. Beifong patiently explained how to use a bunch of things, while the baby stood by nodding continuously.
Okay, just follow my instructions step by step. The baby is the best. Yes, I got it. Before leaving, Beifong reminded, by the way, baby, we don't drink shampoo, okay? Okay, got it.
Beifong smiled and returned to the bonfire, but as soon as he sat down, he heard a splash. Worried, he turned around and saw that Beifong was afraid the baby would fall into the water from above. Children should become independent early. Too much worry can backfire.
He took out the morphological particle ammunition depot in a flash.
Looking at the list of bullets that could be crafted, Beifong chose without hesitation to craft 600 rounds of
56 bullets. Successfully crafted, obtained 500 rounds of 56 bullets, automatically stored.
Now, there was an indescribable comfort in Beifong's heart. The T3 reactive armor of the car was fully covered, and the vehicle was upgraded to level 2.
Not only that, he also obtained a piece of MI Dragon Scale bulletproof vest.
He also crafted 600 rounds of
5.56 bullets in one go.
Just as he was about to take out a cigarette, Beifong was suddenly startled, his body stiffened, and he slowly turned his head. He saw the baby standing in front of him, all wet, looking at him with a proud look.
Ah, baby, are you done bathing?
Yes, I have feathers to repel water, so a shake after getting wet and all the dirt is gone.
Beifong nodded slightly, it seems so. He touched the chubby cheeks of the baby, got up and said, "Baby, you stay here and warm up by the fire. Dad will go take a shower. By the way, if you feel bored, you can play with your educational device."
After instructing the baby, Beifong went to take a shower on his own. About 20 minutes later, the campfire went out, and the two of them, big and small, who had just finished washing, fell asleep peacefully. The next day, the sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze was blowing.
Beifong, who was still asleep, suddenly woke up. He quickly checked his messages. There were hundreds of messages, sounding urgent and excited. "Captain, something big has happened. Quickly check the top left corner of the game interface, see what that is?"
Beifong subconsciously switched his vision to the game interface. However, when he saw the top left corner of the interface, Beifong was surprised because that thing was not there on the interface yesterday.
It was a virtual small map the size of a cigarette box, vividly depicting low mountains and roads, with a small green dot flashing in the center of the map, as if afraid that others would not see it. Looking closely at the description, Beifong exclaimed subconsciously, "Regional Airdrop Self-Selected Resource Box." Airdrop Self-Selected Resource Box? Beifong smiled and immediately returned to the driver's seat. "I wonder if it's the kind of box you choose at the beginning of the game. Regional Airdrop, which means that this airdrop resource box is not known to all players, but only to players in the area can discover it?" With doubts, Beifong quickly ignited the vehicle. Indeed, as soon as the vehicle started, another moving blue dot appeared on the virtual map of the game interface. Beifong knew that this moving blue dot represented his vehicle. Beifong clicked his tongue, hesitated a bit. With this two-way positioning, as long as players in the area are designated, they will all join in the fun. Conflict would be inevitable then.
However, Beifong had no reason not to go. He now had a level 2 vehicle, a big pineapple with a gun and 600 rounds of bullets, and a Desert Eagle with 50 rounds.
Only 300 kilometers?
Hopefully, I can get there before anyone else does.
Ah whoa.
Beifong stepped on the gas pedal, and the Wuling immediately roared like a wild boar. At this moment, Zhang Yichen also sent a private message.
"Captain, should we mobilize?" The squad leader, Dag, and Xia, the three of them, had joined the main force in just one day and night, indicating that Beifong was not far from the main force. They belonged to the same region, so Zhang Yichen asked in a private message. Beifong pondered for a moment and replied, "No need, today you don't need to go out to search for supplies, just dig wells. I will go there myself." "Yes, Captain. No need, to be honest."
Even with more than 20 soldiers going over now, it wouldn't cause much of a stir in the current situation, considering there were hundreds of thousands of players in the area. Rather than risking casualties, it's better to temporarily lay low and develop.
Equipped with excellent gear, going through this wave of muddy waters alone was the most suitable.
Driving the Wuling at high speed, Beifong's brain was also busy calculating the scope of this matter.
If you talk about where to gather information in ancient times, it must be the tavern.
If you talk about where to gather information in modern times, it must be the headlines in Baidu. To say that at this moment to inquire about the news, you don't need to be directed to the regional chat plaza.
Just entering the regional chat plaza, Beifong's face sank.
As expected, this pool of water is getting more and more turbid.
Why should
those old Americans look down on me, take away my resource box, and say to me that they are standing on the advantages of strength and height, looking down on us Chinese people?
Damn it, I swear to resist American goods if I have the chance. Forget it, you guys are still good. I personally experienced it here.
A few little Japanese dogs who were living well, killed the players of 3 cars next to us.
Yes, those 3 guys were driving Wuling Hongguang. Luckily I was driving a sports car, so I escaped a disaster.
When this sentence came out, the entire chat plaza fell silent. When did driving low-priced cars become so popular, and when did driving supercars become so looked down upon?
Is robbery being ignored?
Heartbroken for my bro for a second. At least you are lucky that they didn't rob you.
Bullshit.
They didn't rob me, but they took away my 4 wheels.
How can I live like this? Why are these shameless Japanese dogs who are living well able to do such a thing? Suddenly, each Chinese player united in enmity. Beifong once again transformed into a survival novice and sent a message, are we still going for the airdrop? Has anyone arrived there? Damn, brother, who do you think you are looking down on? What is the airdrop? Yes, it's a dream. Yes, even if it's not for the dream, I still have to get a share. By the way, everyone, let me teach you what that little book said at the time. Bro, you see how arrogant they are? It's like this, you guys watch me learn. When reading, change your voice a bit. Hey, everyone, they say that China has been developing in hiding for 40 years, being called by the American Big Brother as the most potential threat in the future. In my opinion, it's simply blowing your nose in your pants, pretending to be a bear. If there were no wars in the world, I believe my great emperor will reignite the glory of the past, and under the three broad policies, will definitely completely occupy China. One after another, as long as you have seen war movies, you will have a clumsy accent, and when this sentence was read out, the chat closet exploded. Damn it, F asterisk asterisk K damn it, let's kill these B asterisk asterisk tards. The scars were exposed, just like tearing off the fig leaf of the Chinese children in front of everyone. Anger, unwillingness. When a person goes out, whether strong or weak, it will give people a first impression. A family, whether poor or rich, will also have a good or bad impression in the eyes of others. Similarly, a country in front of the whole world also has an impression. If a country has been bullied once and hasn't completely fought back, then when the people of that country go abroad, people from other countries will judge them based on the impression of their country, to see if they are easy to bully. That's human nature. Before the age of 890, I don't know when it started, seeing foreigners made people feel from the bottom of their hearts that they shouldn't provoke, can't afford to provoke, and fear. Therefore, after seeing the remarks in the chat plaza, every Chinese player was angry at the cowardice of their childhood, angry at the country's past experiences, and even more angry that although China is already strong, it is still bullied on the principle of not causing trouble and not fearing trouble, which makes them feel extremely angry. Beifeng's face was also pale, and he replied on the public screen. Yes, I am Beifeng. I'll put this here, everyone listen carefully. When you get to the airdrop location, whoever picks up a person with a beard, come to me, I will exchange a meal's worth of supplies, as many as I receive. The chat plaza was filled with flying barrage explosions, and with Beifeng's sentence, the scene of buying people with beards for a meal ended. It's not about boasting in the Beifeng, but having confidence in dealing with this matter. Since the game started, the Beifeng has not seen any information about a large number of foreign players in the chat square. What does this mean? It means that there are only small groups of foreign players in the Chinese player region and area. They are like infiltrating the enemy camp, being surrounded by Chinese players. Can this still be tolerated? Others may not take action, but the Beifeng, with a system and a strong red gene, has no reason not to take action. Although China does not advocate individual heroism, this is not China, and there are no constraints. As a man, who hasn't had a hero dream since childhood? But what followed was a wave of excitement in the regional chat square, completely overturning the Beifeng's perception of modern youth. Beichen boss, your words are a bit hurtful. Are we supposed to turn a blind eye to external provocations without offering rewards to face the enemy? No way. Yes, not to mention putting a bounty on the heads of the enemy dogs, just based on Beifeng boss's words. I, Zhang Dabiao, am damn in. Who's with me? Let's count. Anyone with weapons? +1 I'm in. I have a dagger. +2 I'm in too. A harpoon. +3 I'm in too. A pair of scissors. Suddenly, hundreds of players responded and joined in, all of them in good shape and high-end players with weapons. When the Beifeng saw this, the blood in his heart was also boiling. It turns out that when China is united against external threats, it is so highly unified. At the same time, the Beifeng greatly admired the player Zhang Dabiao. To be honest, since the World Channel and National Channel opened, very few teams have been formed, not because people don't like to live in groups, but because they cannot establish absolute trust in each other. Zhang Dabiao seized this opportunity of unity against external threats, took the lead in a high-profile attack, and intentionally or unintentionally announced the formation of a team. It has to be said that this person is really smart and a remarkable figure. The Beifeng smiled and replied, okay, Zhang Dabiao, do as you say. You temporarily form a team, and players without weapons should try to stay away from the core location of the airdrop, even if they release information around it. Blind casualties are meaningless. Thank you for the support of Beifeng boss. I, Zhang Dabiao, will take this action as a banner and build a force of our own in China. Seeing Zhang Dabiao being appreciated by the Beifeng, other players who had not joined the team immediately sent private messages to Zhang Dabiao, expressing their intention to join. Hearing the private message prompts, the Beifeng smiled and left the chat square. Seeing the names and information of the private message senders, the Beifeng replied, no need, I am a more free person. Let's talk about it when there's a chance.
Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Dabio immediately sent a private message to the Beifeng, inviting him to join. The two chatted for a while and both developed a strong interest in each other. The Beifeng estimated that Zhang Dabio was also a descendant of the Red Gene. To be honest, their styles of doing things were quite similar. At this time, the baby rubbed her eyes and woke up. "Daddy, where are we going?" Without much explanation, the Beifeng said directly, "To find treasure." "Oh, baby, come and put this on." The Beifeng took out the Mi Dragon Scale bulletproof vest, specially made from a special material and adjustable in size, so even a 7 or 8-year-old child could wear it. However, when a child puts it on, it looks a bit like armor, as the two layers overlap lightly. "Wow, what is this?" The Beifeng smiled. "It's a bulletproof vest. With it, Daddy doesn't have to worry about the baby getting shot." The baby scratched her head. Although she didn't really like the outfit, since it was a gift from her father, she reluctantly put it on and tried it out. "But Daddy, if the baby wears it, she can't fly anymore, right?" The baby tried to flap her arms like wings. "Ah, that's right, look at my brain." The Beifeng couldn't help but laugh at himself. How could he unconsciously treat the baby as a human child? In the end, the Beifeng still put on the Dragon Scale bulletproof vest. In Beifeng's view, it was not worth exchanging the baby's flying ability for low-level protection. A baby soaring with wings is much better than wearing a bulletproof vest. After a simple meal, the Beifeng drove quickly towards the light spot on the small map page. For safety reasons, the Beifeng also checked the hot weapons ranking on the game homepage. After reading the top 3 weapons on the hot weapons ranking, the Beifeng smiled. Yes, the top hot weapon is still the outstanding Mi light machine gun Big Pineapple, followed by the banded Krite 18-round pistol in second place, and the Desert Eagle in third place. Now it's stable, the top hot weapons haven't changed much. At the same time, players in this area, whether in teams or armed, are all on the move. Yes, for their dreams, airdrop self-selected resource boxes. Meanwhile, about 180 miles away from the Beifeng. This is a very special area, with a radius of about 20 kilometers surrounded by 4 20-meter-wide asphalt roads in the middle. Within this enclosed area, there are wilderness, barren hills, dried-up small valleys, and sparse yellowed fir forests. On a high hill, more than 30 people are gathering. Judging from the appearance of this group of people, it is not difficult to see that this is a new force formed by the temporary cooperation of 2 teams. Why? Because half of them are tall, blonde, with deep-set eyes and sharp features, holding relatively sophisticated single-shot hot weapons, with the worst also carrying a night sword. The other half looks a bit rough, with short stature, uneven features, cold eyes, and a peculiar gait, resembling eunuchs. Although their hot weapons are somewhat outdated, they have a total of 11 rifles. On the left side of the hill where this force is located is a valley with a depressed terrain. Looking at the wilderness of the valley, scattered bones can be seen, including those of wild animals and human-like pelvic bones. Looking forward, there are more than 10 fresh corpses that have been gnawed to bits, surrounded by drying blood. Anyone who sees this scene would think it is a place where some unknown monsters are feasting. On the hill, a middle-aged man with a high-nose bridge and stubble all over his face put down his binoculars and frowned at the short middle-aged man beside him. "Mr. Tianben, the 3 guardian lion tiger beasts guarding the airdrop resource box have already eaten more than a dozen Chinese people. Shouldn't we take action?" As the 19th of Ireland, he despises the islanders with yellow skin who were once conquered by them from the bottom of his heart. But at a certain hidden location nearby, there is a Barrett sniper rifle aimed at him, which forces Ireland to show enough respect to Tianben. Swoosh! Tianben Xianrun smiled triumphantly, then took out a device similar to an MP3 player and gave it a command. As soon as the command was given, there was a deafening sound coming from a hill or mountain peak nearby. Surrounded by mountains and valleys, the sound of the sniper rifle was very loud, making it difficult for even Ireland to determine the exact location of the island sniper. Both leaders of the 2 forces raised their binoculars and kept looking towards the distant corners of the valley. When they saw the weakest of the 3 lion-tiger beasts, who had taken a Barrett bullet specially made for it and only suffered minor injuries, the faces of the 2 leaders changed. Because the fierce beasts in the game world cannot be calculated by common sense, and the Chinese players in the area are rushing here, under various pressures, the 2 leaders made a cruel and terrifying decision. That is to wait for the Chinese players in this area to gather, threaten them with absolute strength, make them submit, then coerce them to deal with the 3-headed lion-tiger beast in the valley, and take advantage of the opportunity to seize the airdrop resource box. As for the Chinese players not compromising easily, they do not believe that all Chinese people are courageous. There are always those who fear death, and there are always people willing to submit. After all, historical experience tells them that there are many Chinese people who are fickle, as long as they are given special treatment and conditions, under strong psychological pressure, there will definitely be Chinese people who truly submit from the heart. Suddenly, the communication device on Tianben rang, speaking in the island language. Tianben, 10 miles away from you, at 3 o'clock direction, there is a team of 12 Chinese players heading there. Hearing this, Tianben, with his sharp features, showed his big teeth like an old ape. The first batch of bait has arrived, everyone get ready. Yes. In a wilderness hill, 12 well-equipped high-end Chinese players were cautiously moving forward. Captain, there is news on the chat channel that this time, those participating in the competition for the airdrop optional resource box may include Maisie and Gizi. Leading the team was a young man with short hair, phoenix eyes, and a very ordinary appearance, estimated to be under 30 years old. He had a somewhat worn-out pistol on his right waist, and a long blue cloth strip was carried on his back, with only a handle-like thing exposed at the top. Pang Zhenjie, as the leader of this team, had absolute strength and prestige in the team, and was also a retired Special Forces soldier. The 11 people under his command were all retired soldiers. Hearing this, Pang Zhenjie nodded slightly, looked around the environment, then raised his hand and said, "Team, adjust position, move in the 5 o'clock direction." If the armed police were the elite of the Special Forces, then the prerequisite for becoming an armed police was to become a reconnaissance soldier. Reconnaissance, anti-reconnaissance, and individual deep operations were essential skills for Special Forces. Yes. 11, 12, you carry the combat intercom, occupy advantageous positions on high ground at all times, observe the surrounding environment at all times, and immediately send a message if you find anyone ambushing or lurking. Yes. Pang Zhenjie waved his hand, then split the team into 2 groups, with 10 people heading towards the 5 o'clock direction, while 2 continued towards the 3 o'clock direction, but they were not walking on flat ground but on hills. 5 minutes later, Pang Zhenjie and his 10-man team had already seen the valley entrance in the 5 o'clock direction. The reason why Pang Zhenjie was not afraid of Maisie and Gizi was his confidence in the strength of his team. Before coming, he carefully studied the hot weapon rankings, and based on big data calculations, he believed that the Me-light machine gun Big Pineapple had a very low probability of being used by hostile forces, almost negligible. As for the remaining pistols on the rankings, single-shot rifles, his team had them all. Although they had few guns, they had a storage of up to 100 bullets, so Pang Zhenjie dared to lead his team to enter the focus area of the airdrop first. When the team had just arrived at the valley entrance and looked down, even those who were not facing the crowd had a change in their expression. Suddenly, a team member next to him exclaimed, "Captain, not good, there are Barrett's impact marks here." "What did you say?" Pang Zhenjie did not doubt the truth of this statement at all, because this team member used to be in charge of ammunition in the army. 11, 12, return immediately. Pang Zhenjie ordered, then waved his hand, "Everyone, enter combat mode." Before the words fell, a rotating loud noise had already come. It was the sound of the god of killing, Barrett. "Captain, 12 sacrificed." Bang! There was no more sound on the intercom. At the same time, dozens of black gun muzzles hidden in the bushes on the hillsides were all aimed here. "Hands up! Ha ha! Swish!" Chinese soldiers, quite vigilant, actually spotted our snipers in advance. If not for that, I wouldn't have wasted 2 Barrett bullets. Tan Benxian appeared with a smile, looking down at the force composed of Chinese veterans, his eyes full of mockery and disdain. "Captain, what should we do? Fight them?" Pang Zhenjie's face turned grim, raising his hand to interrupt. "No, if they wanted to kill us, they would have shot already. Not killing means there's a conspiracy. Don't act recklessly, report the situation here to the regional chat plaza quickly. Brothers, drop your firearms." Though unwilling, no one dared to disobey the captain's order, so the members reluctantly placed their firearms on the ground. "Hands up!" Tan Benxian shouted again. If they wanted to kill you, they would have shot. Chinese soldiers' hands won't easily be raised against the enemy. Pang Zhenjie's tone was firm and resolute. "Baga!" Feeling offended, Tan Benxian was about to execute these Chinese people, but at that moment, the device in his hand once again transmitted a voice. "Tan Benxian, large group of Chinese players spotted at 2 o'clock direction, estimated several hundred." Pang Zhenjie also witnessed this scene, his eyes calm but still revealing a hint of shock. Why did the enemy have similar miniature communication devices? Why wasn't the death god Barrett on the firearms leaderboard? Meanwhile, Beifong was driving the Wuling rapidly. Along the way, he encountered 2 wooden resource boxes, but Beifong didn't waste much time. He urgently needed to reach the airdrop focus area. The resources in the optional resource boxes were his ultimate goal. He was also discussing temporary battle plans with Zhang Dabiao along the way. Suddenly, the baby's voice came from behind. "Dad, what's that shiny golden thing?" "Shiny golden?" Beifong was surprised and quickly slowed down to look. "Golden resource box?"
Has my luck finally turned for once? Beifong was moved to tears. He handed the golden hammer to the baby. Baby, go smash it open. Just hit it hard as long as it doesn't break. With a light touch, the golden hammer was in the baby's hands. No, baby, but it was too late. Bang! The entire Woling shook as if hit by a bull. Ha! Beifong wondered why he didn't hear the sound of metal tearing. Before Beifong could turn around, a long, painful, and sorrowful cry rose from the car. Whoa whoa whoa! Dad, my head hurts. The golden hammer fell on the car's waterbed, and the baby squatted on the ground scratching his head and crying, a pitiful sight. Level 2 car defense, wow! Beifong was secretly shocked and quickly reached out to rub the baby's head. Now you've learned your lesson. Remember to use the door when getting off. Here. Woo boo whoa. The baby bravely wiped away the tears, opened the car door, and got off with the golden hammer. Beifong wasn't worried at all that a fierce beast would jump out of the golden box. As for hidden snakes, that was a joke for the alert baby. Nevertheless, Beifong took out the desert eagle, just in case. The consequences would be severe if the baby got angry. A series of bang bang bang. 1/20th, 2/20ths, 3/20ths, 4/20ths. Crack! 20 hammers in 5 seconds, all hitting hard, left the golden resource box dazed. Beifong smiled bitterly. Despite the young age, the baby's stubbornness was quite like his. As the gold resource box shattered, what caught the eye was something like a glass handle, but Beifong knew it was definitely not glass, but should be an unknown material. Baby, bring the stuff back, let's go. Watching the baby happily holding the spoils and showing a victorious smile, bouncing back, Beifong subconsciously smiled too. Wuling evacuated quickly. Detected that the carbon fiber retractable protective shield can be amplified. Do you want to amplify it? Hearing this, Beifong was surprised. This damn thing looks like the plaster used on construction sites. Is it a protective shield? Beifong was speechless, but he really needed this thing now. After all, the dragon scale bulletproof vest was awesome, but it doesn't protect the head. The brain is still exposed, right? If there was a bomb shield similar to the one used by the armed police, that would be great. Amplify. Congratulations, host, amplification successful, carbon fiber retractable protective shield amplified, sulfurized carbon acetylene coated explosion-proof shield *20. What he got was 20 white lead wire-like plaster spatulas. Although surprised, Beifong knew that the simpler things looked, the more complicated they usually were. However, before Beifong could carefully study the function of the explosion-proof shield, a private message from Zhang Debiao came, which was the shared record from the chat square just now. After reading this shared information, Beifong's face changed completely. This is impossible. How come the Barrett sniper rifle is not on the hot weapon leaderboard in the whole region? The appearance of the god of slaughter Barrett disrupted all of Beifong's plans. Unexpected appearances always make people depressed and anxious. Suppressing his anger, Beifong directly said, "Game console, come out." Player no. 123271 survival. Beifong, any questions? Why is the name of the Barrett sniper rifle not on the hot weapon leaderboard in the whole region? I don't think the Barrett is lower in grade than those damaged level king boxes. However, the game console's answer made Beifong spit out an 82-year-old blood directly. The key thing is he couldn't refute it. That's right, it's the hot weapon leaderboard in the whole region of Huaxia. What's wrong with that? Damn it! This time he directly cursed. This news almost instantly changed Beifong's early planning and layout for the entire survival game. Why? The game console hinted that players from each country participating in the game would have a separate hot weapon leaderboard in their respective countries, so the owners of the top 3 weapons on the leaderboard would also receive reputation rewards every week. It's not that Beifong alone dominates, stands out, or excels. A sense of crisis, along with great danger and many uncertainties, suddenly occupied Beifong's mind. Damn, are you playing all the players? Survival players didn't pay attention to whether the hot weapon leaderboard is national or global, so it has nothing to do with the game console. Beifong was stunned, suddenly feeling that this made sense. Initially activating the hot weapon leaderboard, the game console congratulated the player Beifong for creating weapons, activating the hot weapon leaderboard in the whole region, indeed not mentioning the global hot weapon leaderboard. It was a language trap. Player Beifong, any more questions? Goodbye, no need to send me off. Unpleasantly sending off the game console, Beifong was just sinking into contemplation when Zhang Debiao's private message came again. Beifong set aside many distractions and opened it to read. Beifong, because of Barrett's sudden appearance, the members I painstakingly gathered are showing hesitation and fear of battle. No one wants to go. They want to give up choosing the airdrop resource box themselves. The tone was very urgent. For Beifong, this incident only temporarily disrupted all plans.
But for Zhang Dabiao, it was a fatal blow. A Barrett directly caused the new team to die in the womb.
Beifong calmed down at this moment. There are always more solutions than difficulties.
He did not think it was wrong for those players to give up now. After all, the deterrent power of a Barrett sniper rifle is too strong.
This is not the time of resistance during the War of Resistance against Japan.
If the Chinese people did not resist during the war, the country would be destroyed, and their descendants would be enslaved with no hope of liberation. Looking at the current situation, even if they give up the airdrop for the self-selected resource box, they can still survive. It's just that the airdrops in the Huaxia region are taken by players from other countries.
Compared to losing their lives, it seems more acceptable to face this reality.
Beifong hesitated for a short time before replying to Zhang Dabiao.
Dabiao, it's normal for such things to happen.
You immediately select 10 elite players who are not afraid of death and are willing to sacrifice.
The other players temporarily give up.
Also, keep in touch with Pang Jinjie at all times. Notify me 1 minute later, regardless of the outcome.
Perhaps I can turn things around. Okay, I'll do it right away.
The two parties ended the private message conversation. Beifong gathered 10 fearless Chinese people, which was not difficult among hundreds of people. Some may fear death, but some are truly unafraid of death when it comes to the honor and disgrace of the country.
Otherwise, how did they achieve the first-class and second-class military merits during the War of Resistance? Beifeng's grandfather was like this, which is why Beifong sent the message to Zhang Dabiao in this way. Seeing Beifeng's unpleasant expression, Bao Bao was very well behaved, quiet, and cute in the carriage. Beifong took out a sulfurized acetylene-coated explosion-proof shield to check the information. Sulfurized acetylene-coated explosion-proof shield. Introduction. The hardest material currently discovered by humans in the world, sulfurized acetylene, with a hardness 200 times that of steel, 40 times that of diamond, and twice that of graphene. Function. Because it is a sulfurized acetylene coating, the shield will slowly oxidize after being deployed, maintaining a hardness 200 times that of steel for 24 hours, and then weakening until the sulfurized acetylene coating is completely oxidized. Oh my god.
Fortunately, Beifong was slow to react, otherwise the 24-hour countdown of the top explosion-proof shield would have started from now.
Its hardness is 200 times that of steel, 40 times that of diamond, and twice that of graphene? Beifeng's mouth curved into a smile of satisfaction.
It would be great if the sulfurized acetylene coating could be maintained without oxidation.
However, Beifong just imagined it.
After all, this was the best and only golden resource box he had encountered since entering the game. The luck had already been used up at the most critical moment.
Suddenly, Beifong thought of more.
He was lucky to have a golden hammer that could open the golden resource box smoothly. Without the golden hammer, he could only look at the golden resource box but not touch it. Indeed, as the saying goes, luck is better than skill. At this moment, Zhang Dabiao's private message arrived on time.
Beifong felt no pressure and opened the private message to read.
Boss Beifong, unexpectedly, there are 20 brave men on my side, while 7 soldiers have died on Pang Jinjie's side, and Maisie and the Japanese are forcing them to fight the lion-tiger beast guarding the airdrop resource box. It was not surprising. If the airdrop was first come, first served, most of the troops would have been wiped out by the time the main force arrived, and it was normal to have guarding beasts around.
Just like playing a game, how can you get the treasure without defeating the final big boss?
The next step was for Beifong to carefully organize his words and reply one by one.
Very good, Dabiao. Take 15 people and head quickly towards the focal point.
Keep in touch with Pang Jinjie at all times.
I will arrive in about 30 minutes.
To be honest, Dabiao, I am also a person who doesn't get up early without benefits.
I do have the power to turn the tide of the battle.
However, in this operation, I want 70% of the spoils.
If Pang Jinjie agrees, I will immediately set the strategic plan.
Before the private message was even disconnected, Zhang Dabiao replied instantly, no need to ask. Pang Jinjie said he doesn't need the resources, but the only condition is that he must personally chop off those bastards' heads.
Very good, I like this person.
Listen to what I say next, and if you don't understand, ask again, replied Beifong directly.
Understood, boss.
Beifong emphasized the use of functions and the strong protection duration of the shield.
He didn't hesitate to trade 20 sulfurized acetylene-coated explosion-proof shields to Zhang Dabiao.
Even if Zhang Dabiao ran off with the equipment, the shield could only be used for 24 hours. Compared to the new team he was building, this shield seemed insignificant.
Wow, Beifong boss, you can get your hands on this thing. Amazing.
I, Zhang Dabiao, don't respect anyone else, only you.
Immediately trade the items to Pang Jinjie. It's dangerous on his end.
Tell him to retreat immediately after deploying the shield, meet up with you, and as for the deadly snipers lurking in the surrounding hills, I'll take care of them.
At that moment, Beifeng's image, in Zhang Debiao's heart, ascended like a deity. Yes, I promise to complete the mission.
Seeing Zhang Debiao respond with "I promise to complete the mission," Beifeng smiled. In fact, Beifeng could have been more ruthless, controlling things behind the scenes to get 90% of the supplies from the airdrop resource box.
But Beifeng didn't do that. Why? His principle was, you respect me a foot, I'll respect you a yard. Let's not talk about Zhang Debiao, who didn't help much and only made a comment in the regional chat square out of admiration, leading many players to join Zhang Debiao's team. But Pang Xinjie's contribution to this operation was significant.
Despite Pang Xinjie being targeted by Maisie and the invaders, forced to fight the airdrop guardian beast, and in a disadvantaged position, Beifeng treated him equally. Not only because Pang Xinjie selflessly shared enemy equipment information, number of people, and weapon information in the regional chat square, but also because he had a strong sense of nationality, national consciousness, and a broad vision, which was something Beifeng had emphasized strategically.
Such a person was enough to earn Beifeng's admiration and assistance. Woo woo!
The wheels of the Wuling car spun at high speed, but Beifeng's brain was faster than the spinning wheels. He had to consider his own known strength, calculate the possible hidden strength of the opponent, and the existing strength. The Barrett was a heavy sniper rifle, and the bullets it fired could reach speeds of 1,000 meters per second.
Any carelessness could result in a blast. Beifeng dared not be careless. At the same time, he was eagerly anticipating the Barrett. He could share the enemy's hidden positions with the baby flying high in the sky, without even revealing the barrel, just shooting in one direction. That's how awesome it was. Baby, when we get there, Daddy has an important task for you. Hearing this, the baby immediately perked up, closing the Wang tutoring machine. Daddy, tell me quickly, what task?
Beifeng smiled. When we get there, you immediately transform into your true form and hover in the sky. You must find the sniper hidden on a mountain or peak in the focal point.
Okay, this is like playing hide and seek. Baby will find him first.
Beifeng affectionately rubbed the baby's head. When you're done, Daddy will reward you.
Wow, great, I want to eat that red candy.
The baby, with big eyes narrowed into a crescent shape, tilted her head and coquettishly said,
Okay, this time Daddy will give you two.
Occasionally using this form of reward with children can effectively stimulate their enthusiasm. But you must control the events and frequency well, or else be prepared for tears.
Wow, baby loves Daddy so much, mwah.
The baby jumped up and kissed Beifeng directly on the face. This will be a good rest to recharge, and a fierce battle may be coming soon. Beifeng didn't want the baby to underestimate any enemy, just as a lion must go all out when hunting a rabbit, as being careless will lead to disadvantages.
Okay, I understand. I will remember every word Dad says. Beifeng laughed upon hearing this.
At that moment, he felt that all the teachings he had done before were worth it. With patience and guidance in the early stages, children can later achieve self-learning, without the need for intensive tutoring like a caring mother or a wandering child. At this moment, a private message from Zhang Debiao came. Beifeng, our 15 people have arrived at the core periphery of the airdrop site, and we have secretly traded 5 sulfurized carbon acetylene-coated explosion-proof shields to Pang Xinjie. As long as he finds a good time to retreat, he can join us at any time.
Very good, I will be there soon. Do not take action on your own. I believe that besides your 2 teams, some big tycoons have been eyeing that area, right?
That's right, 2 big tycoons have come to this area. One of them was ambushed by Maisie and the Ghost team, and the other.
Zhang Debiao hesitated. What happened? The remaining big tycoon in the end has good weapons and a large number of people.
They have cooperated with Maisie and the Ghost team.
Beifeng's face darkened upon hearing this. Dancing with the wolves.
Tell Pang Xinjie to find a good time to use the shield to escape, and also, do not deliberately look for hidden snipers.
I will take care of them. Yes.
After ending the private message, Beifeng gazed into the distance at the hills and sparse pine and cedar forests.
Big tycoons? Who dares to stop me? I will kill them.
3 minutes later, the Wuling car had arrived at the outermost part of the airdrop site. Since the asphalt road was more than 20 miles away from the airdrop core, the car did not drive directly in. When they got closer, Beifeng got out of the car directly. At the same time, an elegant, white bird silently spread its wings, and within 3 breaths, it appeared in the sky 100 meters high.
Activate the shared vision function.
Beifeng held the desert eagle in his hand, wore a fish-scale military knife around his waist, and wore a dragon-scale bulletproof vest close to his body. Except for his head, Beifeng's protection had reached the peak of a personal player. With the shared vision activated, a 3D-like flat map appeared in his field of vision, showing the low mountains, tall hills, and surrounding valleys. Baby, be safe. When we reach the core area, increase the altitude to 150 meters. Okay, Dad. The baby's voice came in Beifeng's ear. Beifeng smiled, took a puff of cigarette, and the breeze lifted his scattered hair. His eyes, as deep as a pool, revealed a hint of coldness. With a sudden force from his long legs, a depression appeared on the soft ground, and Beifeng turned into a black shadow, swiftly heading towards the core area. At the same time, in the focal valley area, although Pang Jinjia's face remained unchanged, his heart was bleeding. 7 brothers in arms had died in battle today, fueling his anger to the extreme. Captain, I have roughly guessed where the sniper is hiding, but the terrain here is like a spiral valley. The sound of gunfire spreads in a spiral manner, making it difficult for me to accurately determine which hill or mountain peak it is coming from. A young man with red eyes but a calm tone said to Pang Jinjia, "Very good. Once we confirm the approximate location of the sniper, we can immediately deploy the explosion-proof shields for evacuation." Pang Jinjia's expression gradually turned fierce, his eyes becoming like a demon. Yes, there are roughly 3 points, 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and 7 o'clock, with the highest probability being at 4 o'clock. Before he could finish speaking, another team member suddenly exclaimed, "Captain, the lion-tiger beast guarding the outermost perimeter is charging towards us again." 5 people were startled and turned their heads to look. They saw a creature the size of a buffalo, with light yellow fur covered in stripes. Despite its clumsy appearance, it was actually agile, inheriting the strength and massive size of a lion in its genes, while its teeth and retractable claws inherited the bloodline of the tiger, the king of beasts. This giant beast was a legend before the game, but it was unexpected that 3 of them would appear at the same time in the game. What was even more terrifying was not their physical appearance, but their intelligence. Upon detecting a large-scale invasion, only 1 or 2 would come to attack each time, while the largest one would always guard the airdrop resource crate. Obviously, luring them away was not realistic. The 3-headed lion-tiger beasts would adjust the frequency and number of attacks as the invaders approached. It was just like a boss setting in a game, and they were not afraid of hot weapons and bullets. Otherwise, the 3 forces in the distance would have taken the airdrop resources long ago. They say the tiger roars in the mountains and dominates the world. The momentum created by this charging force was enough to make ordinary people lose control instantly. Even though the few soldiers had strong mental resilience, they were still shocked by this force, their faces turning pale. "You guys retreat, move towards the 7 o'clock direction, be careful not to arouse suspicion from the enemies in the distance." Pang Jinjia drew out the hilt wrapped in blue cloth on his back. Suddenly, a blue light appeared, and a sword chant rang out. Buzz. The clear and continuous sword chant spread in all directions with strong penetrating power. Yes, this sword was the #1 cold weapon on the Huaxia Warzone's ranking list, the Aurora Blade. A low-lying valley the size of 10 basketball courts was surrounded by several hills and small mountains, resembling an ancient Roman arena when viewed from above. Why was it said to be like an arena? Because below, there were not only 3 huge lion-tiger beasts, but also 5 Huaxia soldiers wielding cold weapons. Surrounding the hills were 3 temporarily united groups of over 100 people, all enjoying this human-beast battle. Tian Bangshenren was a core high-ranking member of the Rifen Consortium, a powerful force. Ireland 19 was one of the top candidates steering the ship of a leading capital consortium. Wang Quan was the youngest brother of the Huaxia Wang family's leader. Except for Wang Quan, Tian Bangshenren and Ireland 19 were both enthusiastic adventurers, otherwise, they would not have left their home war zones to come to the Huaxia war zone. As for why they risked everything to come to Huaxia, in the year of Gengzi, the 8-nation alliance invaded. At that time, Huaxia was known as the Silver and Gold Empire, the most defenseless empire. So, watching their compatriots being forced to fight against ferocious beasts by foreign forces, Wang Quan on the hill not only did not show a look of indignation, but instead a hint of perversion and anticipation appeared in his eyes, looking forward to the 5 soldiers being bitten by the lion-tiger beasts, emitting desperate screams. The sensory stimulation and perverse hobbies pursued by the wealthy are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He was a crazy, extreme, and extremely clever ruthless person. Otherwise, he would not dare to cooperate with Maisie and Gizi without fear of the Barrett's watchful eyes, relying on the difference in numbers. A Barrett rifle might be able to kill or even shatter a person with 1 shot, but it was still a sniper rifle, not a cannon or heavy machine gun. Precision strikes might be powerful, but in the face of absolute numerical superiority, it was still powerless. However, the premise was that the armed forces under this organization were absolutely loyal. Otherwise, even if your leader was crazy and the people under him were afraid of death, it would be a case of having the will but not the strength. Therefore, the Wang family consortium in Huaxia was a force that could not be underestimated. As everyone's gaze looked down at the battle below, watching the giant lion-tiger beasts roaring towards the 5 soldiers, the 3 leaders on the hill all smiled. Everything was under control. However, as Pang Jinjie's aurora blade was drawn, the blue light flashed, the sword hummed and whistled, and the faces of the three leaders of the observing forces changed instantly. Yes, the aurora blade. Such a weapon is actually in his hands, Wang Quan said, bursting with strong jealousy and possessiveness in his eyes. At the same time, roar a tiger roar sounded, shaking the birds for 100 miles. Before his arrival, a strong and overbearing force of wind had already struck. Pang Jinjie drew out the aurora blade and immediately shouted, "Retreat according to the original plan." The remaining 4 soldiers' faces changed, but a soldier's duty is to obey orders, and each one was red-eyed. "Captain, go! Remember, if I die in battle, you will join the northern wind or follow Zhang Dubiao." Yes, these 4 soldiers were Pang Jinjie's iron-blooded comrades from the past, and their brotherhood was deeper than that of blood brothers. "Quick, retreat from the 7 o'clock direction, deploy the shields." Swish 4 shields made of pure white material with only a layer of black material on the surface instantly unfolded in front. The 4 men held up the shields, completely blocking the 3 most likely directions where snipers could be hiding. Seeing his brother's retreat, Pang Jinjie smiled. Without hesitation, he exerted force with his feet, holding the aurora blade in his right hand, and roared as he charged head-on towards the swiftly approaching lion-tiger beast. Someone had to step forward to cover the retreat, otherwise it would be a total wipeout. However, Pang Jinjie did not believe that he was without the strength to fight. With Pang Jin's roar, the aurora blade emitted waves of sword hums, and it seemed that the blue light emanating from his sword body became even more dazzling. Roar swish! The lion-tiger beast leaped from 10 meters away from Pang Jinjie, raising its hind legs, jumping up to 7 or 8 meters high, its 2 sharp claws reflecting a cold light under the sunlight. A lion uses all its strength when pouncing on a rabbit. Elegant, clean, direct. Aimed directly at Pang Jinjie's head. "Humph, I overestimated you." Also charging forward at high speed, Pang Jinjie saw that the lion-tiger beast was leaping directly to attack this time, giving him a glimmer of hope. Why? Even though felines have limited adjustments they can make in the air, Pang Jinjie's quick reflexes allowed him to narrowly dodge a claw strike by tilting his head to the side, and his preloaded sword slashed diagonally on the lion-tiger beast's left front paw. Instantly, blood splattered, and the tiger roared in pain. Roar! Although this injury was insignificant to the lion-tiger beast, it completely enraged it. A cat's reaction speed is 7 times that of a venomous snake, and while a tiger's huge size may weaken it, its ability to maneuver in a small area is several times that of a human. Therefore, despite Pang Jinjie gaining the upper hand with a successful strike, at this distance, he was as good as dead. The intense pain drove the lion-tiger beast mad, and seeing the intruder trying to escape, it almost instinctively reached out to tear his chest apart. A huge, ferocious claw kept enlarging in front of him, and Pang Jinjie's face turned pale, knowing this was his last chance. Suddenly, a handle held in his left hand shook. With a bang, a seemingly fragile shield instantly protected Pang Jinjie within it. Almost simultaneously, the lion-tiger beast's massive claw came down. Bang! Puff! Pang Jinjie was thrown like a cannonball for over 10 meters, then crashed heavily to the ground. His blood surged uncontrollably, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seizing the opportunity to pursue, how could the lion-tiger beast give its prey time to catch its breath? It lunged forward again and killed Pang Jinjie. The last chance failed. Pang Jinjie's whole body was in excruciating pain, his left arm and chest were already numb, and seeing the lion-tiger beast pounce on him again, he knew he was doomed. "Captain!" The 4 soldiers who took turns covering the retreat saw this scene, their eyes moistened, and traces of blood were bitten from the corners of their mouths. Just when everyone thought Pang Jinjie was about to be torn apart and devoured, suddenly, the lion-tiger beast, which was about to charge at its prey, abruptly stopped in its tracks. Its yellow eyes looked up towards the sky, and instead of an angry roar, a low growl of warning emanated from its mouth. Roar! A clear, noble, and penetrating roar echoed down from the sky. This strange scene caught not only Pang Jinjie off guard, but also surprised the various forces around him who were eyeing the airdrop. They all looked up at the scorching sun, unable to see anything in the sky. Escape! After a brief pause, Pang Jinjie regained his composure and realized that survival might only be possible at this moment. However, the lion-tiger beast that was close to him paid no attention to his escape. Perhaps it saw Pang Jinjie only as prey, but when facing an opponent of equal level, it had to be cautious and focused. "Humph, I can't believe you managed to survive and now you want to escape?" Wang Quan's jealousy was aroused, as he had long coveted the aurora blade in Pang Jinjie's hands. He reached for the submachine gun from his subordinate, but before he could aim and shoot, a loud bang rang out. The sound of the Barrett sniper rifle targeted Pang Jinjie, who was fleeing. The Barrett bullet hit the sulfurized carbon acetylene-coated blast shield, not piercing through directly, but the powerful impact caused Pang Jinjie to stumble.
What? This is impossible. Everyone's minds were blown. What kind of shield was that? How could it withstand a shot from the Barrett without any damage?
Although Pang Jinjie appeared to have fallen, he quickly rolled over and got back on his feet in less than a second, charging towards the team. As fellow soldiers, it took time for the Barrett sniper to fire a shot, reload, aim, and shoot again.
This brief moment was seen as an opportunity by professional soldiers.
While fleeing for his life, Pang Jinjie glanced sideways at the people on the distant hills, sensing their cold and endless killing intent.
Bang!
The sound of gunfire spread out in a spiral wave towards the focal point, echoing like thunder. Suddenly, on a low mountain at the core location, a tall and handsome young man with disheveled hair stopped abruptly, his sharp eyes scanning the hills and peaks. Yes, it was the Bei Feng, who was about to arrive at the airdrop core location.
Baby, have you found the sniper's position? After 2 seconds, Baby's voice sounded disappointed. Dad, no, I couldn't. This person seems to be non-existent to me.
I can't detect his presence, but from the gunshots just now, I roughly determined 2 directions. As long as he shoots again, I can definitely pinpoint his location by sound. This surprised the Bei Feng, as he had full confidence in Baby's abilities.
Moreover, it was daytime, giving them the advantage of overseeing everything from high altitude. However, even so, Baby couldn't locate the sniper hidden in the elevated position in a short time? Is it a special concealment device, or the influence of the surrounding geographical environment? In the Bei Feng's view, the former was more likely. If he could possess particle rings and shape-shifting ammunition depots, then it was not surprising that the opponent had special combat equipment to hide his form and conceal his presence. Okay, Baby, be vigilant next, the second shot is coming soon. While instructing Baby, the Bei Feng sent a message to Pang Jinjie. Expose a vulnerability, make the sniper shoot again. This time, he's dead for sure. Got it. Seeing Pang Jinjie's prompt agreement, the Bei Feng was taken aback. Wasn't he a veteran Special Forces soldier? How could he agree so readily?
It was very risky to expose a vulnerability, and in the military, anyone who could be a sniper was a sharpshooter trained by bullets. Now both sides were professional soldiers, and it was a test of who had more experience and composure. The Bei Feng took a few deep breaths to stabilize his breathing. Even though it was difficult to determine the location by sound, he wanted to try.
Sure enough, in less than 5 breaths, a loud gunshot rang out.
The Bei Feng frowned, feeling a chill in his eyes because the shot was not from a sniper. Through the shared vision, the Bei Feng saw that it was the head of a wealthy Chinese tycoon who fired the shot.
Humph! The Bei Feng snorted coldly and continued to sneak towards the core area.
Meanwhile, the baby hovered at 150 meters high, keeping a close eye on every hill and mountain below.
Bang!
A gunshot echoed, and a puff of smoke slowly rose from a bush, then quickly disappeared. Although the baby's eyes were not as sharp as an eagle's, at this flying height, seeing a puff of smoke was more than enough.
Humph! I finally found you.
Dad, I found it, see, right below me in that bush on the sunken part of the mountain. The baby's happy voice came through, and the Bei Feng turned to look, smiling slightly.
Baby, don't take action, just keep hovering in flight.
With a body size of 60 to 70 centimeters, the baby would surely be noticed if it descended, putting it at risk of being shot.
The Bei Feng would not allow the baby to get hurt. Okay, Baby knows.
Then, the Bei Feng turned into a shadow again and headed straight towards the sniper's location on the mountain.
Pang Jinjie, I found the sniper's position. Protect yourself and immediately join forces with Zhang Dabiao.
Okay. As Pang Jinjie's 5-person team took out remarkably defensive shields, dozens of guns from the 3 major forces began to shoot at them. However, the shields provided by the Bei Feng were very strong, able to withstand Barrett bullets, let alone rifles. The 5 retreated in an orderly manner, without any panic.
Attack, Baga!
Tian Ben raised his command knife, and 5 soldiers with guns under his command rushed down the hill towards the 5 Chinese soldiers.
Ireland's 19th also gestured, and 5 blonde, blue-eyed soldiers followed suit.
Wang Quan smiled and nodded to the deputy captain beside him. Bring back the Aurora blade for me.
Yes, third brother.
Immediately, 15 armed individuals with various low-end firearms also charged down.
Unable to snipe from a distance? Then shoot at close range.
At this moment, the 5 people defending and retreating orderly in the valley below also had a slight change in their expressions.
Captain, what should we do?
With their firearms confiscated, the only weapons they had were close combat weapons, but facing 20 hot weapons in close combat meant certain death. Pang Jinjie glanced coldly at the approaching 20-odd people and calmly said, "Don't worry, maintain formation."
Yes. Quick! The Bei Feng was fast.
Meanwhile, on a small hill about 400 meters away from Pang Jinjie and the others, the Beifong had already stealthily approached like a ghost. To be honest, if it weren't for the second shot from the Barrett, with the baby locking the position from high altitude, even if the Beifong stood next to this sniper, he wouldn't have noticed. It was too secretive. It was a combat Arctic suit that completely blended into the surrounding environment's colors. Unlike the more common green and yellow Arctic suits, this suit was like a chameleon, completely blending into the surroundings. The Beifong knew that this special Arctic suit had functions beyond this. There should be unknown functions. Otherwise, a dozen experienced Special Forces soldiers in the vicinity would not have failed to locate him. It was clear that this guy had fired many shots. A professional sniper would change positions quickly after firing a shot, regardless of hitting the target or not. The fact that this guy hadn't changed positions indicated the special nature of this equipment. The Beifong knew the situation on Pang Jinjie's side, didn't hesitate, lightly tapped the ground with his toes, leaped directly into the air, and violently swung his hands down in the air, causing his body to tilt. At this moment, the Beifong, like a sharp arrow, shot towards the sniper who was completely unaware. It was not that the Beifong made a great effort, but the sniper's hidden position was awkward for the Beifong. If he rushed over directly, he would definitely be discovered by the friction sound through the bushes, and he would not be able to proceed with his plan. With a move like an eagle striking the sky, holding a fish-scale military knife in his hand, the Beifong accurately and almost mercilessly stabbed the sniper in the back. Baga, Yalu. The sniper's attention was all on Pang Jinjie and others through the 8-power scope, and due to the surrounding terrain and the lack of any movement, he was caught off guard by this sudden attack. A cold feeling surged through his heart, reaching straight to the back of his head. The Beifeng's eyes were cold and intimidating, firmly pressing down on the sniper's last struggling, then suddenly twisting the handle of the knife in his right hand. The feeling of a broken heart. The front heart was deep like a well, and the back heart was shallow like a pit. Not to mention a 9-inch long fish-scale military knife, even a 3-inch long dagger stabbed in the back would be fatal, without exception. The sniper's eyeballs bulged out, as if suffering from a heart attack, his features twisted together, clearly not in a good mood. However, the Beifong had no time to care about his emotions, pushing him away and then aiming the gun. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield below fell completely into the hands of the Beifong. Because of the shared vision with the baby, the Beifong knew that 3 forces had already sent people down, so it was necessary to surround Wei to save Zhao. In the 8-power scope, there was a young man with a cold face and a rifle-like posture. Without hesitation, the Beifong pulled the trigger. Bang! The Barrett bullet pierced through the air, heading directly towards a head 400 meters away. On the hill below, Wang Quan squinted one eye and aimed the gun at the 5 people fleeing below. As soon as the formation below dispersed, he could immediately snipe Pang Jinjie. Everything was going so smoothly. However, the next second, without warning, without preparation, Wang Quan's head was instantly blown into pieces, turning into a splash of blood and disappearing in an instant. Third brother. Wang Quan's headless body slowly fell. It was only then that the sound of a gunshot arrived. What? Third brother is dead, he was sniped. Wang Quan's trusted armed men immediately aimed their guns at Tian Ben and the Irishman. The exclamation here immediately caused the 20 armed men on the hill below to stop in their tracks. As expected, the temporary cooperation of the 3 parties collapsed instantly. Baga! Who told you to shoot? Tianben's face darkened. Why did the one who died have to be the third young master Wang Quan of the Chinese big financial group? Oh my god, Mr. Tian Ben, you have torn up our alliance. The 19th century Irishman suddenly stepped back and hid in the center of his own armed men. Baga Yalu. Third son Jun, are you crazy? Tian Ben looked puzzled, then picked up his communicator and shouted angrily. However, the next second, the conversation that came through the communicator shocked everyone present. Hey, General, I'm tired. I have already taken care of the Chinese armed leader as per your orders. Next is the leader of my Ziguo, long live the Emperor. To be honest, although this Japanese was awkward, it was much better than the self-made anti-Japanese drama, at least it was genuine Japanese. Baga! Tian Ben almost spat blood, not even finishing his sentence. Just then, another gunshot rang out, and they turned to look. They saw the head of the 19th century Irishman also blown apart. Oh my god! I swear to God, you are all dead. They were all trusted men, and the Irish soldiers were not to be trifled with. Attack! Kill the little Japanese! Bang! 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 Instantly, a 3-way battle broke out, on the verge of erupting. This sudden scene stunned Pang Jinjie and the other 4. What happened? Has the brain been taken over by blood? Or has rabies taken control and caused a rampage? It must be said that the Great Ben Empire was indeed a fierce warrior. The 3 teams under the hill, including the 5 Irishmen and 15 royal soldiers, were all wiped out by the soldiers of the Great Ben Empire, and they only paid the price of 4 lives, from which it is not difficult to judge. From the beginning, the Great Ben Empire had intended to be sneaky, but the plan was foiled by the northern wind. Otherwise, even if the other 2 teams were 15 pigs, they could have killed them.
Soga, I am indeed a warrior with the aura of the emperor.
The remaining soldier of the Great Ben Empire raised a victorious smile.
Bang! Another deadly shot. Seeing this scene, Tianben's face turned green.
He stared at the communication device and cursed loudly.
You damn well didn't follow the original plan. What the hell are you doing by shooting yourself?
But the words coming from the communication device made Tianben spit blood again.
Don't be a fool. Sorry, Shuga, I thought that surviving soldier was a Chinese person. For the safety of Shuga, General, I took him out in advance. Tianben, what the hell, a Chinese person? Isn't that your own younger brother? You don't even remember what your own brother looks like?
Although the Northern Wind's imitation of broken Japanese was already very good, through this incident, he also exposed himself.
Baga, you are not Sanjun, who are you? Tianben's tone softened immediately after saying this, indicating that he was a very cowardly person. Hee, do you feel a buzzing sensation on your forehead? That's right, you are within my sniper range, the red dot of the 8x scope is right on your forehead.
The Northern Wind stopped pretending. After all, he had never learned Japanese, so it was already good enough to speak a few serious words.
Don't shoot, I surrender.
Once Tianben confirmed that the communication device was not on their side, he immediately became timid.
Who wouldn't panic when the Barrett with an 8x scope was aimed at their forehead?
On the hill, hearing the surrender of the leader of the Great Ben Empire, the Northern Wind smiled slightly, then sent a private message to Zhang Dabiao. Dabiao, the situation is under control. Meet up with Pang Zhenjie and head straight for the hill, exterminate them all.
Pang Zhenjie, now there are only remnants of armed forces on the hill, your wish is granted.
Indeed, Zhang Dabiao had been impatient for a long time, and he replied directly, Northern Wind is awesome, I and 20 brothers are hiding here and getting moldy, I will lead the brothers to charge over immediately. Pang Zhenjie, thank you, Northern Wind boss, as a token of gratitude, I will personally present you with the Aurora Blade to settle the blood feud between us. The Northern Wind smiled and replied, swift and decisive. At this moment, the Northern Wind was in a position where he could control everything, including the 3D view shared with the high-altitude baby. After a melee among the 3 forces, on the hill, only Tianben remained unharmed, while the other 7 or 8 were all injured and bleeding.
You little traitors!
Your Futian group is finished.
My third brother of the Wang family is the helmsman. Wait for the wrath of our helmsman.
My God, I have sinned, I want to redeem myself to you, please forgive me.
Bagailu, why is this happening? Tianben cried, making his protruding front teeth look even more prominent. Suddenly, don't move, raise your hands for me. Who dares to move again, I will chop him alive.
The remaining troops on the hill, including Tianben, turned their heads when they saw more than 20 people below holding those terrifying shields, many of them wielding rusty cold weapons. Instantly, everyone's faces changed. It wasn't the rusty weapons that were formidable, but the shields coated with a layer of black material were too terrifying.
Among the 25 people was Pang Zhenjie. The Aurora Blade had long been wrapped around his back, and in his hand was a rusty machete. Pang Zhenjie and Zhang Dabiao exchanged a glance, then waved their hands. Surrender and leave alive. Charge! Immediately, 25 veterans rushed up the hill, roaring. In less than 3 minutes, all the firearms around were confiscated, leaving several live enemies, including Tianben crouching among them. Pang Zhenjie and his 4 men turned red-eyed upon seeing Tianben.
A rusty machete, a dagger, and 3 sharpened iron rods.
Free attack. Don't. I'm a prisoner, you sickly cowards should treat prisoners well. Puff puff puff. Ah, the scene was too bloody to describe. The situation below was already settled, and Beifong no longer needed to mimic a sniper lurking. Looking at the Barrett in his arms, Beifong felt that holding this thing was much more comfortable and solid than holding the 90-plus pound Tung Chu Chu Hai. Detected M82A1 Barrett sniper rifle can be amplified, do you want to amplify it? When Beifong obtained the right to use the Barrett before, the system had already prompted him. At that time, Beifong did not choose to amplify it. After all, if the amplified item was too advanced, it would definitely delay the opportunity. But now that the situation was settled, he had time to amplify this thing. Amplify. Congratulations, host, amplification successful. M82A1 Barrett Sniper Rifle amplified to Black Dragon Roar 10 Arrow Sniper Armor Piercing Gun. To be honest, if the thing in his arms had not changed in weight, Beifong would have been scared. A gun? Is there a light one? If a 6.
Zero-type cannon came crashing down directly. It would probably flatten him. When playing the game, the Barrett was called a cannon by players, meaning it had great power and weight, and the character's movement speed slowed down when switching to the cannon. At this moment, Beifong carefully examined the new toy in his arms, revealing a smile like a first love.
Black Dragon Roar 10 Arrow Sniper Armor Piercing Gun? Tisk TSK, just hearing this domineering name, I can already feel its power.
Saying this, Beifong turned to look at the 3 lion-tiger beasts in the distant valley.
I wonder if using the Black Dragon Roar 10 Arrow Sniper Gun can inflict serious injuries on them? Why not just kill them directly?
Beifong could only conservatively estimate that he had noticed the gunshot wounds on the 3 lion-tiger beasts through the shared field of view earlier, all of which should have been caused by 12
7mm Barrett bullets.
However, they were all minor injuries. Beifong didn't know if the power of the Barrett in this game world had decreased, or if the defense of the lion-tiger beasts had increased, making it absurd that the Barrett couldn't kill the 3 wild beasts. After sending a standby message to Zhang Dabio and Pangjin, Beifong began to study the destructive power and strength of the Black Dragon Roar 10 arrow. Knowing oneself and the enemy can ensure victory.
Sharpening the knife will not delay the cutting of firewood.
Black Dragon Roar 10 Arrow Sniper Armor Piercing Gun, Grade, Outstanding. Weapon Configuration, 15x Scope, Shock Absorbing Stock, Stable Bracket, Grenade Launcher.
Magazine Capacity, 10 rounds. Advantages, can be equipped with different characteristics of 12 7mm bullets according to different combat environments.
Power 1, using ASS armor-piercing bullets, initial velocity 915 meters per second, spread diameter less than 15 centimeters at 550 m, equivalent to 1 moe. At 1800 m, it can penetrate 18 millimeters thick steel plate at a 30 degrees angle. Power 1, using P0I armor-piercing incendiary bullets, chamber pressure 460 MPa, initial velocity 881 meters per second, can penetrate battlefield defense concrete within 1500 m, causing devastating damage to enemies inside defensive works. Introduction: Buddha's mind and demon's mind. After large-caliber bullets enter the body at high speed and rotate, they will fly irregularly due to loss of stability, releasing a violent shock wave that can shatter the flesh and organs inside the body. Similarly, when the human body is hit by a large-caliber bullet, and the shrapnel pierces the body, the huge kinetic energy will shatter the human body, with muscle tissue turning outward and internal organs turning into a mist of blood on the ground.
Seeing this final description, Beifong's face changed drastically. The power of this gun is too brutal. One thought of Buddha and demon? Well interpreted, Beifong had to take a deep breath to calm down his excitement. With this weapon, if the enemy doesn't provoke me, I am Buddha. If they seek death by provoking me, then they are demons, forcing me to use the Black Dragon Roar to kill. That's right, my understanding is correct. Removing the magazine, Beifong found 5 red-tipped bullets and 5 blue ones. Armor-piercing rounds, and armor-piercing incendiary rounds? Reattaching the magazine, he cocked the gun. Lowering the stabilizing bracket, Beifong remained in his original position, with the dark muzzle directly aimed at one of the 3 ancient lion-tiger beasts about 500 meters below. Pulling the trigger. Bang! The shockwave formed by the large-caliber bullet exiting the barrel directly caused the surrounding bushes to be in disarray in the air. Swish! Wailing! The bullet cut through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. Bang! Precisely and accurately, a single armor-piercing round hit the lion-tiger beast directly in the forehead. Roar! The lion-tiger beast raised its head and let out a terrifying roar, blood continuously spraying from its brow bone. What the? The Black Dragon Roar armor-piercing round didn't directly penetrate the lion-tiger beast's forehead? Beifong was shocked and turned pale, cursing directly, but this shot was not in vain. The density of cat and animal bones is several times that of ordinary animals, and the skull is their hardest area. If he had aimed elsewhere, Beifong believed he could have severely injured or even killed the lion-tiger beast. Just as the data was being measured, Beifong had not yet shown a victorious smile. However, the next moment his face suddenly changed. This is insane? Beifong sent a private message to Zhang Dabiao and Pang Jinjia while setting up the gun. Focus all fire on the eyes and neck of the lion-tiger beasts, slow down their speed. They have already decided to leave the airdrop area due to feeling threatened by thermal weapons and are now actively attacking. PS, 3 updates completed, see you tomorrow. Thank you for your support and love for By Long all the way. 3, Red Heart yo. The Black Dragon Roar's 10 arrow armor-piercing round directly hit the lion-tiger beast, causing it to raise its head and roar. Beifong's probe this time obviously made the lion-tiger beast below feel the danger of death, so they gave up guarding the airdrop area and chose to attack actively. Things happened too suddenly, and Beifong had only just passed less than 5 seconds since firing the gun to measure the data. At this moment,
Beifong set up the gun again, this time loading not ordinary armor-piercing rounds but armor-piercing incendiary rounds. Theoretically, if Beifong had used armor-piercing incendiary rounds directly with the first shot, he might have severely injured the lion-tiger beast with one shot. But now the three lion-tiger beasts were charging towards them as if they were crazy. Beifong, even with some data, was powerless.
Roar! The originally deep yellow eyes of the three lion-tiger beasts had turned blood-red due to injury.
The largest lion-tiger beast rushed to the front, its huge body size being a whole circle larger than the other two, leaving 4 deep claw marks in the soft ground with each forward leap. As the situation changed, Beifong sent a private message to Zhang Dabiao and Pang Zhenjie. The 25-person team below were all experienced veterans, especially Pang Zhenjie, who was a retired Special Forces soldier, so they also reacted instantly upon receiving the message. After the three forces were wiped out, all their firearms fell into the hands of Zhang Dabiao and Pang Zhenjie's team.
Although the bullets were not abundant, they had semi-automatic rifles firing
7.62 rounds, which, even if not fully automatic, still had strong single-shot power.
Everyone, open fire freely.
Zhang Dabiao's face turned pale when he saw the three-headed lion-tiger beast charging towards them.
Once this kind of running speed got close, everyone would die. Focus on the eyes, aim for the neck. Pang Zhenjie shouted loudly as he loaded the bullets. Got it! Bang bang bang! Boom boom boom!
Immediately, 25 bolt-action rifles spewed out flames, the intense gunfire echoing through the valley, hurting people's eardrums.
The Beifong was also waiting for the right moment. Now!
The largest lion-tiger beast in the 15x scope suddenly leaped over a large rock, its body stretching out, and the Beifong was waiting for this moment.
Bang!
A muffled gunshot rang out, a 12.7mm armor-piercing incendiary round hitting the largest lion-tiger beast directly in the neck.
Puff!
A large-caliber sniper rifle bullet can reach speeds of over 900 meters per second when fired, and within 500 meters, the bullet can reach a terrifying speed of 1,300 meters per second.
So, how strong is the impact of this bullet hitting the body? This world's lion-tiger beast is terrifying.
If a human were hit directly by this shot, even if wearing a bulletproof vest to block the direct damage from the bullet, the sheer impact alone could kill a person, not to mention the incendiary properties of the armor-piercing incendiary round. A single armor-piercing incendiary round directly sent the leaping lion-tiger beast crashing to the right, blood gushing from its neck.
Roar!
Indeed, the direct hit to the neck by the armor-piercing incendiary round did not kill the lion-tiger beast outright.
It stood up again like a war god, roaring. Watching through the scope, the Beifong smiled. Burn! Sizzle! Roar!
When an armor-piercing incendiary round hits a hard object, it triggers the high-concentration incendiary oil inside the bullet by judging the impact force. Instantly, the lion-tiger beast, still roaring, began to burn heavily at the neck. This deep blue flame, usually only seen in high-concentration shells and incendiary rounds, has the power to burn even a basin of water on the surface, and once ignited, the material won't stop burning until it's consumed. Not to mention that the lion-tiger beast's flesh contains a lot of flammable fat, making this scene a raging inferno. The giant lion-tiger beast, in intense pain, frantically scratched its neck flesh with its front claws, trying to extinguish the flames. The other two smaller lion-tiger beasts, seeing their leader heavily injured, anxiously circled around, growling. However, once the high-concentration incendiary material is ignited, it won't stop burning until it's consumed.
At that moment, another intense gunshot rang out. Hoo! Hoo! Bang! The loud whistling of the large-caliber bullet cutting through the air. Sizzle sizzle.
Flames erupted directly from the lion-tiger beast's mouth. The largest lion-tiger beast's body trembled, its blood-red pupils dilated, and then it fell to the ground in front of everyone's eyes. Unexpectedly, this shot from the armor-piercing incendiary round went straight through the mouth and hit the lion-tiger beast's head. Zhang Dabiao and Pang Zhenjie, who were continuously shooting from a distance, shivered at the power of this shot. Be careful, the other two lion-tiger beasts may go crazy and counterattack.
Ha!
The Beifong was sending a private message to the two, then suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Through the scope, the Beifong could see clearly that after the largest lion-tiger beast died, the other two lion-tiger beasts did not charge towards Zhang Dabiao and the others as expected but turned and fled in the opposite direction without looking back. Baby, keep an eye on their movements at all times. The Beifong was unsure of what they were up to but prepared for the worst.
Could they be calling for reinforcements? The Beifong thought so.
But he just thought about it briefly. After all, he had the advantage of overlooking everything from high altitude. Unless the reinforcements were also airborne forces, all the land beasts could escape the baby's gaze. I know, Dad, I've been following them all along, the Beifong instructed. Soon, he took off the polar suit worn by the sniper next to him, then stored it in the particle ring with Black Dragon Howl, and headed towards Zhang Dabiao and the others. 5 minutes later, just as the Beifong reached the hills where the main force was located, the baby's voice rang in his ears. "Dad, I followed them for a long, long way, but they disappeared after rushing through a grove." "Well, come back, baby." At this moment, the Beifong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Dabiao and Pang Jinjie were first stunned by the appearance of the Beifong, then shocked. "Big brother Beifong? Beifong, you're actually so young?" The two could not believe that the mysterious big shot of the chat square in this area was so young. Thinking about the meticulous plans and manipulations before, Zhang Dabiao and Pang Jinjie both thought that Beifong was a steady middle-aged man. "That's right, I am Beifong." Because of the characteristics of the particle ring, he could summon the big pineapple light machine gun with a single thought, and the Beifong was not afraid of the people in front of him. If any of these people dared to betray him, his confidence would instantly make the big pineapple spit out fire snakes. "Haha, I really admire you, Zhang Dabiao." Zhang Dabiao waved his hand and said, "Brothers, gather all the guns. If it weren't for the planning and assistance of big brother Beifong behind this operation, we wouldn't even have the qualification to look at the airdropped resource crates." Hearing this, everyone looked at Beifong with respect. Each of them placed their guns in front of Zhang Dabiao without a word of complaint. Pang Jinjie also waved his hand and took the aurora blade wrapped in blue cloth from behind him, handing it to Beifong. "According to the agreement, I have avenged my brothers. This aurora blade now belongs to you." The aurora blade, ranked first on the Chinese cold weapon leaderboard, was coveted not only by kings but also by Beifong. It's not that this thing is so awesome, even if it's powerful, it's still a melee weapon. What Beifong valued was its ranking, as the top 3 weapons on the leaderboard had reputation rewards every week. Although he didn't know what reputation points were used for at the moment, Beifong knew that accumulating them early on would definitely be useful in the future. "Very good, I didn't misjudge you." Beifong didn't hesitate, and as soon as his hand touched the aurora blade, a terrifying scene unfolded. The aurora blade disappeared into thin air in front of everyone except Beifong. Everyone's eyes bulged out, looking as if they had seen a ghost. "What the hell?" Zhang Dabiao widened his eyes. Beifong smiled and walked to dozens of rifles, lightly touching them, and the same thing happened again. 60 to 70 rifles were piled up together. Not to mention the volume, even the weight was not something Beifong could carry alone, but he managed to do it. "This is unbelievable." Beifong smiled and said, "After my pet brings back the airdropped resource crates, and we have eaten and drunk our fill tonight, we will divide the spoils while sitting on the ground." "What, a pet?" Everyone was shocked. In this survival environment, food was more precious than gold, yet Beifong actually had a pet that could move airdropped resource crates? What is it? A gorilla? An old Yuan monkey? Everyone was extremely curious about Beifong's pet. In the midst of the conversation, a loud and clear cry from high above made everyone look up involuntarily. They saw a huge winged shadow slowly enlarging in their field of vision. It was a giant white raptor with sharp, thick claws. Despite its snow-white feathers, there was a hint of pale yellow hidden in them. Its pair of dark and sharp eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, extremely agile and with very strong insight. "The baby's body appeared," and Pang Jinjie exclaimed. "The largest owl in the world, a raptor with furry legs." While some people only focused on the giant owl, they didn't notice the exquisite Rubik's Cube-sized box the baby was carrying. But Beifong immediately noticed the box in the baby's mouth. "Chirp!" Beifong extended his arm for the baby to land on, placing the airdrop resource box in his mouth on Beifong's lap while also rubbing his cheek with his little head. As soon as the Rubik's Cube-sized exquisite box was in hand, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. "Ah, Beifong, could this be the airdrop resource box?" Zhang Dabiao's face darkened, as the space inside couldn't even fit a bag of edible salt, let alone good equipment. Pang Jinjie just watched without saying a word. Beifong smiled and nodded slightly. "When we first entered the game and chose vehicles, didn't we forget about that box?" Everyone suddenly realized. "So, is this similar to that one?" Zhang Dabiao slapped his head. "Yes, it's a similar concept, even more advanced than that one," Beifong explained with a smile. Excitedly, Zhang Dabiao rubbed his hands. "Then what are we waiting for, Beifong? You were so lucky, hurry up and open it." Pang Jinjie also nodded slightly in agreement. Not to mention this fierce raptor pet, just being able to produce 20 terrifyingly defensive shields at once was enough to prove that Beifong was truly lucky. Being praised in person, Beifong also felt pleased inside. Who wouldn't like to be praised? "Alright, with your good words, I'll open it." Beifong smiled and didn't refuse, as he found the key to open the airdrop resource box, a delicate metal clasp that could be opened with a slight push. Click!
As Beifong opened the Rubik's Cube-sized metal clasp, two holographic blueprints, one red and one blue, appeared before everyone. Everyone, including Beifong, couldn't help but show a hint of embarrassment upon seeing these two items.
The airdrop self-selected resource box, it was easy to understand that it was a choice between the red or blue option. Large water purification device *1 unit.
T-90 City Defense Heavy Machine Gun *1 unit.
To be honest, Beifong was pleased when he saw these two items, as both were important to him.
However, the promise he made earlier made him feel embarrassed.
Before the mission, Beifong had promised that he would take 70% of the combat supplies from the airdrop resource box, while Zhang Dabiao and Pang Xinjie would take 30%. Unexpectedly, the airdrop contained two heavy items. The T-90 City Defense Heavy Machine Gun, just by its name, indicated that it was a large city defense weapon, not suitable for individual team members for outdoor operations. The large water purification device might not even be considered by Zhang Dabiao and Pang Xinjie.
What do you all think? Beifong looked at the two bewildered individuals.
Zhang Dabiao and Pang Xinjie nodded at each other, seemingly having made a decision.
Well, I didn't expect the items in the airdrop to be heavy equipment that we can't use, Zhang Dabiao said.
Dabiao is right, these items are not suitable for our team of dozens of people.
Pang Xinjie added, you already gave us those valuable blast-proof shields before, which proved your sincerity.
20 shields that can withstand a Barrett are already as valuable as these two items.
Yes,
and considering that you were the one who turned the tide of the whole situation in this mission, we have decided not to distribute the airdrop box.
Zhang Dabiao smiled,
but Beifong, you can treat us to a good meal with delicious food and drinks.
Joking,
all players in the same area, who doesn't know that the Beifong is rich in resources and fat with oil? You should know that in order to create the particle ring, the Beifong offered a reward of particle dust, hanging over 300 pounds of wild boar meat as a reward.
Since then, every player in this area has regarded the Beifong as an absolute lucky boss subconsciously. Hearing this, the Beifong laughed. Since that's the case, I won't be coy.
He reached out and collected the airdrop resource box into the particle ring, then walked up to the two and patted their shoulders, saying, don't worry, the resources in the airdrop box may not be enough for 3 people, but I won't treat my recognized brothers unfairly.
Hearing this, Zhang Dabiao and Pang Xinjie's eyes lit up.
Yes, it was the confiscated hot weapons. Initially, in order to prevent the two teams from turning against him in the end, the Beifong made an excessive request, that is, all post-war materials including confiscated firearms would be temporarily kept by him and distributed uniformly after the matter was settled. Of course, the above is not entirely the Beifeng's purpose. The most important thing is the system's amplification and embellishment.
The embellishment function is too powerful, amplifying dozens of hot weapons together. The Beifong is not sure if it will amplify to a special first-class, rare-grade hot weapon. Of course, this is a matter of probability.
However, the Buddha-like Beifong habitually thinks of and accepts the worst results, even if only the quantity is amplified, not the quality. The Beifong can accept it. But for Zhang Dabiao and Pang Xinjie, what they need most now is individual hot weapons.
With enough weapons, their strength can instantly increase, and the team's combat power can quickly take shape. Let's go, let's return to the parking camp first. As long as you don't carry bags, I, the Beifong, will cover all the food and drinks for tonight. Just a meal for 25 people. To be honest, as long as they don't carry bags, the Beifong can feed them all to death. Furthermore, the Beifong does not believe that the 3 forces would come out without food. Where can physical things be? They must be on the cars at the parking camp. So, using Teacher Ma's words, maybe you'll make a profit this time, but I will never lose.
Night. A pile of bonfires, more than 20 people, dozens of cars.
Returning from the airdrop focal point to the parking camp, the sun had already set.
Upon returning, the team indeed found a large amount of materials on the cars left by the 3 forces, among which there were not many foods, but a lot of miscellaneous materials such as metal ores. The Beifong found an excuse to collect all the materials at the parking camp into the particle ring, promising to bring out better and more food and materials later. The baby must never reveal its abilities in front of others, because once the baby's abilities are exposed, it will be very dangerous in the future. So as soon as the Beifong obtained a large amount of materials, he took the baby back. Baby, I'll trouble you to eat these first. The Beifong waved his hand and took out hamburgers, premium ham, Oreos, fruits, and of course, the 2 soul essences promised as a reward by the Beifong.
Okay. Shoo. The Beifong quickly made a gesture to silence.
After comforting the baby, the Beifong began to amplify the war materials harvested today on a large scale. First, there were 64 semi-automatic rifles and 6 G02 pistols.
The system is working. Detected 64 semi-automatic rifles, detected 6G02 pistols available for amplification. Do you want to amplify?
Because of the large volume, the Beifong actively awakened the system this time, choosing to amplify dozens of guns inside the particle ring. Originally, the Beifong was not sure if it would work, but unexpectedly, it did.
Amplify. Congratulations, host, successful amplification. Obtain 70 semi-automatic rifles.
Obtain 20 fully equipped M416 assault rifles.
Obtain 10 fully equipped SKS sniper rifles. Congratulations, host, successful amplification.
6G02 pistols amplified to 30 P29 pistols.
Reminder to the host, all amplified weapons and equipment have been automatically stored in the particle space ring.
Upon hearing this, Beifong almost shouted in excitement.
What? 30 fully equipped M16s? 20 fully equipped SKSs? The amplification is bursting with good luck.
Beifong no longer cared about the 70 semi-automatic rifles. After all, single-shot rifles and automatic assault rifles were completely incomparable, like night and day.
Seeing Beifong trembling with excitement, the baby worriedly asked, "Daddy, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell?" Beifong couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Daddy is fine, baby, you go ahead and eat, don't mind me.
Oh. Suppressing his excitement, Beifong took out an M416 and an SKS, carefully examining them.
Wow.
Beifong smiled as he looked at the fully equipped M416. A 6x scope, suppressor, vertical grip, extended quick-draw mag, stock. Anyone who has played PUBG knows how amazing this setup is.
Looking at the SKS attachments, Beifong was speechless. If he didn't have the Black Dragon Hull 10 AP cannon, he would definitely get one.
An 8x scope, compensator, lightweight grip, cheek pad, extended mag,
TSK.
With these fully equipped automatic rifles, Beifong felt that choosing resources from the airdrop was no longer important. Satisfied, he stored the two handy firearms in the particle ring and then said, "System, detect newly acquired amplifiable food resources." In order to entertain guests, Beifong naturally wanted to amplify the leftover food resources from the three forces.
Detected. Many food items, water resources can be amplified. Do you want to amplify?
Amplify, Beifong said with a smile. Congratulations, host, amplification successful. You have obtained the following: Kobe snowflake beef *80 caddies, Hokkaido salmon rice balls *100 servings, deep sea fish roast sushi *200 servings, Highland cocktail 10 pieces, premium black truffle pizza *50 slices, alpine veal 50 caddies, top grade champagne 10 bottles.
Indeed, these are resources from the three forces, really generous. Beifong felt a bit embarrassed. This was worse than freeloading. With a wave of his hand, various mouth-watering dishes appeared in the carriage.
Except for raw meat and alcohol, Beifong took out a portion of everything and placed it in the carriage. "Baby, this is specially prepared for you to enjoy slowly."
"Wow, thank you, Daddy."
Of course, the good stuff went to the baby first. After all, being able to turn the tide of battle single-handedly and share the aerial view with the baby was no small feat. After arranging everything, Beifong closed the carriage door and headed straight to a large bonfire not far away. On the way, Beifong thought, "System, embellish 60 semi-automatic rifles."
Do you want to consume 60 days worth of equivalent resources to embellish 60 semi-automatic rifles? Yes. Congratulations, embellishment successful. After the embellishment, Beifong walked over to Zhang Dabiao and the others. "Beifong, what precious items have you decided to bring out for us to feast on?"
Pang Zhenjie had already been hyped up by Zhang Dabiao, and now he was eagerly anticipating whether Beifong would bring out fresh wild boar meat, as he hadn't had meat in a long time. Beifong just smiled faintly, waved his hand, and suddenly a large piece of wild boar meat weighing over 50 caddies appeared out of thin air. Along with the wild boar meat came various seasonings, but these were not enough to shock the people present. It was only when Beifong waved his hand and produced 2 bottles of champagne and 1 cocktail that they were truly amazed. 50 to 60 caddies of wild boar meat, with 26 of us, each person gets about 2 caddies. If it's not enough, I have more in stock, so eat to your heart's content. Suddenly, Beifong heard the sound of swallowing saliva.
Long live Beifong.
Before the game, people may care about how much money they make, but they don't care much about what they eat. However, in this world where money is like dirt, food is the most real thing.
Soon, 7 or 8 people were busy dividing up the food and skewering it with sharp branches for barbecue.
Beifong, Zhang Dabiao, and Pang Zhenjie were not far from the bonfire, each holding a bottle of champagne, discussing the future direction of the game.
"I really don't understand. Are you angry?"
Zhang Dabiao took a sip of champagne and said unhappily, "Damn it, Little Maisie and Little Geezy each have a hot weapon, while the total number of hot weapons in our 2 teams is only 5 or 6.
Why?" Pang Jinjie was stunned by the question, hesitated, and then looked at Beifong. Nothing surprising. Beifong smiled and said, by the way, Dabiao, have you played paid games before? Zhang Dabiao was stunned by the question, then shook his head. I wanted to play before joining the army, but I lost interest in games after leaving the army. Beifong nodded without hiding. In paid games, fairness is the most important. You mean, how many people are there in total between Little Maisie and Little Gizi? And how many players are there in total in our Huaxia? With such a huge difference in the number of players, if we could each have a hot weapon now, wouldn't we be invincible in the world? Hearing this, Zhang Dabiao and Pang Jinjie were shocked, instantly understanding the key point. So, the resources of each country are uniformly allocated by the game console, and the number of players in a country does not increase the base resources, right? Smart, Beifong smiled. Although the number of players is different, the base number of resource boxes remains the same, which has created the current environment for players in the Huaxia region. Pang Jinjie instantly realized more. Beifong, do you think in the end of the game, there will be a final battle of players worldwide? If that's the case, we Huaxia players are starting too slowly. Beifong nodded solemnly. Because of fairness, the small base number of resource boxes in Huaxia is just one reason. Another reason is that major Huaxia tycoons have begun to recruit heavily, organize armed forces, and hoard supplies, none of which are conducive to the development of Huaxia players. So, Zhang Dabiao looked at the two and said, so we need to organize armed forces as soon as possible to avoid repeating the mistakes of the Boxer Rebellion? Beifong and Pang Jinjie nodded at the same time. This topic always felt oppressive to discuss. After all, under the circumstances, how could there be a perfect solution? Then Beifong took the initiative to change the subject. Before long, 3 huge skewers of barbecue were brought over. The 3 of them ate, drank, and chatted. As Beifong got tipsy, he found that Zhang Dabiao was quite knowledgeable and talked a lot after drinking. Beifong had never encountered such a person before and became interested, asking about social gossip that had been on his mind for years, and various messy internet slang. As a result, Zhang Dabiao knew everything. Beifong felt that he had benefited a lot and indeed learned something. After 3 rounds of drinks, Beifong waved his hand. Suddenly, 60 rifles appeared in front of them. Zhang Dabiao and Pang Jinjie were stunned, and quickly waved their hands. Beifong, we can't do this. There are a total of 64 guns, you took out 60, we won't be able to face each other after taking them. Beifong, this is indeed too much, we can't. Pang Jinjie didn't finish his sentence, suddenly choking halfway. It was a sniper rifle that looked very similar to a Barrett, but Pang Jinjie knew it was definitely not a Barrett. I won't be polite with this sniper rifle. Finally, the two felt a little relieved. As a former soldier, owing favors was the most unpleasant thing. No more nonsense, quickly divide the loot and put it away. No need to look, the barrels are all loaded. The two exclaimed in surprise, looking at Beifong gratefully. Beifong actively recruited the two, indeed having his own well-thought-out plan. His Yinglong guard firmly defended the core stronghold, drilled wells, farmed, and even built, achieving green circulation, laying a solid foundation. Zhang Dabiao and Pang Jinjie each led a team, cooperating with each other to collect rare materials as much as possible and investigate news from other areas. 1 inside, 2 outside, is the most suitable. It is not feasible to work in isolation. Both of these individuals have profound strategic vision and are very worthy of cultivation. At this point, both of them understand that the Beifong is deliberately helping, and both are straightforward men, so they immediately raised their champagne glasses. Come, let's drink to this. From now on we are allies who will never betray each other, Zhang Dabiao solemnly said. Cheers! The 3 of them raised their glasses by the campfire, planning for the great cause. As for Beifeng's ability to access items out of thin air, Zhang Dabiao and Pang Jinjie knew from the beginning but never mentioned a word. They are both smart people. Since Beifeng dared to reveal this ability in front of everyone, he is not afraid of others coveting it. At the same time, they also know that Beifeng is conveying a message. That is, my sincerity to you, Beifeng. By the way, Beifeng boss, where are you going next? Zhang Dabiao really wants to venture with Beifeng. After receiving a heavy resource airdrop, I will return to the team's base and meet a friend on the way, Beifeng said directly. Friend? A girlfriend? Zhang Dabiao looked at Beifeng, rapidly blinked, and nodded. Do you remember the dirty talk I just told you? Try it on your girlfriend when you go back, I guarantee it will be a successful flirtation. Beifeng. What girlfriend? I don't know what you're talking about. Pang Jinjie couldn't help but smile when he saw Beifeng blush. One must speak the truth. Since the day he first tasted the forbidden fruit, Beifeng has felt a swelling pain there several times in the early morning, which scared him. You see, he sleeps with the baby at night. What if the baby finds out? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? The dignified and imposing image of a father that he has painstakingly built up would completely collapse? Meanwhile, at a small forest near the Yinglong Guard's base,
Tung Chuchu, with a pleasing look, pulled Shui Han and said, Ihan's sister, teach me the final lesson, please.
Seeing Tung Chuchu so nervous, Shui Han immediately showed a knowing smile. Oh, in a hurry? What's wrong? Did your boyfriend come over?
Tung Chuchu subconsciously shook her head, then nodded.
He might come tonight, so Ihan's sister, you have to teach me the last lesson without any gaps.
When Beifong responds to the Yinglong Guard's base, he naturally has to send a private message to Tang Bai Million in advance, and Tang Bai Million, knowing that his sister is focused on Beifong, naturally tells her this news. Shui Han smiled knowingly. Oh, this is not difficult to teach you, but later I will ask you a few questions, and you must answer truthfully, otherwise. Hearing this, Tung Chuchu immediately became alert. I agree with both hands and feet raised. Shui Han then pulled Tung Chuchu to a cold stone and gestured for her to sit on it.
Tung Chuchu looked puzzled. What is this? Shui Han asked. Tung Chuchu blushed and whispered, is this a test? Oh, failed. Shui Han sighed with regret.
Little sister, remember, this is called forcing someone onto the Liangshan mountain.
Ah, Tung Chuchu suddenly understood, and her slender and fair neck turned red. Can idioms be used like this?
Remember, little sister, as long as you are fast, it's everywhere. Being lectured by peers in such a way made Tung Chuchu feel quite embarrassed.
But what can she do?
Before playing games, she was either practicing martial arts or studying various brain-teasing suspense dramas, or digging out records of solved cases for research.
These preheated flirtatious words about love really don't compare to what a novice knows.
However, fortunately, there will always be people like us in a duo. After these crazy days of gaining experience, Tung Chuchu felt that she had become more comprehensive in her inner self. At the same time, she regretted her childish behavior when she was with Beifong in the beginning. Now, Tung Chuchu swears that if the heavens give her another chance, she would go back to that dusk. Tung Chuchu is absolutely confident that she can make Beifong have feelings for her.
Ah, little sister, you have missed too many opportunities. If you had this knowledge reserved back then, wouldn't you have captured your little boyfriend earlier? Shui Han said with a smile. Tung Chuchu nodded in embarrassment. Thank you, Ihan's sister. This time I will seize the opportunity. Seize the opportunity? Shui Han shook her head with a smile. The experiences mentioned above can only be used for flirting. Dealing with ordinary outstanding young men is not a problem, but if it's, for example, our Captain Zhang Yichen, that iceberg, how confident are you?
Tung Chuchu was stunned by the question, and the cold face of brother Zhang Yichen immediately appeared in her mind. Ihan's sister, my brother is not as cold as Yichen, so it's much better, the difficulty has decreased. Hearing this, Shui Han became interested. Well, you better tell me about his personality, preferences, work style, and most importantly, have you two
done it?
Tung Chuchu was stunned by the question. Shui Han continued, I want to make a big data judgment specifically for your relationship with him, so, have you two
done it?
This question was too embarrassing for Tung Chuchu, who had never been in a relationship. Although she held an apprentice's heart, she was not foolish. How could she easily talk about such private and secretive matters? But, as they say, it was tailored for her and out of goodwill. In the end, in order not to be at a disadvantage, Tung Chuchu asked, I have benefited a lot from Ihan's sister.
I guess you and your boyfriend have done it, right? Upon hearing this, Shui Han's mouth curved up, and she smiled meaningfully. What do you think? Feeling less disadvantaged now, Tung Chuchu nodded and whispered, the night we separated, we did it. Shui Han's eyes lit up and she asked directly, by the way, what is his personality like? Is he fierce?
Tung Chuchu thought of the first time she met Beifong, his ruthless methods that took down two killers with a single blow.
Very fierce, straight to the point. Shui Han's expression gradually became more exciting.
She thought of a flash of cold light first, followed by a dragon-like gun, and the two of them entangled in passion.
Is he strong? How is his strength? Is it real? Shui Han continued to ask.
Tung Chuchu carefully recalled the feeling when Beifong carried her back on the return journey. It couldn't be said that he was as fast as lightning, but at least she didn't feel any bumps, which proved Beifong's strength and endurance.
Very stable and enduring.
After all, I weigh nearly 100 catties, and he carried me for so long without even breathing heavily, Tung Chuchu said truthfully, not feeling inappropriate. With this statement, the image of lifting her high immediately formed a movie in Shui Han's mind.
Lifting her high was very physically and mentally exhausting, yet he didn't even breathe heavily afterward?
Impressive, Shui Han praised with a smile.
Of course, my taste is still there after all.
Tung Chuchu blushed happily.
Based on what you said earlier, I roughly understand what this person likes.
Shui Han whispered to Tung Chu-chu, seductive, gentle, elegant, humorous, remember these when you are with him. Hearing this, Tung Chu-chu was shocked.
Ihan's sister is amazing.
It turns out to be exactly the same as his ideal type.
Tung Chu-chu truly admired it.
Beifeng's ideal type was indeed as described above, and this summary was really amazing.
Hearing his ideal type, Shui Han stumbled and almost fell. What? He has an ideal type too? Then what are you? Hearing this, Tung Chu-chu felt a bit awkward, if you must say. I guess I'm more of an experimental type, but I'm confident I can transition from experimental to ideal. Shui Han shook her head inside, hopeless. With that, Shui Han turned and walked away, reminding, when he comes, you better take a shower, make yourself smell nice, or you'll regret it. Ah? Tung Chu-chu was startled and quickly touched her face. Is my face dirty? No, it's your body odor. The voice faded away. Oh, thank you Ihan, I understand. I'll figure something out.
Tung Chu-chu raised her arm in confusion and sniffed. A strong smell hit her nostrils, almost making her roll her eyes.
Oh my goodness, this smell, it's something else.
It's not that Tung Chu-chu doesn't like cleanliness, but in this environment, water resources are crucial, barely enough to drink. Who would want to shower every day? Plus, these days, following Shui Han, Zhang Yichen, these martial arts experts, after a fight, they are all sweaty, usually just wiping with a damp cloth.
No showers.
At this moment, Tung Chu-chu was full of confidence and anticipation, walking with a light step. Suddenly, 2 private messages arrived.
Opening the older brother's message first.
You brat, come back quickly, Beifeng is on his way. This is the first official meeting between the Dragon Guards and Beifeng, so I specifically asked Beifeng to have everyone take a shower, to leave a good impression with a fresh spirit. However, Beifeng directly traded all the shower items, so hurry back, I'm saving the first place for you. When Tung Chu-chu saw this message, she was overjoyed, like getting a pillow just as she was about to nap. What a great older brother. Brother, love you, I'm coming back right away. Tung Chu-chu ran back, while curious about the private message Shui Han sent her. Opening it, Tung Chu-chu almost spat blood. The content was like this. Ahem, well, I'm actually a sheltered girl, but in order to achieve my childhood goal, special agent, I had to study and align with these social slang terms and online jokes in the army, so, ahem.
Tung Chu-chu felt like spitting blood. Isn't this too much? Deceiving such an honest person? Won't their conscience hurt?
But fortunately, Beifeng will come tonight, and this meeting will allow her to comfortably take a shower, dress up.
TSK. Soon, Tung Chu-chu's smile returned.
Hurry back and find the uniform of the police academy's fresh graduates, it won't look good if it's lost. The police academy's white standard shirt, black hip-hugging skirt, if she had a pair of white silk stockings, with this carefully chosen outfit, Tung Chu-chu's confidence would be even higher.
She sent a private message to Tang by Million.
Brother, hurry, sister urgently needs it, post a reward for a pair of silk stockings in the regional or national channel, preferably white, urgent. When Tang by Million received this private message, he wanted to scold, but suddenly seemed to remember something, instantly feeling touched. His stubborn little sister finally took the right path.
Tang by Million immediately thought of Beifeng.
Alright, I'll take care of this for you, sister's mission must succeed this time, no room for failure.
Otherwise, don't call me brother in the future. Tung Chu-chu, arranged, #carrot hashtag.
P.S. Maybe it's because school started recently, the data isn't great. I looked at the reading data yesterday, felt terrible. So when you're catching up on reading, give me a nudge for updates. There is also a small video at the end of the chapter.
If possible, please send a free gift. Bai Long is very grateful. Thanks, Omega, night.
The stars and moon are dim, everything is pitch black.
In the distance, 2 beams of light illuminate the road ahead on the endless road.
A Wuling Hongguan with a very heavy appearance swiftly passes by, estimated speed of 140 miles per hour.
Dad, why is the car going so fast today?
The baby has never seen Dad drive so fast, and couldn't help but ask curiously.
Dad smiled and said, driving at night is a bit dangerous, so the faster the speed, the better to avoid too many dreams in the night. Oh. The baby responded and focused on playing with the wank tutoring machine. Dad, what does this button mean? What is music? Dad turned back and nodded. Press that button, and you can ask for any song you want to listen to, just say the name and it will find it for you.
The baby discovered a new world instantly.
2 tigers. Sure enough, the tutoring machine started playing a children's album, 2 tigers.
If the baby wants to listen to a song in the future but doesn't know the name, just hold down that button and hum a few lines, it will automatically search for it.
Okay, baby knows now.
Then the baby listened to the song while humming along, behaving very well. While focusing on driving, Dad checked the coordinates sent by Tang by Million again.
480 kilometers? Dad quickly calculated the time. it will probably take about 3 hours. During the day, Dad usually drives at around 90 to 100 miles per hour, but at night, due to the pitch-black darkness outside the range of the car's headlights, even if there were fierce beasts lurking around, they wouldn't be visible, so speed is very important. Holding the steering wheel with one hand, Dad took out the airdropped optional resource box and the number 1 in the Huaxia Warzone cold weapon ranking, the Aurora Blade. Dad, who loves cold weapons, focused on the Aurora Blade, carefully examining its design, smooth lines, and the special material that faintly exudes a chilling sensation. Detected outstanding cold weapon, Aurora Blade, can be amplified. Do you want to amplify it? The reason why Dad didn't ignore the airdropped optional resource box was that it couldn't be amplified. What could be more exciting than amplifying an outstanding Aurora Blade? Amplify. Congratulations, the host has successfully amplified the outstanding Aurora Blade to the superior level, Shadowless Sword, Jueshang. Ding. Buzz. Almost simultaneously, a crisp, soul-piercing sword chant, centered on the Wuling Hongguang, spread out for dozens of miles in an instant. The sound was like ripples of clear water, crisp with a hint of sharpness and coldness. Dad was driving at a speed of 140 kilometers per hour, although he was trying hard to control himself, the excitement in his heart was still hard to suppress. The amplified Aurora Blade actually directly upgraded a grade? From outstanding to superior level directly? Could Dad not be excited? His most powerful thermal weapon now is the Black Dragon Howl 10 armor-piercing cannon, which is only outstanding, not reaching the superior level. At that time, Dad was still wondering, if the power of the Black Dragon Howl 10 arrow was outstanding, wouldn't the superior level thermal weapon be like a mortar, main battle tank, or a 20-round Kalashnikov? Stabilizing the excited mood. What caught his eye was a delicate short sword about 2 feet 4 inches long and 2 inches wide, with a very antique design on the entire hilt, resembling a beast swallowing a pearl. Looking closely, Dad determined that this was a snake-transformed dragon from the ancient Chinese mythology, the sword of the Shadowless Sword. Looking at the material of the sword body. To be honest, if the light in the car at night wasn't a pale yellow, Dad almost thought it was just a sword hilt with an antique design. The material was very transparent, as if made of crystal. Shadowless Sword. I seem to have heard of it in a game. Dad was not sure if it was the legendary Shadowless Sword from a game before. Just take a closer look at the introduction. Shadowless Sword, Absolute Death, Rank, Outstanding Close Combat Feature, Bloodthirsty. The sword can enter a bloodthirsty state by drinking blood, which lasts until the blood absorbed by the Shadowless Sword is exhausted. Unique feature of the outstanding rank, absorb energy from the blood, continuously improving quality. Introduction, crafted from the light-absorbing ice crystal. In broad daylight, the stronger the light, the sharper and more dominant it becomes. In the dark, the weaker the light, the more silent and subdued it becomes. This sword meets blood with sharpness, meets water with invisibility. Oh jeezy. To be honest, after carefully reading the introduction of the Shadowless Sword, Beifeng's first reaction was not shock or disbelief but a sense of relief and silent gratitude. Fortunately, he did not choose the big guy from the optional resource box airdrop first, but chose to enhance the Aurora Blade first. Why? Because after seeing the introduction of the outstanding grade cold weapon, Beifeng almost concluded one thought. That is, eventually, with the progress of the game, firearms will be eliminated or become redundant. Cold weapons must absolutely occupy an important dominant position in the survival game. At this moment, Beifeng deeply felt the profoundness of the game host's scheming. It's terrifying. If he didn't have the system enhancement and learned about the terrifying characteristics of the outstanding grade cold weapon in advance, he would have definitely chosen the T-90 City Defense Heavy Cannon from the optional resource box airdrop. The large water purification device was not initially in Beifeng's priority range. But now, Beifeng thinks differently. Because in the early stages of the game, 90% of players do not have their own base and are almost all wandering. Choosing a T-90 City Defense Heavy Cannon that may become redundant in the future is completely impractical compared to choosing a large water purification device now. When the baby triggered the system's bloodline enhancement, the system also said that the innate function cannot be used by human players yet, and must wait for the game host to trigger it passively or activate it actively. What does this indicate? It shows that this game is not something that can be completed with firearms alone. After sorting out many thoughts in his mind, Beifeng let out a heavy sigh of relief. Wrong choice, efforts in vain. Luckily I have the system, otherwise I would have suffered a big loss this time. Because players are relatively fragile in the early stages of the game, Beifeng cannot confront players with firearms using the Shadowless Sword now. So his main goal now is to accumulate firearms, establish his own base, then slowly develop, continuously offer rewards for soul crystals, and heavily reward cold weapons or designs. What is the head information?
Yes, this is a huge business opportunity before the game. As long as you seize it, you can turn the tide and reach the peak of life. The environment where Beifong is located is cruel, and the head information has transcended the level of glory and wealth, and is about life, the possibility of survival. Without advanced planning, in case of emergency, Beifong would simply be letting down the system. A tense and exciting enhancement made Beifong's horizons instantly broaden, and also provided him with more understanding and possibilities for the future direction of the game. Suddenly, a private message alert sounded. Your friend Teng Chu has sent you a private message. Seeing Teng Chu actively messaging him, Beifong smiled. This time, bidding farewell in haste to Zhang Dabiao and Pang Zhenjie, many factors can be attributed to Teng Chu. You know, Beifong has always been paying attention to the hot weapons ranking and cold weapons ranking in the Huaxiao Warzone. Not for anything else. Just because the weekly reputation settlement time is approaching. Currently, on the hot weapons ranking in the Huaxiao Warzone, the first place is held by the Black Dragon Roar 10 armor-piercing cannon. The second place is the light machine gun Me Big Pineapple, and the third is the banded crate snake pistol that Teng Chu currently owns. Of course, besides the reputation value, Beifong also wants to personally visit the Dragon Guard station place. After all, as the leader of the Dragon Guard, it's not good to always be elusive and not even meet his brothers under his command. Also, I want to check the progress of the Yinglong Guard in digging wells, fetching water, reclaiming land, and planting. This is also what Beifong needs to be busy with at the moment. After all, it's not easy to live day by day just by looking at the sky. Who can guarantee that going out to search for supplies will definitely find a resource box? Even if a resource box is found, the chance of finding food inside is very small. If the Yinglong Guard can achieve self-sufficiency, then Beifong can focus all attention on other areas of the Huaxiao Warzone. Of course, besides these matters, everything else is trivial. Carrot hashtag, really. Opening the private message sent by Teng Chu, when Beifong saw the content, he immediately frowned and wanted to reply, thinking nonsense. But then Beifong was stunned, looking at himself in the mirror and muttering, am I really like Zhang Dabiao said, a straight man of steel? Such a low-level hidden message. With my intelligence, I surprisingly didn't notice it at first. Looking at the private message sent by Teng Chu again. As follows, I am a small security guard. Want to eat Little Bear King cookies? Can you give me a pack? Just saying. If Beifong had seen this message before meeting Zhang Dabiao, he would definitely reply with nonsense. However, at this moment, Beifong realized his shortcomings. People are born with flaws, and Beifong is no exception. To become strong, one must compensate for all their shortcomings. 3 people walking together, one will be my teacher. It's true that it's good to have Zhang Dabiao as a friend. Beifong smiled and replied, I understand. Immediately, a message came back, I will drive around the Yinglong Guard base to pick you up. I will send you the latest coordinates in a while. Everyone except those on night duty has slept after retiring day. Do you find my approach abrupt? Asterisk omega. Beifong smiled slightly and replied, nonsense. 2 hours and 50 minutes later. Beifong finally rushed all the way to the outskirts of the Yinglong Guard base according to the coordinates sent by Teng Chu. Before the car entered the small forest, Beifong saw distant flashing signals of 3 bright and 3 dark lights. Beifong smiled and symbolically imitated it, then parked the car and turned off the engine. It must be said that since they parted ways that day, Beifong truly felt that Teng Chu had changed a lot during this conversation. Gentle in speech, witty in words. Not seeing each other for a few days, who knows who she learned from, she even drove secretly. Fortunately, I keep up with the times and have truly learned from Zhang Dabiao, otherwise. Rolling down the car window, lighting a cigarette, Beifong waited quietly. Suddenly, the red flag car parked in the distant small forest started the engine, then the headlights turned on and slowly approached Beifong's direction. The red flag car stopped 20 meters away from Wuling Hongguang. However, what puzzled Beifong was why the car turned off the engine but didn't turn off the headlights. But the next moment, Beifong understood why. This could only be described as a personal entrance with its own lighting. Within the 2 light beams of the car lights not far away, a girl about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a white standard shirt and a black hip skirt, with short hair draped over her shoulders, walked out. She was truly charming and captivating. Estimated to weigh less than 100 pounds, especially with the formal shirt and hip skirt she was wearing, this highlighted her well-proportioned upper body and a pair of slender and long beautiful legs. Delicate and exquisite features, a fair and slightly blushing melon seed face almost perfect, with expressive eyes, smiling lips, and light footsteps slowly approaching. Realizing he was distracted, Beifong quickly averted his gaze and coughed twice. It must be said that a primitive force was stirring within him.
This girl, after not seeing her for a few days, seems like a different person. Wow, such a beautiful young lady.
At this moment, Bao Bao also leaned over, her big eyes shining brightly.
Beifong asked in confusion, Bao Bao, don't you know her? First time seeing her, why? Did Bao Bao know her before? Bao Bao looked puzzled and asked Beifong. No, it's the first time we meet.
I'll introduce you later. Beifong touched his nose. Baby, I'll get off first, you can play here for a while.
Okay.
Seeing Tung Chuchu about to approach, Beifong chose to get off the car proactively. If Tung Chuchu saw Night Shadow suddenly transform into a human child, she would probably be scared to death, and it would also arouse Baby's curiosity about his own identity, which would be troublesome. Just as Beifong got off the car and closed the door, Tung Chuchu happened to walk up. As soon as she turned around, their eyes met. Beifong found it unbelievable to see Tung Chuchu's change and looked her up and down. Tung Chuchu's eyes were tender, even though she had practiced this scene many times.
But how could it be genuine when done deliberately?
The restless hands were enough to prove how nervous she was at the moment.
We parted ways that day, and today we meet again. You seem to have changed a lot, Beifong said with a smile.
Tung Chuchu blushed, lowered her head and whispered softly, You too, I can feel that your way of speaking is different from before. Tung Chuchu had prepared everything for this reunion with Beifong, and with only the two of them here, she couldn't afford to regret not seizing this opportunity for the rest of her life. Beifong found Tung Chuchu's shy demeanor amusing.
That Beifong, that. When we parted ways that day, is there anything you want to say to me when we meet again tonight?
Tung Chuchu emphasized a certain word heavily. To be honest, if it weren't for Zhang Dabiao's sudden enlightenment tonight, he wouldn't have understood the meaning behind her words. As brothers who had experienced life and death together, Zhang Dabiao had imparted invaluable knowledge to him. Suddenly, Beifong felt that he must find time to discuss this aspect further with Zhang Dabiao, as he was lacking in this area. If Zhang Dabiao hadn't had a few drinks and talked nonsense, Beifong might have immediately responded to Tung Chuchu by saying, Bring out the viper.
That would have been embarrassing. It would be embarrassing for a man to ask for a snake pistol when a woman asked for a gun. But then again, if a woman was so open-hearted, it wouldn't be manly to act coy.
As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder, which was absolutely true. Although Beifong led a disciplined life, he was also a passionate young man. The taste of parting that day was something he had definitely thought about. It would be hypocritical to say otherwise. After Tung Chuchu asked that question, she lowered her head even further, as if she had never seen her husband before, like a new bride entering her husband's house.
At that moment, Beifeng's surging power could no longer be suppressed.
Beifeng's mouth curved into a tantalizing smile as he took a step forward and leaned towards Tung Chuchu's ear. The cold and handsome face was now enlarged in front of her eyes, making Tung Chuchu's legs tremble with nervousness, but she didn't step back. Instead, she endured it with her head down. At that moment, a familiar and magnetic voice gently sounded in her ear.
You asked me if I had anything to say to you tonight? Of course, but I don't know if you can understand it now? Then go ahead and say it. I'm not the same reckless person I used to be. Tung Chuchu was a bit indignant. She had been trained by Yihan. How could you, who learned on your own, compare to us? How is that possible? Oh, interesting.
Beifong closed his eyes and sniffed the scent of the Pantene shampoo. The goose word flaps its wings, the wood target in the heart. The corpse word embraces 9, people walk side by side. Beifong finished the rhyming poem, feeling Tung Chuchu's body slightly stiffen and then tremble.
Don't understand? Then forget it. If you understand now, go back to your car and freshen up.
Tung Chuchu's heart was pounding violently, the burning heat on her face almost ignited her whole body.
How could she not understand this poem?
Each word formed a character, and when combined, it meant I miss you.
Oh my, embarrassing, how did this person turn bad?
Tung Chuchu's teeth and red lips, without speaking, because she was afraid that she would not speak well due to nervousness, just made a sound of lightly kissed his face while the Beifong was not paying attention, and then turned and ran towards her red flag sedan. Before Beifong could react, Tung Chuchu had already disappeared from the range of the red flag car's light beam.
What's this? Got it in a second?
Beifong scratched his head and muttered, Indeed, everyone is making progress, so I can't fall behind too much.
Took a few deep breaths to calm down the heavy breathing. Back in the Wuling car, he said to the baby who was still listening to music, Baby, where's daddy?
I'm going to the sister's car to get something and talk about something. I'll be back soon.
Hearing this, the baby pouted instantly, very unhappy. Baby is the best, the most sensible. Daddy promises to be back soon? Beifong himself didn't believe it. Back soon? Isn't that embarrassing himself? How long, daddy? The baby looked at Beifong and asked. This puzzled Beifong. How should he say it? This. Probably between 1 to 5 hours. Daddy promises to speed up and come back soon. If the baby is sleepy, just sleep first.
The baby was not happy to hear it would take 5 hours, but seeing Beifeng's dilemma, he made his own compromise. Okay, but Daddy has to move our car over there. The baby can't sleep alone too far away from Daddy. Beifeng agreed directly. Okay, listen to the baby. But at night, it's dangerous. The baby must promise Daddy. If you hear any slight noise, you must not get off the car, or Daddy will be angry. The baby immediately smiled and promised. Okay Daddy, you don't know the baby is the best. Asterisk caret caret asterisk, I'll move our car forward now. Saying that, Beifeng returned to the driver's seat, started the car, and slowly moved towards Tung Chuchu. Meanwhile, the baby showed a triumphant smile. Joking, such a beautiful girl alone with Daddy, who knows if she will harm Daddy, she must be careful. Of course, if they are just singing together, the baby will definitely be 100% at ease. Soon, Beifeng drove the Wuling Hongguan to just 10 meters away from the red flag. After getting off the car, he reminded the baby again not to get off the car at night. The baby promised. Beifeng nodded in satisfaction and got off the car. When Beifeng walked to the front of the red flag sedan and opened the door, he was stunned by what he saw inside. Why did you remove the back seat of the car? Where did you get the cushion? Looking at Tung Chuchu's slightly red cheeks, her breathing continued slightly, as if she had been busy just now. Tung Chuchu didn't say much. She pulled Beifeng in and closed the car door behind him. Beifeng suddenly felt a nervous tremor as the exquisite body entered his arms. In the quiet night, in the quiet little forest. The familiar taste, the original scene, the initiative of that person. Feeling the hot lips, gently touching, resisting and welcoming, Beifeng couldn't bear it anymore. He hugged Tung Chuchu's exquisite body. They seemed to be competing to eat an ice cream, but they didn't see where the ice cream was. Beifeng, help me. Tung Chuchu's charming voice sounded in his ears. Beifeng responded and began to search for something. The shirt was easy to deal with. But for a man who had never worn a skirt, the skirt was too difficult. Beifeng searched for a long time, but couldn't find the unlocking mechanism. Oh my, how is this thing designed? Why can't I find it? Hearing this, Tung Chuchu laughed. Silly, let me do it. Oh, hee, I'm not good at this. Soon, what appeared before Beifeng was a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the hands of God, made of sheep fat jade. Smooth, tight, warm. Tung Chuchu was also very shy. She didn't even have the courage to look up at Beifeng now. Beifeng was not in a hurry, carefully admiring this perfect piece of art. In the end, Tung Chuchu couldn't help it. She turned off the carriage light. After turning off the light, Tung Chuchu didn't care about being shy anymore. She turned around and threw herself into Beifeng's arms, burying her head deep in Beifeng's chest. Soon the temperature around them began to rise. It was a message after a long-awaited reunion, and the satisfaction of desires long held in the heart. The two armies are at war, observing the opponent's general's deployment, and the two sides have already had a war. Although they do not know each other deeply, they no longer need to probe multiple times as they did in their first encounter to launch a final attack. With the command, the horses are out. The battle cry rises, echoing in the sky. If you had to describe this rhythm, it might be more appropriate to use the first 3 lines of a song. The theme song when, the first 3 lines. Understand a bit and you'll get it. Although the duet doesn't rhyme, in terms of lyrics, it's this song. At this time, less than a meter away from the Hongqi car, there was a 7 or 8-year-old girl holding an educational device, pressing the music recognition button and listening to the song for recognition. Dad and that lady are so silly, they don't even know what's so difficult about this song. They've been singing it all night, and they still only know the first 3 lines. The little girl sighed heavily in her heart, thinking that if she could find this song, she must learn it and teach it to her dad and them. Is it that difficult? Indeed, after the system amplification, the Vank educational device was a bit awesome. Even without any rhythm, it could still recognize the song when. Found it, hee. Because she promised Beifeng not to get off the car automatically at night, when she got this song, the little girl did not peek at what was happening in the Hongqi car, but sneaked back to the Wuling car. When? What a strange song title, never mind, let's listen. Click to play, and the Wuling car immediately filled with a proper, clear, powerful, and rhyming singing voice. When the mountain peaks have no edges, when the river no longer flows, when. Wow, what a nice music, I really like it, no wonder dad and sister couldn't learn it all night, it's indeed a bit difficult. The author has something to say, sometimes it's hard to be a person. 3 in the morning. The little girl listened to the music in the educational device, her eyes sleepy. She had been looping this song alone for an hour. Not to say that she could sing it as soon as she knelt down, but she was almost there. But as the first 3 lines of the song were heard again from a car nearby, the little girl couldn't hold back anymore. Rolling down the window towards Beifeng's direction, she said, "Dad, you guys are so silly. I learned this song in an hour, and you've been singing it for so long and still don't know. Epsilon sad face omicron asterisk, sigh, some things depend on talent." Suddenly, the distant chorus stopped abruptly, the car fell silent, and the tuneless singing stopped. Oh! The little girl had been listening for a few hours, and she really wanted her ears to be a bit quieter, so she couldn't help but say something harsh. Some things, can't be achieved just by working hard. If hard work is useful, what's the point of talent? Indeed, the little girl rubbed her eyes, yawned, and prepared to go to sleep. Finally, still feeling uneasy, she said to the car not far away, "Dad, you should discuss more about melody and rhythm, rather than rote memorization. Epsilon sad face omicron asterisk, sigh, it's driving me crazy." As the little girl's voice fell, the area fell silent, no longer filled with the off-key singing from before. At this point, the atmosphere in the Hongqi car was quite awkward. Beifeng's face was red. Tung Chu, on the other hand, had more doubts. "I said, can you sing a little louder? The kids can hear you." Beifeng shifted the blame directly. "Beifeng, can you have some dignity? Isn't the main melody of this song yours?" Tung Chu was furious. "After practice, can't you accept this little girl for me?" "Dad, daughter." Beifeng sighed and casually replied, "The child has no mother, it's a long story. If I didn't know you so well, I would have thought you. Where are you going? Come, finish this chess game first, I'll go back later." "Oh, then don't make too much noise when you make your moves, or I'll easily follow your rhythm to sing," Tung Chu complained. "Ahem, I'll try my best." Indeed, how should that saying go? Even if someone calls for dinner, the chess game must be finished before speaking, otherwise it's uncomfortable. Because they were afraid of disturbing the baby, both sides restrained the sound of placing and capturing pieces when playing chess this time. 1 hour later, Tung Chu collapsed weakly, too tired to even ask the many questions in her mind. What was Tung Chu like now? Equivalent to 4 hours of intense physical labor, plus 4 hours of high-decibel singing practice. She had never been so tired before. Beifeng still had a smile on his face, because in this game of chess, Tung Chu carelessly made a mistake, and her general died under her own double cannon checkmate. Beifeng touched the remaining sponge cushion and frowned slightly, feeling damp. He opened the car door a crack and suddenly threw something fiercely into the distant bushes. Surprise edition, Beifeng never knew what it meant. Of course, he was too embarrassed to ask anyone about it. That would be too embarrassing. He took out a bottle of salt soda and handed it to Tung Chu. "Have some, replenish your fluids." Tung Chu replied irritably, "Do you think I have the strength to unscrew the cap now?" Beifeng touched his nose and then helped to unscrew the cap. After a few sips of salt soda, Tung Chu felt much better. "Beifeng, who was that little girl just now, calling you dad? Who was her mother?" Tung Chu's voice was very gentle, and her mood could not be judged from her tone. Originally, Beifeng didn't want to expose the baby, but now their relationship with Tung Chu had already transcended that of ordinary friends, and she knew about Nightshade from the beginning. "That, you actually know the baby." "The baby? I know her?" Tung Chu carefully recalled the days when they searched for resources together, but she didn't remember encountering a little girl. "It's Nightshade. Due to certain genetic mutations, she has the ability to transform into a human," Beifeng said casually. Tung Chu widened her eyes in disbelief at the words, but now she understood Beifeng and knew that he generally didn't lie. "It's so unbelievable, this game world really has all sorts of wonders." It seemed that Tung Chu thought of something and began to get nervous. "Beifeng, I was willful and ignorant before, maybe Nightshade doesn't like me, will she?" Her tone was full of worry. From Nightshade's affectionate calling of Beifeng as dad just now, it was easy to guess that their relationship was much closer than her own. What if the girl disagreed, or didn't like her? Beifeng smiled, "Don't worry, after the genetic mutation, she only remembers me, she has forgotten everything before." "Really? That's great." Tung Chu smiled happily. Just now she was thinking about how to make up for her previous excessive actions towards Nightshade, but in a blink of an eye, she had forgotten about herself. What a stroke of luck. However, just as Tung Chu was happy, she suddenly saw Beifeng slowly turning to look at her. Nightshade is the baby, about her. Tung Chu suddenly sat up, her arms wrapped around Beifeng's neck, and she kissed him. Slowly they separated. "The Beifeng, I am very happy. I can see that the baby is very important to you, and you are willing to tell me about it, which also proves your trust in me." Tung Chu slowly leaned her head on the Beifeng's chest and said softly, "This matter will never be spread by me, even if I die." In that instant, the Beifeng felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. A very warm feeling. "I understand. Beifeng, why don't you take me to meet the baby officially?" The Beifeng nodded slightly. He had promised to go back soon before coming, but it had been several hours in the blink of an eye. This was the first time the Beifong had been away from her for more than 4 hours since the baby appeared. "Sure, let's go." Saying that, the Beifong took the next step to get up, opened the car door, got out, and waited, while Tung Chu tidied up her slightly wrinkled clothes. However, when everything was cleaned up, as Tung Chu got up, her whole face turned pale. "What's wrong?" The Beifong heard the sound of her sitting down behind him and turned around to ask. "Do you need to ask? It's swollen, and my legs hurt, just like the pain of a dance teacher pressing on my hips. It didn't feel like anything lying down, but when standing up, that kind of soreness, really, people who haven't practiced dancing can't understand." Hearing this, the Beifong felt a little embarrassed and quickly got into the carriage. "Is it so serious? Let me see." Tung Chu gave the Beifong a white glance, blushing, and said, "No need, resting for a few hours will be fine." It's not what you think. I want to see the injury and get some ointment for you." Saying that, the Beifong took out a black pill emitting a strong Chinese medicine scent. The moment this thing appeared in the Beifeng's hand, Tung Chu widened her eyes in disbelief and said, "Beifong, why are you carrying a sheep dung egg?" "Beifong, this is called Hei Duan Su Gao. It is a miraculous medicine for treating muscle, soft tissue swelling, and bruises. Your injury happens to fit." Hearing this inexplicable remark, Tung Chu's head buzzed. "Are you talking about the Hei Duan Su Gao from A Tale of the Heavenly Sword?" "That's right, it's the miraculous medicine that can cure 20 years of disability." Tung Chu looked at the Beifong pitifully. "I am not well educated, please don't deceive me. If I remember correctly, this thing seems to be a plaster, right? What's the meaning of you rolling it into pills and taking it out? You don't want me to take it orally, do you?" Hearing this, the Beifong pretended to slap his forehead. When the Hei Duan Su Gao, rolled into pills, was taken out again, its shape had become very similar to a plaster. "Isn't this a plaster now?" Seeing this, Tung Chu shivered and looked at the Beifong with eager eyes. "From the looks of it, am I the first beneficiary of your healing miracle drug?" The Beifong waved his hand, not caring. "Don't worry about these details. I wouldn't take it out for others." Smack! Smack! The Beifong flattened the Hei Duan Su Gao even more. "Come, let me apply it for you. Beifong, please act like a normal person, don't always trick me into things. I'll make sure next time." Tung Chu, wow. Although Tung Chu was not happy, what could she do? She saw the Beifong stick the Hei Duan Su Gao on the palm of his right hand, then mutter something in his mouth, and his hands quickly changed. Seeing this scene, Tung Chu instantly thought of the fighting scenes in martial arts TV dramas. "Xian Ming Divine Palm." Smack! Tung Chu exclaimed, gritted her teeth, and twisted the arm that the Beifong reached out. "You devil, such a cruel palm technique, are you trying to kill someone?" The Beifong immediately turned his head and asked, "How do you feel? Is the healing miracle drug effective?" Tung Chu was about to say, "Do you think it's like removing appendicitis, effective with one cut? Don't you have to wait a few hours?" However, before Tung Chu could finish speaking, she shook all over, showing an incredulous expression. "How is it? If you feel something is wrong, I'll help you take it off now." The Beifong, although confident in the efficacy of the black jade intermittent ointment, was concerned about the clinical trial medication. In case of rejection, leading to a life-threatening situation for Tung Chu, it would be unbearable. At this moment, Tung Chu appeared much more relaxed, sighed, and said, "Indeed, you can't judge a medicine by its advertisement." The Beifong, puzzled, asked instinctively, "Then what should you judge it by?" "By its effectiveness." Tung Chu tried to move her legs, which had been sore before. "This effectiveness is just right, everyone who used it praised it." The Beifong was shocked. "This works much faster than the leg-stretching eye-popping pill." Tung Chu gave the Beifong a look and said, "You must be using this medicine for the first time, right?" The Beifong nodded with a smile, then helped Tung Chu lie down. "I'll go check on the baby, you rest for a while." Tung Chu nodded. "Beifong, when you go back later, it's best not to start the car." "Why?" the Beifong asked in confusion. "Because at this time, the dragon guards stationed here are changing shifts, and our small forest is opposite the area controlled by the king of soldiers, Zhang Yichen. If he discovers someone here at night, he will definitely come over. If he mistakes you for an enemy, it will be troublesome." Hearing this, the Beifong immediately became interested. The king of soldiers, Zhang Yichen? Looking across the small forest, the Beifeng's eyes were filled with anticipation. "Beifong, don't act recklessly. Being mistaken as an enemy by them is life-threatening. Martial arts are deadly skills, don't think it's just for show. If you're not careful, you'll be." Tung Chu nervously warned the Beifong. "Since martial arts are deadly skills, is it only about life and death when sparring, not about winning or losing?" The Beifeng's eyes showed eagerness, then nodded slightly and closed the car door. Just as the Beifong walked back to the Wuling car, he was startled. It was a very familiar theme song from his childhood. Slowly opening the car door, as the Beifong leaned in, their eyes met. The baby was staring at the Beifong with big eyes. "Dad, you're back so soon." That was quick, with a hint of disappointment in his tone. The Beifong scratched his head and explained, "I was supposed to be back very quickly, but once I started chatting with an acquaintance, I couldn't stop."
Chatting? You mean singing, right? The baby looked at the slightly blushing Beifong. "You thought I didn't hear it, huh? You two were secretly practicing singing all night." Ahem. "When meeting an acquaintance and being reminded of the past, I couldn't help but sing a song," the Beifong replied with a bitter smile. Hearing this, the baby got up and hugged the Beifong. "Silly dad, people say singing requires talent. Obviously, dad and that girl don't have talent in singing. Let's not practice it anymore, okay?" The Beifong's eyes darkened instantly, but he smiled and agreed. "By the way, baby, go check around this forest to see if anyone is lurking nearby," the Beifong said to the small forest behind him. "Okay, Dad, wait here." The baby seemed visibly bored in the car, agreed, then quickly transformed into his true form and disappeared into the night sky with a leap. Activate diminished darkness, activate shared vision. Whoosh! In the Beifeng's field of view, the pitch-black night suddenly turned into a black and white TV-like screen, and the scene in the field of view quickly zoomed in and out. A small forest the size of a basketball court appeared before him. The baby circled around the small forest a few times in the air and immediately spotted a figure hidden among the dry leaves. If it weren't for catching the person's breath, the Beifong wouldn't have noticed with the naked eye. "Dad, look, it's inside the pile of fallen leaves under that crooked neck tree." The Beifong smiled and instructed, "Come back, baby, I see him." Just as the Beifong was about to close the arched view, the baby's voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Dad, I found a little snake." The Beifong looked through the baby's high-altitude shared vision. When he saw what the baby called a little snake, he was shocked. This was called a little snake? Wasn't this a young python as thick as an adult's arm? In this cool shady forest, a python lurking around didn't surprise the Beifong. He immediately called the baby back. However, suddenly the Beifong thought of something and communicated directly with the baby, "Catch it back." "Okay." Just as the Beifong sat back in the car, the baby spread its wings and grabbed a long object, landing down. Upon closer inspection, the young python's head had been pierced by some sharp object, with fresh blood continuously flowing out. "Daddy, look, it's a baby snake." After patting the baby's head, he let the baby go back to rest. At this moment, the Beifong took out the outstanding Aurora blade, transformed into the superior shadowless sword, Jua Shang. The moment the shadowless sword was in hand, the Beifong clearly felt a chilling sensation passing through his palm and spreading throughout his body. Suddenly, the Beifong shivered, feeling extremely clear-headed after the chilling sensation entered his body. But along with the chilling sensation, there was another strange reaction. "What? Why does my body feel a bit stiff?" The Beifong was puzzled. He carefully read the introduction of the shadowless sword again. Could it be that the shadowless sword, not drinking blood, makes the user feel cold and stiff? Looking at the still slightly wriggling python on the ground, the Beifong decisively stabbed it with the sword. "I want to see what surprises you can bring me in a bloodthirsty state." Shadowless sword, close combat feature, bloodthirsty. The sword can induce a bloodthirsty state in the wielder, lasting until the blood absorbed by the shadowless sword is depleted. Unique superior grade feature, absorb energy from the blood, continuously enhancing quality. Just as he finished speaking, the Beifong suddenly felt the continuous chilling sensation that had entered his body through his arm disappear, replaced by a warm current. After the warm current entered his body, the Beifong clearly felt as if his body had been injected with a stimulant, awakening and activating all the muscle cells in his body. He was filled with strength. However, when the Beifong looked down at the shadowless sword again, he was shocked. Because the originally transparent shadowless sword had turned blood red, and a shriveled python corpse was frozen in its final struggle. "Is this bloodthirsty feature too domineering?" the Beifong gasped, seeming to understand something. "But I like this feeling." As the Beifong had guessed, after killing an enemy or prey, the shadowless sword would automatically absorb the blood stored in the prey's body and store it in the sword. When the wielder grasped the hilt, they could trigger the bloodthirsty feature. This time, the shadowless sword only absorbed the blood of a python, not much, and the Beifong did not want to waste the duration of the bloodthirsty state, so he simply put away the shadowless sword and took out the fish-scale military knife. Looking in a certain direction of the small forest, a faint smile appeared on the Beifeng's lips. "King of soldiers, I have joined the East Elders lineage, practicing the 12 forms of Yiquan diligently since childhood for nearly 10 years. Today, I happen to have the opportunity to spar with you, the god of killing, king of soldiers." That's right. The Beifeng's Yiquan was passed down from the hidden three sects, with the master being the renowned and mysterious Chen Laoyi,
one of the 3 direct disciples, Chu Feng. However, even with the famous teacher Chu Feng personally teaching him, within 10 years, the Bei Feng had only managed to master 8 out of the 12 forms of Yi Quan, with 4 forms reaching completion. The forms he had mastered were the tiger crane double form and the dragon snake illusory form.
5 o'clock in the morning. The night was about to end. As dawn broke, a sense of killing intent gradually brewed.
The Bei Feng, alone, holding the fish-scale military knife, walked slowly towards the hiding place of the king of soldiers, Zhang Yichen, in the forest.
To control the soldiers, one must first select the general. Moreover, being fellow practitioners, the Bei Feng also wanted to test his 10 years of hard training against Zhang Yichen.
Cat-stepping was a must for every martial artist. When practiced to a high level, even walking on dry leaves would not make a sound.
However, he was still too confident in his stealth. A distance of 20 meters is neither close nor far.
Impressive for a professional soldier from Huaxia. Although the sky was turning light, the visibility was very limited.
At this distance, they could only see each other's movements, not their faces.
Zhang Yichen opened his right hand, revealing a long black object.
Impressive?
You flatter me. Zhang Yichen squinted his eyes, his voice cold. In this jungle environment, sneaking up to me within 20 meters, you are the first.
Despite Zhang Yichen's calm tone, he was internally shocked.
A king of soldiers being approached within 20 meters while dozing off was a terrifying thing. In wartime, at this distance, even if the enemy approached 50 meters, they would be dead.
Are you a spy? There are better infiltrators than the South Sea Guard, the elite spies who excel in all aspects.
I dare not claim to be a spy. Bei Feng stood still under the shadow of a tree.
What? Are you going to stop me? The confrontation between masters is about aura and momentum.
Bei Feng knew that he had been exposed and did not move a step.
I am here to kill someone, and he is in the front line. Bei Feng's voice was calm.
At that moment, Zhang Yichen slowly raised his right hand. The front is the residence of the Yinglong Guard. No one is allowed to trespass. His tone was equally cold.
Oh, what if I insist on trespassing? Death!
Swish! Before the word death could land, Zhang Yichen gripped the Mitsubishi dagger and turned into a black shadow, rushing towards Bei Feng.
Idu Wei Jiang. Great footwork. When masters fight, the one who strikes first reveals their techniques, footwork, and body movements. The latter can use this to identify the opponent's style and respond accordingly. However, those who dare to strike first are extremely confident in their abilities. Bei Feng, having studied Shaolin footwork, was familiar with Idu Wei Jiang.
He was not surprised because the first batch of armed police formed after the war was personally trained by Master Haideng of Shaolin. Therefore, the martial skills of soldiers on TV were very powerful and influenced by Shaolin's Golden Bell technique. Being able to discern his martial arts lineage from a single charge made Zhang Yichen's face change slightly, forcing him to be cautious.
Death! Swish! Seeing the Mitsubishi dagger thrusting towards him like a snake, Bei Feng remained calm, slightly lowering his body and saying, "Snake style? Very good." Swish! Ding ding ding!
The two shadows almost instantly crossed paths.
Woo woo!
A gentle breeze picked up, swirling the fallen leaves on the ground. The two shadows, each holding a sharp weapon, stood back to back for a moment. While Bei Feng was shocked, he slowly retracted the fish-scale military knife.
Why? Why aren't you dead? Ding! The Mitsubishi dagger fell to the ground as Zhang Yichen placed his left hand on his right shoulder. Why didn't you kill me?
Bei Feng turned away from Zhang Yichen and said slowly, I can see that your snake out of the hole move has reached perfection, but it seems your right hand has been injured, right? This statement hit Zhang Yichen's sore spot.
If his arm hadn't been severely injured during a special mission and unable to recover, how could he have chosen to retire at the peak of his military career?
Serving in the South Sea Guard was every soldier's dream.
Seeing Zhang Yichen's silence, Bei Feng put away the fish-scale military knife. As for why I didn't kill you? Why? You could have killed me just now. Because why? Zhang Yichen's voice was hoarse, feeling ashamed. Because killing you would break my heart as the leader of the Yinglong Guard. Bei Feng revealed his true feelings.
In this battle, it seems that the Bei Feng has won, but in reality, the Bei Feng has lost thoroughly.
Despite the Bei Feng's rhetoric, it's all just theory.
When facing an opponent of the same level, this is the first time he has truly fought for life and death. Previously, killing those criminals, the Lulu powder.
Wasn't that just a matter of having the means?
That can only be called one-sided slaughter, not a fight for life and death. Although the Bei Feng comes from a prestigious background, he still knows his own limitations. How could his martial arts combat experience be as rich as a king of soldiers? Impossible. If it weren't for seeing the Mitsubishi military dagger in Zhang Yichen's hand displaying the word adorned, in the last exchange, the two would probably be evenly matched. It's important to note that weapons adorned by the system cannot cause physical harm to the host.
What? Dragon Guard Commander?
Zhang Yichen suddenly turned around, his deep and cold eyes once again locking onto the Beifong. What evidence do you have to prove that you are our commander? Faced with the question, the Beifong did not explain, but instead took out something and looked at Zhang Yichen.
With this?
At this moment, as the sun rose in the east, a golden light slowly descended. When Zhang Yichen saw the big weapon in the other person's hand, he was stunned, then showed a reverent expression and saluted the Beifong in a standard military salute.
Zhang Yichen, I have seen the commander. Hello, commander. What did the Beifong take out?
Of course, it was the most representative 500-round MI light machine gun. This thing is well known within the Dragon Guard, and currently ranks second on the list of hot weapons in the Huaxiao war zone, with the first being the Black Dragon Howl 10 armor-piercing cannon. The Beifong knew that as long as he took out this thing, his identity didn't need to be proven.
They were all smart people, who could rob someone carrying a 500-round big pineapple. That's right. I am the Beifong of the Dragon Guard.
The Beifong also returned the salute.
Follow me.
With a turn of his hand, he directly took back the big pineapple, as if it disappeared into thin air.
This left Zhang Yichen dumbfounded. Yes, commander.
In front of his subordinates, the Beifong still appeared relatively strict, unlike when he helped Tung Chuchu with the Xianming Divine Palm.
By the way, commander, can I ask you something? The Beifong smiled. Just say it.
Just now, my military dagger clearly cut across your neck, but why were you unharmed while I got injured? Zhang Yichen could be said to be a martial arts enthusiast. Since elementary school, he wanted to enter a martial arts school to learn light skills or something like the Turtle School's key techniques. Unfortunately, when he entered the martial arts school that year, his worldview truly collapsed. There were no light skills, no Turtle School key techniques, it was all a lie. However, deep down, he still believed that light skills existed, and that there were predecessors who possessed extraordinary martial arts skills. Just the fact that the Beifeng's neck welcomed his stab without any harm was enough to prove this. This is a unique skill passed down to me by my ancestors for 49 generations, called. The Beifong deliberately elongated the sound. Feeling that his wish was about to come true, various ancient martial arts scriptures and peerless techniques from martial arts novels suddenly appeared in Zhang Yichen's mind.
Called. Disaster always lags behind me.
The Beifong finished speaking and walked straight back,
leaving Zhang Yichen behind in the breeze. Disaster always lags behind me? This name doesn't sound very Eastern, does it? But what does it matter?
They are all divine martial arts techniques.
Commander, wait for me. Can you teach me a half move when you have the chance? The Beifong laughed. No problem. I'll find time to teach you personally next week. Zhang Yichen.
As news of the Beifeng's return to the camp spread, all members of the Dragon Guard station there were spirited and dressed in anticipation.
Among them, the most curious about the appearance of the Beifong was Shui Han.
It was unprecedented for Zhang Yichen, who usually spoke little to her, to take the initiative to send her a private message.
The private letter also details many aspects of the Beifeng's actions in the early morning battle.
Perhaps in Zhang Yichen's view, the only common topic he could discuss with Shui Han was the study of martial arts. At this time, in the Yinglong Guard camp, there were more than 20 people, with Tang Baimillion and Zhang Yichen at the forefront. The remaining members of the Yinglong Guard included squad leader Chuan Zhangwo, Taozheng Jingrun, Xiaxia Depeng, Duan Guxin, and other members. Everyone's gaze was directed in one direction. That was towards the distant grove. Tang Baimillion was delighted to learn that his sister had not returned after going to meet the Beifong last night. After many days of not seeing each other, this meeting was definitely a spark that would ignite a fire.
Hey, little sister, this is all your big brother can do for you.
Whether it succeeds or not depends on your destiny. Tang Baimillion anxiously kept looking into the distance, hoping that the Beifong would appear with his sister hand in front of everyone.
Here it comes. Zhang Yichen looked admiringly at a Wuling Hongguang slowly approaching.
I say, Lao Zhang, I heard that the commander is only in his 20s. How charismatic must he be to make you admire him so much? Shui Han was also very curious because Zhang Yichen had only mentioned one-sidedly how remarkable the commander was in their discussions, without revealing any key details. Zhang Yichen turned to glance at Shui Han. The commander's close combat skills are unfathomable. Hearing this, Shui Han pursed her lips and directly used provocation. Some people always act high and mighty, but end up flattering the leader when they see him, right?
You.
Zhang Yichen glared, not in a good mood. If I wanted to, I could catch your neck with my dagger.
I would admire you too. What did you say? Shui Han suddenly became interested, finally coaxing out some useful information.
I'm not in a position to talk now.
Wait for the commander to arrive and ask him yourself. Zhang Yichen was not stupid. How could he not know that Shui Han was provoking him just now?
Well, ask him yourself when he arrives.
The commander won't eat me. What do I have to fear?
As the Wuling car slowly approached, everyone fell silent. Suddenly, Zhang Yichen took a step forward and loudly shouted, "Salute!" Swish swish swish.
Hello, Commander.
At this moment, the car door was slowly opened, and the Beifong got out first, followed by Tang Chu from the driver's seat.
The black jade intermittent ointment really worked wonders.
Just a few hours ago, Tang Chu couldn't walk on her own, but now she was walking alongside the Beifong as if nothing had happened, like a personal secretary. After getting out of the car, the Beifong glanced at everyone, then waved and smiled. "Comrades, you've worked hard. I am the Beifong, very happy to meet everyone for the first time."
Not hard at all. In unison, all neatly.
The Beifong nodded with a smile, then walked up to Tang Bai Million and Zhang Yichen.
Beifong. Big brother Beifong? You're so young.
Tang Bai Million's heart was in turmoil the moment he saw the Beifong. If it weren't for the Beifeng's help back then, he and his sister might have died. "Brother Bai Million, I didn't expect you to look so refined." The Beifong was also surprised. From their conversation, the Beifong had imagined Tang Bai Million's appearance, but seeing him in person was quite different.
This should be our Englong Guard's second king of soldiers, right? The Beifong looked at Shui Han standing beside Zhang Yichen. Shui Han hadn't reacted yet. No, how come this person is different from what I imagined? Being able to come up with a name like the Great Xia Englong Guard, which is full of literary connotations, should be a scholarly and weak type, right? This tall, agile, and handsome guy is our commander? Ahem, what are you doing?
Zhang Yichen lightly coughed to remind Shui Han.
Ah, Shui Han greets the commander. Hello. The Beifong nodded slightly, then glanced over the remaining members, immediately recognizing three familiar figures. They were the squad leaders who had previously joined the main force. The Beifong walked between the two rows of people, while Tang Chu truly took on the duties of a secretary, following behind the Beifong and introducing him in a low voice. After inspecting the team members under his command, the Beifong was very satisfied with their high spirits. Has everyone had breakfast yet?
The Beifong said loudly. Immediately, all the members shouted, reporting to the captain, "Not yet."
Very well, let's eat now.
The food supplies provided by the Beifong to the members before were not great, barely enough to fill their stomachs, as digging a well without proper tools was very labor-intensive.
The Beifong waved to Tang Bai Million and Zhang Yichen before walking towards the Wuling car.
Soon, all the waiting members heard the sounds of Tang Bai Million and the captain salivating. It was the first time the captain had come to the base, so how could he be stingy? The Beifong returned to the carriage and took out 21 servings of Hokkaido salmon rice balls, 21 servings of deep-sea fish roast sushi, 21 pounds of wild boar meat, and 2 sets of Highland cocktails, 20 bottles each.
Captain, this supply is too
valuable, it can be exchanged for many supplies. Tang Bai Million kept swallowing saliva, unable to resist hesitating and refusing, feeling very uncomfortable. Not to mention Tang Bai Million, even Zhang Yichen was attracted by this large amount of delicious food. Tang Chu was even more exaggerated. The rhythm of swallowing saliva made her feel like she didn't need to eat this meal anymore, as she had already drunk her fill of saliva.
Hearing this, the Beifong waved his hand and said, "Soldiers also need nutrition, just eating enough is far from sufficient. Rest assured, when our well starts producing water, the dragon guards will never have to worry about food again. Go, distribute these to the soldiers, set up a bonfire and grill the wild boar meat. It's been a long time since they've had meat, right?" At these words, the three people beside him all nodded. They had definitely eaten before, but how much meat could there be in a bird burger? They could only smell the meat. As the luxurious four-course meal was distributed per person, all the Dragon Guards members cheered. They hadn't eaten rice in a long time, and there were cocktails, deep-sea fish roe. "Yichen, hurry up and eat. After eating, bring your car over here." "Yes." After Tang Bai Million and Zhang Yichen left, only Tang Chu was left beside the Wuling. "Come up." The Beifong waved his hand and another luxurious four-course meal appeared, with an additional pack of Oreos. Tang Chu was moved as she sat beside the Beifong, looking at the Oreos in her hand, her eyes turned red. At that moment, Tang Chu felt that all the effort she had put into changing her personality flaws was worth it. "Hurry up and eat, we have things to do later." "Okay." Tang Chu nodded but didn't open the Oreos directly. She set them aside, saving the good stuff for later. The Beifong smiled at this. In the innermost part of the carriage, a raptor with snow-white feathers was sleeping peacefully in a sprawled position. The baby had stayed up all night yesterday, so it wouldn't be fair to itself if it didn't take a nap during the day. Before long, Zhang Yichen's car drove over from not far away. "Captain, the car has arrived, please give instructions." After the Beifong got into Zhang Yichen's jeep, he said to Tang Chu, "Keep an eye out for the night shadows.
Soon, with Tang Baimillion also getting into the car, Zhang Yichen drove the jeep away from Tang Chuchu's view.
Under a big tree.
The interior of the jeep was spacious, and Zhang Yichen and Tang Baimillion were both nervously looking at the Beifong.
They really wanted to know, what exactly was it that could increase the overall combat effectiveness of each Dragon Guard member tenfold? Tenfold? That was no joke.
Even with Zhuge Liannu alone, it couldn't be said that the overall combat effectiveness would exceed tenfold. The Beifong didn't explain much, he just waved his hand, and the sound of metal collision immediately rang out in the jeep.
Oh my god? This is… Tang Baimillion's eyes almost popped out.
That's right, it's a fully equipped M416 assault rifle and a fully equipped SKS sniper rifle. When Zhang Yichen saw these excellent firearms that appeared out of thin air, his eyes were filled with nostalgia and disbelief. The Beifong took out 10 fully equipped M416 rifles and 10 fully equipped SKS rifles directly from the particle ring this time. These exquisite rifles and sniper rifles have all been embellished by the system. One M416 was handed to Zhang Yichen, and another SKS was handed to Tang Baimillion.
How about this gun? Can the Dragon Guard use it smoothly?
The Beifong handed the two fully loaded hot weapons to the two without any hesitation, even without a hint of hesitation.
Zhang Yichen and Tang Baimillion looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes.
It was unbelievable that the captain would trust them so much at their first meeting.
Normally, shouldn't a new leader come in with both rewards and punishments?
Zhang Yichen nodded and then checked the configuration of the M416 in his hand and calibrated the 6x scope.
Report to the captain, this gun is really good.
The Beifong nodded, 10 assault rifles, 10 sniper rifles, a total of 20, Yichen, you are more familiar with the strength of the Dragon Guard members, so I leave it to you to distribute the guns. Right, there are also pistols to go with the 10 SKS sniper rifles. With that, the Beifong waved again, and 10 brand new P29 pistols appeared in the carriage. Although sniper rifles can accurately hit targets at long distances, they are a weakness in close combat. If paired with a close combat pistol, a sniper's chances of surviving in close combat will be greatly increased. It should be noted that those who can use sniper rifles in the army are all sharpshooters trained with bullets, and losing such talent would be heartbreaking for the Beifong. Since the return to the Dragon Guard this time was for this purpose, the Beifong also brought out 10 P29 pistols. Since we are arming ourselves, we might as well do it properly to avoid unnecessary losses in the future.
As for the issue of loyalty among subordinates, the Beifong is not considering it at the moment.
Why? Because 80% of the Dragon Guard members are active duty soldiers, and the rest are retired soldiers who have received higher ideological education, and the Beifong himself is a descendant of a decorated hero. With daily supply support and now a large number of hot weapons being provided to the team, soldiers have their own principles and can choose what to fight for.
Who would want to scavenge and compete with civilians for resources all day long?
It can be said that with the appearance of the Beifong this time, not to mention that the soldiers will have rebellious thoughts upon receiving the guns, but anyone who goes against the Beifong will have to face the united front of the Dragon Guard members. With Captain Zhang Yichen and Vice Captain Shui Han being martial arts enthusiasts, the Beifong today also demonstrated the demeanor of a master, coupled with the system's embellishment of weapon functions, enough to make the two martial arts enthusiasts convinced and awed. As for Tang Baimillion and his sister, there is no need to say more. At the beginning of the game, the Beifong had dealt with Tang Baimillion a few times. In the survival environment, Tang Baimillion, in order to save his sister's life, faced with the particle ring's high-tech level design drawings, was not greedy and was willing to exchange his military first aid kit to save his sister. This proves Tang Baimillion's character and conduct.
As for Tang Chuchu, the Beifong is even more reassured.
He is not stupid. How could he not know that Tang Chuchu likes him, especially after seeing the fundamental change in her yesterday? A person who can change for themselves in a short period of time shows that Tang Chuchu really cares about him. So, considering all the factors above, the Beifong was able to hand over the exquisite hot weapons M416 and SKS to the two without any hesitation.
Yichen, if the bullets are full and we occupy advantageous terrain, in this survival environment, how many people can our team handle at the same time?
After all, the Beifong has not truly entered the army, and his knowledge of coordinated military operations is only from his grandfather's words or seen in anti-Japanese dramas. Zhang Yichen hesitated slightly and then decisively said, if the situation is favorable and with this automatic rifle, we can handle a whole battalion. Actually, Zhang Yichen's words were very modest. Nowadays, most players have rarely seen hot weapons, let alone use them. Even if it's a battalion of over 1,000 people, it's not a problem for a regiment to occupy advantageous terrain. After all, they are humans, not thoughtless monsters. Who would confront a team armed with automatic weapons empty-handed?
Beifeng smiled. Zhang Yichen was indeed the cadre he wanted. Very good.
With another wave of his hand, the entire carriage was filled with the sound of clattering.
400 rounds of 5.56mm bullets, 300 rounds of 7.62mm bullets, 150 rounds of 9mm. A pile of bullets of various calibers, stacked together shining brightly, catching the eye. Zhang Yichen and Tang Baimillion stared at Beifeng's hand in amazement. How could his hands be so skilled? He could get whatever he wanted with just a wave of his hand.
Beifeng didn't explain much. Looking at Zhang Yichen, he said, "Go on, after the soldiers finish eating, distribute these weapons according to their individual strengths."
"Yes, Captain."
Tang Baimillion chimed in, "Tell the soldiers not to lose their guns." Beifeng gestured with his hand, then got off the vehicle with Tang Baimillion. Zhang Yichen's face turned red, his hands on the steering wheel trembling slightly. The new battalion commander's trust in his subordinates on his first visit made him firmly believe in following him.
Beifeng and Tang Baimillion stood quietly under a big tree. "Don't mention this kind of thing in the future."
Beifeng took out a pack of cigarettes, handed one to Tang Baimillion, and said, "In a sense, guns are a soldier's honor in life." Tang Baimillion, who usually dealt with miscellaneous matters in the Dragon Guard and interacted with other regions or conglomerates, could instantly elevate his status and position when trading with a pack of cigarettes.
"Okay, I understand. By the way, Beifeng, did Choo Choo cause you any trouble?" Tang Baimillion asked casually.
Beifeng smiled. "Her change this time is significant. I can't believe that a person can make such a huge change in such a short time."
"Alright, that's good. She has really grown up." Tang Baimillion's words were also to show loyalty.
Perhaps in Tang Baimillion's view, Beifeng had enough reason to trust the soldiers led by Zhang Yichen, while he and his sister were much weaker in terms of loyalty and trust compared to professional soldiers.
Beifeng's mind was clear as a mirror. He patted Tang Baimillion's shoulder and said, "You have long had my approval.
Between us, we are not only friends but also comrades." Beifeng's eyes were truly deep and charming at this moment.
"Well, let me handle the diplomatic tasks of the Dragon Guard."
Tang Baimillion was filled with enthusiasm by these words.
What could be more motivating than being completely trusted by one's superior? By the way, based on your analysis of the current situation in the game world and the World Channel's bounty environment data, how should we choose between these two items? Beifeng took out a heavy item, an airdrop self-selected resource crate. Beifeng's seemingly insignificant action could instantly elevate Tang Baimillion's loyalty to him once again. "Wow! What is this?" Tang Baimillion stared wide-eyed at the two images projected by the small cube. "That's right, it's a choice between the two.
The blue image is a large water purification device, and the red one is the T-90 City Defense heavy machine gun."
Beifeng looked at Tang Baimillion sincerely and asked, "Considering our current stage of development, which one do you think has a higher cost-effectiveness?"
Tang Baimillion turned to Beifeng, his eyes gleaming with golden light.
"Why choose? It must be the large water purification device. Don't you often study the World Channel's bounty data?" "I know." Beifeng became interested. "Why do you say that?"
"The World Channel's bounties for clean water are off the charts."
Upon hearing this, a butcher-like smile appeared at the corner of Beifeng's mouth.
Listening to the analysis of the professionals, Beifeng showed a satisfied smile.
Tang Baiwan was indeed one of the candidates steering the ship of the Tang family, a prominent financial magnate in the magic capital. He had a keen eye. Even in this environment where computer information was not prevalent, he managed to simulate a series of needs through the reward information from the World Channel. Beifeng was looking for talents like this. The two chatted.
At this moment, a spirited young man in camouflage military uniform ran up to them holding a piece of parchment made of animal skin.
It was the soldier Xia, whom Beifeng knew.
Reporting to the captain, following the orders of the chief commander, I am to deliver this important address survey map to you. With a standard salute, sharp eyes, and a resounding voice, Xia exemplified the discipline and uniformity of the Chinese soldiers.
Beifeng took the parchment map and smiled. "Well done, you may go."
"Yes." As Beifeng unfolded the parchment, a hand-drawn map of the campsite appeared before his eyes. The campsite of the Yinglong Guard was right in the center of the map. Beifeng carefully examined the location chosen for the well, and it was indeed excellent.
"Beifeng, this is where we will dig the well.
It is almost directly facing the low-lying valley to the north of the campsite. This way, if we can plant crops that require irrigation, we can simply draw water from the well on Ma Mountain." Beifeng had only assigned the task of digging the well before, without revealing his intention to be self-sufficient in planting. He was surprised that his capable subordinate had already considered this issue.
"Very good."
Beifeng put away the parchment map and said, "Let's go and see our grand project."
"Sure, I'll take you there," Tang Baiwan said with a smile, leading the way.
In no time, the two returned to the camp. As soon as they returned, they saw Tang Chuchu waiting eagerly by Wuling's side, craning her neck and looking around.
Tang Baiwan teased, well, I've never been so valued by my little sister before. Look how grown up you are. How could Beifong not understand the meaning behind these words?
Beifong nodded in agreement with Tang Chuchu's statement. Indeed, you have grown up. Approaching them, Tang Chuchu blushed slightly and said, Beifong, Nightshade slept soundly, ate something just now, and fell asleep again. Beifong felt mysterious about some things and knew what should or should not be asked, while Tang Baiwan had a clue in his heart. Let's go see the well-digging site together. Beifong gently closed the car door. Hearing this, Tang Baiwan smiled and said, Beifong, I have something to attend to here. Let Chuchu take you to the well-digging site. After saying that, Tang Baiwan instructed his sister, Chuchu, this task is very important. Make sure you don't lead the captain astray. Beifong smiled and didn't finish his sentence. Tang Chuchu glared at her older brother and said, Got it, brother. Then, Tang Chuchu led Beifong towards the core area of the Yinglong Guard. Tang Baiwan watched the scene with a smile on his face. Little sister, my heart aches for you. It's really, well, what can I say, I'm your real brother after all. Beifong walked ahead, while Tang Chuchu followed behind at a steady pace. The two were silent for a while, but the tense atmosphere continued to brew in Tang Chuchu's mind. Tang Chuchu was following Beifong when she suddenly felt like she bumped into someone, only to realize it was Beifong.
I am sorry, Beifong,
Before she could finish, Tang Chuchu felt her hand getting warm as it was held by a large hand. As the guide, you shouldn't be walking in front.
Hurry up.
Oh, okay. With her hand held by a large hand, Tang Chuchu's heart was pounding, and she was too nervous to speak properly. The two walked hand in hand like a couple. Before long, Beifong heard a loud and orderly shout.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Quick, put the next punch down. Followed by 1, 2, 1, 2.
Before the Beifong arrived, it was shocked by the scene in front of it.
It was all done by manual excavation, with ropes pulling and clearing the soil in the well. Chuchu, how deep is our well now? Tang Chuchu was first stunned, then said, Shuihan said we could reach 15 meters deep today. The Beifong was shocked and continued to ask, are they still working at night?
No, anyway, in the morning, besides eating, it's digging the well.
After lunch, there's a brief rest, ideological education, and then continue digging the well. After finishing at 5 o'clock in the evening, there's still training. Everyone rests by 8:30, almost every day is like this. The Beifong was amazed, truly worthy of being Chinese soldiers. Suddenly, the shouting ahead disappeared, replaced by the cheers of a dozen people. Water is coming out. Comrades, water is coming out. Wow, it's clean and clear water, must be very sweet, right?
At that moment, the person in charge saw the Beifong and Tang Chuchu, and immediately shouted, the regimental commander is here. Everyone was covered in dust, some even had dirty faces.
Upon hearing that the regimental commander had arrived, they all exclaimed with joy. The regimental commander is here. Look, the regimental commander is here.
The Beifong heard this and almost stumbled. Honestly, before meeting Zhang Dabiao, the Beifong might have thought nothing of hearing this, but since receiving Zhang Dabiao's true teachings, why did it sound so different now? However, as the leader of the regiment, the Beifong could only pretend not to understand. Turning to Tang Chuchu, he retorted, let's go, see how big the water in the well is, taste if it's salty or sweet. Tang Chuchu's legs went weak, her ears turning red, she glanced at the Beifong and whispered, you always bully me. The two approached, and a soldier had already brought a bowl of very clear water.
Regimental commander, this is the result of our hard work for several days. Please taste it first. The Beifong smiled, took it and said to everyone, you've worked hard. This water can't be drunk directly, it will cause diarrhea, but the taste is still good. Hearing this, many soldiers' faces changed. Can't drink it? Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? However, I have a way to make it drinkable. Comrades, please rest assured. After saying that, the Beifong didn't hesitate and drank a big mouthful. A cool and sweet taste entered his mouth. He spat it out, put down the bowl and said, the taste is not bad. Go call the company commander and others over. Yes. A soldier immediately ran towards the camp. Beifong, this well water can't be drunk directly? Is it contaminated? Tang Chuchu asked. That's right. Then why did you drink it directly? Aren't you afraid of poisoning?
Tang Chuchu looked worriedly at the Beifong. How's the taste of this well water? The Beifong smiled mysteriously. It's salty at first, then slightly sweet. If you can drink it freely, it can definitely relieve heat and thirst.
Can't you be serious when the soldiers are around you? It's not good if they hear.
Tang Chuchu said in a low voice, looking down.
The Beifong was stunned. What did you say? Ah, people like you, good in every way but with dirty thoughts. I just gave an objective evaluation of this bowl of water. Where did you think I was going? Tung Chuchu was shocked by this clever retort. At this moment, Tung Chuchu felt that in this aspect, she was indeed not as good as the Beifong. Even though she had received special training from Shui Han, it was not enough. After all, men have the potential to be self-taught in this regard. Soon, Zhang Yichen, Shui Han, and Tang Baimillion all ran over. Everyone's faces were filled with joy and anticipation. With a continuous source of water, the foundation of Yinglongwei was established. At this moment, the Beifong stepped forward and said to everyone, I heard that the soldiers are curious about the strength of their regimental commander, and some even say I have unique skills? Upon hearing this, the two military kings and the rest of the crowd were all visibly shaken. Yes, soldiers always do what they say. Good. The Beifong walked to the 1-meter deep well and said, Today, I will show you all a real skill. Great. Everyone cheered. Remember, this move is called Crane Control, Illusion Star Hand. Everyone stared at the Beifeng's hand with wide eyes. After careful calculation with Tang Baimillion, the Beifong decisively chose to airdrop the large water purification device from the optional resource box. With a wave of his hand, a large mechanical device appeared out of thin air and sat steadily above the well. At the same time, a hose directly descended from the mechanical device, and everyone nearby heard the sound of it hitting the water surface. This scene stunned everyone. Did this big guy really not change? What Crane Control, Illusion Star Hand? This is clearly an empty glove white wolf. Shui Han was originally a person who was cold and ruthless in many aspects, but after seeing the Beifeng's divine skill, her eyes were full of stars. As everyone reacted, a burst of applause erupted. Suddenly, Beifong, Tung Chuchu, and everyone else were stunned, and the applause abruptly stopped. It was none other than the announcement from the game console world. Firstly, congratulations to the top 3 owners of hot weapons and cold weapons in various countries' war zones. You are very lucky to have obtained the top 3 weapons, which will be the foundation for building your own power. The reputation value rewards for the top 3 weapons have been distributed. At 1722, the Reputation Mall officially opens. At 1722, the main city construction function officially opens, starting the City Lord compatibility mode. All players' doubts can be resolved by checking the function introduction. At the same time, the Beifong heard the prompt from the console in his ear. Congratulations on your Black Dragon Roar 10 armor-piercing cannon, ranking first on the hot weapons leaderboard in the Huaxiao Warzone, earning 1,000 reputation points. Congratulations on your light machine gun Mi Big Pineapple, ranking second on the hot weapons leaderboard in the Huaxiao Warzone, earning a reputation reward of 500. Congratulations on your Korean Viper pistol, ranking third on the hot weapons leaderboard in the Huaxiao Warzone, earning a reputation reward of 300. Congratulations on your Shadowless Sword, Absolute Death, ranking first on the cold weapons leaderboard in the Huaxiao Warzone, earning a reputation reward of 1,000. Congratulations on your T1 Fish Scale Military Knife, ranking second on the cold weapons leaderboard in the Huaxiao Warzone, earning a reputation reward of 500. A series of game prompts sounded in his ear, and Beifeng's mouth gradually curved upwards after hearing them. Building a city with reputation points? Interesting. Handing the Viper pistol back to Tung Chuchu, Beifong turned and left, followed by Shui Han, Zhang Yichen, Tang Baimillion, and 4 others. Everyone knew that every time the game console introduced a new feature, it meant a game mechanism reform. If you couldn't keep up with the game progress, you would fall behind even more in the future. By then, you wouldn't even have the conditions for fair conversation internationally. After the reputation value rewards for the top weapons were distributed, Beifong took the lead and headed towards the camp. Zhang Yichen, Shui Han, and the other 4 followed at a leisurely pace. Seeing the Beifeng's serious expression and silence, none of them dared to speak. After all, the reputation value rewards were only available to the top 3 on the weapon leaderboard. In their view, the commander's unhappiness was likely due to not receiving the reputation value rewards, and those who did receive rewards were few, so they were worried. In fact, they were wrong. Beifong did not fail to receive the reputation value rewards. Instead, 90% of the Huaxiao Warzone leaderboard reputation rewards went into his pocket. Puzzled, Beifong had one question he couldn't figure out. He opened the game page and checked the accumulated reputation value. Reputation value, 12,400 points. Yes, it was 12,400 points. When the excellent level form particle ammunition depot was built according to the design drawings, the system rewarded Beifong with 10,000 reputation points. They are all excellent level. Why is there a reputation reward when building the form particle ammunition depot, but the shadowless sword, Jueshang, which is also excellent level, does not? Beifong asked the game console. Only then did he understand. It turns out that reputation rewards can only be obtained by building excellent level weapon equipment according to the design drawings. Beifong naturally dared not tell the game console about the system's matters, as it was very dangerous. Crying would be of no use if he were directly wiped out. Who knows if the game console is powerful, or if the amplification system is even more impressive. The group had not yet returned to the camp's meeting area. Suddenly, Teng Baimillion's face turned ugly and said, Beifong, go check the World Channel and the National Channel, something big has happened. Hearing this, Beifong frowned, and the others shifted their focus to the World Channel to investigate. After just one glance, Beifeng's face turned pale, and he backed out. Zhang Yichen, Shui Han, and others also looked worried. Beifong, what should we do? Tung Chuchu knew that Beifeng's grandfather was a war hero, and therefore Beifong was a person with a strong patriotic sentiment. The current situation was an insult to Beifong and all active and retired military personnel in the Huaxia region, a blatant humiliation. Don't worry. Beifeng's voice was cold, let these foreign-loving grasslickers be, let's see if they can be accepted by Manhwa, Manhwa, and Ribbon in the end. After that, Beifong looked at Teng Baimillion and the other two and said, they want to make a public statement, right? Yes, they publicly stated that to join them, each person must bring 10 days' worth of supplies or 30 pounds of various materials. Teng Baimillion said slowly, very well. Beifong waved his hand, and various metal materials appeared on the ground, materials that Beifong currently had a large stock of and could be used almost negligibly. Take these metal materials, go to the National Channel, and announce a large exchange of combustible, nitrous, and lead metals, 1-to-2 exchange ratio. Beifong looked at Teng Baimillion, you handle this matter. Yes. Teng Baimillion immediately responded. Shui Han, at your command. You immediately take people to collect a large amount of water, then use these water resources to coordinate with Teng Baimillion to complete various exchange transactions. Yes, Captain. Shui Han stood tall and immediately followed the order. Zhang Yichen, at your command. You immediately organize a 10-person guard team, occupy advantageous positions around the base, and ensure that the base of Yinglongwei is safe for the next 3 days, without any mishaps. Zhang Yichen's expression became serious, and he said loudly, I guarantee the completion of the mission. Beifeng's sharp eyes scanned the group. Remember, there is only one principle, before this wave of city-building fever, we must purchase and hoard various resources in large quantities. Combustible, nitrous, and lead metals take priority. Rest assured, Captain, we will not fail. Beifong nodded in satisfaction and then waved his hand, saying loudly, go. After that, Beifong turned and walked away, and Tung Chushu naturally followed behind him because she had not been assigned a task. Seeing the calm and composed captain issuing orders one by one in an orderly manner, Zhang Yichen, Shui Han, and Teng Baimillion vaguely felt that perhaps this matter was not as bad as they had imagined. Watching Tung Chuchu following behind Beifong, Shui Han's eyes revealed a hint of envy. To be honest, the captain is really a heartthrob. Alright, the orders have been given, let's execute them immediately and not delay the captain's grand plan. Teng Baimillion said directly. Okay, got it. Soon, the three of them each went about their tasks, quickly separating. Tung Chuchu followed behind Beifong all the way, hearing that everyone else had been assigned tasks, while she felt like an ignored person, which made her feel empty inside. Tung Chuchu. Beifong suddenly spoke. Ah, yes, I'm here. Tung Chuchu was surprised and even forgot the tone of the troops' reaction. In the next few days, you will be mainly responsible for the food in the team. Beifong looked at Tung Chuchu. Can you do it? Teng Chuchu nodded firmly. I will work hard and never drag the team down. Beifong smiled and nodded slightly. After getting the ingredients, you can go busy. Soon, Tung Chuchu picked up dozens of pounds of wild boar meat and sprinted towards the cooking place like a 100 meters race. When Tung Chuchu left, there were only Beifong and the still sleeping baby in the wooling car. Each performed their duties and were busy with their own tasks, but coordinated with each other. Beifong finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, thinking about the statements made by the people on the national channel just now, Beifong felt uneasy, but he was sure that the situation where some people spread rumors in Huaxia and encouraged Huaxia players to join other countries was only a minority. Beifong believed that most of the players in Huaxia still had courage and awareness. Through the minority, he inferred the majority. So Beifong directly entered the regional chat square. As soon as he entered, Beifong found that a quarrel was taking place in the regional square. You overseas students, your three kingdoms' father hasn't even built a city yet, and you are spreading rumors in Huaxia, encouraging Huaxia players to join Meizi, Benzi, and Bangzi. Aren't you afraid of your ancestors' graves emitting black smoke? Exactly, the air in foreign countries is sweet. Why did you come back after studying abroad?
It's better to stay in Manhwa and enjoy the northwest wind. Oh, a group of uncultured and low-quality Chinese people, you are still like this, as a 21st century idealistic youth, can I have freedom of speech? Exactly, you bunch of ground tortoises who will never get to ride a Boeing 747 in your lifetime. Can you understand the pursuit of freedom in foreign countries? You are just pitiful creatures who will always succumb to 996. Wow, I want to join Manhwa. I heard that Quan Xingji built the city of Dahang. Wow, he is my idol, a loyal idol. Hey, fellow comrades. Come on, sisters, I'll invite you to join the group. I'm about to form a soul liberation alliance. For freer souls, for freedom, we can give up everything. Invite me, invite me. +1 +1. Soon, as dozens of people left the regional chat square, it fell silent. As the saying goes, no matter how good the atmosphere is, no matter how good the soup is, once a grain of rat feces appears, it's all over. Not to mention that this is not just one grain, but countless grains. While the whole of Huaxia was enjoying 40 years of peaceful development and harmonious life, some so-called ambitious young people had long forgotten their roots and souls. Damn, these bastards finally left, they really messed with people's minds. Well, forget it, life and death are fated, wealth and honor are in the hands of fate. Since no one in our Huaxia has declared the construction of a city, let's just take it one day at a time. Alright, stop complaining. Do you think everyone who receives reputation rewards wants to be a king? You're wrong, buddy. If I had reputation points, I wouldn't build a city. It's damn hard work, thankless, and you have to deal with these wallflowers. Brother upstairs, if I had reputation points, I would exchange them for weapons and ammunition, exchange them for a personal shelter. Wouldn't that be great? Building a city with great effort, resisting the siege of city-attacking beasts, it might end up in disaster, losing everything, and in the end, you might not even have a hair left. Why build a city? The guy upstairs is right. Look at these 3 countries that are building cities. What kind of joke are they? One has a negative birth rate of -0.2 and is on the verge of extinction, another has a birth rate of 1.0 and is extremely aging, and the last one is so fierce that they stop giving birth altogether. Calculate how many players they have. Don't they need to attract some cannon fodder with these means? The Beifong saw the smile and understood that there were still many people complaining that the Huaxia players did not build cities with the reputation they gained was just a minority. Very good. Those who seek freedom of soul by joining other countries can go, so that only the elites are left in Huaxia. The Beifong said this with great confidence, because after the city was built, players could only become citizens of the city with the permission of the city lord. Similarly, they would be accompanied by a label that could not be washed away, which is the name of the city they are in. After I have built the city of Dasha, you traitors who joined the enemy camp, want to come back again. Forget it, too tired, humph. The Beifong remained calm about building the city. He would wait. He would wait for all these wallflowers who danced wildly to return to their free souls before considering starting to build the city. By then, all his early layouts would be able to exert their full power. The Beifong only stayed in the regional chat square for a while before switching to the national channel. This was quite a scene. Ever since the World Channel took the lead in announcing the construction of the city and actively recruiting players from around the world, a wave of blind admiration for foreign things had swept through the Huaxia battlefield. Even these wallflowers, in order to raise their own value, spontaneously formed the Three Kingdoms Bootlicking Alliance. The Beifong took a glance and roughly identified the 3 most enthusiastic ones: Soul Liberation Freedom Alliance, Red Fuji Cherry Blossom Chrysanthemum Alliance, Dahan Gigi Love Bean Alliance. The rhythm set off immediately attracted many people without ambition, lacking independent thinking. At this moment, it seemed like Huaxia was truly a disaster area. Damn, are you people crazy? This is dividing our own people. Your relatives, friends, and family are all living on the mainland of Huaxia, aren't they? Useless brothers, once this wave of blind admiration for foreign things starts, there is no way to stop it. Let them go. Damn, who will give me a heavy machine gun to sweep away these guys? Oh, still talking about family, relatives, and friends? TSK. What did I say? You guys are completely ignorant of the freedom education of Manhwa, where souls are free to live, let alone parents. After we become adults, our parents have no right to control us, and likewise, we have no obligation to support them when they are old. In addition, the number of world announcements is limited, so I will bring in more people. Are there any sisters who want to flock into the arms of the beautiful country? There are still spots available for registration now. Currently, my Free Soul Alliance already has 438 sisters, brothers. Same as above, my Red Fuji Cherry Blossom Chrysanthemum Alliance is also actively recruiting members, and I have already made contact. As soon as the Cherry Blossom Dad finishes building the city, we can join immediately and enjoy a safe and comfortable life. Same as above, my Dehan GG Love Bean Alliance is also actively recruiting members.
Love Bean Xiao Gigi personally announced the construction of the city.
As long as we resist the siege of the city beasts at midnight tonight, our Love Bean Alliance can also move in first, so sisters and brothers, come join us quickly. These infuriating remarks immediately faced the crazy resistance and cursing of tens of millions of Huaxia players. However, this scene was exactly what the leaders of the three traitorous alliances wanted. In this era where poverty is not laughed at but vulgar public opinion prevails, whether you are a positive or negative figure, as long as you are being watched by the public, you have value.
It's quite ridiculous and sad. The Beifong sneered and then exited the national channel.
At this moment, a private message prompt came, and it turned out to be from Zhang Dabiao. Damn, big brother Beifong, something big is happening in the Huaxia battlefield, damn, everyone is evacuating.
The Beifong was stunned and replied, "What do you mean? Big brother, you don't know, after we separated from the focal point yesterday, I and Pang Xinjie moved east. Just as we entered another area, we found many female players driving in groups towards one direction."
"Oh,
De Biao, have you encountered them? What is their alliance called?" A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Beifeng's mouth.
"More than just encountering them, they saw us looking upright and like regular soldiers, and actually stopped the car, threatening to have us escort them to the border for refuge," Zhang Debiao said impatiently. "I asked them, and it seems they are called something like the Seoul Liberation Freedom Alliance, some nonsense, and there's also the Sukai Kai fan club, totaling 100 or 200 people.
Where are they now? They are still following us.
They saw us armed and actually used the country to threaten us, saying that armed soldiers should protect them during their evacuation." Beifong was truly shocked by this. What kind of scum group pursuing Seoul freedom are they?
Were they raised on manure? How could there be such shameless people in the world?
Encouraging compatriots to defect from the Huaxia war zone, acting cautiously like a turtle along the way, and then openly demanding that the Huaxia armed forces escort them to defect?
De Biao, do you have enough bullets over there? If not, I can support you. Beifong sent this message.
Zhang Debiao was clearly stunned for a moment, not reacting immediately.
Beifong, are you saying one person per bullet? What exactly did this group of scoundrels do to deserve such wrath from you, wanting to wipe out 200 people? Beifong was puzzled how Zhang Debiao's information could be slower than his. The national channel and regional channels were all cursing madly, not understanding what was going on.
What are you busy with? The Huaxia Warzone channel just went crazy.
Ha! What happened?
Zhang Debiao replied, I just experienced a skirmish here. Luckily the other side only had a temporary low-level armed force, with low mutual trust, otherwise there would have been casualties on our side.
By the way, what exactly happened just now?
Go check the national channel yourself. Beifong didn't want to explain, letting Zhang Debiao see for himself.
Okay. Just 3 breaths later, Zhang Debiao replied again. Leave this matter to me. Forget about bullets, it's a waste to give them bullets. Just kill them directly, it's cheaper for these shameless bastards. Boss, is this approach okay?
Zhang Debiao sent 3 messages in a row to inquire.
Beifong was puzzled and didn't know what Zhang Debiao meant. What does this mean?
I'll have them line up one by one first, slap each one in the face, and then announce that their father is a bandit. Zhang Debiao replied continuously. For those who resist and don't obey, feed them bullets directly, and for those who obey, confiscate everything except their clothes, resources in an 8-to-2 ratio. Damn it, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have thought they were refugees and almost agreed to their escort request. Zhang Debiao was clearly angry.
Beifong found Zhang Debiao really interesting, so he nodded and replied, plus, remove all the wheels from their cars, set them on fire, and then let them go?
Defecting to another country, perhaps the next meeting would be on the battlefield, with swords drawn. Beifong had no mercy.
Good. Leave it to me.
Looking up, Beifong saw Tung Chuchu not far away, busy picking up firewood, making a fire, cooking. She had changed out of the white police academy shirt and black pencil skirt into a somewhat messy t-shirt and cropped pants.
Beifong replied to Zhang Debiao again, Hey Debiao, help me choose a few sets of women's clothes to trade. The measurements are roughly 32-28-35, height around 165. In the gaming world, emojis were not allowed. Otherwise, Zhang Debiao would definitely send Beifong a nosebleed-inducing picture. The measurements and height were no longer important, as long as the face was good. Boss, your girlfriend is quite something. The Beifong replied with a hot face, cough, cough, if there are skirts, pick a few nice ones and pack them back. Alright, I'll pack to your satisfaction. Both sides ended the private chat. At this time, the baby Gung Gung wanted to wake up. At the same time, Zhang Dabiao had just finished the private message with the Beifong, pulled out the long knife behind him, and shouted, All members, emergency assembly.
Immediately, more than 30 members all said in unison, "Yes, Captain." Because the voice was too loud, some foreign men and women were scared, and many people cursed softly.
Sisters, restrain yourselves a bit. They have firearms. Let's try not to conflict with them as much as possible. When we successfully leave the cheap Huaxia war zone, it will be fine.
Right, look at these scumbags, just let them escort us, one by one dragging their feet.
Huaxia men are really like this, fussy and not like men.
Two tall girls wearing body-hugging skirts were the leaders of the two countries who had fled together. The one with long hair was called Tianmei, and the one with permed hair was called Tian. Suddenly, everyone was shocked because a strong sense of killing intent suddenly erupted from this group of soldiers.
What are you doing? Don't mess around. We are also compatriots of Huaxia, you.
All of Zhang Dabiao's members held weapons, their eyes cold.
I'm Dabiao, let me say a few words first.
Zhang Dabiao slowly scanned the crowd and said, "Immediately, all of you line up and then report your numbers.
I received a secret report saying that there are Imperial spies hidden in your team,
so through the number reporting listening test, once accents like Yamati, Haseo, Omega are found, they will be immediately pulled out and shot."
Zhang Dabiao's subordinates were all iron-blooded retired soldiers.
At first, they found these people annoying, but as Huaxia citizens, they couldn't say much. But now it was different. These people turned out to be players who split from the Huaxia war zone and defected, so their attitude changed drastically. Soon, all the players planning to defect lined up and reported their numbers.
1, 2, 3, 213. Reporting complete. Everyone looked at Zhang Dabiao with a dark expression. Zhang Dabiao nodded to his soldiers. Immediately, the sound of rifles being loaded rang out. What are you going to do?
Zhang Dabiao didn't explain. He strode forward and slapped Yi Tianmei in the face. Snap! Both of Yi Tianmei's front teeth flew out, and half of her face was bruised.
"Police officer!" Zhang Dabiao shouted in a deep voice. "Here! Found someone trying to escape without authorization. Execute them for treason."
"Yes." Hearing this, all the foreign collaborators trembled, their scalps tingling. Next, all that could be heard were the sounds of slap, 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 of big slaps on the face, and the suppressed sobbing and cursing. 200 big slaps in a row, even Zhang Dabiao's hand was sore.
"Hey, you two," called Tianmei and Tian, right? "The captain is asking you a question. Answer." The guard directly pointed the dark gun barrel at the two and shouted.
Yes.
"What?"
Height 165, 3 dimensions 32, 28, 35, skirts or stylish clothes, pick them all out neatly and stack them. Upon hearing this, many people who thought they had good figures turned pale. Seeing this, Zhang Dabiao sneered coldly, "Don't worry, you trash don't deserve it." As the sun rose to its zenith. From the game world to now, the weather here has never changed, still so hot.
Because the construction of the Yinglong Guard's well-digging project has been successfully completed.
So, after lunch, the Beifong rearranged the soldiers' rest time. The members of the Yinglong Guard now were all spirited, without a hint of sleepiness.
Because just now,
the captain distributed the hot weapons, which were well equipped with M416 and SKS.
Guns are too important for a soldier.
So, even though the commander asked everyone to take a break after lunch, everyone was still in a surprised and nostalgic mood. At this time, a prompt sounded in the ear.
"Your friend Zhang Dabiao has sent you a trade request. Do you accept?" Beifong chose to accept. Unexpectedly, Zhang Dabiao was so efficient.
The virtual trading interface appeared, and Beifong quickly saw 6 sets of various women's fashionable clothes on Zhang Dabiao's side of the trading interface. Cool skirts, denim hot pants, trendy t-shirts, and shirts. There were even sailor school uniforms that only students from Ribbon High School would wear.
Beifong replied to the trade, "Thank you."
Soon, 2 trades ended, and Beifong received a total of 6 pieces of clothing and nearly 200 pounds of various resources. "Beifong, I heard that the US, Japan, and South Korea are planning to build a city. How about you?" Beifong replied with a smile, "Building a city is just a small matter. The key is to resist the siege of the city after building it. We still don't know the scale and strength of this siege. Building a city hastily is not prudent. Well, I heard that tonight at midnight, that Shinji City in Manhwa will be the first to face the test of the siege. It's good to learn from the experience."
"Exactly,"
Beifong replied. "By the way, you and Pang Zhenjie must keep in touch at all times. Try to find out the whereabouts of other major tycoons in other regions. If you encounter strong enemies on the way, tell me, I will support you with firepower."
"Don't worry, boss. With your words, we can rest assured." Zhang Dabiao seemed very happy. "By the way, boss, don't forget our previous agreement." Beifong smiled. "A gentleman keeps his word, rest assured." When Dasha City rises, it will be the day when you and Pangjinjie recruit the Dragon Guards. Wow, now our brothers all have a head start, thank you, boss.
Soon the two ended their private conversation. Beifong was in a good mood, and he felt that he had understood the true meaning of life more and more. Although he was bound by the system at the beginning, since entering the survival game on the road, his luck in smashing resource boxes had not been good, but everyone he met along the way was talented. It was also fortunate that he had received education and guidance from his grandfather since he was young, emphasizing the importance of looking at things and people with a long-term perspective. Otherwise, how could he have recruited so many talents and received so much help? Selling one's life, whether wholeheartedly or not, makes a huge difference. Not to mention, when he first met Tang Bai Million, if he hadn't been selfless at the time, how could he have exchanged a military first aid kit for the design of a particle space ring? Without the particle ring, all his hundreds of pounds of wild boar meat would have gone bad, and Beifeng's biggest advantage at the beginning was the particle ring. A mature and steady man who does big things should be like playing chess, looking one step ahead and 3 steps ahead. At this time, the baby in the carriage finally woke up. Baby, why did you sleep so long today? Are you hungry? Beifong picked up the baby and smiled. But when the baby spoke, Beifong was secretly delighted. Daddy, the baby is very hungry, but I don't want to eat. Daddy, the baby feels that he really needs the energy in those red sugar beans. If I eat one more, just one more, the baby will be even more powerful. Asterisk Omega, the baby instinctively felt that Beifong might find it difficult to get those red sugar beans, so he felt embarrassed to say so. Beifong was surprised and directly took out 2 already enhanced soul essences and handed them to the baby. Baby, you can eat as much as you want. Although this thing is hard to come by, as long as it can make you stronger, Daddy will spare no effort. Seeing the 2 bright red sugar beans in front of him, the baby immediately perked up. At the same time, a pair of big eyes from Kazalin shone with little stars. Daddy, baby loves you, you are too good to baby. The Beifong rubbed the baby's head and laughed. Remember, baby, I am your father, you are not allowed to say such things again, understand? Yes, yes, the baby promised with a mouthful, then joyfully accepted 2 soul essences. Go on, eat and sleep when you're tired, no one dares to harm you here, the Beifong assured. Got it, but Daddy, I can feel that this time I will sleep for a long time before waking up. Hearing this, the Beifeng's face changed. How long? Probably more than 10 hours? The Beifong. Oh. Because of the hot weather and the baby sleeping inside to absorb soul essence, the Beifong always kept an eye on the air conditioning. This fuel consumption was really nothing for the Beifong. Even if it meant sacrificing himself, parents should not sacrifice their children. After refilling the Wooling's fuel tank, the Beifong locked the car door, found a cool place, and slowly contemplated the matter of building the city this time. Mainly, the Beifong was worried about disturbing the baby's genetic evolution. In a sense, the Beifong had long surpassed the category of treating the baby as a pet. He really raised the baby as a child. Of course, aside from emotional factors, the help the baby provided to the Beifong was also immense. Just think about the shared aerial view and how terrifying the baby's ability to weaken darkness is. These abilities of the baby, in normal circumstances, perhaps only served for reconnaissance and early warning. But, as long as a major battle broke out, the Beifong could instantly become a reaper of life on the battlefield with the 2 abilities. Therefore, the Beifong paid special attention to the baby's growth and genetic evolution. Walking a short distance to a large tree to cool off, quickly clearing some cluttered thoughts from his mind, the perspective shifted to the game homepage. The Beifong chose to enter the Reputation Building Mall. Looking at the various city building options, individual exchange options, the Beifong couldn't help but feel that the game console had set the prices too high. The list of the Reputation Building Mall is as follows, from low to high. Shelter exchange area, personal rammed earth shelter, 10 square meters, exchange requires 5 reputation points. Team blue brick shelter, 50 square meters, exchange requires 15 reputation points. Team concrete shelter, 150 square meters, exchange requires 50 reputation points. Hot weapons exchange area, note, reputation exchange can only be used to defend shelters and does not harm players. End of the century standard pistol magazine with 6 rounds, exchange requires 30 reputation points. End of the century standard rifle magazine with 5 rounds, exchange requires 50 reputation points. End of the century standard submachine gun magazine with 25 rounds, exchange requires 100 reputation points. End of the century standard light machine gun magazine with 50 rounds, exchange requires 150 reputation points. End of the century standard heavy machine gun, exchange requires 200 reputation points. Weapon bullet exchange ratio, reputation 110. Every time he saw these speechless standard weapons, the Beifong couldn't help but want to make a comment. Besides defending against beast tides and fighting wild beasts invading shelters, these things were practically useless. The key is that the reputation value required for exchange is too high. Exchanging them would be a loss.
What's the point of having these weapons if you can't use them on people?
In this survival world, unknown beasts are more terrifying than humans with low intelligence. The Beifong carefully studied the seed greening exchange area, and indeed, the exchanges were not cheap. But the Beifong never underestimated the things in this exchange area, although they were all ordinary rice, wheat, various crop seeds, and fertilizers. Game console, this is probably your strategy again. Rest assured, this time you won't be able to trick me again. Later, the Beifong withdrew from the reputation building mall and shifted its focus to the city lord building function.
This function has been studied by the game Beifong with confidence more than once.
The options inside are very simple, even monotonous. It is just a list, consisting of the exchange requirements and choices of 3 types of cities, the city lord's self-selected layout, and the last main city extreme upgrade mode. Every time Beifong sees this main city extreme upgrade mode, he can't help but admire it.
The game console is so awesome. Can the main city still be played like this?
The entry point of this mode is that the city lord must have a city of his own. That is, in the city lord building function, the cheapest small rammed earth city that can be exchanged for 300 reputation points. It can be said that except for the 4-sided 2-meter city wall, no supporting facilities are provided, and everything has to be slowly built and accumulated by the city lord. However, having one's own city also means being eligible to choose the main city extreme upgrade mode. Of course, the city lord can choose, accept, or give up this mode. After the city lord accepts the main city extreme upgrade mode, he needs to choose a time within 24 hours to actively open the city with more than 5 times the number of unknown mutated beasts attacking the city than the city defense soldiers. After surviving the beast tide, a level 1 main city can be directly upgraded from a non-level main city, and the city lord can choose one basic facility as a reward.
Of course, this is not the end. If the city lord does not give up the main city extreme upgrade mode, he needs to defend against more than 10 times the city defense soldiers of unknown beasts attacking the city within 48 hours after the main city is upgraded. After passing, the main city upgrades from level 1 to level 2, and the city lord can choose 2 basic facilities as rewards. However, failure means returning to the pre-liberation era in one fell swoop, and the main city is rebuilt as a non-level rammed earth city, and this main city extreme upgrade mode can never be received again. Beifong is confident in testing level 1 and level 2 main cities, but the test of a level 3 main city is a bit excessive. Damn, the test of a level 3 main city, the attacking monsters are actually 20 times the number of city defense soldiers. Not to mention, there is a high probability of aerial creatures appearing. This difficulty has instantly increased by tens of times. However, looking at the introduction of the level 3 city's attributes, Beifong is really envious. Level 3 main city introduction, total area of 105,000 square meters, equivalent to the area of 15 standard football fields. Main city wall material, made of military concrete mixed with iron sand in proportion, 8 meters high and 3 meters thick. Main city structure construction, placement, can be freely chosen according to the city lord's needs. Seeing the main city wall structure placement, which can be freely chosen according to the city lord's needs, Beifong instantly thought of the small game Clash of Clans and the survival game Zombie Island in the battle platform game. Level 3 city? 20 times the attacking monsters, and the power of aerial attacks.
Beifong looked at the Wuling Hongguang not far away and smiled. You are my next target as the Dragon Guard. In the survival game, having a city of one's own is essential to ensure continuous development and strength. Obviously, the shelters exchanged in the reputation building mall do not belong to the category of city buildings. Moreover, the exchanged shelters have limited space and can accommodate at most a small team for refuge, unable to continue development. Lighting a cigarette, Beifong took a deep drag. Now that the water supply of the Dragon Guards has been resolved, the next step is to choose the right place to open up and cultivate the fields. For the current Dragon Guards, building a city and cultivating fertile land are not conflicting major events. At this time, Tung Chu-Chu, with dust on her body, walked towards them.
Beifong couldn't help but admire her.
After a long drought, there is a refreshing rain, and it is full of vitality after the rain. Tung Chu-Chu now is graceful, youthful, and watery.
Beifong, how was lunch at noon? Was it bad?
Tung Chu-Chu sat gently beside Beifong and whispered.
I didn't expect you to be able to cook. To be honest, it's a bit surprising.
With Teng Chu-Chu's wealthy background as the daughter of a big tycoon, just being able to eat properly is already good enough. I only learned for a few days with Captain Trump and the others. Being praised, Tung Chu-Chu felt happy, sneakily glanced at Beifong's profile, then quickly lowered her head. "Why don't you tell me if it tastes good or not? If there are any issues with the flavor, I'll adjust it tonight." Beifeng smiled. "It's pretty good, already very nice. Captain Chuan used to be the head of the cooking team. If you have any doubts, you should consult them more." "Oh." Slightly disappointed, after all, pretty good usually means not that great. "Well, go wash them. I specially picked out 6 sets of clothes, they should suit you." Beifeng saw the change in Tung Chuchu and thought he should encourage this proactive young lady. Hearing this, Tung Chuchu turned her head in confusion. But when she saw the various fashionable clothes in Beifeng's hands, her eyes lit up. Although Tung Chuchu had a strong personality, it didn't stop her from liking nice clothes, especially in this kind of environment. With trembling excitement, she took the clothes handed to her by Beifeng, her eyes reddening. "Beifeng, I will work hard." Beifeng knew what that meant, and nodded with a smile. "Take some water and wash these clothes properly before wearing them." Before he could finish his sentence, Beifeng suddenly felt a fragrant breeze, then a well-proportioned body pressed against him, followed by a cool sensation on his cheek. When Beifeng reacted, Tung Chuchu had already taken the clothes and ran off with a red face. Beifeng smiled, flicked away his cigarette butt, and then rushed over excitedly. His voice was tense even before he arrived. "Beifeng, I received a big order." "A big order? Are you talking about water resources?" "Exactly, it's a large order from Saudi Arabia, 500 pounds of water in exchange for 1,000 pounds of gasoline, or a design blueprint." Beifeng was surprised. 1,000 pounds of gasoline wasn't a big deal, but daring to ask for 500 pounds of water resources in exchange, what kind of design blueprint would qualify for such a trade? Sensing Beifeng's thoughts, Teng Beiling immediately shared the order with Beifeng. Looking at the name of the design blueprint, ground-to-air thermal energy early warning tower design blueprint, and the equipment requirements, Beifeng shook his head in amazement. Only a level 2 main city can use it. No wonder this kind of thing would fall into our hands. This design blueprint was the kind of thing that was tasteless when eaten but a pity to waste. If other city lords didn't have the determination to venture into a level 3 city, they wouldn't bother creating such a thing. Of course, Beifeng was an exception. Although this thing wasn't very useful at the moment, it would be valuable later on. Hee, you still don't know that Saudi Arabia is full of oil. Before the game, people had to pay for water to drink. Teng Beiling explained with a smile. This group is the resolute first armed opposition in Saudi Arabia. When the two sides clashed, the group failed, and in the end, 70% of Saudi Arabia's water resources were controlled by the first armed opposition. The group that failed in the end had no choice but to seek international assistance to exchange a large amount of water resources for oil or design blueprints. Hearing this, Beifeng hesitated slightly. No one else in other countries asked for this kind of design blueprint? Teng Beiling was surprised. "Captain, do you know what 500 pounds of water means?" Ordinary players might be lucky to find a few hundred milliliters of water in a day, and if they're unlucky, they might not find even 100 milliliters. Teng Beiling sighed. "Look at the hot weather. Who doesn't need a large amount of water to sustain life every day?" Because he had never lacked food and drink, Beifeng subconsciously felt that this amount of water wasn't much. But apart from him and the Dragon Guards, 90% of players in the game world still lacked water. The demand for clean water was too high. Even if players had enough to drink, who wouldn't want to wash their face, wash their clothes, take a shower, and so on? Are you saying that the demand for water in various countries is still very high? The Beifeng looked at Teng Beiling. Yes, the demand for water is the largest and the most, followed by weapons, and then food. Teng Beiling stated firmly. The Beifeng hesitated and nodded. "This order can be taken, but the condition is to add 200 kilograms of gasoline to the design drawings. If they disagree, forget it." Teng Beiling gasped, then nodded. "Okay, I will execute as you said. Also, procure some farming equipment, new or old." Teng Beiling was surprised. "Is that project about to start? Once our cities are built, you will be responsible for developing agriculture, and with food, we can recruit a large number of soldiers. The great Xia cities will become a sharp sword in the Huaxiao war zone." The Beifeng's eyes were deep and imposing as he spoke. "All right, leave it to me." Teng Beiling left eagerly, thinking about how to both secure this large order and ensure a smooth transaction. At the same time, he also posted rewards for farming tools on the regional and national channels. Glancing back at the pensive Beifeng, Teng Beiling nodded admiringly from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly, he thought of his sister, who had been devoured without resistance, and now Teng Beiling truly believed it. Perhaps only a man of this caliber can turn a blind eye to my sister's appearance in that environment. Muttering to himself, Teng Beiling ran off. He bore many responsibilities, from securing international orders, observing international trade data, to overseeing the agricultural development after building the cities. However, Tang Bailing had no complaints. On the contrary, it proved the Beifeng's trust in him. Moreover, his sister had joined forces with the Beifeng, so in any case, Tang Bailing would spare no effort to help alleviate the Beifeng's burdens. As the sun set and night fell, at 23:58, apart from the night guards, everyone else at the Azure Dragon Guards camp, except for the Beifeng, Tang Bailing, and Zhang Yichen, had gone to rest. The bonfire burned slowly, roasting meat skewered on branches nearby. The open champagne continuously emitted its fragrance. The three seemed relaxed, eating roasted meat and drinking wine. In reality, they were all waiting for the data on the Xinji city in Han country after the siege of the city. Of course, this intelligence was not obtained for free. Tang Bailing had promised 3 days' worth of food and water resources in exchange. And the ones providing this information were the people of Han, as building a city only happened once, and it was a good opportunity to make some extra money for the Han people's reputation. Suddenly, a series of beep-beep sounds came from Tang Bailing's pocket. "Captain, it's 12 o'clock. The siege of Xinji city has begun." Hearing the timer in Tang Bailing's pocket beeping, the Beifeng and Zhang Yichen looked over. "Captain, it's 12 o'clock, and the siege of Xinji city has begun." The Beifeng nodded. "Quickly take notes on the number of defenders, the weapons they carry, the types of siege monsters, and the siege methods." The Beifeng probably guessed that the actual number of defending soldiers would not be many. After all, the number of siege monsters was calculated based on the number of defending soldiers, and a five-fold calculation was already terrifying. If the Lord of the Cold Country had any sense, they would not let unarmed civilians enter the city at this time. "Okay." Tang Bailing nodded and took out paper and pen to start recording. "Here it comes." Tang Bailing's private messages were receiving replies one after another. 300 defending soldiers. The weapon should be 5 heavy machine guns exchanged from the prestige store, and the types of other firearms are unknown. But it can be confirmed that the defenders all have firearms, Tang Bailing added. The first wave of siege monsters is about 500 in number, with scales, armor, and beast-like features, attacking by continuously destroying the foundation of the rammed earth walls. Both Beifeng and Zhang Yichen kept deducing based on this data in their minds, while Tang Baimillion received a private message and recorded it meticulously. Time passed, about 15 minutes had gone by. At this moment, a private message startled Tang Baimillion as he looked at the two. After the second wave of 500 siege monsters was eliminated, a boss-like elite monster appeared. "What is it?" Beifeng clicked his tongue, recognizing this as the most crucial intelligence. Upon hearing Beifeng's question, Tang Baimillion hesitated at first because he couldn't be sure if the other party was trying to deceive him. "Yes," he said, "it's a carrion great white shark without fins, with its tail split into 2 legs. Beifeng and Zhang Yichen were surprised at the news. "What about its attack method?" "It digs holes underground," Tang Baimillion said. Then his expression suddenly changed, and he immediately continued. "The intelligence personnel said that due to this elite monster, there have been casualties among the defending soldiers in Xinji city." Beifeng smiled upon hearing this. "So, apart from this elite monster, the other small monsters in the second wave of siege monsters won't actively attack the defending soldiers?" Zhang Yichen nodded in agreement. Tang Baimillion also nodded slightly. With 300 defending soldiers facing a siege of 5 times their number, that would be 1,500. With no new updates on the situation, the three remained silent, waiting. This large data was indeed crucial, and obtaining it for just 3 days' worth of resources was very worthwhile. Here it comes. The intelligence says that due to the elite monster, the carrion great white shark, directly burrowing into Xinji city, 13 defending soldiers were killed. Beifeng nodded slightly. Even with automatic firearms, humans still appear fragile when faced with extraordinary circumstances. The third wave of siege monsters should be arriving soon. Beifeng looked at Tang Baimillion. "Find out what kind of monsters they are." Beifeng and Zhang Yichen both looked at Tang Baimillion. However, at that moment, Tang Baimillion's expression turned sour, and he said angrily, "This person broke the agreement at the last minute, saying he wants 3 days' worth of resources up front." Beifeng chuckled. "Just give him 5 days' worth. To extract valuable intelligence from someone like him, we not only need to be generous but also need to stimulate his greed." Beifeng confidently stated, "Of course, if he doesn't plan to make a fortune from this, then forget it. But if he intends to do this long-term, he will surely provide us with valuable intelligence." "All right." Tang Baimillion was a person of strong principles, and he was very displeased with the last-minute breach of agreement, but when Beifeng spoke, he had no choice but to comply. Just as the resources were exchanged, Tang Baimillion immediately received the data on the last wave of siege monsters. Upon seeing the information in the private message, Tang Baimillion cleared his throat and looked at Beifeng and Zhang Yichen solemnly. "The third wave of siege monsters, he couldn't determine their exact appearance, but he could confirm they have scales, sharp claws, and
The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. And Beifong repeated softly.
the third wave of siege monsters seems very special. Conventional firearms bullets didn't have the immediate effect as with the previous two waves.
Tang Bai Million recorded and shared his views.
Just as he finished writing a private message, another one arrived. This time, Tang Bai Million didn't get angry but just glanced at Beifong. He said the last important information requires an additional 3 days' worth of resources.
Beifeng's lips curled slightly, as he already knew this informant from the cold country very well.
Alright, but I'll add 2 more conditions. If he doesn't agree, we'll terminate the deal.
First, the initial siege monsters appeared in large numbers from the location of the rammed Earth City. Second, do the bodies of the siege monsters disappear after death? Did the second wave's elite monster, the carrion shark, drop any equipment upon death? Tang Bai Million clicked his tongue. These are clearly 3 questions. Send it exactly as I said. If he doesn't agree, the deal ends here, Beifong said confidently. Understood. Tang Baiwan nodded and immediately replied.
In just 3 puffs of smoke, Tang Baiwan looked surprised at Beifong. Impressive, you understand the minds of these people too well.
Beifong smiled. What do you mean?
Tang Baiwan then shared the contents of the private message while making big data records.
Oh, after the rotten great white shark died, he saw a flash of bloodlight?
Yes. Beifong nodded, recalling the scene when he amplified the soul essence with the soul crystal. The scene was also dazzling with bloodlight. However, Beifong was not sure if the elite monster that died dropped the soul essence. Combining the siege big data provided by Tang Baiwan, Beifong confidently speculated and researched. Suddenly, the voice of the game console rang in the ears of all players. Congratulations to the Shinji City in the Cold Country Warzone for successfully repelling the siege beast tide, upgrading from a level less rammed Earth City to a level 1 blue brick city. At the same time, after the City Lord's promotion, the City Lord's power, Shinji, can choose 1 item as a reward, with the supporting facilities of a level 1 city as a reward.
Just as the first console announcement ended, the second announcement followed.
Congratulations to the level 1 City Lord in the Cold Country Warzone, Shinji, the first to upgrade the main city to level 1, with a reward limit of 1,000 prestige points. Upon hearing this announcement, Tang Baiwan and Zhang Yichen both had a change in expression, not expecting rewards for being the first. The two looked worriedly at Beifong. However, Beifong did not care about these, then waved his hand. Everyone go back, gather here tomorrow at the hour of Chen. Tonight I will determine the city building time.
Yes, Captain. Beifong did not hesitate and walked towards Wuling in the distance.
Tang Baiwan and Zhang Yichen exchanged a glance and sighed. Instruct the soldiers to rest well these days, conserve their energy. After a few days when we build the city, we may have a tough battle to fight.
Okay.
Zhang Yichen nodded, and the two went their separate ways towards their residences. Beifong took out a cigarette and lit it, continuously calculating the data of this city siege. As for the cold country's main city being the first to upgrade and receive a reward of 1,000 prestige points, in Beifong's view, this was a trivial matter.
Didn't the game console say so? The first to establish a level 1 main city receives a reward of 1,000 prestige points. What does that mean?
It means that once the first level 2, level 3 main cities are established, they will also receive prestige point rewards. For the sake of this small gain, Beifong was not about to expose his forces prematurely.
However, once Beifong chooses to build the city, it is certain to seize the rewards of capturing a level 2 main city or even a level 3 main city.
Beifong did not believe that the prestige reward for upgrading the main city to level 2 or 3 would still be 1,000. Under Beifong's leadership, the cities of Daxia will surely be silent until they make a resounding impact. At the night residence of the Yinglong guards, apart from a pile of bright fires in the core area, the rest was pitch black. Beifong did not return quickly. His mind was spinning rapidly, analyzing the important intelligence data at hand. As for the supply of weapons and ammunition for the Yinglong guards now, Beifong was not worried. The siege beast tide of a level 1 main city, according to the number of city defense soldiers of the Yinglong guards, is cost-effective, 5 times as 110 unknown beasts, including elite-level monster bosses with uncertain factors. The siege beast tide of a level 2 main city is 10 times the unknown beasts, which is 220.
Beifong walked slowly, his brows slightly furrowed. The siege beast tide of a level 3 main city is 20 times the city defense soldiers, which is 440 unknown beasts. Upgrading to a level 3 main city will likely bring about aerial assault forces and even more powerful elite bosses. Judging from the scale, the siege beast tide of a level 3 main city with only 440 beasts did not seem like much, but in essence, the Yinglong guards only had 22 soldiers. Beifong sighed heavily and said with a bitter smile, Do I really have to spend money to buy a late 20th century standard heavy machine gun? 200 prestige points for an old heavy machine gun. To be honest, Beifong was not very happy. With 200 prestige points, he could exchange for many things in the prestige mall. Because there were many details of building a city in his mind, the Beifong was somewhat distracted as he walked, completely unaware of the sudden appearance of a figure in white right in front of him. When the Beifong realized, he was startled and quickly drew the Desert Eagle in his hand, almost instantly firing a shot. In the pitch-black night, with a gentle breeze blowing, a figure in white suddenly appeared in the darkness ahead. In this world where nothing was impossible, even the Beifong was frightened. The Beifong was skeptical of ghosts and monsters before the game, but in this world full of unknowns, who could be sure that such things did not exist? The faint figure in white vaguely saw a dark gun aimed at herself, instantly stiffening and not daring to move. Who goes there? The Beifong coldly whispered. Beifong, it's me. The voice was filled with fear and a hint of grievance. Hearing the voice, the Beifong was speechless and said, "Big sister, wandering around in white clothes in the middle of the night can easily scare people." The figure in white, fluttering in the wind, could only be Tung Chu-Chu. I just wanted you to see my new dress. Don't be angry. Tung Chu-Chu's car was parked not far from the Beifong. But it's the middle of the night, can't see it clearly, right? Tung Chu-Chu didn't dwell on the issue of visibility, but instead said, "Well, my car has lights, everything is ready, why don't you come in and see if this dress fits me?" The meaning of these words was almost the same as saying it directly, but the Beifong couldn't understand, showing his intellectual disability. Glancing back at the camp, he saw that the other people's cars were quite far away from them, just as agreed. The Beifong smiled and said, "Does your car have air conditioning? I can't stand the heat." "Of course, I have atmospheric luck. I can even get a golden hammer, let alone a car air conditioning," Tung Chu-Chu said. Tung Chu-Chu stepped forward and directly grabbed the Beifeng's hand. "Didn't scare you, did I? Don't be angry. Let's talk inside the car." Opening the car door, a cool breeze rushed out, quite refreshing. It was still the same soft cushion, still the same charming woman, but the difference was that the woman in the white shirt and hip-wrapped skirt was now wearing a super silky short skirt, pure white and alluring. The Beifong smiled and lay down in the car, enjoying the cool breeze of the air conditioning. Tung Chu-Chu closed the car door behind her, then raised her arms to show off her slender waist curves. "How is it? Do you like this skirt?" Tung Chu-Chu blushed slightly and never dared to look the Beifong in the eye. "I was impulsive earlier, I apologize to you, I'm sorry." Looking at Tung Chu-Chu's embarrassed apology, the Beifong smiled slightly and pretended to be angry, saying, "When you step on a plastic bottle and say sorry to it, does it make a difference? Will it restore itself?" Tung Chu-Chu turned pale and nervously asked, "What should I do then?" Hearing this, the Beifong revealed a mischievous smile, lazily lying on the cushion with his eyes closed. "You just need to blow on it with your mouth." "Ha!" Tung Chu-Chu's face turned red in an instant. She glared at the Beifong, who pretended to be asleep, and said in a slightly resistant voice, "You always bully me, humph." Soon, apart from the sound of the car air conditioning, the surrounding area fell into silence. 3 minutes later. What the heck? What are you doing? When the Beifong woke up from his nap, he first felt his brain trembling with indescribable shaking. Then he saw Tung Chu-Chu wanting to give up halfway. The Beifong disliked giving up halfway the most, even when dealing with subordinates. So he pressed down on Tung Chu-Chu's head. Woo-woo. Half an hour later. Snore. Snore. It was really strange that the Beifong never snored when sleeping, but today, for some reason, he started snoring. Oomph. Tung Chu-Chu knew that the dragon guards had a lot of important matters waiting for Beifong to handle in the next few days, so when she heard the snoring, she thought Beifong was asleep and carefully adjusted his head. After tidying up a bit, Tung Chu-Chu also felt tired and then lay down next to Beifong, ready to sleep. In that situation just now, unless Beifong had a nerve problem, no one could sleep. Feeling Tung Chu-Chu lying beside him, Beifong casually asked, "What does it smell like?" Blushing, Tung Chu-Chu hid her face in Beifong's chest and kept pinching his arm. "I don't know what it smells like, I've never eaten this before." Tung Chu-Chu was quite tough. "It feels astringent and a bit fishy." In an instant, Beifong's knowledge base had a new member. "You're really great, it's late, go rest." Beifong's gentle voice sounded slowly in Tung Chu-Chu's ear. Good night." Being hugged by Beifong, Tung Chu-Chu felt happy, forgetting about the absurd things that happened earlier. In the early morning, dawn broke. Beifong, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes. What woke Beifong up was not a nightmare or a wild beast, but the global announcement of the game console. Congratulations to the Manhwa Battlezone's Innocent City for successfully repelling the Siege Beast Tide, upgrading from a level less rammed Earth City to a level 1 Blue Brick City.
As the main city is upgraded, the City Lord, 4th of Ireland, can choose one item as a reward from the supporting facilities of the Level 1 city. Congratulations to the Manhwa Battle Zone's Level 1 City Lord, 4th of Ireland, for being the second to upgrade the main city to Level 1, with a reward limit of 500 prestige points.
Before Beifong could react, the game console's world announcement sounded again.
Congratulations to the Ribbon Battle Zone's Emperor City for successfully repelling the Siege Beast Tide, upgrading from a level less rammed Earth City to a level 1 Blue Brick City. As the main city is upgraded, the City Lord, Jiro Tanaka, can choose one item as a reward from the supporting facilities of the Level 1 city. Congratulations to the Ribbon Battle Zone's Level 1 City Lord, Jiro Tanaka, for being the second to upgrade the main city to Level 1, with a reward limit of 300 prestige points.
Beifong thought that was it. However, after the next announcement appeared, Beifeng's brow furrowed.
Congratulations to the Hangua's Shinji City, Manhwa's Innocent City, and Ribbon's Emperor City for becoming alliance countries of the Unified Front. At the same time, Tang's private message also arrived. Beifong, quickly check the World Channel. I have determined that after becoming a Level 1 City Lord, there are unknown functions on the mainframe page.
Beifong calmly replied, have you sorted out the materials on the list and selected them? Alright, last night I and a few soldiers sorted all night.
Well done, later bring those materials to my car.
Beifong methodically issued these orders. Then the two ended the private message. Beifeng's view shifted to the World Channel in confusion. As soon as he entered the World Channel, Beifong saw the threatening announcement made by the three-country alliance city lords. It was something like this: regardless of who or which organization in the game world, if you want to build a city safely, you must obtain the consent of the three-country alliance city lords. Of course, unless you give up the extreme city lord upgrade mode, if you want to directly upgrade the main city, you must pay 200 kilograms of resources to the three-country alliance, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The three-party alliance is full of hidden motives. Even if they unite, they are just a bunch of disorganized people. Beifong coldly exited the World Channel.
Honestly, waking up to such threatening remarks from the World Police was very annoying for Beifong, and a faint anger ignited within him. Just as he was about to get off the bed, Tung Chu-Chu hugged his waist from behind.
Beifong was stunned. Did I wake you up?
Feeling Tung Chu-Chu shaking her head slightly, Beifong said, Beifong, I know you have important matters to attend to and a lot of pressure that I can't help you with for the time being, but you are the soul of the Dragon Guards. I hope you can take care of yourself. The Beifong patted Tung Chu-Chu's hand and nodded. I understand. You can continue sleeping. No, I want to get up and prepare breakfast for the warriors. The Beifong smiled with relief. Alright, I look forward to the food you make. Soon, the Beifong got off the car and returned to the wooling car. At this time, Tang Bai Million and several warriors had already delivered the selected materials, all of which were combustible lead metal materials that could be used to make bullets.
Beifong, Captain.
The Beifong nodded with a smile. Bai Million, you don't need to worry about the rest.
Everyone should rest well during the day.
Perhaps when you wake up, our great Xia city will have already risen from the ground. Hearing this, Tang Bai Million was pleasantly surprised, and his drowsiness was instantly dispelled.
Is it decided? But what about the announcement from the Three Kingdoms Alliance? Tang Bai Million asked with a slight worry. Don't worry about that. I have a plan.
If it weren't for the uncontrollable factors in dealing with the third-level city Siege Beast Tide, how could the first place in building the city be taken by the insignificant Cold Country? The Beifeng's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as he spoke. By the way, I just contacted a seller who said he has a lot of M416 magazines.
I've checked the quality, it's fine, but the price is a bit high.
Hearing this, the Beifong patted Tang Bai Million's shoulder and said, in my opinion, this money can't be saved.
It has to be spent.
Tang Bai Million didn't understand the meaning behind the Beifeng's words, but seeing the Beifeng's determined look, he didn't ask further.
Go on, tonight may be a fierce battle.
I've already given Chu-Chu 60 pounds of Kobe snowflake beef, so dinner will be ready soon.
The Beifong continued. After dinner, let all the warriors rest well. Gather at the core of the Yinglong Guard at 6 in the evening. Yes, Captain. Well, I will pass on the instructions as they are. Tang Bai Million immediately responded. In order to ensure the success of the city building upgrade, the Beifong had spared no effort. At the moment, there were hundreds of kilograms of various materials that could be used to make bullets. Collect. With a wave of his hand, all the materials had been collected into the Morphological Particle Ammunition Depot. Suddenly, a selection list appeared above the Morphological Particle Ammunition Depot. The Century and Heavy Machine Gun obtained through Reputation Mall Exchange used 7.62 caliber bullets, which the Beifong had already researched. The Beifong selected to make 7 62 bullets and then selected the quantity to be produced. Crafting successful, obtained 10,000 rounds of 7.62 bullets. The Beifong knew that successfully crafted bullets would be stored in the ammunition depot first. Soon, the Beifeng's gaze fell on the selection of large-caliber ammunition. 12.
7-caliber heavy sniper rifle armor-piercing rounds can be selected to craft 1,000 rounds.
12.
7-caliber heavy sniper rifle armor-piercing incendiary rounds can be selected to craft 500 rounds.
12.
7-caliber heavy sniper rifle high-altitude arc light rounds can be selected to craft 300 rounds. And 96 portable grenade can be selected to craft 100 pieces. When the Beifong saw that grenades could be crafted, he was pleased. Equipping each city defense soldier with 5 grenades could greatly increase the chances of defending the city. After all, there were too few city defense soldiers, and in case of a monster swarm, throwing a grenade was more practical than using a heavy machine gun. Moreover, many of the Yinglong guards were active duty soldiers, so setting up trigger zones should not be difficult. I didn't expect to receive materials for crafting grenades by preparing early this time. The Beifong thought for a moment and then selected to craft them. The Black Dragon Howl 10-arrow armor-piercing cannon. Due to the issue of carrying capacity, the Beifong chose not to craft many armor-piercing rounds. The armor-piercing incendiary rounds were the object of the Beifeng's admiration. Crafting successful, obtained 50 rounds of 12. 7-caliber armor-piercing rounds. Crafting successful, obtained 100 rounds of 12. 7-caliber armor-piercing incendiary rounds. Crafting successful, obtained 30 rounds of 12. 7-caliber high-altitude arc light rounds. Crafting successful, obtained 196 portable grenades. After the wave of construction, just now hundreds of kilograms of materials have already disappeared by 70%. However, Beifong didn't mind, nor did he feel heartache. After all, the foundation of Yinglongwei has been established, and the endless source of water is an endless wealth. It's just that the city of Dashia temporarily has not been built, otherwise Beifong would definitely sell water resources in large quantities. However, the reality is that international trade records will be retained by the game console, and if a vigilant country discovers that Huaxia Warzone is continuously selling a large amount of water resources, it will definitely be coveted. Although Beifong is confident, he doesn't want to expose his financial strength too early and be targeted by villains all day long. After all, a bright sword is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. He is just a mortal body. Even with the system attached, he will still be shot in the head if targeted by a sniper. The large number of bullets to deal with the beast tide has been resolved, and then Beifong opened the door of the Wuling car and saw that the baby was still sleeping, so he didn't disturb. If it weren't for the baby's genetic evolution this time, Beifong wouldn't have set the goal of building a level 3 city. After all, encountering aerial power attacks at night is an absolute nightmare for the city defense warriors. However, even Beifong, for the time being, is not prepared to deal with nighttime aerial attacks. But one thing Beifong can be sure of is that as long as the baby's genes evolve smoothly, it will definitely be a dominant force in the air. So whether the level 3 city can be upgraded directly, Beifong has pinned all his hopes on the baby. He found a place to sit down, took out a cigarette and lit it. In fact, many women don't understand why men like to smoke when they are happy or unhappy. They are not smoking, they are smoking loneliness, the loneliness of being cold at a high place, the lubricant for the rapid operation of the brain. Visual entry, reputation miscellaneous mall. Beifong decisively exchanged 4,200 reputation points for 21 heavy machine guns from the end of the century. Then he spent an additional 21 reputation points to exchange for 21 pairs of thermal imaging combat goggles that can be used sustainably for 24 hours. As for why the known time to defend against the beast tide during city construction is set at night, it is certainly not a coincidence. Beifong has a macro view of the overall situation and naturally will not overlook this important detail. The answer from the game console is that if the beast tide is chosen to be defended during the day, the beast tide will attack the city defense soldiers guarding the city first. From this answer, Beifong concluded that the monsters in the beast tide attacking the city are not without intelligence. Looking at the confirmation of whether to consume 4,221 reputation points to exchange for 21 heavy machine guns and 21 night vision goggles that appeared on the exchange page, Beifong gritted his teeth and clicked confirm. Suddenly, crisp metal collision sounds rang out. 21 end-of-the-century heavy machine guns had appeared out of thin air. Oh, the end-of-the-century heavy machine guns are not bad, they even have a water cooling system. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the weapons he had exchanged. At this moment, Tung Chuchu walked over from a distance holding a clean lunchbox. Inside the lunchbox was a Kobe beefsteak that was already 80% cooked. Beifong sat on a rock, pinching the Kobe beef steak to eat, while looking at the hand-drawn map of the Yinglongwei garrison on the ground. A model of an adobe city has basically taken shape in his mind. Adobe city without level, purchase requirement of 300 reputation points, occupying an area of 7,000 square meters. The disadvantage is that the city wall is low, and the defense is so low that it can be ignored. He quickly finished off the steak in the lunchbox, and at this time, Tung Chu handed him a thermos cup. "Have a drink, this is filtered water drawn from our well." "Thank you." Beifong found that the hot water temperature was just right, and he drank it all in one go. "Humph, be less polite with me in the future, or I'll be angry," Tung Chu said softly, with Beifeng's shadow in her beautiful eyes. Hearing this, Beifong smiled and turned to look. "Do you want to eat a banana? Can't you be serious?" Tung Chu's face turned red all of a sudden. Beifong had question marks all over his head, as if he had figured something out, and smiled bitterly. He handed over a fresh Hainan banana. "Take it, you said you really like to eat this, right?" I do like the soft and sweet taste." Tung Chu took it happily and said, "I know you're busy, so I won't bother you. I'll go back to cook." Beifong nodded with a smile. "Thank you. Hee, I'll bring you lunch later." Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, the sun had set, and dusk had fallen. With the baby waking up and the genes successfully evolving, Beifong had gained confidence. After a day of thorough preparation and guidance from Zhang Yichen, all members of the Yinglong Guard became familiar with the use of the end-of-century heavy machine gun. In modernized armies, true heavy machine gunners and snipers are very few. While ordinary soldiers may be familiar with automatic rifles, their proficiency with heavy machine guns and sniper rifles is limited. Because Beifeng's ultimate goal was the third-level city, he had to make thorough preparations to upgrade the main city to level 3 in the face of threats from the Three Kingdoms Alliance. The bonfire kept burning. The members of the Yinglong Guard all had solemn expressions, ready for action. Even though Beifong had prepared 21 heavy machine guns, there was still a chance of malfunction during continuous firing. At this moment, Tang Bei Million's alarm clock rang again. "Beifong, it's time." Tang Bei Million's eyes showed anticipation and nervousness. Beifong nodded and immediately switched to the City Lord construction page. "Do you want to spend 300 reputation points to build a level-less rammed Earth city?" "Yes." Before the words fell, to the shock of Beifong and all members of the Yinglong Guard, the game console unexpectedly announced the construction of the city in the Huaxiao war zone. Their faces changed instantly, questioning the game console in their hearts. "Why didn't you announce when Manhwa, Manhwa, and Ribbon built rammed Earth cities?" Beifong was very angry because this step was part of his plan. When Han, the United States, and Japan announced the construction of the city and actively recruited players to settle in, Beifong began to lay out his strategy in this area, which was to have Tang Bei Million buy the information. Of course, when the net was cast wide, only the core members of the Xinji city and Hanguo were caught, and the other war zones of Ribbon and Manhwa contacted intelligence brokers but did not know the location of the construction of the Wuzuwei city. However, this was not the main point. If the Manhwa war zone also announced the location of the Wuzuwei city, then Beifong would not believe that the intelligence brokers would not sell this information as a commodity. But there was no announcement at all. At this moment, the voice of the game console sounded in their ears. "This is a measure taken by the game console to protect the construction of 3 new cities worldwide from human interference and destruction." Beifong frowned. "Are you saying that those who build the city first get your protection? Your statement is not in line with what the game console cares about, which is balanced protection measures." Beifong was in a bad mood. He hated surprises the most. Fortunately, he was fully prepared this time. Otherwise, even with the help of the baby, he would not be able to capture the level 3 main city in one go. So after becoming a level 1 city lord, there are indeed new functions unknown to us level-less city lords? I'm sorry, player Beifong, you are not a level 1 city lord, so the new functions cannot be disclosed to you. Forget it, you can go, no need to see me off. As for questioning the game console, Beifong would not ask such childish questions as why it didn't intervene when the Three Kingdoms Alliance oppressed other Warzone city lords. The members of the Yinglong Guard all saw Beifeng's unpleasant expression and were too scared to speak. The announcement in the Huaxiao war zone was no different from the announcement worldwide. Which city lord didn't have a few advisors collecting intelligence? This kind of city construction announcement was almost known to everyone, and could probably be easily obtained. Just as expected. After the game console announced the establishment of the level-less rammed Earth city by Beifong in the Huaxiao war zone, it immediately caused a huge sensation in Huaxia. Subsequently, this news was quickly sold as intelligence. The buyers were not surprised, all of them were ambitious leaders from various countries. Beifong scanned the crowd with a commanding presence, his tone cold as he said, "Next, all members must immediately disable all communication functions except for the team channel." As soon as this statement was made, the air around them seemed to freeze. During the city construction period, if anyone was found to have opened regional or national channels without authorization, the light offenders would be expelled from the Dragon Guard, while those who leaked intelligence would be shot on sight. Yes, although each person had their own interface in the mainframe world, they were all individuals. However, deleting private messages still left a record, so during the city construction period, if anyone leaked information, their actions would definitely be exposed through screening. Beifong did not want the weapons and personnel configuration of his city defense to be known to potential enemies at this time. Tung Chuchu stood in the team, seeing Beifong's unpleasant expression. She also felt uncomfortable and helpless, knowing that her limited strength could not be of much help. She could only do her best to assist Beifong in dealing with the beast tide during the city defense. To be clear in advance, if a traitor really appeared, Beifong would have more than enough reason to execute them. By taking preventive measures, he could also demonstrate his own style of doing things, so as not to be accused of ruling with an iron fist. Beifong did not hesitate after speaking, and a virtual map composed of blue squares appeared before him. It covered an area of 7,000 square meters around the Dragon Guard as its core. 4 miniature rammed earth walls had already appeared in view. Beifong knew that he could freely place these city walls within the 7,000 square meter range, with the layout being optional. Beifong had already analyzed this step for a long time. Because he aimed for a level 3 city, there was no need to expand the main city area too much before reaching level 3. This. Beifong manipulated and dragged the tiny models of the 4 rammed earth walls that appeared on the edge of the virtual map, starting to place them according to his vision. As one miniature city wall was placed on the map, a yellow rammed earth city wall appeared around the Dragon Guard, estimated to be 2 meters high. There was no earth-shattering movement as imagined, nor any collapsing mountains or splitting earth. After the 4 pieces were placed, and well-shaped layout was revealed from a high altitude, presenting an unusual city about the size of a square basketball court in front of everyone. Yes, this was an improvement based on the design principle of the number 1 pass in the world, Shanhaiguan walled city combined by Beifong. Wow, such a small main city. Is this the level-less rammed earth city? It's too small, isn't it? Zhang Yichen and Tang Bai Million looked at Beifong with confusion. Beifong smiled slightly. Our target tonight is not the rammed earth city, but the level 3 reinforced concrete main city occupying an area of 15 football fields. Immediately, gasps of shock resounded around them. Within 3 minutes of the announcement of the city construction in the Huaxiao war zone by the game console, Beifong's private messages were continuously sending out dense notifications. However, Beifong did not attend to them immediately. A weasel paying New Year's respects, he couldn't possibly have good intentions. With a wave of his hand, 21 heavy machine guns with ammunition belts appeared on the ground. Beifong directly ordered, "Captain Zhang Yichen, Vice Captain Shui Han, follow my command." Upon hearing this, the 2 of them immediately stood tall and shouted, "Yes, Commander. Our main city overlooks a square well shape, and the first level of the beast tide will appear from the south of the main city. The weapon deployment based on the terrain is up to you. Any questions?" Beifong emphasized the design of the level-less Daxia city from a bird's eye view, thus informing the 2 of them. "We will complete the mission." Beifong nodded. "Very well, the beast tide is scheduled for 11 o'clock. Prepare for battle." "Yes." The entire Dragon Guard responded in unison. The reason why the cities of Daxia are designed in the shape of a well is not a random decision by Beifong, but a result of data analysis after hundreds of calculations. This kind of city defense design can greatly reduce the risk of the Dragon Guard warriors being isolated and unsupported while defending the city. After the orders were given, all members started to work nervously. Zhang Yichen and Shui Han divided the team into 2 squads, and then 3 people in each group quickly set up defenses towards their designated positions carrying heavy machine guns loaded with ammunition belts. At this moment, Beifong lit a cigarette. "I want to see what kind of year you guys, these yellow weasels, are going to offer me." Opening the private messages revealed over 99,999 unread messages. First, they kicked out all kinds of bootlickers who wanted to join the Dragon Guard, then filtered out messages from players of other countries. Among them, they eliminated information peddlers selling false intelligence, and the most glaring 3 private messages finally appeared in front of Beifong. Because the word City Lord next to the private message list was very obvious, Beifong couldn't help but notice. International private message, Hangak Sinji City Lord, Hasi, I didn't expect the players from Huaxia to build the city so quickly. I thought it would take another 8 years of civil war before a city was established? Ha ha.
I believe the city lord of Hangak Sinji has seen the announcement of the alliance of the three great cold countries, right? I only need 300 pounds of resources for my Hangak Sinji city. Beifong sneered and continued to open the private message from Ruben. International private message, Ruben Emperor City Lord, Soga, even before the game, you Huaxia people have been chasing after the footsteps of our great Ruben Empire. Unfortunately, in the field of engine manufacturing and precision manufacturing, you Huaxia will never catch up with us even if you work hard for another 40 years. Since we are both sensible people, I won't say any threatening words. 400 kilograms of resources, and your Daxia city can be safely upgraded. Otherwise, seeing this message full of contempt and provocation, Beifeng's face slowly turned pale. Just wait, there will be a time when you cry. He continued to read the last message. International private message, Manhwa Wuzue City Lord, oh my god, dear Beifeng City Lord, congratulations on being the first target to establish authority after becoming the alliance of the United States, Japan, and Korea. Oh god, please forgive me for my sins. I promise that as long as you provide 500 kilograms of materials, I will not trouble the people of Huaxia. Seeing this message, Beifeng burst into laughter. Beifeng was never one to be bullied. His previous restraint was just a way of accumulating strength. And now, since the news of the establishment of the Daxia city was known to all, it was time for him to make a high-profile move. He casually replied to the three private messages, "You bunch of dog-faced people, trying to threaten and extort me? Dream on. See you in the World Channel." A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. It had only been 2 or 3 minutes since the city was announced, and now, because other countries could not appear in channels outside their own country, everyone who was following this matter was waiting to see the show in the World Channel. To see whether this young national youth, who was considered an awakened lion by the whole world before the game, would choose to bow down and compromise or face the threats head-on when facing the threats and extortion from the three countries. Beifeng walked to the large water purification equipment, looked at the barrels of hundreds of pounds of filtered water, and then entered the World Channel. Indeed, even in the World Channel, the City Lord label on his head was still prominent, and the suffix after Beifeng's name was Daxia City Lord, Beifeng. It should be noted that in the World Channel, one message was equivalent to 20 pounds of resources. Indeed, at the moment Beifeng appeared in the World Channel, everyone fell silent. Innocent City Lord, 4th of Ireland, the Daxia City Lord came quite quickly, but due to your reply to the private message just now, I am very dissatisfied. Therefore, I have decided to increase the price by 600 kilograms of resources. Of course, I know you can't afford it now, but you can issue an IOU in front of all the players in the world. Lord Shinji, Lord Quan Shengji the Irish boss has raised the price. If my great Han people don't raise the price, wouldn't it be disrespectful to Lord Beifeng? Let's make it 400 units. Emperor City Lord, Tianzhongjiro of course, if Lord Beifeng can publicly post "We are the sick men of Huaxia" on the World Channel in front of all players, my great Japanese empire can consider not raising the price. Beifeng sneered and posted a down-to-earth message on the World Channel. Lord Daxia, Beifeng, is this all? Is this all? +1 inch is this all? +2 inch. The screen was flooded with messages +99. Posting a message on the World Channel costs 20 units of resources, 100 messages cost 2,000 units of resources. In the blink of an eye, Beifeng consumed 2,000 units of water resources with 100 messages. Of course, Beifeng was not just showing off, but using this incident to not only show off but also showcase the strength of the Dragon Guards to players worldwide. This is much more cost-effective than advertising or buying traffic. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The World Channel is flooded with messages? +99 messages, this is too unreal. At this moment, all players in the World Channel were stunned by this scene. Beifeng didn't have time to argue with these players and finally posted 2 messages and left. Lord Daxia, Beifeng, that's right, I am Beifeng. The strength and style of my Huaxia great nation are evident to all. Now I announce that Daxia City will trade a large amount of clean water resources. Don't ask where we got the clean water resources. Just know that we don't sell water, we are just the laborers of nature. Lord Daxia, Beifeng at Lord Shinji, Lord Quan Shengji at Emperor City Lord, Tianzhongjiro at Innocent City Lord, 4th of Ireland, China, Japan, America, Korea, do you know who's pregnant? All players who saw this message held their breath, and many Huaxia players burst into laughter. Lord Daxia, Beifeng at Three Kingdoms Alliance, that's right, it's your mom. Lord Daxia, Beifeng at Three Kingdoms Alliance, if there's any bad water in your belly, just let it out. If Huaxia frowns, you won't be their real father. After sending this message, Beifeng's name in the World Channel turned gray. No one responded. Beifeng took a casual stance. It took more than 10 seconds for everyone to react.
Immediately, members of the Three Kingdoms Alliance responded to Beifong, saying that such unproductive words would make him regret it, and quickly took a stance. This time, Beifong declared war in a high-profile manner on the World Channel, showing an unusually firm attitude of non-compromise. Because he was unsure of what malicious means the Three Kingdoms Alliance might use, Beifong did not linger in the World Channel. He wanted to start the test of the Siege Beast Tide early to avoid any surprises. On the 2-meter-high rammed Earth City wall, more than 20 Dragon Guard defenders were already prepared. Although there was a bleak atmosphere, all members were full of confidence because they had good weapons in their hands. The core area of the Dragon Guards. With a loud cry, a giant snow-white raptor had already flown to a height of 100 meters.
Activate shared vision. Activate dark weakening. Suddenly, a high-altitude overlooking view appeared in Beifong's eyes. Through the shared vision of the baby, Beifong clearly saw a small city in the shape of a well the size of a basketball court, which was his level-less city. Very good. Beifong smiled and quickly flew towards the south wall that was being defended. A 2-meter rammed Earth City wall is very low for beasts, but it is compensated by powerful firepower. Beifong, how is it? Obviously, combat is not Tung's strong suit, and he was visibly nervous. Beifong nodded slightly and then shouted, "All members of the Dragon Guard, attention! The plan has changed temporarily, and the Siege Beast Tide will start immediately." Upon hearing this, both Zhang Yichen and Shui Han nodded heavily and then spoke to their respective teams. "Equip all with night combat gear." "Yes." Swish swish swish. At this moment, the northern wind no longer hesitated and directly entered the City Lord's interface. "Do you accept the Extreme City Lord upgrade mode?" "Accept." As soon as the words fell, a 24-hour countdown appeared in the field of vision. "Initiate, City Siege Beast Tide." "Confirm?" "Confirmed. City Siege Beast Tide has been activated. City defenders total 21 people, awaiting the spawn of 105 monsters in 3 minutes." After the prompt from the game console, a series of data appeared on the Northern Wind City Lord's interface. They were, Dasha City, and unranked rammed Earth City. Extreme City Lord upgrade mode accepted. City Siege Beast Tide activated, 21 city defenders, awaiting the spawn of 105 monsters. Because the baby was flying around the rammed Earth City at high altitude, coupled with the baby's exceptional vision and innate ability to weaken darkness, the movements within the rammed Earth City could not escape the Northern Wind's attention. However, the members of the Dragon Guard were different because the night vision scope had distance constraints, and beyond 100 meters, the visibility of objects was very limited. Just then, a private message from the Northern Wind rang again, and upon seeing that it was from the 4th generation of Ireland, the Northern Wind coldly opened it. "International private message, 4th generation of Ireland, Northern Wind, I'll ask you one last time, are you taking the resources or not? If you're not taking the resources, do you think you can upgrade the main city through the extreme mode? Dream on." The Northern Wind replied, "Get lost," and immediately cut off the private message, drawing the Black Dragon Howl 10 armor-piercing cannon from the holster. At that moment, the baby's voice sounded in his ear. "Daddy, they've appeared. Should I take action?" The tone was full of disdain and indifference. "No, baby, your task is to capture and discover the elite boss. If possible, eliminate it in one go. Leave it to me, Daddy." Every time the Northern Wind assigned a task, the baby seemed exceptionally excited because she knew that the Northern Wind would reward her generously upon task completion. "Gudong Gudong. Moo." Just as the warning from the baby came, the sound of hooves trampling the ground continuously came from the distance south of the rammed Earth City, a commotion that even a layman could tell was from a large creature. "Ah, it's the Scale Armor Barbaric Bull," a member of the Dragon Guard shouted out suddenly. The Northern Wind's expression also changed slightly, not expecting that the monsters in each City Siege Beast Tide were not fixed. "Open fire freely." "Yes." With the City Lord's command, the sky was filled with bullets turning into fire serpents pouring towards the distance. Da 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 da, da 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 da, da 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 da. Boom! Every time the Black Dragon Howl 10 armor-piercing cannon fired, it roared like an evil dragon, and the compressed airwaves at the muzzle shocked the surrounding Dragon Guard members. The power of this gun was terrifying. A single armor-piercing incendiary round hitting the charging Scale Armor Barbaric Bull would either instantly lose combat effectiveness or collapse on the ground convulsing. In contrast, their use of the end-of-century heavy machine gun would require at least dozens of bullets to continuously sweep and deal with a Scale Armor Barbaric Bull. The minefield within 30 meters in front of the rammed Earth City was the last line of defense, so the Dragon Guard members were all trying their best to prevent the Scale Armor Barbaric Bull from charging closer. At that moment, the baby's voice rang out again. "Daddy, I've found 3 monsters with strong auras. One is a dung beetle with a shimmering blue light on its back, the other is a giant centipede,
and the last one is a mermaid with sharp teeth emitting a foul smell. Since the baby only had a third-grade education level, being able to recognize a dung beetle and a centipede was already commendable. To be able to instantly identify a putrid flesh great white shark would be quite unbelievable. The northern wind was shocked and immediately ordered the city defenders. 3 elite boss monsters have appeared, everyone be careful.
Watch out underground.
Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed, and while continuing to fire, most of their attention was focused on the soft ground.
Baby, take action. Try not to linger in battle.
The others were not sure, but the rotten flesh great white shark could burrow underground. The baby was the aerial overlord, with all advantages in the air, weakening its ground combat power.
Alright, leave it to the baby.
Excited voice of the baby came through. With the shared vision of the baby, Beifong immediately saw a 3-meter-long great white shark without fins, emitting a rotten smell, rapidly enlarging in the field of view. The great white shark was about to burrow underground when it suddenly sensed a high-altitude crisis and, unable to burrow, sprayed a viscous, corrosive liquid towards the baby with its black, decaying skull exposed.
Humph! How dare this stinky fish spit at me?
The baby seemed angry, muttered softly, and then descended rapidly. In Beifeng's vision appeared a pair of claw-like blades.
Swish! Because the speed was too fast, Beifong couldn't see how the baby acted.
Looking again, Beifong found the baby had already landed on the ground.
Baby, how are you? Are you okay?
At this moment, the baby's voice came through, filled with uncontrollable excitement.
Dad, look at this.
Soon, a red glowing crystal appeared in the field of view, the soul essence that the baby loved to eat. Seeing this, Beifong was shocked and immediately said, "Baby, you are not allowed to eat this, collect it and give it to me." There was no room for doubt in the words.
Oh, okay.
Then the baby picked up the soul essence, spread its wings, and flew back into the sky. "Oh, Dad, those 2 monsters have burrowed underground, look at the raised tunnels they left behind."
Find them. Okay.
In the span of 5 breaths, through the baby's vision, Beifong had already found one of the burrowing bosses, the huge dung beetle emitting blue light on its back. Because it was too obvious, it looked like a moving mound when burrowing underground. Fortunately, this creature did not burrow quickly, and at this time, it was about 70 meters away from the rammed Earth City. "Baby, quickly find the other centipede."
Ah, Dad, look, that centipede has already rushed into the minefield.
As soon as the words fell, the minefield set within 30 meters below the rammed Earth City was triggered and exploded.
Bang! 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 The intense explosions startled everyone. Despite triggering 3 grenades in a row, this monster was not directly killed by the explosions and was still approaching the rammed Earth City. Although the centipede was huge, its body was relatively flat, so it made little noise while burrowing underground. If the baby couldn't sense its presence, the defending soldiers would have to passively wait for the minefield to be triggered to discover it. The dung beetle following behind the centipede, leisurely digging holes, became anxious when the minefield was triggered and burrowed underground at a speed several times faster. Beifong immediately fired a shot at the centipede approaching and, after being hit by an armor-piercing bullet, the centipede's speed slowed down for a moment before continuing to dig towards the rammed Earth City wall. Seeing this, Beifeng's expression darkened. The Black Dragon Roar was the top-ranked hot weapon in the Huaxiao war zone, capable of dealing with level 1 city siege beast-tied bosses. However, the Black Dragon Roar did not achieve significant results, indicating that this situation was far from simple. Shouting at everyone, "Do not mind the elite monster bosses, focus on clearing the minions, we will deal with the 2 bosses." To avoid accidentally harming the baby, Beifong emphasized once again, "Remember, do not mind the bosses, clear the minions first and wait for my command." Yes.
All members of the Dragon Guard immediately responded. Then Beifong put away the Black Dragon Roar, drew the shadowless sword Absolute Sorrow, entered a bloodthirsty state, and leaped directly from the 2-meter-high city wall, landing steadily. Ding buzzed the crisp sound of the sword chant spread out like ripples in all directions.